Prologue. In the summer internship, the moonlit night is adorned with delicate clouds, casting a dreamlike blue-violet hue upon the pristine moon. The hour is still early, as university interns gradually depart from the laboratory. Within the expansive space, only a solitary figure remains, exuding an air of solitude. The cold, white light bathes Yue Ying, outlining the youth's upright form. Engrossed in a crucial experimental step, Yue Ying knows that a moment's inattention could lead to dire cons. Sequences. Bang. Beep. Beep. The wail of an ambulance pierces the night, accompanied by the heavens' lament as a sudden downpour descends. As dawn transforms into the scorching sun of midday, the distant emerald peaks shed their shroud of mystery, emerging from the swirling mountain mist. The chatter in the corridor of the quaint mountain lodge halts with the opening and closing of doors. Exhausted, Lilan, clad in her Taoist robe, flings herself onto the bed. I am utterly exhausted. Although she has embraced the Tao, Lilan remains fundamentally human, a comedic university student, far from a celestial being. Reaching for her phone, a smile graces her face. After a conversation with her classmates, Lilan receives a notification. Oh, a new article from Xiang? The metaphysics master's 3 lifetimes of lingering regrets? Lilan curls her lips in disdain, propping herself up. If one cannot even calm their own heart while cultivating, what worth is there in these 3 lifetimes? Rising to sip some water, she pushed open the window, gazing at the drifting clouds in the mountain. Lilan felt a tinge of curiosity about how contemporary novels approach the theme of metaphysics. Yet again, the same old trope of time travel. There are far too many works riding the wave of trends. Honestly, can't these authors take the time to truly understand metaphysics before putting pen to paper? Her university roommates, all enthusiasts of online literature, received a link that Lilan shared in their group chat, initiating a light-hearted critique. 20XX Class Lilan. Ladies, I am utterly speechless, truly, just pure incredulity. 20XX Class Lilan. I am genuinely baffled. Why is it so challenging to find a time travel story that isn't clicked? After cleansing her hands and reciting an incantation, Lilan set aside her humorous university persona. The gentle mountain breeze wafted into the room, tousling her coiled bun, lending her an ethereal air. Amidst the clarity surrounding her, only 3 copper coins remained before her. The wind rose, and the bright day dimmed in an instant. Rain cascaded from the eaves, forming strands of silver. In the lunar calendar's 6th month, during the season of thunderstorms, Lilan's 5th hexagram had just revealed the imagery of the moon, a bolt of lightning accompanied by thunder. A roar down. Chapter 2. In the land of Jiuzhou, Lilan awakens in a dreamlike state. The kingdom of Li on the Jiuzhou continent. Laner, you have finally awakened. Your father has been so anxious. Mother, Laner is awake. Laner is awake. Lilan could hardly fathom that after casting a divination, she had suddenly traversed into another realm. Upon regaining consciousness, her thoughts were not consumed by questions of identity or location, but rather a whimsical declaration. Dear family, no grand words, no elaborate defenses. I am truly here. Of course, as a disciple of the Kuan Tao, Lilan was acutely aware of the peculiarities surrounding her. The 3 souls and 7 spirits of her original self lingered nearby. Laner, the beautiful woman before her must be the original's mother. Lilan sensed the deep emotions of the original's 3 souls towards this maternal figure and tentatively spoke. Mother? Laner, has your illness been cured? Though Lilan was oblivious to the ailment her original mother's words referred to, she surmised, from the scant medical knowledge imparted by her master, that the malady stemmed from the chilling toxins within the original's body, stunting her growth and marring her once delicate appearance due to internal injuries. Mother, I wish to rest a little longer. Would you allow Laner some time alone? Lilan was reluctant to reveal the original's demise to her mother and worried that any overt manifestation of the original's condition might provide ammunition to those who had already conspired against her. Very well, my dear. Whenever you wish for my company, I shall be here with you. The original mother's heart was still enveloped in joy. Her daughter, who had fallen into the water and lapsed into unconsciousness, was now recovering, which could indeed be deemed a momentous occasion. Lacking the proper tools of ink and paper, many spells would inevitably be compromised. Lilan, versed in the magic of the 21st century, felt uncertain of its efficacy in this realm. Yet she approached the situation with a spirit of experimentation, employing the incantations taught by her master to attempt communication with the soul of the original being, Lan. Time had passed, and as long as they did not threaten my parents, there was no need for contention. Lan was reluctant to hold grievances. Yet her 3 souls and 7 spirits lingered in the mortal realm. Lan understood that the original being still harbored unresolved sentiments. Was it because of your parents? I have always been foolishly devoted to emotions, fortunate that my parents and betrothed have not abandoned me. This could be considered a life of serene joy. As the moon cast a cold light, Lan listened quietly to the tales of the original being. The flickering shadows of the candlelight danced, and a gentle breeze stirred the gauzy curtains. It was a night that had seemed calm, yet evidently, someone wished to disrupt the tranquility of the home. Oh dear brother, I heard that Lan from your family is still alive. I must say, it would be better if she weren't. She was frail in childhood, and now her mind is not fully intact. What will you do when she needs to have her engagement called off? The speaker was Lan's aunt, and the Yin family, known for their gentle disposition and lack of grudges, found themselves insulted by this group of malicious relatives. In truth, Lan's family could surmise that her predicament was unlikely to be an accidental drowning, and upon hearing her aunt's curse upon her own daughter, even the most amiable mother could not contain her fury. By what right do you glare at me? You are merely the daughter-in-law of the Yin family. Sister, how can you speak in such a manner? Oh dear, is this not for your own good? When the time comes, will you allow your wife to trample upon your dignity? The shame would certainly reflect poorly upon our family. In truth, it has become commonplace in the current state of the Li Kingdom for either gender to assume leadership. However, the ingrained customs of millennia are not easily altered, even across generations. Mother, what is happening outside? Lan, possessing keen hearing, presumed it was her aunt seeking trouble and was eager to offer assistance. It is nothing. Dear Lan, you may remain indoors. Your father and I can manage this matter. Oh, how unfortunate it is that you do not come out to greet your aunt. I have been worried about your well-being. This household does not welcome you. Lan stepped out from the room and stated, when my father and mother cared for me, I did not see you offer them a shred of assistance. What is it? Now that you see I am alive, do you wish to harm me once more? The original Lan's aunt was already feeling guilty and found herself at a loss for words, caught off guard by the sudden change in demeanor of the girl before her. Is it proper to address an elder in such a manner? I am your aunt. At that moment, Lan felt a surge of indignation, revealing the extent of the misdeeds committed by these malicious relatives. Ahem. Oh, look. It seems karma has caught up with you. Such a sharp-tongued child at a tender age. Do you truly believe the third prince would still have any interest in you? The original Lan's ancestor was once a general of the Great Li Kingdom, who frequently brought her to the palace as a child, much to the emperor's fondness. In the present era, where the freedom of marriage is highly esteemed, a betrothal was nonetheless arranged between the Yin family and the royal lineage, serving as a tribute to the achievements of Lan's illustrious ancestor, thereby preventing any malevolent attempts to sow discord between the ruler and his subjects. Lan and the third prince grew up together as childhood companions, even though the original Lan was later afflicted by the poison of malicious relatives. Rendering her somewhat daft, the third prince continued to cherish her deeply. Regardless of the circumstances, I am capable of living my own life. Who are you to wish for my demise? Lan, a comedian of the 21st century, sharp-tongued and witty, would never allow you the satisfaction of speaking ill of her. Moreover, it is worth noting that you, who dare to create a scene in another's household, indeed have my uncle to thank for your presence here. You. Is this how you converse with your elders? Do you truly believe that those who wish for the death of their juniors can be considered elders? Oh dear. Second brother, do keep a closer watch on your daughter. If she speaks to her aunt in such a manner now, what will become of her once she is wed into the royal family? Will she not wield her newfound power to obliterate her aunt's entire family? Lan, while being a comedian, is also a Taoist who is aware that her spirit has traversed into this realm, likely leaving her former self in the afterlife. Yet, the familial grievances and entanglements alone are sufficient to trouble her heart. Lan has just begun to recover from her illness. Sister, please do not provoke her. The father, concerned for his daughter, finds himself before his blood-related elder sister. And Che respects his father's wish for harmony among siblings and refrains from speaking too harshly. Second brother, it is not my intention to criticize you, but by indulging her so, you risk tarnishing the Yin family's reputation. The Yin family remained silent, leaving Anjia to wallow in her own discontent, just as she had arrived, swaying her waist as she departed. This little creature possesses quite the resilience. managing to survive even in such circumstances. For the sake of my child, you must yield. On the Xuan Yun Continent. Within the Ying Li Palace, the palace, adorned with towering structures, radiant clouds, and phoenixes perched upon the beams of the parasol trees, was suffused with a vibrant red hue, as if to stain the heavens with scarlet mist. How proud the palace lord and his consort were in their heyday. Yet now the young lord is reduced to. Yin Li expressed his indignation, asserting that the palace lord and his consort had entrusted us with the protection of the young lord, wishing only for a life of peace for him. However, Elder Wei and his faction continue to manipulate the young lord for their own gain, tarnishing the reputation of Ying Li Palace by selling inferior elixirs under its name. Yin Li, enough of this. As long as the young lord lives in peace, even when the palace lord was present, he could not manage the affairs of Ying Li Palace. What more can we do? Yin Shui descended from the loyal confidants of the former palace lord and his consort, along with her ancestors, now clandestinely safeguard the young lord. Meanwhile, the young lord within the palace was awakening from a state of chaos, clarity replacing the confusion in his eyes. Where am I? Yue Ying recalled that she had been conducting experiments in the laboratory when an explosion had occurred due to the purity of the materials involved. Thus, she should have been in a hospital. Upon examining her surroundings, adorned with a delicate gauze couch and dressed in traditional Han attire, had she not known better, she might have thought she had been dragged to a film set by an inconsiderate friend. The young prince, lacking his 3 souls and 7 spirits, has been simple-minded since childhood, showing little response to the world around him. Were it not for the protective artifacts left by the lord and lady, he would have long succumbed to the relentless oppression of Elder Wei and his cohorts. Yue Ying, as a researcher, harbors skepticism towards the existence of spirits and deities, perceiving the unfolding events as mere figments of her imagination during her unconsciousness, as she sensed an inexplicable dizziness that did not originate from her head. She was caught off guard by someone entering the room. The young prince? Yin Shui hurriedly approached the bedside, observing Yue Ying rise and feeling the shift within her. Yin Shui was both astonished and elated. Yan Li's reaction, however, was noticeably delayed. Did the young prince just speak? Who are you, to possess the young prince's form? As Yan Li finally grasped the situation and moved closer to Yue Ying, Yin Shui had already drawn her blade, resting it against Yue Ying's neck. If you intend to linger in the young prince's celestial body, do not blame us for our indiscretion. Yin Shui, Yan Li. The heat emanating from the blade caused Yue Ying to retreat instinctively, and without much thought, she recalled the names of the two. Having met the lord before, Yan Li, still in a daze, followed suit and bowed as Yin Shui knelt. It is nothing. You are merely fulfilling your duty. Still recovering from her earlier discomfort, Yue Ying urged them to leave for the time being. You may withdraw now. Allow me a moment to rest. Should there be any matters, I will summon you. Yes, my lord. Thank you for your leniency. Yin Shui and Yin Li exited the palace, while Yue Ying, struggling against a wave of dizziness, managed to rise to her feet. She turned her gaze toward a nearby bronze mirror. The young man reflected in the mirror had his hair styled in a high bun, and due to his celestial nature, he bore no signs of the decay that comes from prolonged inactivity. There are no ghosts or deities in this world. It must be a mere illusion brought on by my unconsciousness, Yue Ying murmured softly, seemingly attempting to convince herself. After all, the searing sensation from the blade had felt so real, akin to the near-death experience during the laboratory explosion. It is all an illusion. Where is the crossing over as depicted in novels? Chapter 5, Seeking the Taoist Temple and Family Sorrows, requesting a sorcerer to bind royal unions. Cultivation Continent. Li Nation, Mother, I shall step out for a while. No, I cannot say that. It would surely worry you. Mother, I wish to stroll about and clear my mind. That won't do either. If I say that, you will likely follow me. Standing beside the bed, pondering how to concoct an excuse to seek out a Taoist temple, Li Lan considered countless formulations but found none satisfactory. The original Li Lan did not wish to pursue the matter with those malevolent relatives, yet failing to teach them a lesson would likely not bring peace. Since I possess usable spells, it is certain there are cultivators here. I shall seek them out. This way, I can find a means to bring those wicked relatives of the original Li Lan to justice. And moreover, my current practice lacks the recognition of the celestial beings here, rendering my status unworthy and unjustified. In the 21st century, Li Lan was an orphan, taken in by her master at a young age to reside in a temple. Her master, having foreseen her destiny, had long since understood what she would pursue in life. Yet, she found herself at a loss when it came to communicating with her parents. Ultimately, She left behind a note and scaled the wall to escape the confines of her home. The young girl possessed an ethereal beauty. As she strolled along the street, a fortune teller, upon spotting Li Lan, did not attempt to hinder her, but rather spoke directly. Li Lan paused at the sound, performed the Zawuju gesture, and bowed to the fortune teller, inquiring, "Esteemed Taoist, might there be a renowned temple nearby?" The fortune teller, a practitioner of the arts, observed the exquisite hairpin adorning Li Lan's mixed bun hairstyle and refrained from demanding payment for divination, recognizing her understanding of the craft. "There is a temple a mile to the east," he replied. "However, its incense offerings have dwindled significantly, attributed to its lack of efficacy in recent years. Although it was officially sanctioned, it pales in comparison to one farther away." He sighed, adding, "In my opinion, that temple has taken in too many orphans abandoned by foreign merchants, leaving it unable to care for itself." Grateful for the Taoist's insights, Li Lan offered her thanks without further explanation, leaving a coin and making her way toward the temple. Oh, what a girl from a wealthy family seeks in enduring the temple's hardships is beyond me. She would be better off learning some mystical arts, turning it into a legitimate endeavor that could sustain her. The fortune teller mused that many were driven by necessity, yet those who truly sought fortune-telling were often desperate, either with countless desires or at a dead end. But wait, he thought, recalling the girl from that morning. How could she possess an ethereal beauty? It was more akin to a deathly visage. But how could that young woman continue to exist in this world? The fortune teller was merely a charlatan, now frightened by his own superstitions. To the temple? Was this day meant for listening to almsgiving? What I witnessed this morning, could it be a ghost? The fortune teller, fearing he had miscalculated, worried that a vengeful spirit had come to collect a debt. Before the usual closing time, he hastily gathered his compass, talismans, and elixirs. The sky was clear, and the streets were sparsely populated. Once he had packed his belongings, he scurried home, muttering incantations, oblivious to the talismans scattered around him. Meanwhile, the one mistaken for a ghost, Li Lan, was engaged in animated discussions with the Taoist priest in the temple. Li Lan did not disclose her true identity as a practitioner, leading the priest to regard her as an exceptionally perceptive devotee. Ghosts, ghosts. From this day forth, the kingdom of Li would surely be rid of yet another fraud masquerading as a sorcerer. When Enche arrived at the door with his wife, Li Lan had just enough time to crumple the note on the table and conceal it in her sleeve. A banquet of dishes, both meat and vegetarian, alongside a pot of chicken broth simmering with millet porridge, made Li Lan feel as if she had entered paradise after enduring half a month of fasting. "Eat. Mother will serve Lanu a bowl of porridge." Li Lan was waiting for her original parents to begin eating when her mother stood up, scooped a bowl of porridge, and handed it to her. "You eat first. There's no need for you to worry about Lana." Hearing her daughter speak so considerately brought tears to her mother's eyes. "As long as Lana was well, I am content." These words made Li Lan's heart ache with emotion. In her previous life, Lan was blessed with a pair of loving parents, yet she fell victim to the malice of wicked relatives. Although Lan was destined to face tribulations, it was no justification for harming others. Li Lan nodded, accepting the porridge to sip, and attempted to grasp the carp before her, only to have her chopsticks abruptly struck down by a nearby individual. After addressing the child, the mother turned to her husband, advising, "Ache, Arlano has just recovered from a severe illness. She must avoid greasy foods. Please prepare something light for her." Seeing the fish she longed to taste slipping away, Li Lan felt a wave of despair. Was this truly a jest orchestrated by her master and senior brothers? Were they intent on prolonging this 24-day experience of absolute restraint? Pouting, she picked up some greens from her bowl and brought them to her lips. If Lana wishes to eat, a little indulgence is permissible. Unable to bear her daughter's plight, the mother deftly picked a tender piece of fish flesh and offered it to Li Lan, saying, "Hurry and eat, my dear. Once you are well, I shall take you to savor all the delicacies you desire." It dawned on her that parents indeed cherish their children in such a manner. Possessing a sharp tongue yet a heart of compassion, much like her master and brothers. Although she had been without parents since childhood, her master treated her as if she were his own. A warmth enveloped Li Lan's heart as she swallowed the bittersweet pang rising in her throat along with the fish. The gentle breeze wafted the fragrant aromas of flowers and herbs from the city into their courtyard, and a few soft raindrops did little to diminish the joy. Instead, they fostered a harmonious gathering around the table, the warmth of the steam reddening the corners of 3 pairs of eyes. Yet, there were those who could not abide such contentment. Some individuals, it seems, have always harbored jealousy towards those around them who lead more fortunate lives. Anjia is no ordinary character. However, there exists a saying that aptly conveys the situation. A barking dog seldom bites. Anjia is indeed that barking dog. While the three sons of the Yin family, particularly Qing, embody the biting dog. Can you believe that little creature is still alive? Anjia and the third brother exchanged grievances, curling their lips in disdain, acknowledging the tenacity of that little being. Alas, the third brother, not only is that little creature alive, but it seems the poison we previously administered has had no effect. Now, it speaks so eloquently, Anjia lamented. Do you suppose this Lan has returned from the dead? Perhaps a vengeful spirit risen from the underworld? If that were the case, would she seek retribution against us? Third brother? Third brother? Though spoken casually, Anjia's words were laden with intent, and they resonated deeply within Chong, who suddenly perceived a method to ensnare Lan. No worries. A malevolent spirit is merely a malevolent spirit. If humans can perish, how much easier for a ghost? And Qing chuckled softly. Sister, if she has indeed become a ghost, her soul should be utterly dispersed, shouldn't it? The smile on Cheng's face appeared warm, yet even Anjia felt a chill creep up her spine, as if a cold breeze had swept past her ears. No, it should be quite easy. Indeed, if humans can die, then ghosts ought to find their rightful place among the departed. What difficulty could there be? Harming others was not a novel endeavor for Chong. After all, the eldest son of the Yin family, and Mu, had been driven to madness by Chong's machinations and ultimately perished in prison. With practiced ease, Qing made her way to the sorcerer's abode, tossing a handful of silver in her palm before knocking on the door, ready to enter. The door was slightly ajar, and a gentle knock caused it to swing open, leaving Chong momentarily taken aback. Within stood a disheveled figure, who inquired, "What brings you here?" And Qing could not help but wonder how one could reduce themselves to such a state. Observing the sorcerer before him, he realized that assistance was unlikely to come from this individual. Huh, the sorcerer scoffed. Where were you when you knelt before me? Pleading for the demise of your elder brother? Had Li Lan been present, she would undoubtedly have remarked, you got what you deserved. This was not without reason. The sorcerer before them was the very fortune-teller Li Lan had encountered on the street the previous day. Although she sought directions, she could easily perceive the weight of lives owed upon this soothsayer. However, at that moment, Li Lan was preoccupied with understanding the differences between the spiritual laws of this realm and those of her own 21st century, seeking a resolution for the Yin family's plight. Thus she had no time to engage with this wayward sorcerer. In retrospect, it seemed that this sorcerer was merely reaping the consequences of his actions. Times have changed. Can you still fulfill my request to eliminate someone? And Cheng tossed a handful of silver into the air, allowing it to glint before the sorcerer's eyes. It was evident that such practitioners did not pursue their arts for the sake of righteousness or justice, despite Li Lan's often humorous demeanor. She was far superior to these mercenary sorcerers. The sorcerer's gaze fixated on the few pieces of silver, akin to lighting a candle in a dark room, revealing a glimmer of greed. Even in my current state, to bring you to justice would be a trivial endeavor. Such sorcerers were not entirely devoid of skill. They possessed some talent, albeit misapplied in the pursuit of nefarious ends rather than the righteous path. Very well, eliminate this individual, and all the silver shall be yours. Agreed. Accepting the birth date handed over by Chong, the fortune-teller scoffed, you truly believe you can deceive me? This person is already deceased. Deceased? And Chong exclaimed, taken aback. Just yesterday, elder sister Jie remarked on the profound change in Lan's appearance, suggesting that perhaps it was the malevolent spirit seeking retribution. Deceased? Then you shall accompany me to the manor to perform a ritual and capture the ghost, just as we did in years past. And Cheng was not entirely unafraid. Yet with things having escalated to this point, there was no turning back. If Lan was not eliminated, when would the daughter of elder sister's family and her own son ever find their fortunes? Was it not merely a matter of silver? I shall offer 10 taels. 20 taels, 50 taels, 50 taels, at most. Currently, my sister and I cannot enter the home of the second brother. Otherwise, I could bring some items. And 100 taels would also be feasible. 100 taels, upon completion of the task. The sorcerer appeared somewhat enticed. However, even if the silver were secured, one must possess life to spend it. And Qing had committed numerous wicked deeds. It was uncertain that she would not have a change of heart later or seek to have herself eliminated. Do you agree? A barking dog wishing to bite must first encounter its target, and Qing would not have that opportunity anymore. Chapter 8. Taking lives to deliver to the magistrate, evil deeds often meet their own retribution. Is the one before us and Cheng of the Yin family from Taihu? Observing Lan seated in the tribunal, accusing her, Ching was still in disbelief about how she had been brought here. Just moments ago, she had been the one scheming against Lan, and now she found herself summoned to the magistrate's court by a group of officials. The original body was poisoned at a tender age, and apart from the skills learned in childhood, there was little understanding of the outside world. Consequently, from Li Lan did not glean anything of value. The means to lodge a complaint was something Li Lan had indirectly inquired about from the Taoist priest at the temple. Indeed, my lord, I have lived my life uprightly and have never engaged in any malicious deeds. Li Lan was greatly astonished upon learning of such a system. After all, in the annals of the 21st century, no nation had ever implemented such a practice. The official in charge ordered his subordinate to present the neatly transcribed complaint to Ching. The document starkly bore the words attempted murder, reverberating in Ching's mind like a thunderclap. My lord, this is slander. This is undoubtedly false accusation. The leading official furrowed his brow and gestured to a nearby chair, instructing, let us set aside whether this is slander. You shall each present your statements. I shall render my judgment. Serve tea. The current judicial system of Li Guo refrains from hasty decisions in cases lacking a definitive conclusion. Before the case is resolved, both parties are considered citizens of Li Guo. The complaint from the Yin family of Taihu and Lan has been presented. Do you, Ching of the Taihu and family, acknowledge it? I cannot accept this. I have done nothing wrong. Very well, since you do not acknowledge it, let Lan provide evidence. Cheng sat nearby, sipping tea, disdainfully curling his lip. I implore you, my lord, to summon any Taoist priest proficient in medicine from Xianyun Temple. They will undoubtedly ascertain that I was subjected to a cold poison. Otherwise, I would not have been foolish for so many years. The original character, Lan, is a foolish beauty, yet possesses remarkable talent. A fact well known throughout the entire Jingzhou prefecture and even the whole of Li Kingdom. A request was made to summon a Taoist physician, followed by a call for a government doctor. How absurd. A Taoist physician merely pretends to possess divine powers, and Cheng rose, chuckling derisively. While the official in charge had yet to establish any semblance of order, Ching seemed to have lost her senses entirely. What of it if I push you aside? You obstructed Sui's path. Your father has impeded my son's way. The official's eyes brightened at these words, realizing that a confession had been inadvertently offered. There was no need to summon any physicians. The government doctor had already provided evidence. The scribe was hastily urged to record the proceedings. This was a gift of a case. Ching of the Taihu and family, do you admit to attempted murder? Attempted? The individual who perished in prison certainly cannot be counted as my victim, and Cheng, perhaps under the influence of some intoxicating substance, boldly declared whatever came to mind. That was the fortune teller from the southern end of the street. I merely gave him several dozen taels of silver back then. Now he refuses even 100 taels. The underlings, being astute, promptly bowed and reported that we had indeed dragged Cheng from the dwelling of that fortune teller. In this world, one must eventually pay for their transgressions, especially for such heinous acts. It is not that retribution does not arrive. The timing simply remains unripe. The younger ones confess, all of them do. Whatever the officials wish to know, they will reveal. Upon witnessing the scene before him, the sorcerer resolved to confess. Recognizing that after being taken away in Cheng, he had consulted an oracle and feared he could not escape his fate. Observing the teacup beside him and the composed Lan seated at the table, the sorcerer began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. This young lady was evidently no ordinary individual. Otherwise, she would not have sought out the fallen Xianyun Temple the previous day. The teacup likely contained water infused with talismans, a trap that Ching, oblivious to the intricacies, had unwittingly fallen into. It seemed that all pertinent details had been revealed. Very well, you may elaborate, the presiding official said, having encountered numerous sorcerers in his time. The official was aware that these practitioners often held official titles and conducted legitimate businesses, with many genuinely alleviating the troubles of the populace in years gone by. Alas, it remained uncertain how many had gradually transformed their livelihoods from mere sustenance into deceitful schemes for profit. The individual before him was evidently one such case. Having sacrificed their humanity for the sake of monetary gain, once corrupt, always corrupt. Previously, they had accepted silver from the Yin family, leading to the elders' descent into madness, ultimately resulting in imprisonment due to errors committed while in office. The demise of Enmu from the Taihu and family had evoked deep sorrow among many. As a man of letters, the official could not help but feel a tinge of personal resentment upon hearing the tale of Enmu's tragic fate. Such malevolence! One can only wonder if the master who taught you these sorceries regrets taking you on as a disciple. The fortune teller, taken aback, fell silent. Suddenly, he descended into madness. Mockingly addressing himself, Master, O Master. When I first emerged from Xuan Yun Temple, I aspired to engage in honest commerce, yet what purpose did it serve? What people choose to believe in is the bustling temple, the one that can manifest both fortune and misfortune. When you speak of just deserts, they discuss the clinking of small coins. If only I could make ends meet, would I find myself in such a predicament? Ah! Who does not wish to stand before the supreme deity in the hall of the three pure ones and live a life of dignity? Yet, without a trifling sum of copper coins to save others or to nurture those children beyond the reach of the orphanage. The congregation listened intently to the fortune teller's lamentations, including Li Lan, none daring to interrupt. And in the end, what of the Xuan Yun Temple today? A century ago, it was a grand spectacle, yet does it still flourish? The fortune teller laughed maniacally, but amidst his laughter, tears cascaded down his unkempt visage, splattering onto the ground, spreading like ink on pristine paper, jarring and heart-wrenching. What value does a heart turned towards the Tao possess? What merit is there in harboring compassion for the masses? Ultimately, I cannot even sustain myself. The fortune teller refrained from continuing, perhaps burdened by unspoken truths, resting his head upon the ground in silence. With signatures affixed and seals stamped, the two were taken into custody, while the official overseeing the proceedings, who had previously reveled in thoughts of accolades, found his joy extinguished by the fortune teller's sorrowful words, transforming his elation into a tempest of despair. As for Li Lan, reflecting upon the outcomes brought forth by the amiable disposition of the original and Lan's family evokes a sense of melancholy, especially when considering the 21st century's inclination of many to place their faith in charlatans while dismissing Taoist practitioners as mere frauds. However, Li Lan is cognizant that the fortune teller's words were misguided. If one were to abandon the heart that seeks the Tao and the compassion for humanity merely for the allure of wealth, it is not only a testament to their lack of mastery over the arts, but also indicative of a wavering spirit, even devoid of worldly burdens. Such a person would find it arduous to attain enlightenment. Humanity is inherently avaricious, yet there exists a righteous path to wealth. Those who endanger lives are subject to the governance of the authorities. Chapter 10. Seeking the marvelous method, Li Lan resolves the obstinate ailment, while Enche seeks the divine physician. The winds are brisk, the moonlight clear, and the stars shift with the clouds. As dusk gives way to dawn, the household undergoes a transformation. Anton Jia, having incited trouble, has also been imprisoned. Whether this transgression is deemed light or grave, a few years of confinement coupled with a few dozen lashes will likely see her released. The original and Lan's parents had long harbored doubts regarding these matters, yet blood ties and the absence of evidence had led them to postpone action until now. With Li Lan's formal complaint submitted, the authorities have taken necessary measures, and the matter has been referred to the emperor for review. Father, mother, you would not blame me for acting on my own accord, would you? Li Lan is aware of her original parents' tender hearts. After all, they are family. Now, apart from the hidden dangers posed by the cold toxins within the body of Lan, she appears quite well. It is likely that her parents will struggle to reconcile their feelings on this matter. Aside from the familial ties shared with the family, Li Lan harbors no concerns regarding the original sentiments. She has also conversed with the soul of the original Lan. If Anja and Anqing refuse to repent, should there still be room for leniency? Anlin had resolutely answered no, for her primary concern was the well-being of her father and mother. Thus, when Anqing proclaimed in the hall that not only Anlin was obstructing their path, but Ancha was as well, Li Lan resolved to show no mercy. Why did Lian say such a thing? Your parents would naturally not blame Lian. Ancha gently patted his daughter's shoulder, his eyes sparkling with warmth. How could a niece, whose life was deemed crucial by her uncle and aunt, ever be worthy of such a title? Lian, while your father may not wish for anyone sharing his bloodline to perish, you are his only daughter, in the hearts of your father and mother. You are of utmost importance. Hearing this, Li Lan felt a warmth envelop her heart. The tears in Ancha's eyes revealed his unwillingness to see his brother meet his demise. Yet he prioritized his daughter above all, caring deeply for her emotions. Regrettably, the original Anlin was no longer present. Li Lan pondered. Perhaps they would reunite as a family in their next life. Lian, do not cry. In this current body, aside from its shell, the memories and emotions of the former Anlin have faded, and it is Li Lan who weeps. Such a wonderful family has been persecuted by wicked individuals, leaving them in their current state. Li Lan resolved to cultivate her path diligently to prevent others from enduring the same heartache on this land. If father and mother are saddened, it is Lian's fault. Originally, Li Lan intended to explain matters concerning the Yin family and her former fiancé to Ansha and his wife after resolving those issues, leaving behind some wealth for the couple to consider having another child. In this current situation, Li Lan resolved to maintain her facade, pretending that Yin Lan still resided alongside the Yin couple, slowly planning her departure. One serene morning slipped away under this subtle atmosphere. After lunch, Che cleared his throat, his demeanor grave, as if he bore monumental news for the mother and daughter at the table. I visited Yin Temple today. Yin Temple? Li Lan recalled having heard about it before her visit to Xuan Yun Temple, noting its thriving popularity in Jingzhou City. There is a Taoist priest there who has learned about our Lan's health condition and is inclined to offer treatment. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the mother and daughter diverged. The father, brimming with enthusiasm, remained oblivious to the doubt etched on Li Lan's face. I gave that priest 20 taels of silver. Che wiped his hands with a cloth, lifted his teacup, and took a sip. His satisfaction tinged with a sense of pride. The priest mentioned that we must choose an auspicious date for the visit and ascertain if there is any fate involved. If there is indeed a connection, our Lan's ailment could be cured. Lan has always been under the protection of a fortunate star. She is bound to have a connection with the priest. Li Lan had initially intended to devise her own remedy for the cold poison afflicting her. And while assistance from others was welcome, the word struck her with a sense of alarm. Her master, both mentor and father figure, was her teacher from the 21st century. Thus, it felt rather inappropriate to seek a new master in this realm. The principle of not imparting teachings lightly had never posed a problem for Li Lan. With her diligence and earnestness in learning, half the Taoist priests in the temple eagerly vied for the opportunity to take her under their wing. Gazing at the stack of ancient scriptures and the 2 volumes of medical texts on the table, Li Lan recalled her master, her senior and junior disciples. The nuances of the Ziwei divination were strikingly similar. As Li Lan flipped through the pages, she meticulously compared them with her memories, noting that this hand gesture was indeed the same. The copper mirror in the room reflected Li Lan's earnest demeanor. Her hair, elegantly styled in a high bun, shielded her from the oppressive heat. Not a single strand of hair dared to stray, as Li Lan focused intently on the book before her. The only sound in the room was the rhythmic ticking of the hourglass, silently marking the passage of time. Lan, it's time for dinner. Lan, your health is still delicate. You shouldn't confine yourself indoors all day. Even a little sunshine in the courtyard would do you good. Anja served dishes to his wife and poured a bowl of chicken soup enriched with 3 or 5 goji berries and half a ginseng root for their daughter. The Yin couple exhibited exemplary manners. Aside from the initial affectionate admonitions to their daughter, the table remained enveloped in silence. As a Taoist in the 21st century, Li Lan was accustomed to these commendable customs and felt no sense of discomfort. Noticing her daughter's furrowed brow, Anja interpreted it as concern over her lack of connection with the Taoist master, fearing it might hinder her recovery. He promptly set down his utensils and exchanged a knowing glance with his wife, both eager to reassure their daughter. You needn't worry. Even if fate does not allow you to connect with this Taoist master, we can simply refrain from seeking treatment in Yun. The vastness of Dali ensures that there are countless physicians who can restore your health, Lan. Indeed, Lan, heed your mother's words and do not fret. And Che earnestly advised, suggesting that if the situation worsened, their father could seek the assistance of the third prince to find a physician for Lan. With an abundance of doctors in the world, there was no need for Lan to worry. It was not that Li Lan was slow to respond, rather, the parents were wholly consumed with thoughts of their child, exchanging words of counsel that left Li Lan no opportunity to interject. The curtains fluttered gently, while the rustling of trees outside dispelled the mosquitoes within the room, and the moonlight cascaded softly across the courtyard. Li Lan, still seated on the bed, increasingly felt an unrest in her heart. Furrowing her brow, she eventually rose to sit at the desk and took out a piece of yellow paper. The following day, she would accompany her original parents to the Yun Temple. From her observations over the past 2 days, Li Lan sensed an air about Yun Temple that did not align with the orthodox style of the temples she was accustomed to. While she held no concern for her own safety, her original parents were ordinary people devoid of any magical abilities. Throughout these days of interaction, Li Lan had unknowingly developed a sense of dependence on her original parents akin to that which she felt for her own master. With no time to ponder further, Li Lan needed to prepare for the visit to Yun Temple the next day. After reciting the incantations for the talisman of command, the ink, and the water, she began to inscribe a few protective talismans she had studied that day. Should any unforeseen events arise, these talismans could prove useful. The surroundings were silent. Even the birds had returned to their nest for rest. Lacking a comprehensive understanding of the local magic, Li Lan refrained from hastily divining the future. Relying solely on her intuition, she sensed that the following day would not bring tranquility. Chapter 12. A fortuitous encounter at the Union Temple with the prince. Meeting the so-called divine doctor of the three pure ones, having observed the toxic afflictions plaguing Anlin's body, Li Lan comprehended the gravity of the situation. Unless the root of the ailments was eradicated, even the slightest indisposition could prove fatal. It was indeed a miracle that she had survived to the age of maturity. Thanks to the blessings of the three pure ones, it was evident that Ansha and his wife had sought medical consultation. Yet the practitioner they consulted possessed only rudimentary skills and merely diagnosed her condition as an illness. Consequently, Anlin's parents were beset with profound anxiety regarding their daughter's health. As the gentle breeze caressed her face, Li Lan strolled through the streets alongside Anlin's parents, adorned in a pink-hued garment of exquisite silk. The collar was delicately embroidered with a few peach blossoms, their stamens highlighted with golden threads, while the hem was embellished with intricate patterns of willow and vine. Exuding an air of elegance and nobility, she wore a pair of jade-green brocade shoes, intricately stitched with flowing water motifs, epitomizing grace and refinement. Ansha had prepared several outfits for his daughter, yet this modestly elegant ensemble was the one that best complemented the youthful allure of a blossoming maiden. Her ink-black hair, once fashioned into a casual bun by Li Lan herself, was now styled into a conch shell bun by her mother, with a few wisps of hair framing her face. Adding a touch of earthly charm to Li Lan's appearance, adorned with a peach blossom hairpin, her eyes sparkled like the blossoms themselves. In recent days, Li Lan had gained a bit of weight under the nurturing care of her parents. She mused that once Anlin's body was fully restored, she would possess a subtly pointed chin and an oval face reminiscent of her mother's beauty. Anlin's father held a position as a fourth-grade official within the imperial court. While not particularly high-ranking, he was determined to provide the very best for his daughter. To be candid, if it meant exhausting their family fortune to restore their daughter's health, Ansha would likely fret over his ability to continue pampering her in the future. As they journeyed towards the Yun Temple, Anmu initially intended to hire a palanquin, but was dissuaded by Anche, who remarked that according to the Taoist teachings, one must walk from home to the temple, visiting each hall along the way, to demonstrate true sincerity. Otherwise, their prayers would remain unanswered. The Yun Temple is distinct from the Xuan Yun Temple, which was established by imperial decree and is situated within the capital city, not far from the Taiji Palace. In contrast, Yun Temple rests on the outskirts of the capital, originally a dilapidated shrine atop a desolate mountain, which, for reasons unknown, suddenly gained renown. Now, while Xuan Yun Temple has fallen into disrepair, Yun Temple flourishes with visitors. And to meet the Taoist priest there, one must possess both fate and wealth. Anmu gazed at her daughter, who still appeared gaunt, her complexion tinged with a faint yellow hue, and her heart ached anew, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. "I am well, mother. It is merely dust that has entered my eyes," said Lanner. "Are you truly able to endure this journey? If not, I can carry you, just as I did when you were little, lifting you high to see the acrobatics." And Che, observing his wife and daughter, felt a profound sense of sorrow. Yet he realized that mere sympathy could not rectify his daughter's fragile condition. If it could, they would not have to endure such tribulation. The couple's hearts were heavy with concern, but for the sake of their daughter, they forced themselves to suppress their anguish and continued on their way from the city to the outskirts. Others had managed the journey, and Lanner could surely do the same. Given his wife and daughter's inherent delicacy, Enche knew he must shoulder the burden, and in moments of distress, he could only find solace in self-reassurance. "Lana, we need not rush to our destination from here. The Taoist priest has assured us that no matter how late we arrive today, they will await our presence. As long as our sincerity is genuine, everything shall be in order." Reflecting on how Enche brought along over 100 taels of silver notes today, Lan felt increasingly disenchanted with this Yun Temple. Indeed, Taoists are but humans who require sustenance. However, the so-called sincerity and faith they speak of seem to rival, if not exceed, those sorcerers who prioritize wealth above all else. If even a fourth-rank official approaches their healing with the intent to exhaust their family fortune, what of the impoverished? Would they not be unable to afford treatment at all? Despite such thoughts, Lan gently nodded, reassuring her parents, "Do not worry. I shall surely make it through. Once I have cured the ailment, I will be able to accompany you both in good health." The drifting clouds and flowing hues enveloped the mountains in a fragrant mist, swirling aimlessly, the destination unknown. The verdant cypress trees of Tsongshan were shrouded in this dense smoke. casting a hue that was either dreary or enigmatic, rendering it quite uncomfortable for Lan. Accompanied by her original self and Lan's parents, devoid of compass and talismans. Lan merely furrowed her brow, gazing into the distance, the towering peaks resembling the furrow of her brow, the red walls and gray tiles. With beams and pillars entwined in a spiral, formed a 7-courtyard complex at the foot of the mountain. A sight that caused Lan to frown at the appearance of Yun Temple. Look, this Yun Temple is quite grand. It is evident that the incense offerings are abundant, indeed. Your father has chosen the right place, her mother remarked. Yes, it is truly impressive, Lan agreed. Lan understood that in the 21st century, temples and Taoist monasteries flourish with increasing vigor or decline with profound intensity. People often believe that those with abundant incense offerings are inherently effective, leading to places that skillfully market themselves, becoming ever more popular despite a lack of genuine efficacy. Gazing at the 7 courtyards before her, Lan couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur of Xuan Yun Temple, which was indeed state-sanctioned, reflecting on its past prosperity. It was hard to imagine it ever rivaling the magnificence of Yun Temple. Taoist priest, it is masterin, she heard a voice say. Taoist priest. My wife and I have brought our daughter along. May I inquire about? Before Che could finish his sentence, the figure referred to as the Taoist priest interrupted, having perceived something. It was no small feat to traverse such a distance from Jingzhou City, indicating a heart full of sincerity. Masterin, your yang energy is quite strong, unlike your daughter. Therefore, let her remain here, the Taoist priest stated. Yes, and Che nodded, performing a respectful bow, lowering his demeanor considerably. Observing in Che's unhesitating acceptance, the Taoist priest commanded, have your wife and daughter pay their respects in each hall. And Che, upon hearing this, sensed an opportunity and quickly agreed, repeatedly bowing to the Taoist priest while discreetly slipping a prepared banknote into the priest's hand. Having journeyed a long way, and Che's hair was slightly disheveled, and he knew his wife and daughter must look similarly. Feeling that it was somewhat improper to approach the deities in such a manner, he considered requesting a comb from the Taoist priest. No need, the priest replied. Sincerity in one's heart is what matters. It is not a bad thing for the deities to witness. The Taoist priest, a figure of high virtue, undoubtedly possesses the qualities of an enlightened being, destined to ascend to immortality in the future. The individual opposite him appeared quite pleased by this compliment, and the esteemed and seemed to hold him in high regard. Not wishing to squander any opportunity to seek a remedy for his daughter's ailment, and Che engaged the priest in conversation fervently. I have visited the Yun Temple twice and have always been curious about the reason for the intersecting columns. Might the esteemed priest enlighten a mere mortal? It symbolizes the yin and yang, akin to the dynamic between man and woman, came the response. Ah, so it is. The union of male and female energies is indeed what sustains this vast world. Truly, such noble wisdom. If Lan were present, she would surely recognize that her father's heart is far purer than that of this supposed Taoist priest. The Yun Temple is indeed a place of strange occurrences. The Taoist is truly a celestial being. Modesty befits me, indeed, the priest humbly replied, as Che conversed with the Taoist. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of his daughter's condition, and he hardly perceived the priest's words as those of someone detached from the mundane, filled instead with the sin of coin. Ah, Lan, you two have come to Yun Temple? After traveling such a distance, the frail body of the original owner was already weary. Lan and her mother had long been fatigued, and before they could reach the Sanqing Hall, they heard someone calling from the side. Lanner, it is the third prince. The memories of the original owner and Lan were already dim, and Anne's mother perhaps assumed that the child had forgotten their childhood acquaintance. Thus she spoke to remind her. Your Highness, I have indeed met the third prince. Ah, Lan, have you forgotten me once more? Why this coldness? Since it has come to this point, Lan had no choice but to play along. And Lan's health was poor. Although she had memories of the third prince, do not blame yourself, Lan. I have accompanied you through so many trials. Yet it is essential for you to remember me. The third prince possessed an admirable temperament. Perhaps it was the nature of the Li kingdom since the time of the second emperor, Li Jing, to refrain from abusing royal authority over trivial matters. Clad in a deep ink blue robe adorned with embroidered waves and silver-threaded cranes, he exuded a composure that surpassed the distant mountains. His gentle smile revealed a refined demeanor akin to that of a jade-like youth. In that fleeting moment, Lan felt as though she were reading verses from the 21st century, where descriptions of jade-like elegance and unparalleled grace were rendered inadequate in comparison. He was not a celestial being descended from the heavens, but rather a remarkable figure of humanity. Furthermore, The genuine affection this third prince of the Li royal family held for Yin Lan clarified to Li Lan why her original self, Yin Lan, was unwilling to burden him. Madam and brought Lan here to seek a Taoist for her ailment? Indeed. Father sought out the Ying temple, where a Taoist is willing to give it a try for Lan. Madam, is the third prince here to pray for Her Majesty the Queen? Usually. My mother prefers to pray in the Sanqing Hall of the palace, though she occasionally visits the Xuan Yun temple. It is indeed quite remote. However, the position of national master has remained vacant for many generations, leaving the Sanqing Hall rather desolate. Madam nodded and remarked, "Ah, Her Majesty the Queen is indeed a nostalgic person. Nevertheless, I am not here on behalf of my mother." He extended the talisman in his hand with a smile, saying, "Here, Lin, this is the charm I just requested for you. It is said to offer protection and ward off misfortune." Lady Yin felt a twinge of embarrassment. For after all, he was the third prince of the royal family, and her daughter was yet to be betrothed. It felt like an elevation beyond their station. However, Lin interrupted her mother's intent to decline, responding, "Then I shall trouble His Highness." Seeing her daughter accept the gift, Lady Yin no longer hesitated, considering it a means to cultivate affection between the future couple. "Very well, I shall take this as an invitation from Lin. I hope you won't cast me aside midway." The mother and daughter chuckled in agreement as the trio made their way toward the hall, with the third prince accompanying them. Lady Yin felt a greater sense of security. Although the temple should be safe, a mother could not help but worry about ill-intentioned individuals approaching her daughter. Upon entering the Sanqing Hall, Lin glanced at the deities enshrined but soon lowered her gaze, feeling uncomfortable under a gaze that seemed to linger upon her. It was this peculiar sensation, akin to a sticky plaster, that had compelled her to accept the third prince's company. She sensed that the gaze was not solely directed at her, but also seemed to watch over Lady Yin, much like the so-called Taoist at the entrance who was conversing with Che. Chapter 15, The Malefactor Discovered and Concealed. Unknowing parents sigh and regret Lady Yin's refusal had yet another reason. The long journey had left her in a disheveled state, and to stand before His Highness the third prince, in such a condition would undoubtedly be a breach of decorum. Typically, Lady Yin dressed modestly, her attire scarcely distinguishable from that of an ordinary commoner, save for occasions of significant importance. On this particular visit to the Taoist temple, she had merely secured her flowing hair with a peachwood hairpin. Her dark green inner garment draped with a light, green silk brocade robe, adorned only with simple floral embroidery, exceedingly understated. In this weather, despite the gentle breezes accompanying her, the journey from Jingzhou City had inevitably resulted in perspiration staining her face and garments. Moreover, the brisk pace of travel had caused loose strands to escape from her meticulously arranged bun, rendering what had once been a neat style as unruly as the clouds scattered by the setting sun. Beads of sweat gathered the few strands at her temple, creating a disarray that possessed a certain captivating allure. In this guise, Lady Yin not only attracted the gaze of Li Lan, but even Li Lan herself found herself envious of her mother's beauty. At over 30 years of age, aside from the subtle traces of time at the corners of her eyes, her gaze sparkled with vitality, her lips a rich crimson. The hint of weariness that graced her brow did not diminish her poise. Rather, it added a layer of softness to her elegance. Receiving a fragrant incense stick from the attendant by the hall, she stepped outside delighted, placing it in the incense burner before re-entering the hall to pay her respects. After venerating the so-called three pure ones enshrined in the temple, Li Lan came to understand that the earlier gaze at the entrance had indeed lingered upon her mother. The Ying temple possesses an eccentricity that starkly contrasts with the customary Taoist temples. A beauty like Madame Yin would surely ignite the affections of the individual at the entrance. The more one contemplates, the more the oddities multiply. Li Lan hesitated to refer to the individuals within this temple as Taoists, feeling it would be an affront to the sect. Just as she was about to exit the grand hall, a sudden realization struck her. She cast a cursory glance at the incense offerings placed by the Taoists themselves, a rarity indeed. Typically, one would expect a conventional Taoist temple to either purchase incense with their own funds or, similar to the Xuan Yun temple, to have bundles of incense arranged at the entrance for congregants to take as they please, thereby preventing waste. Yet, the Ying temple exhibited an unusually attentive demeanor. Anomalies often conceal ulterior motives, a phrase Li Lan held in firm conviction, given that her relatives had already been in disarray. The current attempts at healing did little to quell the turbulence. Were she to possess a mobile device, her social media would likely be filled with a singular lament. If anyone dares to write another light-hearted time travel narrative, I shall be the first to object, truly. Of course, lacking both a mobile phone and internet access, Li Lan could only internally scoff at the notion that if she were the original Lan, these people would undoubtedly succeed in their schemes. As she wandered through these contemplations, an attendant emerged from the temple, blocking the three individuals, including the third prince. At the entrance, "Thank you, esteemed immortal," they chorused in unison, for the details remained unclear, and Li Lan did not dare to make rash assertions. "Do not fret, Lan. I have merely been waiting, and it will not be long." The third prince, while reassuring Lan, simultaneously offered comfort to Madame. Indeed, naturally. On the surface, she feigned compliance, but Li Lan inwardly rolled her eyes. Having never heard of any deity requiring a cooldown period for their skills akin to a video game, the Yue Ying Temple was peculiar, with its statues markedly different from those of the Xuan Yun Temple in the 21st century. Yet, lacking any evidence, Li Lan could only follow Madame and the third prince in their rituals from beginning to end. "What? Immortal, I implore you to save me." After enduring the entire ceremony, the Taoist who had promised to treat Li Lan if fate allowed, merely told Shay that their destinies had yet to align. "Immortal, immortal. I can no longer bear this," she cried. "If you have any requests, I will fulfill them if within my power." Shay was at his wit's end. Ordinary doctors had declared themselves powerless, and even the third prince had sought the palace physicians for his daughter, all to no avail. If this last glimmer of hope slipped away, what future awaited Li Lan? "Immortal, immortal." He lifted his robe, preparing to kneel, disregarding all else for his daughter's sake. The person opposite him could not bear such a gesture and quickly lifted Shay before his knees touched the ground. "Please, rise, Masterin. Your love for your daughter is a testament to the heavens, yet it is simply a matter of destiny, which is beyond anyone's control." At that moment, Madame's eyes brimmed with tears, while the third prince offered words of comfort. "Masterin, Madame, do not be overly anxious. Indeed, as the immortal has stated, fate cannot be forced. If there truly is no alternative, there exists a physician within the palace, once a celestial master from a southern temple, whom I might consider as a potential solution." However, the couple, Mr. and Mrs. N, are well aware that if the third prince could effortlessly summon this individual or devise a genuine solution, he would have long contemplated it for Lan, rather than resorting to imploring at this Yin temple now. Alas, seeing your sincerity, it is evident that this fate cannot be easily manipulated. The esteemed and seems to be in a state of distress, and it is difficult for anyone to be indifferent to such a plight. The so-called Taoist, appearing genuinely helpless, shook his head, hands clasped behind his back, and walked towards the distant grand hall, leaving behind a cryptic remark. "Yin and Yang intertwined, naturally. The celestial beings perceive it as chaos. His Highness, the third prince, bears the essence of the dragon, which is not mere ordinary Yang energy. If he truly desires, he should summon the two female benefactors to come forth." As they exited Yin Temple, the sky was dim, the bright moon devoid of color, and the stars hidden from view, while a few returning birds chirped, lamenting the desolation of the outskirts of the capital. Thunder struck the parched wood, which remained lifeless, and rain fell, stirring up dust. The four, including the third prince, had no choice but to seek lodging at a nearby inn. Given the bustling nature of business and the fact that land in Jingzhou City is exceedingly precious, even the most modest of rooms in the inn was not inexpensive. The already heavy hearts were further burdened by the flickering, dim light, leaving them at a loss for words. "Mr. and Mrs. N, perhaps I have delayed Lan's treatment." The third prince felt a twinge of guilt in his heart, knowing that Lan's health was already frail, and the journey from Jingzhou City to the city outskirts had taken its toll. Upon arriving at the inn, Li Lan immediately succumbed to sleep. Initially, I intended to ponder the shortcomings of the Yin Temple today. However, my body is utterly exhausted. Had it not been for the few talismans on me, I might have fainted on the way to this inn. How could I possibly blame His Highness, the third prince? Mrs. N sighed, her eyes cast downwards, lamenting that it is the fate of Lan'er. From the moment Lan'er was born, we sought the guidance of a Taoist priest, who foretold that Lan'er would face numerous tribulations. Surviving to this day is already quite an achievement. Ulung will be fine. I have heard that proximity to dragon energy can alter one's fate. If Master and Mrs. N are willing, they could send Ulung to the palace. Before my marriage, perhaps Ulung could live with my sister. It might bring some improvement. Master and Mrs. N, I inquired earlier today. Ulung is blessed with many auspicious stars, and his future will surely be bright. The cotton wick of the candle burned slowly, bending down, causing the light to dim. Mrs. N rose to adjust the wick, and the room suddenly brightened a few degrees. Chapter 17, A Silk Letter from the Prince. A heartfelt gesture, seeking ancient texts, Li Lan's acupuncture trial. The previous days were hardly evident at the time, and not to mention that by the next morning, Li Lan could barely rise from her bed. In these past 2 days, she had been rendered almost immobile by an external cold. This journey to Yun Temple, aside from affirming her doubts about the temple, truly made Li Lan realize the frailty of her original body. Although she had anticipated this, she had taken advantage of her time at Xuan Yun Temple to acquire a few talismans that could expedite the healing of these minor ailments. However, due to the original character and Lan's lack of understanding regarding these matters, if she were to recover too swiftly, it would only arouse suspicion from her parents. Li Lan could only resort to the ordinary methods of a physician, gently massaging herself, hoping to recover swiftly in order to seek remedies for her long-accumulated ailments. A breeze wafted through the partially ajar window, slipping past the drapery and causing Li Lan to sneeze. Perhaps it was a sign to ward off the chill. If this persisted, she would truly be at a loss for words. Achu, senior brother, master, heavenly sovereign. Achu. Li Lan rolled her eyes. This could not continue. If stepping outside could bring about such a malaise, what could she accomplish? Previously, Li Lan had been preoccupied with the 2 matters entrusted to her by her original self. But now she found herself pondering an additional concern. What trickery was Yin Temple employing to deceive others, and from where did these so-called celestial beings, requiring skill cooldowns, originate? It left her utterly exasperated. Such nefarious individuals corrupting the path of righteousness seemed to be everywhere. She could only grumble internally. For revealing her thoughts to the original's parents would lead to awkward explanations. Miss. Suddenly, someone began knocking at the door. The loud rapping, if not for the sturdy construction of the Yin family's door, might have sent it crashing to the ground. Come in, cough, please do enter. This was not merely an act. The original's body was genuinely frail, and even a slight cold rendered her unable to rise from bed. Hence Li Lan was bound to cough upon speaking. Miss, am I disturbing you? The girl at the door was not of a quiet disposition. Despite her efforts to be cautious, the 2 doors still collided with a resounding clang. Any wood that was even slightly decayed would likely have splintered from the impact. Miss, this is a silk handkerchief sent by His Highness the Third Prince. It is said that the symbols inscribed upon it were specially drawn by a wise immortal. The young lady, as if presenting a treasured gift, handed the handkerchief to Li Lan and added, I believe His Highness the Third Prince holds a unique affection for our young lady. Once she regains her health, she must surely cultivate a close relationship with him. Miss, are you listening? Perhaps Lan shared a good rapport with this girl, for upon noticing her mistress lost in thought, the girl waved her hand before Li Lan's eyes. Miss, why are you gazing at this handkerchief so intently? Is there something particularly special about it? As she spoke, the girl leaned in closer to examine it. Miss, I cannot discern anything unusual. It appears to be the renowned health talisman from Yun Temple. Is there something amiss? Oh. Could it be that His Highness the Third Prince has inscribed some affectionate words for our young lady within? The girl eagerly inquired, Miss, may I take a look? This girl possessed a lively spirit, and in Lan's family treated their hired help with kindness, devoid of any airs of superiority. Thus, the servants and girls willingly extended their goodwill towards Lan's family. In truth, there were no romantic words inscribed on the handkerchief. Even if the Third Prince harbored feelings for Lan, he would not stoop to expressing them through a mere handkerchief. Moreover, he had sought the health talisman at Yun Temple, offering a substantial sum for it. The Third Prince would hardly risk tarnishing its significance with trivial sentiments. Li Lan's attention was naturally drawn to the talisman. The volume of talismans given to her by the Taoist priest of Xuan Yun Temple contained records of health talismans, which bore no significant difference from those of the 21st century. However, the divine character inscribed on the talisman before her appeared rather unsettling. Perhaps due to her unfamiliarity, Li Lan refrained from hastily drawing conclusions. The young lady, unlike me, had grown distant, refusing even to show me her handkerchief. She pouted playfully, jesting with Li Lan. Indeed, that handkerchief could not be shared with her. It was not a matter of being stingy, but rather a cautious approach until Li Lan could ascertain whether this health talisman was truly what it claimed to be or possessed some other, more sinister purpose. The practices of Yun Temple were rather dubious, and who could say whether this so-called health talisman might harbor negative energies? Li Lan would never risk endangering another by handing over a potentially harmful object. When the time comes, I shall present you with a fine handkerchief, and you may exchange love letters with your beloved using it. I will certainly wish to witness that. Li Lan teased the young lady before her. Instantly, the girl blushed. Gazing at Li Lan as if she had encountered a celestial being, her face radiant with admiration. "Miss, how did you know? How did you know I have a crush? Indeed, it seems there is someone special. When the good news arrives, you shall receive a generous red envelope from me. Whatever silver you desire, as long as I can afford it, I shall ensure you are married off with great pomp," she continued. "Married? His family is not as well off as mine. He will come to live in my home, and our children will bear my surname." The girl smiled, growing increasingly bashful. However, upon reflecting on her words, it became evident that in the presence of the other party, this young lady ought to take the initiative. "Very well. Should you find yourself in need of funds, feel free to approach me," Li Lan interjected, skillfully concealing the fact that she had discerned the young lady's affections for another, silently berating herself for her impulsive tongue. Yet, her mind raced with the thought that if this continued, it would only be a matter of time before others realized she was not the original in-law. While Li Lan harbored no fear of anything else, she was genuinely concerned about the excessive sorrow of the original's parents, as well as the potential for those malicious relatives to revel in their misfortune. "Miss, please rest for a moment. I shall fetch your medicine. The lady of the house is personally preparing it in the kitchen and has instructed us not to intervene." The Yin family had engaged outside, help primarily to care for the ailing in-law. The couple, known for their frugality, had always managed their affairs independently, save for the needs of their daughter. Gazing at the talisman before her, Li Lan propped herself up, draping the quilt over her shoulders. With a steadying grip on the edge of the bed, she donned her shoes and attempted to rise. As she stood, darkness momentarily clouded her vision, and she squinted, waiting for several moments until the murky veil dissipated and the surroundings returned to their normal state. It was no wonder, given her depleted vitality, that the celestial waters had yet to arrive. Leaning against the nearby furniture, Li Lan wrapped herself in the quilt and made her way to the writing desk. Her destination clear, she retrieved the tome of talismans and diligently perused every relevant spell related to healing. The character in question indeed presents a problem, as even the radical for rain has transformed into something else. Who exactly is this Yun temple? It does not resemble any of the commonly known deities from various sects, nor could it possibly be. It bears more resemblance to some malevolent spirits or strange entities. Yet, how could such sinister beings fulfill the desires of those individuals, enabling Yun temple to flourish even further? Miss, the medicine has arrived. Miss, what is the matter? I have entered. Did something happen just now? I am fine, just hand me the medicine." Fortunately, she had not been caught in a compromising situation. Having hurriedly risen, Li Lan now felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. On the plate lay the candied fruits prepared by the madam for the young lady. As she had never favored bitter medicine since childhood, the madam truly dotes on her. "Indeed, my mother treats me exceedingly well." In the 21st century, Li Lan was an orphan, and during these days, she had experienced feelings akin to those she had with her master, derived from the kindness of her original parents. Even though she was aware that the Yin couple were the biological parents of her former self, she had already begun to regard them as her own. "Your parents have treated you well too. Otherwise, why would they have prepared silver to marry your beloved?" Li Lan jested with the young lady. Li Lan smiled, but her hand halted as it brushed against something hard on the couch. Due to the urgency of the situation, Li Lan had hastily brought over the talisman book, which was now exposed. With her right hand, she quickly groped around, taking advantage of the cover of the nearby brocade quilt to conceal the book. As the young woman approached, Li Lan's heart raced. After all, the notion of traversing time and space seemed utterly absurd to someone like her, who had devoted herself to the path of enlightenment. Should her peculiar circumstances be uncovered, it would not only distress her parents, but also provide ammunition for those with ulterior motives. Fortunately, the girl was rather carefree. Placing the medicinal bowl on the small table beside Li Lan's couch and reiterating Madame N's instructions before departing. At last, Li Lan's anxieties began to dissipate. It seemed that the girl had not discerned her secret. In her childhood, any minor ailment that could not be remedied by moxibustion or massage would result in her master and senior brother forcefully administering bitter herbal concoctions to her. Bringing the bowl closer, she inhaled the aroma and grimaced, her brow furrowing even deeper. Did her mother truly believe that licorice could sweeten the brew? Although licorice possesses a hint of sweetness, when infused into medicine, it produces an overly saccharine flavor. The resulting concoction was a bittersweet potion that was more nauseating than simply bitter. Thus, pinching her nose, she gulped it down. In the 21st century, Li Lan's health was far from robust, and her master had taken special care to nurture her well-being. Over the years, through countless instances, She had come to realize that enduring the bitterness of medicine was far preferable to prolonged suffering. After all, a good medicine is often bitter to the mouth but beneficial to the ailment. The sooner one recovered, the sooner one could be free from the necessity of such potions. Naturally, with a mere whiff and swallow, Li Lan discerned that while this remedy might serve as a panacea for a common cold, it would be of little use to a body ravaged by the chill of lingering toxins. Without the aid of restorative herbs to invigorate her qi and replenish her blood, it would be nearly impossible to penetrate her frail and battered form. A piece of candied fruit entered her mouth, sweet and fragrant, mingling with the tartness of the fruit. Li Lan felt a similar blend of bittersweet emotions in her heart. Her master once mentioned that blood heat could be alleviated through bloodletting, while heat toxins required treatment. Cold toxins, in theory, ought to be addressed through a combination of acupuncture and moxibustion. Li Lan pondered this, yet needles were not easily procured. Nowadays, the greatly strictly regulated practitioners of medicine, fearful of quacks leading people astray, and the silver needles used for acupuncture were equally elusive. Her gaze swept over a nearby handkerchief, and a plan began to form in her mind. However, if she were to seek out the third prince, she would need to provide an explanation for her esoteric medical skills. Even though resolving the original body-s engagement was indeed her intention, Li Lan remained uncertain about how to broach the subject. Chapter 20. Heartfelt jealousy and endless thoughts of separation. Mother. Woe is me, mother. What wrong have you committed? That in Lan, why should she be favored by her grandfather from the moment of her birth? What fault lies with my mother? Despite her lack of capability, she occupies that position. She deserves to perish. In antiquity, there was the tale of Mencius's mother moving thrice to find a suitable environment for her son, just as the young prodigy Fang Zhongyong was ruined by his father's lax education. Clearly, Sui was influenced by her family's teachings. Harboring such malicious thoughts at such a tender age. Stop crying. How tiresome. Song stood nearby. Even with his father facing dire consequences, he remained silent, while his cousin wept as if mourning a lost mother. Why should it be so? Why should Lan be so fortunate? Fortunate? Song smirked disdainfully. Let her survive to see her 30s and then speak of fortune. What do you mean? What Sui knows about what his mother did with his cousin's father is clear. Yet the notion that Lan might perish before reaching 30 is a piece of news he has never encountered before, and in a way, it brings him a strange sense of relief. How foolish to weep for someone else's misfortune when it is his own father who faces death, not your mother. Were it not for your father's nonsensical ramblings in the magistrate's office, would my mother have been dragged into this? At this moment, Sui can hardly tolerate the sardonic remarks of his cousin. It is your father who seems to have been bewitched, foolishly divulging everything in the magistrate's office. If he had remained silent, who could have unearthed any evidence? The fortune teller is no fool. Had your father not spilled the beans, would he have spoken at all? He was merely a witness. It is indeed your father who appears to have been enchanted. Sui mutters, much like his mother, Jie, who speaks with ferocity but lacks the underlying menace. Although Song does not care for the fate of his irresponsible father, the thought of his own father languishing in prison awaiting execution while Lan's family revels in carefree joy ignites a fury within him. Some individuals are like this. They cannot envy what is distant, yet they cannot bear to see their close friends and family thrive even slightly more than themselves. If only your ineffectual mother had managed to eliminate that wretched girl, there would be no grounds for her to gather evidence against my father and bring him to the magistrate. It is a case of dogs biting dogs, and neither side is willing to relent. But what does it matter? Did your father not say, enough, you are long-haired and short-sighted. Best to keep your mouth shut. Now, let us ponder how to deal with that wretched little creature. Sui, having ceased her lamentations, adjusted her attire and gazed at Song, saying, very well, if this endeavor also meets with failure, what are your plans? It is impossible to fail, Song scoffed. You mentioned the use of a seductive potion? Indeed. Are you contemplating using it against Lan? However, in those tales, when others employed such potions against their foes, it ultimately rebounded upon themselves. Sui, despite her knowledge of those narratives, seemed more constrained by conscience than by any moral compass. Do not mention those tales. If reality mirrored those stories, that little wretch would not have become what she is now. But Lan's parents, do not speak to me of Lan. She is nothing but a despicable creature who caused your mother and my father to be imprisoned. She obstructs our path. Song evidently inherited his father's ruthlessness. Turning away and flicking his sleeve, splattering Sui's face. She is not deserving of such a potion. What is it then? A collusion steeped in malice cannot possibly yield favorable outcomes. And Jie was no fool. She had warned her daughter long before when Cheng planned to confront Lan again. The Yancheng family was not as simple as they appeared. If one wished to ascend to the status of a prince's consort, reliance on one's own abilities was imperative. Now, Cheng's case was irretrievable. The autumn harvest would see him meet his end, and it would be a light consequence if Song remained unscathed. Although Sui harbored doubts about her cousin Song's capabilities, she recalled her mother's words and resolved to personally seize the opportunity to win over His Highness. The third prince. The summer heat had drained the moisture from the air, leaving the streets sparsely populated. She had heard that the third prince visited Yun Temple twice a month and planned to orchestrate a serendipitous encounter there. The scenery was exquisite. A tranquil retreat that one could not overpraise, a leisurely return was in order, and a smile could outshine even the most beautiful bloom. When it came to the handsome men of Delhi, none could compare to the third prince of the royal family and the son of the hereditary protector general, Qing. The gentle breeze caressed his tousled hair, as if it could speak. Beads of sweat glistened with tenderness. Even in such sweltering weather, the third prince maintained his grace. Effortlessly charming. It was likely that any maiden from a common family would pause to admire him, even knowing of his engagement to Lan, his childhood companion. In the current atmosphere of romantic freedom in Li Nation, they might still entertain thoughts of pursuing him. What more could be said of Sui, who sought beauty, wealth, status, and power? Not to mention that Lan was merely an unwed fiancée, even if she were already the officially recognized princess consort. Sui would still entertain notions of her own. As fate would have it, just as the third prince reached the foot of the mountain, he spotted Sui waiting there. Noticing her resemblance to Lan, he surmised she must be some ill-favored relative from the Yin family. The third prince was somewhat acquainted with the Yin family, having encountered them in passing, but he had not taken note of them. As she approached, it was evident she was not harboring any good intentions. The third prince chose to ignore her and continued his ascent. Your Highness, please wait. Sui called out. The third prince, Li Mu, initially intended to turn a deaf ear to the unsettling voice that was grating on his nerves. Ah, Your Highness. Are you feeling unwell? Why the discomfort? If Lan were present, she would surely see through the ruse. How could one not feel repulsed? It is all due to my cousin, who cannot even manage herself yet seeks to complicate matters for His Highness. She occupies the position of the future imperial consort, which must surely be a source of discontent for you, Your Highness. Perhaps I could accompany you, excluding her from our company. While others treat the tales as mere stories, it is surprising that someone would dare to act upon such thoughts. Upon hearing these words, Li Mu could not help but furrow his brow, recognizing the animosity the Yin family harbored towards Lan. Yet, how could they be so brazenly transparent? Very well. I am eager to witness what you might do to Lan. The names Lan and Lan differ by but a single character. Li Mu's response, accompanied by a smile, seemed to have drawn away Sui's spirit, rendering her oblivious to the implications of her words as she gleefully divulged her innermost thoughts. Is this how you treat your cousin? The tone of the individual before her suddenly turned icy, causing Sui to nearly stumble down the steps. Li Mu regarded her with a frigid stare until she regained her composure. In order to cultivate virtue for Lan, I have no desire to harm you. However, take heed, I shall not interfere in your other affairs. Yet should you dare to lay a finger on Lan or harm a hair on the head of Lord or Lady Yin, I assure you, if you and your parents do not languish in prison, it shall be my failure. Sui was never one to shy away from such matters. After all, the story clearly states that the romantic journey of the protagonists, both male and female, does not commence smoothly, even if one cannot move Lan. Capturing the heart of the third prince is merely a matter of persuasion. In the future, manipulating Lan will be entirely within one's power. Should Song become aware that his incompetent ally has inadvertently surrendered their plan, he would likely perish from vexation even before his father could pass judgment. Naturally, Sui would never confide in Song regarding this matter. Not only would it be embarrassing, but Sui also feared losing her value. There was always the risk that Song might disregard their alliance and ensnare her as well. In other words, Song harbored such thoughts, and so did Sui. If, by any chance, she were to become the consort of the third prince, the first action Sui would undertake would be to eliminate any remnants of Song's past misdeeds. Song, well aware of this, would never allow someone with such leverage over him to remain alive. As Sui proactively set her plans in motion, Song could not afford to be idle either. Inspired by Sui's prior mention of bewitchment, Song devised his own strategy. What? You say that the young lady from the Yin family is not human? I have also heard rumors that she has bewitched her own uncle. Is that truly the case? If so, could it mean that she is a creature transformed from the mountains? It is precisely this that is terrifying. In the common tea houses of summer, where idle chatter abounds, such tales spread like wildfire. It is impossible for such whispers to remain contained. However, it is equally improbable, as there have been no reports of any peculiar behavior from Lord and Lady Yin. You are perhaps unaware that after Lan fell into the water, she fell gravely ill. Upon awakening, she no longer exhibited that foolish demeanor, yet some parents might regard her as a peculiar being. There are those who embellish the tale, and others who revel in the chaos, while Song sits quietly in a corner of the tea house, sensing the shifting winds. Occasionally, he interjects a comment or two, allowing the story to spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100, potentially escalating into something quite sinister. Years ago, Ching had treated Mu in a similar manner, ultimately driving his own brother to death, yet he did not achieve his intended outcome. You all seem to be overthinking this. Do not forget that the young lady from the Yin family has a fiancé, none other than the third prince, who can certainly summon renowned physicians. There are also those who, having calmed their minds, contemplate the situation. If the divine healer has cured the illness and taken the opportunity to restore her health, is that not a matter of course? Moreover, I have heard that the young lady of the Yin family does not suffer from any congenital affliction, rather. It is the envy of impoverished relatives that has led to underhanded schemes against the well-being of Duren's family. Each word exchanged can erode the very foundations of trust, and the power of rumor is indeed formidable. Alas, if only our own relatives could achieve such success. I would be eager to curry favor, rather than devise ways to harm others. Yet, you may not have heard of the affairs of the Bai dynasty from centuries past, where the noble families were not devoid of their own secrets. In the present day, in the state of Li, monogamy is the norm, and the taking of concubines is prohibited, despite having been raised by the same parents. And Jia has been spoiled, believing that everything ought to belong to her. While Sheng, taken in from distant impoverished relatives, has also been indulged as the youngest, resulting in this very disposition. Why has this become a matter of private affairs in the inner quarters? If Song as hired individuals were to speak at an opportune moment, it would seem that the Yin family, particularly Lan, possesses some sort of witchcraft. Those intrigued by the trivial gossip of the marketplace subconsciously yearn to hear such unreasonable assertions, for the greater the commotion, the more amusement they derive. Alas, were you present on that day? Do share your account with us. Indeed. Young sir, what else did you witness? Is it true that the young lady of the Yin family has indeed been possessed by some malevolent entity, as they say? Chapter 23. Acts of Kindness and the Harvest of Goodwill. The terrifying nature of rumors. Lan has not been deterred from her intention to discreetly open the window and pour out the medicine to water the flowers while the young lady remains oblivious. However, it remains merely a thought. Lan's master once imparted the wisdom that both food and medicinal herbs are exceedingly precious. To have enough to eat and drink is already a blessing. Many suffer from hunger and lack access to medicine, and to entertain thoughts of wastefulness is truly inappropriate. Yet, Lan is resolute in her desire to avoid drinking, contemplating the dissolution of the healing talisman in water for consumption, hoping to expedite recovery and thereby minimize the need for the bitter medicine. Miss, are you available? If so, I shall enter. Perhaps due to the awareness of the original body's frail condition, or perhaps having grown accustomed to the young lady who perpetually reclines on the couch. The girl usually speaks as she pushes the door open to enter the room. Meanwhile, Lan, still igniting the talismans by candlelight, hides as if evading a thief. Today, a slight commotion inadvertently arose, prompting the young lady to rush in hastily. The nearby curtain was nearly ignited by Lan. Miss, do you perceive a burning odor? No. Not at all. Lan hastily gathered the ashes in her hand, fearful that a moment's inattention would allow the wind to scatter them, rendering her efforts futile. That shouldn't be the case. Perhaps, miss, your cold has not yet subsided, hence you are unable to smell it? Lan, reluctant to engage in conversation, retorted. If you enter here any faster, it won't merely be a burnt scent. I fear the entire room might be ablaze by now. Perhaps not within the room? The girl shrugged, yet, it is indeed peculiar, for the mistress never allows the medicine to scorch. Medicine? Lan's brow furrowed deeper. The original body's health was abysmal. After a week of consuming medicine, there was still no sign of improvement. Lan resolved to evade the situation. Tell mother to set the medicine aside. I shall step out for a moment. One may evade the initial day, but not the 15th, however. If Lan were compelled to drink the medicine now, she would find it utterly intolerable. Alas, miss, That is not permissible, your health at present. Li Lan was uncertain how she was being portrayed outside, yet Che and his wife were well aware. Consequently, Li Lan was effectively barred at the threshold of the estate. Which family would allow their daughter to be rumored to be possessed by a malevolent spirit? Who would dare let their daughter venture out to be mistreated? Lanner, your health is still compromised. Do not go out yet. Mrs. N, incapable of feigning concern, despite not uttering falsehoods, could not conceal her underlying intentions. Sensing the dissonance, Li Lan hesitated. Mother, I merely wish to take a stroll. You know, there is an ancient temple, Xuan Yun Temple, in Jingzhou City. I wish to go there and seek my fortune. Lanner, Lana, it is advisable for you to recuperate before venturing out. Your father and mother will accompany you when you are well. After all, Che has spent many years in officialdom and possesses a way with words, unlike Madame N. Moreover, we have sought the assistance of the celestial elder from Yun Temple. So it is paramount that you prioritize your health. Remaining confined indoors for another week would only exacerbate your discomfort. In a couple of days, once you feel better, we shall reassess the situation. The couple, Che and his wife, believe that in 2 or 3 days, once the public's attention shifts, the incident concerning their daughter-in-law would be forgotten, rendering their situation safer. However, they failed to recognize that anything which stirs significant commotion invariably has someone fanning the flames behind the scenes. Unless the instigator of this turmoil is addressed, the issue cannot be fundamentally resolved. Not to mention that Li Lan had already made arrangements with several Taoists from Xuan Yun Temple. The current demeanor of her father and mother indicates that something detrimental to Lan's family must have transpired outside. Climbing higher was no longer an option. Li Lan, unbeknownst to her, had procured a uniform belonging to the guards employed by the Yin family. Dressed in it, she slipped out of the estate, blending in with the throng of buyers. Candy hawthorn. 6 copper coins for a skewer, 10 copper coins for 2. Freshly made donkey rolls. Sour plum soup. Watermelons from the outskirts of the capital. The cacophony of vendors echoed through the streets, each call louder than the last. On ordinary days, Li Lan would linger for a considerable time while shopping with her classmates, but today, she moved with a sense of urgency. At this moment, Li Lan had indeed slipped out, and fortunately, due to the original body's underdeveloped physique, it facilitated Li Lan's disguise as a boy. Ah, do you think Lan from the Yin family has been too afraid to venture outside, perhaps aware that we have already? What malevolent spirit? I heard that the eldest grandson of my second uncle's third aunt is not a malevolent spirit at all, but rather a creature from the lake that is transformed and possessed in Lan. Li Lan felt fortunate for her caution, having disguised herself as a guard to venture out. Otherwise, she would have become a target of ridicule. There are indeed sorceries capable of harming others, aimed at eliminating her third uncle. The way people speak in such mysterious tones, I have heard that her third uncle even has a fortune teller, one who has gone mad in prison. Another who has become a fool. Do you still dare to speak? Aren't you afraid she might hear and silence you? What do I have to fear? I stand upright and justly. How could she use sorcery against me? If you ask me, such malice could very well be a form of sacrifice. Is that so? Please, elaborate further. Speak a little louder. I can hear you quite clearly. Li Lan mused that those two truly deserved their fate. It seemed that the long-awaited retribution for their misdeeds had finally arrived. However, the rumors circulating outside were indeed rather sinister, which explained why her father and mother resorted to such clumsy words to prevent her from going out. Li Lan had not even noticed that, at some point. She instinctively began to refer to the original body's parents as her own. Sister, could you spare me some food? The child before her had a head of golden brown hair and a pair of cerulean eyes. Li Lan could instantly tell that he was not a native of Li Kingdom. Why do you call me sister? You do not possess the aura of those men. The child's sincerity momentarily left Li Lan dumbfounded. Could it be that he could perceive the differences in energies? You are not from Li Kingdom, are you? No, my father was, but he has passed away. Why do you not go to Xuan Yun Temple? Xuan Yun Temple? The child's father must have imparted considerable knowledge to him before his demise, for he appeared to be far from illiterate. I am not. Well, I am not from Jingzhou. Li Lan comprehended that the child had only recently arrived in Jingzhou and thus was unaware that Xuan Yun Temple welcomed foreign orphans like him. The orphanage of Li Kingdom catered to local residents. It seemed the child had been left to wander because both his parents were foreigners. Then follow me. I happen to be heading to Xuan Yun Temple. Just stay behind me. The priests there will treat you as their own child. I had to rush out and did not bring any money. Otherwise, I would surely have given you something. The child fell silent and trailed behind Li Lan as they made their way to Xuan Yun Temple. A slender guard escorting a foreign child was bound to attract attention. Li Lan felt the gazes upon them and could not help but sigh. Stay a bit farther back. Sister has some grievances in Jingzhou City. What could this mean? Teacher, I apologize for the trouble I have caused. Just a moment ago. The child who was so bold with Li Lan has now grown shy in the presence of so many unfamiliar faces, retreating behind her. Li Lan gently pulled the child forward, explaining that she found this little one on the way and, knowing that the lonely garden does not accept such children, brought her to the temple. Teacher, I am aware that the temple is in need of funds, yet I find it difficult to ask my parents for assistance. Once my health improves, I intend to seek work with wealthy merchants to provide for the temple. The Taoist priests of Xuan Yun Temple practice the complete reality school of Taoism. Although the magical arts they employ differ somewhat from those in the 21st century where Li Lan resides, the teachings remain divided into complete reality and Jingyi schools. The priests of the complete reality sect do not marry and reside within the temple, leading to a decline in incense offerings, which consequently results in insufficient funds to maintain the temple and care for these children. However, there is no immediate concern, as the temple currently cultivates grains, ensuring that the children do not go hungry. The fortune teller was once a disciple of a priest from Xuan Yun Temple, and witnessing his current state weighs heavily on the hearts of the temple's priests. It would be best to keep this child here, as it is far more preferable than having her endure the hardships of the outside world. Should any patrons of the temple wish to adopt her, it would certainly provide a better life than the current hardships within. The priests speak these words to soothe Li Lan's heart. Had Li Lan been willing to accept them as her masters, and considering they recognized their fates did not include a disciple like her, the usually tranquil temple might have found itself in contention for such a clever student. Thank you, teacher. Go now. And first ask your senior brother to take him to have some food. He appears to have been hungry for many days. And as he is at an age of growth, it is essential not to deprive him of nourishment. A young acolyte beside them led the foreign orphan away to eat, while Li Lan remained to study near the several teachers. Would you wish to stay at the temple in the future? Alas, you are such a promising talent. Li Lan only smiled, for whether due to the couple in Che or the master and senior brother from the 21st century, she knew she could not remain at Xingyan Temple. The Taoist priest still believed that Li Lan had a romantic interest. However, if you wish to pursue the path of cultivation further, you may seek a proper Taoist temple in the south to find a master. It is a pity that with your exceptional intelligence, we do not share the fate of master and disciple. I will return in a few days. You must heed the teacher's words and learn diligently from them. The priests of Xingyun Temple possess knowledge beyond just martial arts at dawn and meditation at midnight. They teach not only the talismans on yellow paper and elixirs in copper furnaces, but also the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. What is there that the priests cannot impart to these children? The temple grants these adopted children considerable autonomy once they come of age. They may choose to pursue a career in the outside world, seek their biological parents beyond Li Kingdom, or remain at the temple, all according to their own desires. I shall follow the teacher's guidance. Thank you, sister. Were it not for you, I might have been compelled to meet my father. Li Lan wished to express that, regardless of herself or others, this child was destined not to depart from life at such a tender age. She merely happened to be a fortunate benefactor in his fate. Sister, whenever you need me in the future, I shall be there. I aspire to follow you. The teachers and senior students had mentioned that when she grew up, she could choose to leave this place. At that time, she desired to accompany her sister, and she hoped her sister would not find her bothersome. Li Lan smiled and acquiesced. If this child truly followed her in the future, it would be destined. And no amount of persuasion would alter that. It was simply a good karmic connection. Chapter 26. In the land of 9 provinces, Li Lan avoids gossip. Xin Yun and Yue Ying pretend to be foolish Laner. Mother knows that you are feeling better now and does not wish for you to be cooped up indoors. However, the outside world is tumultuous, and your health is still fragile. Madame was acutely aware of the source of the rumors circulating outside. She, along with your father and His Highness the Third Prince, were all devising ways to manage the situation outside. Once things are resolved, shall I accompany you out, dear? What is Laner pondering? Mother, I am fine. With so many novels on her phone, it was inevitable for someone traversing realms to encounter a prince desiring to be with her. Yet, even in the absence of compatibility in their birth charts, Li Lan understood that Li Mu's feelings for the original in Lan were entirely genuine. In the current environment of free love in the Li Kingdom, if he simply wished to annul the engagement, the third Prince Li Mu need not go through such elaborate measures or put on a fade for the public. Thus, The identity of Lan would only impact her two cousins. Your father harbors discomfort in his heart, yet the bond of blood remains, making it difficult for him to overcome this emotional hurdle. You must frequently attend to your hair, as the doctor has advised. Such care promotes the flow of vital energy and benefits your health. As Madame gently combs her daughter's hair, she offers words of comfort, assuring her that this matter will certainly be resolved by your father. While he may contend with us in daily affairs and money may ease some tensions, it is imperative that neither your mother nor your father acquiesce to any demands regarding you. Lian nodded, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she responded, Mother, rest assured, Lian will be just fine. Those words cannot harm me. Alas, Madame recognizes that her daughter has endured illness for many years, which must have instilled a sense of inferiority within her. If the spirit within her still belongs to Lian, it undoubtedly carries an unrecognized sense of inadequacy. Lian, the third prince has clearly expressed his stance. Even if your health does not improve, he will not withdraw his engagement. Let those rumors be heard and then forgotten. Madame deftly styled her daughter's hair, securing it with a pin. As she gazed into the mirror and observed her daughter, whose pallor had lessened, she felt a wave of relief and satisfaction. For all these years, the third prince has remained steadfast by our Lian's side. Surely, her health will improve in time, allowing her to repay the kindness he has bestowed upon our family. Mother, do not worry. I will forever remember the prince's benevolence. Upon reflection, Lan felt that perhaps it was time to confide in Li Mu. Even if he were reluctant to accept her revelation, it would certainly be better than prolonging the matter indefinitely. Once Lan achieved success, she would naturally repay his highness. The third prince, Li Mu, possessed an imperial aura, and Lan thought that if he were willing to ascend the throne, she might be able to assist him in some small way as a form of gratitude. Since childhood, her mother and father had instilled in her the importance of gratitude, and although she may not have been the brightest child, she understood the necessity of being appreciative. Good. Arlana is the most understanding. With such a heart, your mother can rest assured. Madame and Che emphasized the significance of virtue in their upbringing, while Jie and Chung brought disgrace to the esteemed family. Although she had read countless novels in the 21st century, Lan found herself at a loss when it came to seeking an opportune moment to clarify the situation of the original owner, and Lan, to Li Mu. The early bird fluttered its wings, extinguishing the last flicker of candlelight, as the sun rose accompanied by a gentle, cool breeze. Having slept for less than 2 hours, Lan sat up from her bed, furrowing her brows. Xuan Yun Continent Ying Li Palace Master, now that your 3 souls and 7 spirits are complete, why do you still pretend to be as you were before? How could a girl like Yue Ying, raised in the 21st century, adapt to the kind of relentless pursuit depicted in dramas like Yin Shui and Yin Li? Even though she continually reassured herself that these were merely figments of her imagination during her unconscious state, Yue Ying could not accept the master-servant relationship between Yin Shui and Yan Li, who readily offered apologies. Though Yin Shui was a young woman, she possessed a strong-willed and somewhat stubborn disposition. After her awakening, she refused to heed Yue Ying's wishes and continued to pay her respects as a subordinate. Yan Li, on the other hand, exhibited a more lively nature. He was typically indulged and spoiled by Yin Shui and the others, and now he seemed better suited to tackle the issues presented, though they were indeed rather foolish. Our abilities are limited. Should Elder Wei take any actions, we would be unable to ensure the safety of the Lord. Yan Li nodded, pursing his lips. How could Elder Wei dare? Subordinate Yin Shui has misjudged the Lord's intentions. It is my fault, and I seek the Lord's punishment. Yin Shui once again offered her apologies, evidently dismissing Yan Li's foolish inquiries. It is of no consequence. This spares me the burden of explaining to Yan Li, Yue Ying remarked with a smile, then sighed. Do not kneel so easily. In this life, one should kneel only to heaven, earth, and parents. To kneel before me would be to diminish my dignity. Realizing that further conversation with Yue Ying would be futile, Yin Shui rose to her feet. Yue Ying understood that, at this moment, Yin Shui had acquiesced, though it seemed likely that she would still have to kneel in the future. Yue Ying was perplexed as to why she had contemplated such peculiar thoughts during her unconsciousness. Usually, when immersed in research, she had little time for novels. My lord, Yan Li suggested, you could take advantage of Elder Wei's recent relaxation of vigilance and venture down to the 9 provinces of the lower realm. Despite acquiring extensive knowledge, Yue Ying remained unaware of the feelings experienced by one in a state of unconsciousness. Perhaps this peculiar state of unconsciousness is akin to a video game where one must complete certain quests to awaken, thought Yue Ying. The celestial beings impose restrictions across various realms. Should the hall master venture to the 9 provinces, Elder Wei's subordinates would pursue but would not dare to act directly. Yanshu elucidated that this arrangement allows the subordinates to safeguard the hall master during their cultivation. You are able to discern my transformation. I place my trust in you both. Yet I cannot guarantee that there are no agents of Elder Wei among your ranks. I shall dutifully obey the hall master's command. Indeed, Yanshu gracefully knelt, expressing remorse for his inability to ensure the hall master's safety within the Ying Li Hall, feeling unworthy before the late hall master and his wife, who had extended their protection to Yanshu's family. In response to Yanshu's frequent kneeling and pleas for punishment, Yue Ying could only think, I have become numb to this. How did such an absurd scenario manifest in the illusions following my unconsciousness? Beneath the starry night, without raising her head, it became evident that yet another insomniac had joined the ranks. Chapter 28. To incite chaos with malicious words, do not panic. Limu, how did you gain entry to the palace? Did you infiltrate among the dancers to target Alung? Whether in the guise of Limu or as a bearer of inherited devotion from her ancestors, she would typically avert her gaze out of respect for both her own feelings and those of her beloved when encountering other young women. Consequently, for Limu, apart from her mother and sisters, the only women she could remember were Anlin and Madaman. For individuals as irksome as this one, Limu had always deemed it unworthy of his time to commit them to memory. However, this particular figure, harboring malicious intentions towards Enlon and having previously caused Limu to regurgitate his dinner, was one he could not simply forget. The mere sight of this person instinctively elicited a physiological response within him. Brother Mu, I have come to the palace specifically to protect you, lest that vixen ensnare you. Limu frowned. The palace had enjoyed tranquility for over a century, and he had no desire to stain its sanctity with bloodshed. Do you know that entering the palace without permission is a capital offense? Limu's message was crystal clear. If one wished for death, they might remain. If not, they ought to exit swiftly. For the sake of Tai Chi Palace's purity, Limu was resolute in avoiding bloodshed. However, conversing with someone who could not comprehend reason, or pretended not to, was akin to playing a lute to a cow. Brother Mu, I am well aware. How could I possibly be unaware? It is simply, I am here for you, and I fear no death. For your sake, I would do anything. Moreover, Enlon had yet to call him Brother Mu, which stirred a pang of bitterness within him. This moment of restraint inadvertently sent a misleading signal to Ensui, who began to recount how she infiltrated the troupe of dancers and endured 3 days of crowded accommodations within the palace before finally standing before Limu. And so, by masquerading as a dancer to enter the palace, you ought to be executed. Were it not for my unwillingness to see Tai Chi Palace soaked in blood and my desire to accrue some merit for Enlon, do you truly believe you would still be standing here speaking with me? Limu was truly exasperated. If it came to the worst, perhaps eliminating the problem would suffice. After all, Ensui had already shown a willingness to commit murder. Previously, he had been unable to find a legitimate excuse, but now, since she had already violated the law, it seemed more straightforward to simply end the matter. Of course, Limu was not one to resort to violence lightly. Doing so would betray the teachings of the current emperor and empress, and it would certainly eclipse the imperial aura that Li Lan had discerned. Brother Mu, Sui entered for your sake. Cannot you allow me to finish my words? She implored. Have you not heard the rumors outside? Enlon is not even human. Please do not let her deceive you. You are destined to ascend as the great sovereign of Dali, if there were to be a malevolent concubine endangering the nation. Even the most placid temperament would wane in the face of such a person, while Ensui's malevolence might not rival that of Ensong and Enchang. Her belief that the entire Dali revolves around her was undoubtedly inherited from her mother. Let it go, wherever she ought to be confined. Let her remain until she regains her sanity. The guards had already approached to restrain Ensui, but her struggles were fervent. Aware of Limu's compassionate nature, the guards hesitated to exert too much force, fearing that a misstep could lead to dire consequences. Brother Mu, you must listen to me. The current Enlon is no longer the one you loved. She is someone else, a vixen, a malevolent spirit. She is not the original Enlon. Limu's heart quaked at her words, yet he remained resolute, commanding the guards to drag Ensui from the hall and cast her outside Taiji Palace. Alas, how could a dancer be so callously cast aside? Is a dancer not human? How can one treat her in such a manner? This individual masqueraded as a dancer to gain entry to the palace, yet the compassionate third prince chose not to execute her according to the palace laws, but merely expelled her from the royal residence. Fortunately, the guards are astute. Otherwise, if she were to create a scene with tears, tantrums, and threats of self-harm. The matter would have been resolved, and Li Mu would undoubtedly face the emperor's ire. It is as I suspected. His Majesty is indeed benevolent and would not unjustly accuse the innocent. The common folk are accustomed to believing hearsay, indifferent to the truth, as long as there is spectacle to behold. In other words, they often trust only what they wish to see and hear, with little regard for the dissemination of factual information. Ah, is that not the daughter of the second son of the Yin family? Which second son of the Yin family? The eldest daughter of the Yin family. It was the same person who earlier recognized Sui's identity. The scandal surrounding Lan has stirred considerable gossip, and now Sui has been unceremoniously expelled from the palace. You may not be aware, but it is rumored that she attempted to seduce the third prince. I suspect Lan was also a victim of conspiracy. Li Mu's act of casting Sui out in public indeed reflects a certain poetic justice. To treat her with the same tactics she employed against others is the most effective means to deal with such individuals. As for preserving the dignity of the young lady, Sui did not consider her own reputation while committing numerous misdeeds. Why should others be expected to regard it? Is her mother at Xingning Palace? Mu arrived. Just by the sound of her child's footsteps, the queen could discern who it was, and she playfully remarked, "Did you break something again?" Although only the mother was present in the hall, Li Mu still felt a twinge of embarrassment when recalling childhood misadventures. "Mother, that was a matter from my early years. Bringing it up now makes me feel quite self-conscious. When will you repay it? Only then will I refrain from mentioning it." The queen, however, was not overly concerned with the trivial sum. Her intention was merely to instill in her children the value of cherishing what they have. Having said that, she inquired, "What brings you to seek me today?" "After painstakingly reviewing your younger brother's studies, I was just about to rest, and here you all come, causing me no end of worry." Glancing outside at the sky, which indicated it was still before noon, and reflecting on her rather exasperating younger brother, Li Mu felt a sense of understanding for her mother. All right. You've been standing there in silence for quite some time. If you're not going to speak, then what brings you to my palace?" The queen furrowed her brow at her son, who wore a rather foolish expression, which only added to his air of silliness. It seemed he had inherited none of her or the emperor's grace. Upon being chided by the queen, Li Mu finally recalled the purpose of his visit. Lowering his gaze and summoning his courage, he looked back at the queen and said, "Mother, are you aware of the legends concerning two individuals from the reign of His Majesty Hu Yongxiao Run, who did not belong to the Great Li?" "Did not belong to Great Li?" "Yes, they did not belong to this world." Chapter 30. The Reformation of the Li Kingdom through the time traveler. The old tale unfolds anew. "Mu'er, are you suggesting?" The empress fell silent for a moment, and just as Li Mu thought they were broaching a matter of secrecy that her mother found difficult to discuss, she observed the empress rising from her couch. With a few swift strides, she approached Li Mu, her eyes alight with curiosity. "If you are certain, hasten to summon the individual to the palace for me. After all, I have only heard of her from the retired emperor and have yet to meet her in person." The retired emperor, a female sovereign, often engaged in idle chatter with the empress when she was merely the crown princess, provided there were no pressing matters at hand. Now, having relinquished the throne early, she had vanished with her husband, embarking on an unknown journey to one of their sons' fiefs to enjoy their lives. Li Mu nodded. Realizing she should have anticipated her mother's reaction, how could her mother appear hesitant regarding something so secretive? "Mother, it is merely a rumor. Why trouble me with hearsay? I wonder how your father has instructed you," the empress replied, her tone laced with nonchalance. Perceiving her mother's reluctance to engage further, Li Mu furrowed her brow and resolved to administer a potent truth. "Mother, it concerns my betrothed, the royal consort, Lan." What has happened to Lan?" Li Mu has come to realize that his significance to his mother is perhaps not as profound as Lan's belief that their family will never experience the kind of discord typical of ordinary households. Should he ever act inappropriately, it is his mother who would be the first to hold him accountable. As Li Mu was lost in thought, the empress had already composed herself, rising from the couch to take a seat on a nearby chair, rinsing her mouth with a sip of tea. "Are you suggesting that you suspect Lano has traversed through time?" she inquired, casually pouring the last remnants of tea into a cup for her son before standing to fetch a fresh brew. "Is this due to the swirling rumors outside?" "Indeed. I merely feel that Lan has changed, no longer resembling her former self." Li Mu nodded, acknowledging that the current Lan seems to possess a different temperament, although her newfound cheerfulness brings him some comfort, something he has long wished for her. Li Mu understands that such a transformation cannot occur overnight. Could it not be a case of reincarnation? Hearing this, Li Mu was tempted to retort, "Mother, Have you been reading too many tales? He sincerely hoped it was not so. The Empress, fond of such stories, had often captivated him with her narratives, leading him to understand that if Lan were indeed reborn, the rapid growth she exhibited would surely be the result of many nights filled with adversity. Oh, you are quite adept at empathizing with young ladies, the Empress remarked disdainfully. Unlike your father, that thick-headed man, who only delights in opposing me day after day. Regarding the affection shown by his father towards his mother, as well as the Queen's daily grievances about the Emperor, Li Mu expressed his desire for silence. After all, speaking too much often leads to personal repercussions. Nodding in acknowledgement, he and his mother departed from Qingning Palace, opting for a simple stroll without any palanquins, engaging in casual conversation along the way. Of course, Li Mu hardly uttered a word. It was the Queen who dominated the dialogue, occasionally voicing her discontent regarding the Emperor and the minor flaws of her son. I heard you dismissed a dancer earlier. Why were you so rude to her? Though she is a dancer, it is a legitimate profession. If you dislike her, you could have simply let her go without such harshness. TSK. Why didn't you come to me about this? If you had confided in me, I would have pinned a note to adorn her attire rather than sending her away. Upon hearing his mother's words, Li Mu could only nod in response. The Queen had always been this way, a daughter from the Western Rome, unrestrained in her affections and hatreds, indifferent to societal norms. If one were to be shameless, should they expect others to preserve their dignity? Unbeknownst to him, Li Mu had inherited this very temperament from the Queen. Now, when we arrive at your grandmother's place, remember to be particularly charming. She enjoys hearing the younger generation speak. As they approached the palace gates, the Queen offered this reminder. Understood, mother. Actually, Li Mu harbored some reservations. Could it truly be that the Empress Dowager, having reigned as emperor for a lifetime, felt a sense of confinement and thus favored his mother's disposition, extending her affection to him and willingly listening to her incessant chatter? The palace exuded an understated opulence. While the Emperor Emeritus advocated frugality, the emperor would naturally not heed such advice and adorn the palace with ordinary objects. Instead, an array of exquisitely crafted weaponry adorned the halls, clearly the work of master artisans. Li Mu, along with the Empress, paid their respects to the Emperor Emeritus. Before they could complete their formalities, they were ushered to sit beside him. Li Mu, who had hoped to swiftly obtain answers from the Empress Dowager, found himself listening to his mother engage in casual conversation with the Emperor Emeritus for nearly half an hour before the Empress permitted him to state his purpose. Fortunately, the Emperor Emeritus did not follow the Empress's lead by engaging in lengthy preliminary discussions with Li Mu, but was willing to discuss the matter of the so-called transmigrators. This narrative, too, was one I had heard from my late mother, the Empress. I believe I have recounted this to your mother. The Emperor Emeritus enjoyed listening to the Empress speak, knowing that she was somewhat loquacious and would feel stifled if she remained silent for too long. So he relinquished the conversational reins to the Empress. The Emperor Emeritus smiled. My late mother, the Empress, once said that they arrived in Delhi through some unknown catalyst. In their world, they were individuals engaged in cultural pursuits, but upon arriving in Delhi, they absorbed a wealth of traditions. However, they also made significant contributions to the reforms of Delhi, without which the Delhi of today would certainly not be so prosperous. As the former Empress regnant, the Emperor Emeritus, even after abdicating, remained most concerned with the realm and stability of Delhi. Grandmother, Mua wishes to inquire about those too. Time travelers. How do they differ from others? What purpose do they serve, and what have they brought or taken away? For Li Mu, these are immutable truths. It is solely concerning his Ulung. Or rather, Mua seeks to understand how they differ from their former selves. How did our ancestors discern their uniqueness? And after their departure, how did the ancestors come to know they had left? Li Mu posed several questions in succession, although his expression was somewhat unclear. The Grand Emperor grasped his meaning. However, what is amiss with those around Mua? The Grand Emperor, with keen insight, took a sip of tea and promptly inquired. It pertains to Mua's future consort. The Empress, who had been silent for quite some time, finally spoke, revealing that Mua referred to Lan from the Yin family. Ever since the incident of her falling into the water, although she has not transformed entirely, Mua has noticed a change in her demeanor and other aspects. Oh, I see. The Grand Emperor nodded. However, my mother, the Empress, once mentioned that those two did not arrive as souls possessing bodies, but rather, in physical form. This implies that upon their arrival in Delhi, they held no identity, had it not been for the ancestors' amnesty. They might have perished in prison due to their lack of household registration. As for the differences you inquire about, it primarily pertains to their manner of communication. Their usage of certain terms diverges from our Dali, possessing a certain playful quality. Thank you, grandmother. The circumstances of those two individuals are markedly distinct from those of Alon. Li Mu understands that there is little to be gleaned from the Empress Dowager. Moreover, the phrases spoken by the Empress Dowager, if intended to be concealed, would naturally not be revealed before him. Nonetheless, the existence of this matter is undeniable. Alon may indeed no longer be the Alon of old. However, the soul residing within Alon has brought some semblance of justice from those malevolent relatives, suggesting no ill intent. My Empress Mother once mentioned that those two travelers spoke of the phenomenon of soul transference. It is said that when a person from this world and one from another world depart simultaneously, the notion of soul crossing arises. This often resolves the grievances encountered by the rightful owner of this body, allowing the soul to pursue its own life thereafter. Mu'er, the Empress Dowager acknowledges your kindness towards that girl, but you. The Grand Emperor ceased mid-sentence, choosing not to elaborate further. Offspring have their own fortunes, and speaking too much might only cause discomfort to Mu'er. The Empress Dowager need not worry about him. Li Mu is perceptive to the nuances of warmth and cold. Recognizing the concern emanating from the Empress Dowager, he offered words of comfort. After all, Mu'er is merely speculating at this point, and the Empress Dowager need not be troubled. Very well, Mu'er. Even if that young lady is no longer your Alon, bear her no resentment. It is likely that she did not choose this fate willingly. Let this matter rest, for further discussion would only serve to discomfort those present. Yet, after listening for so long, how could the Empress remain silent? Thus, the Empress engaged in delightful conversation with the retired Emperor, sharing numerous amusing anecdotes from outside the Taiji Palace, indulging her own desires while alleviating the Emperor's burdensome thoughts. You understand me best. One day I shall request the Emperor to permit us, mother and daughter, to hunt in the outskirts of the capital. The retired Emperor and the Empress enjoyed their exchange, while Li Mu listened attentively, nodding and wearing a smile. As more than half an hour passed, Li Mu found herself smiling to the point of discomfort. As they prepared to depart, the Empress's gaze seemed entranced by the weapons displayed within the hall, disregarding her own image. Seizing an opportunity while Li Mu was distracted, she reached out to touch them. Ahem, it is evident the retired Emperor is watching. If you desire them, ask the Emperor to have them crafted for you. Do not always think to take from me. This remark incited a tinge of irritation in the daughter. The Emperor does not engage with me in such matters, constantly expressing concern for my well-being. I believe he wishes to render me idle. The Empress openly lamented. Mother, do weigh in. My esteemed General of the Northwest is confined within the palace, perhaps out of fear that I might overshadow him. Perhaps the retired Emperor cherished the Empress's spirited nature, or perhaps it was an inherited disposition from their ancestors that fostered harmony within the Li dynasty, which had known no discord since the reign of the second emperor. Very well, choose one to take with you. The retired emperor chuckled, but be warned. You might end up claiming all my weapons for yourself. Chapter 33. Unyielding heart, tranquil years, anxieties at home, a desire to confide in Li Lan. Seeking Li Mu, Part 1. The sky was clear, yet not everyone's heart mirrored that brightness. Li Mu's heart was in turmoil, yet she found herself alone in her room, grappling with how to persuade her own mind. In stark contrast, Ensui had been cast out of the palace by the third prince, an act that stripped her of more than mere dignity. It was not merely Ensui's plight. The third prince had fallen victim to the enchantments of a vixen, regardless of the veracity of Ensui's claims. Human nature is inherently inclined to seek benefit and avoid harm. Aware of the third prince's wrath, even those willing to believe the sorrowful Ensui were reluctant to provoke the ire of the royal family. Oh dear, young lady, you must refrain from such utterances, they cautioned. Though your intentions may be noble for the third prince, you have nonetheless violated the edicts of the palace. Some kind-hearted souls, whether out of genuine compassion or a bold spirit, were moved to approach Ensui, offering her a few words of solace. It was a mercy from the third prince. Otherwise, she would have faced a far graver fate. Even if her motives were for the prince's sake, Ensui ought to consider alternative approaches. As long as her heart remained pure, countless solutions would present themselves. Ensui typically despised such condescending tones, yet she now had to feign a pitiful demeanor, especially in front of the gates of Taiji Palace. The repercussions of her words reaching the third prince's ears weighed heavily upon her. Thus, she endured the torrent of insults and grievances, exercising remarkable restraint. After all, the young woman from the Yin family was, after all, the third prince's betrothed. The royal family, known for their loyalty, would naturally protect their own, and ultimately, this matter was one of familial concern, which outsiders ought not to meddle in. Young lady, I have spoken all I can for your benefit. Once the elder lady departed, and Sui spat on the ground. How could Lan possibly aspire to become a prince's consort? How am I unworthy of Brother Mo? My parents have clearly stated that only I am deserving of His Highness the Third Prince. And Sui lamented, to put it nicely, my qualities are lacking, to be blunt. I am utterly uncouth. One cannot expect to share a life with Jie and maintain impeccable character. What merit does Lan possess to reside in such splendid quarters? Why must my family endure beneath a roof of gray tiles? Like her parents. And Sui never considered the notion of contribution, instead perpetually demanding gain, never pondering family and country, her heart consumed solely with self. The Yin family boasted the official Che and the astute businesswoman Madaman. Their estate was inherited out of respect for their forebears. Disloyal and unfilial, they had never rendered any service to the Duke or the common people. Thus, Sui's family could scarcely aspire to such a three-courtyard residence. The more she ruminated, the angrier she became, ultimately halting her steps at the entrance of the Yin household. And Lan, come out. You vixen, beguiling His Highness the Third Prince, do you not feel a twinge of guilt? The more she spoke her falsehoods, the more convinced she became. And Lan, hearing Sui's cries from the courtyard, mused, if I truly were a cunning fox, would you dare to flaunt your power so? Anlin, are you too afraid to emerge? If you are not a seductress, then confront me directly. Chapter 34, Unyielding Heart, and Sui disturbs the Yin family. A desire to confess to Li Lan in search of Li Mu, Part 2, and Sui. Your mother will soon be released. Why do you persist in tormenting Lanner? What is it that you truly? Lady Yin stepped out from the gates of the residence, sorrow evident in her eyes. What purpose does this serve? I act in your best interest, yet you remain oblivious. The current Lan is not your daughter at all. The artful sarcasm learned from her parents was wielded with ease by Sui. Should she be ensnared by this enchantress, do not say I did not forewarn you. And, uncertain whether this residence belonged to her or another, Sui boldly attempted to force her way inside, declaring, step aside, let me pass. Lady Yin was unceremoniously pushed aside, colliding with the gate. When assisted by those nearby, she called out, halt. You are not welcome here. The young ladies and guards employed by the Yin family sought to intervene. However, as it was inappropriate to resort to force, Sui managed to inflict a few wounds upon them in her fervor, stumbling all the way to the entrance of Lan's courtyard. Lan, why do you hide? If you possess courage, come forth. This enchantress has bewitched His Highness the Third Prince, and even had Brother Mu expel me from the palace. What are your true intentions? Li Lan emerged from within the house, and Lady Yin, clad in her flowing robes, hurried after her, accompanied by Che, all anxious to prevent Sui from bullying their daughter. As Che arrived, he furrowed his brow, contemplating the bond of blood that compelled him to suppress the simmering rage within. I do this for your own good, dear uncle. That Lan is not truly your daughter. Sui, still clad in the attire of a dancer, was cast aside, her appearance disheveled, her hair in disarray, devoid of any semblance to a respectable person. She possesses the ability to conjure sorcery akin to my mother, and in due time, she will inevitably wield it against you. Your mother brought this upon herself. Do not claim that Lan used sorcery to bewitch her. Your sister has been spoiled into this wretched state. And now Sui's speech bears an uncanny resemblance to that of Jie, which is enough to give Che a headache. I have heard of your recent venture to the Taiji Palace. It was only through the benevolence of His Highness the Third Prince that you were allowed to cause such a disturbance at my residence. Otherwise, according to the laws, where would you be to create such a ruckus? Li Lan and Madame remained inside, listening as the father, Che, sought justice for his daughter at the door. Li Lan couldn't help but reminisce about the original Lan. Lan's parents were not like those in novels who, driven by selfish interests, fail to protect their own daughter. Unlike Li Mu, they did not incessantly demand a cancellation of the engagement merely because Lan's health was frail. The couple, Che and his wife, valued familial bonds, yet it was this very attachment that led to Lan's misfortune. Li Mu bore no disdain for Lan. Instead, it was those envious souls who grew increasingly resentful. Both parties were blameless. The true fault lay with those who sought to harm for personal gain. Lanner, Sui has learned ill from her mother, yet it remains inappropriate for your father and me to cast her out from the household. Madame tenderly clasped her daughter's hand. You must eat more. You have grown so thin. If Sui were to return in the future, you need only remain indoors. For everything shall be resolved by your mother and father. Li Lan nodded, setting down the teacup in her hand, and took hold of Madame N's hand, which felt slightly cool to the touch. It seemed that these years spent worrying over Lan's health had taken a toll on her vitality. If there were an opportunity in the future, it would be wise to provide some care for Madame and Mother. I wish to visit the palace shortly to express my gratitude to His Royal Highness, the third prince. Madame was taken aback, but acquiesced, saying, "Very well. Once your father persuades Nsui to leave the residence, I shall personally escort you to the palace gates to avoid any further complications." The commotion outside seemed to have subsided, though Nsui was still agitated, prompting both Nsui and Madame to join in the fray. Chapter 35. Unyielding Nsui disturbs the Yin family, seeking to confess to Li Lan in search of Li Mu. Part 3. Alan. How did you come to the palace? Upon seeing his beloved, Li Mu was more perplexed than overjoyed. He was uncertain how to approach the current Li Lan, harboring doubts that she was not the same person he once knew. His words lacked their usual ease. Furthermore, her sudden appearance left him no time to contemplate whether this Li Lan was indeed a reincarnation, and whether he ought to grant her freedom moving forward. Please, take a seat. I shall summon Mother. She spoke of you just today. Li Mu resolved to call for the Empress, thinking that with her presence, he would have someone to alleviate the awkwardness in case he found himself at a loss for words. Yes, that would be good. As Li Lan contemplated the need for clarity, she mused that had the Empress been present, she could have offered some consolation to Li Mu. Moreover, Li Lan had inquiries of her own for the Empress. However, she decided against disturbing her mother today, reasoning that there would be ample opportunities to do so in the future, allowing her mother a moment of respite. Li Mu resolved to confront matters alone. If Alan truly was no longer the Alan he once knew, even if their mother could accept the transformation of a girl she had watched grow up, it would surely weigh heavily on her heart. What matter did Alan wish to discuss with me? Typically, Li Mu was not one for lengthy conversations, yet now, before Li Lan could speak, he found himself delivering one sentence after another, perhaps out of an innate desire to evade the truth. Is it about that cousin of yours? If you resent my decision to expel her from the palace, thus causing her embarrassment, I must remain steadfast this time. Your relatives bear no resemblance to true kin. They care not for your family, seeking only to drain it of its resources. Li Lan smiled faintly, recognizing that her original self was indeed gentle, perhaps excessively so. Yet ultimately, this very trait of non-contention had led to the downfall of the original Alan. Alan, I understand your kind nature and your reluctance to engage with them, but consider my siblings and my cousins, even with the immense allure of the throne. They would not so readily resort to treachery for gain. Alan, those flaws of yours, who was it that orchestrated your fall into the water? I know you are reluctant to reveal the truth, but you must think of yourself. Li Mu's concern for Alan was genuine. The emotional bond between the two had long since transformed, through years of Li Mu's care for Alan, into a familial affection tinged with love. I am aware that this will not endure in the future. However, my purpose for coming here is not to dwell on that. Glancing at the palace servants standing nearby, Li Lan smiled at Li Mu, inquiring if it would be convenient for them to excuse themselves. I have matters to discuss with His Highness, the third prince. Seeing the knowing smiles on the faces of the nearby guards and maidens, Li Lan sighed inwardly. They likely believed that she and His Highness were engaging in private flirtations, indulging in romantic banter. Yet, a pang of unease gripped Li Mu's heart. Regardless of Lan's graciousness and gentleness, it was inconceivable that she would converse with him about matters of love. Thus, only one possibility remained. Li Mu dared not contemplate it, yet the inner voice insisted that this could only be the truth. No. Very well, I shall heed Lan's wishes. Li Mu acquiesced, realizing that if Lan was no longer the Lan he once knew, there was no need for self-deception, nor to deprive her of her freedom. Perhaps Lan would accompany me to the pavilion by the Tay Pool, where the peach and lotus flowers are in full bloom. As these words escaped his lips, Li Mu found himself chuckling at his own absurdity. At this moment, there were no peach blossoms to speak of, but rather a recollection of their first meeting by the Tay Pool in spring, when the peach blossoms indeed flourished beautifully. Very well. I shall defer to His Highness's judgment. Upon exiting the hall, the guards and maidens continued their hushed whispers, observing their prince and Lan, already having concocted countless tales in their minds. Chapter 36. The disturbance of divination and the path of righteousness that day. Li Lan ultimately did not manage to articulate her thoughts or pose her inquiries. I may not be what you envision. At that moment, Li Lan's words trailed off as she observed the distressed expression on the third Prince Li Mu's face gazing at her, gathering her resolve to continue. She found that he had already spoken. No need to say more, I understand. Allow me to escort Alon out of the palace. It remained unclear what Li Mu had discerned or what conjectures he had formed, yet Li Lan simply followed him out of the Tai Chi palace. I shall seek out Alon again later. For today, there are matters to attend to. Please convey my regards to Lord and Lady Yin on my behalf. Alon, dear, what are you daydreaming about again? Mother, it is nothing. I was merely contemplating my frail health. Li Lan hesitated to disclose the truth to Lady Yin and resorted to a pretext to deflect the conversation. I fear I may delay His Highness the Third Prince. Lady Yin was at a loss for how to counsel her. The Emperor's intentions were unmistakably clear, to establish Li Mu as the heir. If her daughter's health continued to falter, would they be compelled to repeat the events of over a century ago, where an emperor had to adopt a child? Yet, if her daughter were to approach the third prince about a withdrawal from the engagement, Lady Yin understood that Li Mu genuinely cherished her daughter and would undoubtedly refuse. Alon, do not overthink matters. If your heart is truly troubled, your father and I shall accompany you to the palace on another day to discuss the situation thoroughly with Her Majesty the Empress and His Highness the Third Prince. With a gentle tap, she redirected her daughter's instinctive hand as it reached for the vegetables, transferring the meticulously deboned fish from her own bowl to her daughter's. Lady Yin murmured, "My dear, now that you are feeling better, you ought to indulge in more nourishment. If you continue this way, how can you expect to fully recover? The doctor has stated that only with proper care can there be any hope of recuperation. For the sake of her daughter." Lady Yin set aside all notions of decorum at the dinner table, her words flowing as she served 2 generous bowls of rice, urging her to eat. After all, that afternoon, the practitioner would return, and it would undoubtedly require her strength. Listening to her mother's words, Li Lan felt no annoyance. Rather, the sweetness in her heart enveloped her like a warm embrace from a honey pot. "Mother, I understand. The other day, when she heard Sui speak of those so-called possessions and spirits, it made her wonder if perhaps their troublesome relatives had placed something malign upon her. Thus, she sought the counsel of a somewhat renowned fortune-teller. However, the last time they consulted this fortune-teller, he had conspired with her uncle to harm her father. Leaving Lana hesitant to trust them, her sentiments were not born of mere suspicion, should one discern that they were not of this world's essence. They would likely possess considerable insight and recognize her lack of malice. What was truly frightening was the prospect of encountering a charlatan, a half-baked practitioner who, with empty knowledge, would merely swindle the family without rendering any genuine service. Furthermore, while Ilan would not claim to possess extraordinary skills in fortune-telling, she was confident that she surpassed the capabilities of the ordinary soothsayers. It is merely a matter of assessing what misfortunes may befall Lana and subsequently devising a means to alleviate them. Thus, in the days to come, every single day for our Lana shall be one of tranquility, knowing that her brother had always treated his daughter well before his untimely passing. And Che understood the thoughts that lingered in his daughter's heart, and thus he, alongside Madame, gently advised her. Moreover, the sage had mentioned that perhaps the misfortunes afflicting the Yin family stemmed from the unfavorable feng shui of their residence. While partaking in her meal, Li Lan simply nodded in agreement. Regardless of the ominous figures that may come her way, she prioritized her sustenance, believing that once she was well fed, nothing could instill fear within her. Chapter 37. A disturbing arrival at the mansion and the chaotic divination. Alas, this is quite alarming. The feng shui of this courtyard is indeed in disarray. Upon entering the Yin residence, the so-called fortune-teller began to exclaim loudly, "There have been deaths in this house. Furthermore, more shall follow. If I am not mistaken, the previous master of this estate did not meet a common demise. Whether he perished far from home or took his own life, it was not an ordinary passing." And Che and Madame nodded in agreement, their minds clouded by concern for their offspring, often rendering parents as if under a spell, willing to believe anything without pondering the underlying logic. Thus, the sage pondered what remedy could be found for such troubled feng shui. Li Lan, overhearing, shook her head in disbelief. The Yin family, being prominent and well-known, could not possibly be ignorant of such tales. Moreover, the recent turmoil surrounding Yin Cheng had stirred quite a ruckus, leading her parents to worry excessively. Regarding the feng shui, Li Lan felt utterly at a loss for words. However, both my grandfather and maternal grandfather mentioned that this residence was bestowed upon the Yin family by His Majesty. Would it be possible for the auspiciousness of a location specially given by His Majesty to be flawed? Li Lan feigned ignorance, secretly hoping that the individual opposite would retreat in the face of difficulty. The great Li royal family held a profound belief in the supernatural. Otherwise, There would be no hall of 3 pure wands in the Taiji Palace, nor would fortune-telling be regarded as a legitimate profession. In the days of the national master, when the emperor allocated residences to favored ministers, it was naturally after consulting the principles of feng shui. Even in the absence of the national master, surely there remained several talented individuals within the palace? Is this young lady the very purpose behind today as 2 benefactors? The fortune-teller seemed at a loss for words, so he began to divert the conversation. Li Lan, not wishing to reveal her understanding of such mystical arts, merely smiled faintly and refrained from further comment. Yes, immortal. My daughter has endured a life of hardship since birth. Earlier, the immortal mentioned that the feng shui of this estate is unfavorable. Could it possibly influence my daughter's fate? And Che was beside himself with anxiety. For his daughter's sake, he would seize any glimmer of hope, regardless of its veracity. May I inquire if you could share the birth date and year of your beloved? The fortune-teller, without even asking for the 8 characters, began to calculate with his fingers as if he had gleaned significant insights. And Che and his wife had little knowledge of these mystical practices. Yet they perceived that a fortune-teller who did not even require the 8 characters must indeed possess profound wisdom. Observing this immortal as he gestured and muttered incantations, their admiration only deepened. What revelations had the immortal uncovered? Observing the anxious expressions of her parents, Li Lan grew increasingly dissatisfied with these deceitful individuals, muttering under her breath. Merely counting on her fingers, she dismissed their assertions of expertise, deeming it mere pretentiousness masked as mysticism. Such secrets of destiny must not be divulged. I require your guidance to lead me to the young lady's courtyard and chamber, where I shall scrutinize the feng shui and arrangement of furnishings to identify any potential discrepancies. At which point I can elaborate further. Thank you, esteemed sage. Thank you. The couple, and Che and his wife, showed no hesitation. The currently kingdom was quite open, and there were no hidden matters within their daughter's quarters. Casting a glance at the smiling Li Lan beside them, the fortune-teller suddenly altered his statement. You need not accompany me. Simply summon the young lady into the room, so I may inquire about the purpose of each item. The parents hesitated, genuinely concerned for their daughter's safety. Do you not trust me, esteemed patrons? The fortune-teller, sensing their apprehension, chuckled softly. If that is the case, I shall take my leave. Esteemed sage, might there be another way? As the fortune-teller appeared ready to depart, the anxious parents rushed forward to intervene, seeking alternative solutions. Fear not, dear parents. I am perfectly capable of entering with this sage alone. Chapter 38. Entering the residence amidst unpleasant omens, a canonical path to the truth. Li Lan's voice broke through, for regardless of the fortune-teller's purported abilities, they remained uneasy about leaving their daughter unaccompanied. Dear benefactor, since this young lady has already consented, why do you still hesitate? The fortune-teller, sensing Che's uncertainty, eagerly stoked the flames of persuasion. If you truly are unwilling, then losing this opportunity means I shall not return. Father, mother, do not worry. The immortal will not harm me. Li Lan discerned that the fortune-teller wished to converse with her privately, deliberately emphasizing the term immortal for the individual across from her to hear. Indeed, as expected, she noticed the fortune-teller nodding slightly in her direction, revealing his inner trepidation. Upon hearing their daughter, Che and his wife, fearing they might not find such a sage again, reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, Lanner, you may lead the immortal inside. As they stepped into the courtyard and ascended the stairs, Li Lan entered the room alongside the fortune-teller. You are not an ordinary person, are you? Casually gesturing with the items in his hands, he created an atmosphere reminiscent of a certain ritual. The fortune-teller, however, did not play coy with Li Lan and spoke directly. What does the immortal mean? Unfortunately, Li Lan had no intention of confessing, at least not disclosing the truth directly. Why must the young lady conceal things from me? The fortune-teller inquired with a smile. Could it be that the rumors outside are indeed true? The young lady of the Yin family must not be familiar with our livelihood. The immortal speaks of matters that this humble girl truly does not comprehend. Having previously encountered a deceitful charlatan and now facing a mediocre practitioner, Li Lan resolved to investigate why practitioners of the arcane were so prevalent within the borders of Li Kingdom. The young lady is merely aware that this residence was bestowed upon the Yin family by His Majesty. Lady Li has always held a deep reverence for such matters. When I entered the palace, I had the opportunity to witness the Sanqing Hall within the Tai Chi Palace. Therefore, it is only natural that. As Li Lan observed the fortune-teller preparing to light incense, she interjected, Hold on, esteemed sage. Perhaps you could first enlighten me as to why the Yin family's estate suffers from poor feng shui before proceeding with these rituals. The incense, which Li Lan had encountered at the Ying temple, was presented to her and her companions by the disciples stationed there, as the third prince was in their company at the time. Reflecting on the peculiar occurrences at the Ying temple, renowned for its reputation as a sacred place for childbearing, Li Lan had ample reason to suspect that the incense might indeed be problematic. Upon her exclamation, the fortune-teller, wary of inadvertently summoning the Yin couple from outside and thus exposing his own practices, halted the act of lighting the incense. The Yin family has rendered significant service to the great Li, and His Majesty is certainly not one to harm his loyal ministers and generals. It stands to reason that the feng shui of the Yin family residence must have been thoroughly assessed. How could there be an error? Moreover, if it were truly a matter of feng shui, why have only my uncle and I encountered misfortune? If the issues stem from this estate, my uncle does not even reside here. Listening to Li Lan's continuous inquiries, the fortune-teller, despite his impatience, chose to compose himself in order to achieve his goals, forcing a smile. My dear lady, you may be unaware that the Sanqing statues worshipped within the palace are not the authentic ones. The genuine figures reside within the Yun temple. Upon hearing these words, Li Lan's heart was instantly alarmed, realizing that the peculiarities surrounding the Li kingdom might indeed be the work of malevolent deities or spirits, leading some astray into dark paths. If one were to worship the wrong divine being, no amount of blessings for this residence could yield anything but adverse outcomes. At this juncture, the fortune-teller noticed that Li Lan was not paying him any heed and chuckled, concluding that the lady's confusion must have been resolved. Thus, he began to perform rituals to alter the feng shui of the Yin residence. Observing the fortune-teller's impatience, Li Lan discerned that the incense must indeed harbor some issue. She then proposed, if that is the case, might I summon my father and mother to witness what it is you truly intend to do? The fortune-teller's hand trembled violently, causing the incense he held to slip from his grasp and shatter into several fragments upon the ground. What do you truly know? Chapter 39. The disturbance of portents and unruly divination by the heavenly stems and earthly branches of your birth date. Bing Yin, Gui Si, GC, Suchun. Li Lan began to recite, articulating the details of this man's life with precision. The fortune-teller's expression visibly faltered, his eyes reflecting a shock akin to encountering a specter. Although he possessed some knowledge of the arcane arts, he was not truly terrified of phantoms to such an extent. Rather, it was the superiority of Li Lan's skills that rendered her far more fearsome than any ghost in the eyes of such a swindler. According to your four pillars and celestial spirits, your fate was originally not destined to align with this path. However, it appears that the current fortune of the Li kingdom has inadvertently led you to this door. Are you truly not of this world? Crouching behind the items he had arranged, he believed that the talismans could still subdue the demons. Li Lan smiled faintly, sensing the fortune-teller's inner guilt, which prevented him from directly speaking to the Yin family. How can you say such a thing? Am I not human? It was impossible for the Yin family's daughter to possess such abilities. You are not her. Seizing Li Lan's weakness, the fortune-teller suddenly felt emboldened in his deception. Since you are a spirit, what is there to fear? You shall face your judgment. Grasping the talisman and wooden sword nearby, he prepared to make a desperate stand. His hands trembled, uncertain if he could succeed. Li Lan effortlessly took the wooden sword from him and tossed it aside. Enough of your prattle. What is it that you truly seek? Li Lan paid no mind to the fortune-teller's actions, sitting down to brew a cup of tea. Pouring a cup for the fortune-teller as well. I have seen your fate. Although you encounter hardships and cannot find a wife, it does not mean you must stray from the righteous path. Li Lan paused, shifting the conversation. Where did you acquire your skills? Who says this is a crooked path? I simply have not mastered it all. The fortune-teller objected to Li Lan's assertion. My master taught me this. How could it be deemed as evil? If you truly believe it is not a crooked path, I shall petition the Emperor of the Purple Veil and see who ultimately brings about their own demise. Listening to Li Lan's words, the individual seemed somewhat apprehensive. If you wish to report me, then do so. My master has instructed me thus. However, my master never mentioned anything about the Ziwei Emperor. That is merely a false deity worshipped by the desolate Xuan Yun temple. Li Lan furrowed her brow, unwilling to elaborate further. If I do not cease your incense burning, what will you do? The balance of yin and yang is essential for cultivation. Yet how can there be so many supplicants seeking offspring? Inevitably, there will be discontent. Indeed, the matter of incense was far from trivial. Fortunately, I had prepared talismans in advance. Otherwise, I would not have realized that these practitioners of the dark path mistakenly believed themselves to be on the righteous path. How lamentable and helpless this thought made Li Lan feel. It echoed the 21st century adage, when the murky becomes the norm, purity is deemed a crime. The relationship between the Yin Temple and the Xuan Yun Temple is precisely that. But are those who are led astray solely victims of external influences? If one is clear within their heart that such actions are improper, it would not be so easy to fall for deception. Yet, in this current predicament, should I take direct action, I might be regarded as a fraud. Were it not for the absence of my original parents and if I possessed sufficient capability, I would act. However, as both conditions are unmet, I can only let the tiger return to the mountain. Thus, the feng shui of the Yin family. The feng shui in the young lady's courtyard has improved and will lead to future prosperity. The fortune teller, perhaps somewhat apprehensive, recognized that their actions had indeed transgressed the laws of the land. In matters of finance, we, practitioners of the mystical arts, should not be receiving any form of compensation. Shall we then proceed to the magistrate and confess? Chapter 40. Returning to the magistrate may invite trouble once again. I sought the prince to convey the truth. Sir, has the issue within this courtyard been resolved? Upon seeing their daughter exit alongside the fortune teller, and Che and his wife felt a wave of relief wash over them, reassured that no distressing events would unfold in a short span of time. Would Lanner truly be free from misfortune henceforth? The fortune teller wore a pained expression, casting a glance at Li Lan standing nearby, yet managed to force a smile and nodded in affirmation. I am unworthy of such praise. The young lady is indeed blessed by fortune, and thus there shall be no further complications. You may rest easy, esteemed patrons. This, however, does not stem from Li Lan's prowess. After all, the talismans and elixirs of this realm differ significantly from those of the 21st century. In that case, my gratitude to you, esteemed sir. And Che exclaimed, reaching for a pouch of silver to offer the fortune teller. A cursory glance revealed it to contain no less than 30 taels, if not 50. Thank you, but no. The fortune teller hastily declined, acutely aware of the gaze directed at him. After all, he had not cured the young lady's ailment. He had merely adjusted the feng shui of the courtyard. I cannot accept such a sum. Dad, Mom, the fortune teller has said that only a single copper coin will suffice, Li Lan interjected at the opportune moment. I believe it would be more fitting to bestow upon him a single tael of silver. Thank you, celestial being, thank you. In the future, I will seek the divine physician at Yin Temple for my daughter's ailments. The couple, and Che, despite their immense gratitude towards this immortal, also hopes to save some silver. Thank you, celestial being. No need for that. I shall take my leave. Clutching a silver ingot, the fortune teller departed with a swiftness akin to flight. Eager to escape the in-household. Lanner, from this day forth, there shall be no more troubles. Mother can finally rest easy. Indeed, from now on, we need only to concern ourselves with Lanner's health. As long as she is well nurtured, it would be worth every penny spent by father and mother. The couple, and Che, felt an overwhelming joy in their hearts. Were it not for the need to save funds for their daughter's treatment, they might have been tempted to host a grand banquet. Father, mother, I wish to stroll through the streets, Lanner suddenly declared. Earlier, she had asked the fortune teller to wait at the door for her. Over the years, countless families have suffered from the deceitful machinations of such charlatans. The so-called methods of cultivation would be enough to earn him a stern reprimand at the magistrate's office. What does Lanner wish to do? Today, I am in high spirits and wish to wander the streets alone. There is no need for father and mother to accompany me. But Lanner smiled, gently taking Lady Yin's hand, behaving much like a spoiled child with her master. Mother, ever since Ensui was cast out by His Highness the Third Prince, the rumors have lessened considerably. I desire to explore on my own. Very well. Go and enjoy yourself. It is rare for you to be in such good spirits. Lady Yin, having endured her daughter's illness for so many years, could hardly resist such endearing insistence. Li Lan nodded in agreement, tidying herself up before hastily departing from the estate. She sensed that the time for the talisman was nearing, and if she did not expedite her exit, she would encounter further arguments at the magistrate's office. For the past few days, Li Lan had diligently practiced the Tai Chi taught by her master each morning, thus improving her stamina. By the time she reached the entrance of the estate, she was no longer out of breath, though the heat had caused a light sheen of sweat to form on her forehead. Come now, what you have conveyed to me. You must also communicate to the authorities. Whether it pertains to dubious paths or the innocence you profess, the truth shall ultimately be revealed. Due to the rumors circulating, Li Lan maintained a few paces between herself and the fortune teller, and as they walked, few eyes were drawn to them. They continued on until they arrived at the magistrate's office. Chapter 41. Re-entering the magistrate's office may bring further complications. Seeking the prince for factual statements. Part 2. Upon spotting the young lady from the Yin family at the entrance, the official in charge appeared as if he had stumbled upon a windfall. The previous investigation had unearthed significant matters, leading to generous rewards bestowed by the emperor. If he could achieve further merits, a promotion would soon follow, even if he did not ascend in rank. Serving as a responsible official for the people brought him a sense of fulfillment. What grievance does Miss and wish to present? Your Excellency, the young lady from the Taihuan family, Yin Lan, seeks to accuse this fortune teller of incompetence in his craft, fraudulently deceiving individuals under the guise of fortune-telling, and attempting to commit adultery with women, though it was thwarted. The official was momentarily taken aback. This was no trivial matter. The mere attempt implied intent, suggesting that it was not the first instance of such behavior. Should evidence of attempted adultery surface, it could lead to a capital offense. Taihuan family, Yin Lan. Are you certain? Despite the awareness that all parties involved are aware of the gravity of the situation and the potential for litigation, the presiding official nonetheless cautioned, I must remind you that if you are found to be falsely accusing, you too shall be in violation of the great laws. Yet, Yin Lan of the Yin family from Taihu is not making a false accusation. The common folk possess evidence that is available for your inspection. Very well. Summon the coroner for an examination. Recognizing the seriousness of the matter, the presiding official promptly called for the coroner. Yin Lan of the Yin family. Do you possess any further evidence? The lead official furrowed his brow. Relying solely on this individual's testimony would prove inadequate for a thorough investigation. It seems that based solely on this testimony, a charge of attempted wrongdoing may be all that can be established, and the accused may not face severe consequences. Li Lan, accustomed to the omnipresent scrutiny of the 21st century, is aware that investigations can be conducted without oversight. Reflecting upon what evidence is currently accessible to the court, it is indeed a difficult situation for the common folk to navigate. Seeing that Li Lan comprehends the challenges faced by the court, the official felt a sense of relief. Then let the proceedings commence. Presently, the talisman still holds significance, and the fortune teller would surely be unable to fabricate lies. As matters unfolded, these events were naturally acknowledged. The presiding official could not help but feel that this young lady from the Yin family was indeed a stroke of good fortune. The case she presented required no entanglements. As the perpetrator confessed readily, a gift of success bestowed upon him. Outside in the marketplace, tales circulated of spirits possessing individuals, which were utterly ludicrous. The presiding official mused, even if the current and family lady is not the same Yin Lan of yore, she cannot possibly be a demon or a ghost. Rather, she seems like a celestial being descended from the heavens, sent to rescue humanity. The official harbored no malevolent thoughts. Rather, by a stroke of serendipity, he deduced Li Lan's true identity. However, such matters are better left for another time. This official is determined to trace the matter to its roots, ensuring clarity within the realm of divination. The fortune teller has been detained, and upon his release from the magistrate's office, an unsettling premonition stirred within Li Lan. By exposing certain individuals' vested interests, she had inadvertently placed the fortune teller, who has ties to the Yun temple, in a precarious position. Should the temple harbor thoughts of retaliation when soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water rises, we shall dam it. Li Lan resolved to take each step as it came. After all, having traversed from the 21st century to this historically unprecedentedly kingdom, she had little to fear, aside from the burdens of her former self. Chapter 42. Re-entering the magistrate's office may invite complications. Lan, are you headed to the palace again? As she was about to leave, Madame called out to Li Lan. His Highness, the third prince, received the letter you sent and has spoken with your father. Madame, tidying up within the room, appeared no different from the wives of ordinary families. His Highness mentioned that you wished to discuss something with him. Emerging from the room with fabric in hand, she approached her daughter, gently tucking a stray hair behind her ear. If you desire to dissolve this engagement with the third prince, both your father and I support you. However, if your reasons stem merely from your health or other concerns, Madame paused for a moment, then sighed. The third prince truly holds you dear. Regardless of how things unfold between you two, both your mother and father hope that even if you do not become husband and wife, you may still remain friends. The journey over these past 10 years has indeed been arduous. Li Lan was unaware, as the original body had not disclosed it, but both the third prince, Li Mu, and the Yin couple were well aware that years ago, Lan had inadvertently saved Li Mu's life. Throughout these years, they have stumbled through challenges, each serving as a fortuitous star for the other. Yes, my child, I heed your parents' words. No matter what, I am grateful for the third prince's unwavering support over the years. Otherwise, my life would certainly have been less fortunate, were it not for Li Mu. The jealousy of those malicious relatives would have prevailed, leaving the original Lan without protection, and the outcome would likely have been far worse than today. It is well that Liana has made her own decisions. Should her feelings change in the future, I believe the third prince would understand. Yes, thank you, mother. With your and father's assurance, I shall proceed to the palace. Lian Lan nodded and then walked out of the courtyard, leaving Madame and standing at the gate, gazing after her daughter's departing figure with a sigh. Even after Lian Lan's silhouette vanished completely from the entrance and turned onto another path towards the Tai Chi Palace, Madame and remained motionless. Young lady, watch your step. With our modest business, if you were to inadvertently cause damage, our family would face starvation. Before her stood a vendor, evidently a mother, who was tidying her child's clothing. After offering a few reminders to Li Lan, she continued to instruct her child. When you go out with your friends, be sure to heed this. Do not wander near the riverbank, and absolutely do not swim in the river. Having imparted her maternal advice, she then pressed some silver into her child's hands, cautioning, do not squander it frivolously. Your mother works hard to earn this, and do not let yourself go hungry. If your friends wish to purchase something, feel free to indulge, as I am not lacking in funds for your needs. Li Lan stood there, momentarily entranced by the scene unfolding before her. The woman noticed her smile and remarked, "Ah, boys are a constant source of worry, and my husband hardly assists. He is so disobedient." Li Lan could only smile in response. Though this mother appeared to lament her husband and son, her words were imbued with pride. Such a family, regardless of wealth or poverty, is indeed enviable. Chapter 43. Returning to the court may invite trouble. Are you here to call off the engagement? Upon hearing Li Mu's words, Li Lan couldn't help but question whether she was truly the one who calculated the situation, or if everyone else was equally astute. How could His Highness know? Li Mu's response was evasive. He lifted his teacup and took a sip, then called for a servant to pour Li Lan a cup of tea. Drink up. The journey from Anfu in this weather must have taken a toll on you. Very well. Li Lan was unperturbed by the possibility of poison in the tea. She lifted the cup and drank. After the passage of approximately half a cup of tea, Li Mu suddenly spoke. You are not in Lan, are you? Li Lan's hand, which was holding the teacup, paused at Li Mu's words. I am not. What is your name? Li Lan. Li Lan did not conceal her identity, for she had come to clarify matters with the third prince, Li Mu, a name reminiscent of my ancestor. May I continue to call you in Lan? Or would you prefer a different name? It was evident that Li Mu felt somewhat awkward in his speech. Despite confirming that the person before him was no longer his in-law, the disappointment in his heart was still difficult to conceal. As you wish, Your Highness. Li Lan was at a loss for how to comfort this prince of her own age, from what she had heard and now witnessed. The bonds of affection within the great Li royal family were profound, suggesting that this was likely the first time Li Mu had encountered such a situation. Why are you not surprised that I am not the original in-law? After a long pause, Li Lan broke the silence. How did you come to know? Though I came today to clarify this matter, I still do not understand how you knew. The moment I saw you at Yin Temple, I sensed something was different. Li Mu slightly clenched his hands, his brow furrowing in a cloud of melancholy. So early on, Li Lan had not anticipated that this prince truly loved the original in-law to the core. Otherwise, how could he have discerned the difference so readily? Later, upon hearing the rumors about Lan's cousin, and Sui, causing a commotion in the palace, her certainty grew. I inquired of my mother. Over a century ago, there were indeed travelers from another realm in the Grand Li dynasty, but unlike your soul's transmigration, they were clad in. The existence of such travelers rendered Li Lan unsurprised that the term transmigration could escape the lips of the third prince, Li Mu. Yes, it appears you are indeed from another world. Upon hearing Li Lan's words, the last flicker of hope within Li Mu extinguished entirely. I am sorry. Perhaps had I not come here, even if my original self, Lan, had passed away, Li Mu could have sought justice on her behalf, and might have eventually forgotten the existence of Lan. Yet, having arrived in this world, each time I manifest, Li Mu is compelled to remember Lan and the years that have elapsed. It is not your fault, it is destined thus. Perhaps we were never meant to be. After the palace attendants presented tea to Li Lan, the third prince, Li Mu, dismissed them, and as their conversation ceased, the only sound that lingered in the hall was the gentle trickle of sand flowing through the hourglass. She too wished to annul our engagement? Indeed. Those who genuinely love one another consider every matter with the other's well-being in mind. Had Lan still been alive, and her health gradually restored, the two would have likely become a pair of celestial lovers, envied both in heaven and on earth. Chapter 44. The third prince's words resonate. Similarly, rumors abound in the marketplace regarding arcane arts. 1. Do you possess such mystical knowledge? As Li Mu strolled through the imperial garden, he had already concealed his earlier sorrowful countenance, sitting in the pavilion by the Tay pool, engaging in light-hearted conversation with Li Lan. Having just received a firm affirmation from Li Lan, the two emerged from the palace. Throughout their journey, Li Mu refrained from inquiring about the reasons behind their encounter, keeping his brow furrowed and concealing the anguish within. Yes, in the 21st century, I learned the ways of the Tao under my master's tutelage. How intriguing. No wonder you glanced at the Three Purities statue at Yun Temple before paying your respects. I wonder why the statue there differs from that in the Three Purities Hall of Taiji Palace? Although Li Mu posed the question, it was inappropriate for Li Lan to directly suggest that the other might be indulging in erroneous paths. The Three Purities statue in my world is distinct from that at Yun Temple. Ah, I see. Repeating the phrase I see twice, Li Lan understood that the third prince before her was attempting to divert his attention to soothe his troubled heart. It is said that my ancestor embarked on the path of cultivation alongside the national master and eventually ascended to immortality. Indeed, the ancestor I mentioned earlier shares your name. Naturally, I express my gratitude to your highness, the third prince. The incessant chirping of cicadas was quite deafening, reminding Li Mu of the time he had helped Lan capture cicadas. It was by this very pond of Tay that I first encountered her. She was but a mere child then. The peach tree was in full bloom, its beauty unmatched. She was even shorter than the trunk of that tree. The person before me, clearly sober, nonetheless spoke as if still ensnared in the throes of a hangover, her words lacking coherence and logic. Indeed. Li Lan found herself at a loss for words. She had never consoled anyone before. Among her senior brothers, she was always the youngest. A girl who has been pampered since childhood knows little about how to console others. Even if she feels an abundance of empathy, she struggles to transform those feelings into words that the other person can comprehend. In that moment, should a few fortune tellers carelessly spread rumors, without the bond of our engagement, the tales could spiral out of control. They might even claim that I was the one who called off the engagement, leaving you in a state of madness overnight. Li Mu is aware of such individuals. A whisper can turn into a shout, and the innocent can be painted as the guilty. Moreover, in these times, where fear looms large, the consequences of misinformation can be dire. Without fail, should the rumors spread beyond the capital, Li Lan could be branded as a malevolent creature of unspeakable evil. However, she remains untroubled by these so-called rumors. Even though public opinion can be fearsome, the truth will eventually reveal itself. Furthermore, destiny is not something that can be easily altered. The third prince, as the future heir, must carve out his own path. Lian hopes that the prince will forget her and seek a virtuous companion instead. Li Mu nodded in acknowledgement. Uncertain if Li Lan's words had resonated, she continued, expressing that Lian does not wish for her to be the reason the third prince neglects the vast empire of Dali. If the third prince were to forsake the kingdom for Lian, it would condemn her to be remembered as a historical villain. Chapter 45. The third prince's words resonate. Similarly, rumors circulate in the marketplace about mystical arts. Did Li Mu truly absorb this information? Perhaps she did. Yet in Li Mu's heart, no girl could ever surpass Lan. Although Li Lan offered such counsel, she was already aware of the solitary fate that awaited Li Mu. This lifetime would bear no connection to Lan, nor would it yield any romantic prospects. Nonetheless, the future emperor of the Great Li dynasty undoubtedly belonged to Li Mu. In the days to come, amidst midnight awakenings, the splendor of spring blossoms, and family banquets, Li Mu would likely never forget Lan. It was said that my ancestor was also a person who cared solely for others. As Li Lan empathized with the plight of the third prince, she heard Li Mu remark that Miss Lan bore a striking resemblance to my ancestor. What a curious coincidence. Setting aside other matters, even the tales from novels compelled Li Lan to ponder her connection to this forebear of the Li kingdom. Perhaps Miss Lan was the reincarnation of my ancestor, though that remained uncertain. Miss Lan, do the immortals in your realm also speak of reincarnation? Even if one is no longer that same person, could there still be a bond? Li Lan grasped Li Mu's intent. He merely wished to inquire if they might meet again should Lan be reborn. Yes, perhaps it could be so, despite being the same individual. With the three souls reincarnating and the seven spirits long dispersed between heaven and earth, the connections of this life would hardly carry over to the next. Yet, Li Lan could not bring herself to shatter Li Mu's hope. If fate allowed in the next life, perhaps they would indeed meet again. Perhaps it could also be that they would not. As the future heir, Li Mu's clarity was commendable. However, in matters such as these, that very clarity evoked a sense of pity. In truth, Miss Lan need not concern herself with my feelings. Li Mu smiled as he gazed at Li Lan. Perhaps it is because I lack the fate to be with a Lan, yet I have always been reluctant to part from her, which is why it leads her to. In reality, Li Lan had intended to offer some words of counsel, acknowledging that fate is not something Li Mu could alter. However, oftentimes, advice proves futile. If Li Mu cannot come to terms with it himself, words hold no value. Since Miss Lan's sentiments mirror those of a Lan, both wishing to dissolve our engagement, I shall not impede her future prospects. Li Mu rose to his feet, stating, Miss Lan, my father and mother will surely understand. However, should they discover your true identity, Lord and Lady Yin would undoubtedly learn of it as well. Very well. There is no need for you to worry, for now. Step out of the palace to accompany Lord Un and Lady Yin. I shall seek out my father and mother to resolve this matter of the engagement. Having expressed her gratitude to Li Mu, Li Lan intended to exit the Tai Chi Palace, but was called back. In the future, should you not mind, I hope to become friends with you, Miss Lan, Li Mu remarked. Even if it were not for a Lan, you are still a like-minded companion in my eyes. Moreover, as you assist a Lan in managing her affairs, it is my inadequacy that burdens you further. Li Lan nodded, responding, very well. Would you share with me the stories of your world when time permits? If there is no chance to see a Lan again, I wish to learn more about these other matters. Indeed, Li Lan understood. Drowning sorrows in wine only deepens the sorrow. And Li Mu's current state is little different from this. One must empathize and contemplate that, despite years of cultivation, one would not surpass Li Mu in enlightenment. The bonds of familial love and romantic affection are far too intricate to be easily dismissed with mere words. Chapter 46. The third prince speaks in similarities. Rumors abound in the marketplace regarding mystical arts. As predicted by Li Lan, the fortune teller's benefactors are unwilling to let their secrets be revealed, fearing exposure of their misdeeds. Whispers concerning An Lan have resurfaced, though this time, the tales do not suggest she is possessed by some malevolent spirit. Rather, it is said she possesses a form of esoteric magic, albeit of dubious origins. It is claimed she sought to align herself with the prince through these arts, only to suffer backlash in recent years, leaving her in a state of folly. The celestial beings of Yun Temple intervened, alleviating her of the repercussions, yet now, she remains unrepentant and even attempts to undermine her peers. Is this the allure of vindication and disparagement? Upon hearing this news, Li Lan was summoned to the palace by the third prince. Is this a saying from your locale? When I visited my grandmother, she bestowed upon me a tome containing the phrases of previous travelers. It seems to encapsulate those very terms. Who would not be intrigued by the unknown? Especially someone like Li Mu, who seeks distractions from her own thoughts. Despite maintaining her usual cheerful demeanor, Li Lan is acutely aware that the prince is incessantly preoccupied with the original An Lan. Indeed, perhaps we hail from the same origin. Let us set aside such matters for now. How does Miss Lan intend to address the current rumors circulating in the marketplace? In the ancient realm of one's own world, it may be that the selfless and considerate Li Mu is ill-suited for the role of an emperor, mused Li Lan. However, the great Li, in its current state of commerce and trade, has not been reported to engage in conflicts with other nations. If we were to dissolve our betrothal at this moment, since Li Lan departed from the Taiji Palace yesterday, Li Mu has yet to muster the courage to approach the emperor and empress, leading to a delay that may, perhaps, turn out to be fortuitous. Li Mu sighed, fearing that such a course of action would align with their intentions. No matter, she continued. The Yun Temple and I are destined to be at odds. Yet, she lamented, it is not for her to make decisions on behalf of another. The she referred to here is the original host, An Lan. An Lan, it seems, would never concern herself with such matters. In truth, the court has long regarded the Yun Temple with disdain. Though Li Mu did not articulate her thoughts clearly, Li Lan understood. After all, we are students of one of the top 9 universities, well-versed in history. The Yun Temple is currently revered by the populace to the point of superstition. Should any malevolent intent be revealed one day, a mere rallying cry could provoke a tumultuous upheaval, and how could the court remain indifferent? It is not solely because the common folk place their faith in them. Li Mu lamented, if their intentions were pure, the court would not concern itself with who governs. As long as the well-being of the people is ensured. Li Lan held deep admiration for the state of the great Li. Reflecting upon the past and present of her own world, as well as the historical dynasties of the great Li. Such sentiments are hardly the words one would expect from a future sovereign. However, the Yun Temple is renowned for its efficacy in granting offspring. Li Mu glanced at the lotus pods beside him, which were beginning to droop. Bai Zhao had once sought the blessings of a temple for the same purpose. And in the end, there was no need to elaborate further. Given Li Lan's recent experiences, both were acutely aware of the implications surrounding a Yun Temple. Yet, in this day and age, the common folks' beliefs are not something the court can easily intervene in. Li Mu reached out to grasp a lotus pod, peeling away its skin and consuming it along with the bitter seeds. It is said that even deities depend on the faith of the people, much like the court, which requires the support of the populace to maintain stability. Indeed, but the gods derive their strength from the power of belief. They achieve divinity through their merits to the people and their understanding of the Tao. Thus Li Lan elucidated. Miss Lan, do sample this lotus seed. It is quite delightful. Chapter 47. Planning for Others, Facing Criticism in the Palace. Wives Seeking Death in Prison, Part 1. In the past, when someone was unwell, you would insist on accompanying them, yet now you claim that different families produce different daughters? In the Tai Chi Hall, the emperor was thoroughly vexed by his son's whimsical tendencies, and it was only after the court session that Li Mu dared to speak. You are destined to be a sovereign. Do you understand the weight of your words? If I were to change my decrees as you do, how could the great Li dynasty endure? Just days prior, I inquired about your intentions regarding the daughter of the Yin family, asking when you would bring her into the palace. What was your response? Has it been half a month since then? Your Majesty, please take your time. Do not be hasty. It is unclear who relayed the news of the emperor's quarrel with the crown prince and the third prince in the Tai Chi palace to the empress. But she has now entered the hall just in time to interrupt the emperor, who was in a fit of anger. Of course, it was not a heated exchange between Li Mu and the emperor. Ever since Li Mu made his request, the emperor had been in a state of agitation, striving to restrain himself from engaging in a physical altercation with such a young lad. What brings you here? The emperor asked, still irritable with Li Mu, momentarily at a loss for words. The empress, unfazed, or perhaps already incensed on her way here, took a seat beside him and casually sipped from the emperor's teacup. Go on, continue scolding your son. My goodness, do you have any idea what he has done? After so many years of marriage. The emperor was well aware of the empress's temperament. Please, do not indulge him too much. Your ancestor resides in the palace. Do you think she would approve of your actions? Well, it seems neither of you is easy to deal with, the emperor retorted, exasperated, fully aware that he could not afford to offend his wife, son, or even his own mother. You all have no idea what he intends to do. The emperor, in his frustration, flung his sleeves. The empress, usually a reasonable person, seemed unusually riled today. On her way here, without needing anyone to inform her, she had already discerned what her son had done. I know. After all these years, has that young lady not endured enough? Oh, that girl Lanner has had her share of hardships. How could it come to this? Do speak up and offer your counsel. Just a few days ago, you mentioned that Anlin was the only one worthy of your affection, yet now you express a desire to part ways, stating that you would prefer to remain friends rather than spouses. In truth, Li Mu finds himself quite bewildered. One would expect the empress to have a more pronounced reaction to such matters than the emperor. Could it be that she is merely suppressing her anger? Observing his own wife escort their son from the Tai Chi Hall, the emperor realized that expressing his frustration would be futile, so he withdrew to a corner in silence. Very well, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Please ensure that you provide a satisfactory resolution for Miss An, securing her a life free of worries. As the empress prepared to depart, the emperor's anger subsided significantly, and clarity returned to his mind. Suddenly, he grasped the possibility that they might be concealing something from him. Indeed, the empress replied with nonchalance. The emperor, quite vexed, found himself at a loss with his own wife. The children chose to remain silent, and I was merely speculating. If you wish to know more, you may inquire with the Empress Dowager, while the emperor remained in a daze. The empress had already exited the hall, intent on seeking their son. Chapter 48. Planning for Others, Facing Criticism in the Palace. Wives Seeking Death in Prison, Part 2. It has been a long time since I last visited the Empress Dowager. It is indeed a fitting opportunity to discuss these matters. The emperor, consumed by curiosity due to his wife's enigmatic behavior, was about to rise and seek the presence of the Grand Emperor when a report arrived in haste. Your Majesty. It is from the Ministry of Justice and the Capital Administration, with his son's imprudent engagement to Miss and still unresolved, and encountering obstacles in reopening a past case. The Emperor felt an escalating sense of headache. Previously, the incident concerning Mu, who ended her life in prison in a desperate attempt to prove her innocence, was a significant disservice to the esteemed family. Now, with his own son seeking to annul the engagement, it adds further insult to Yin's daughter. Not to mention, the young lady from the Yin family is indeed a good child and will undoubtedly be heartbroken. The Emperor, indifferent to his son's private affairs, now feels an even greater sense of guilt. Summon the Empress Dowager, he instructed. I shall visit her later. After much contemplation, the Emperor set aside his curiosity and resolved to attend to pressing matters at hand. He commanded all officials involved in the case to convene in the palace, bringing with them the evidence they possessed, the captured criminals, and the relevant documents, to present themselves within the hour. Rubbing his temples, the Emperor felt a throbbing headache. It was reported that the fortune teller had perished, allegedly by suicide out of fear of punishment. However, the confessions transcribed by the officials predominantly detailed their own wrongdoings. An orphan, small in stature, was bestowed wisdom by an immortal. Whether wise or foolish, one is not forsaken. After 3 years of failure, I sought life beyond the confines. I found a worthy companion to serve my master, and subsequently, a good child, fulfilling the universe's balance. The fortune teller, not illiterate, could comprehend scriptures and master the arts. How could he be foolish? Desiring no harm, his wife suffered misfortune. In aiding others, he incurred the wrath of the unjust. In a moment's time, his home was engulfed in flames. Alone, what do spirits care? The righteous path is fraught with peril, while the wicked path offers riches. Like a mere shell of flesh. What does it matter? The Emperor discerned the damning nature of the words within the blood writings. While the court had heard whispers of these matters, resolution was not something that could be achieved in a day. Before the officials arrived in the court, the Emperor, holding the blood letter that had been transcribed, continued to read. 10 taels of gold. I fear not the shortening of my life. 100 taels of gold. What does death matter? 1,000 taels of gold. I fear not the 5 thunders. It is not for wealth that one dies. Without wealth, survival is difficult. One knows the right path, yet it is indeed hard to return. The 3 souls and 7 spirits, even in death, should be extinguished. Glancing at the sky outside the palace, the Emperor felt a sense of confusion. In this era of national peace and prosperity, there were still those who, under the guise of encouraging virtue, committed malevolent acts. Was it a flaw in the court's moral education, or? What the Emperor failed to realize was that the wicked paths do not distinguish between good and evil in their pursuits, while the righteous path will never grant one that which they do not deserve. The stark distinction between good and evil made the wicked paths appear more effective, thus attracting more adherents. Chapter 49. A temporary relief from worries in the sweltering heat of midsummer, thoughts once again troubled the mind as autumn approached. The edict for the annulment of the engagement was bound to reach the Yin family residence, prompting Sui to hasten from afar upon hearing the news. This was indeed a golden opportunity, and how could Sui refrain from taking action? Meanwhile, Song, who had long been instigating events from behind the scenes, remained hidden. Just like his father. Had it not been for the evidence presented by the parties involved, he could have continued to remain unscathed in the shadows. Today, the tables have turned. Before the edict even arrived at the Yin residence, Sui had already taken the initiative. As expected, without those sinister techniques, the third prince would surely grow weary of you. Uncle and aunt, I, Sui, have always said this is for your own good. At that time, I shall become the consort of His Highness, the third prince. You look down upon me now. Some individuals excel in appropriating what others possess, their minds filled with delusions of grandeur that far exceed their merits. Regrettably, neither the couple, Che nor Li Lan, paid heed to a single word spoken by Sui. His Majesty has decreed that the Yin family, specifically the branch of Che, shall receive the edict. For over a century, the Li family has been devoid of eunuchs, and the guards within the palace command respect with merely a word. This was a specific instruction from the third prince, Li Mu, anticipating that Sui would seek trouble. The order was given to ensure the Yin family's tranquility. Once the decree of annulment was proclaimed, Sui believed the matter concluded and emerged from her corner, hands on her hips, much like her parents, Ha and Lan. I shall see what charms you possess henceforth. The guard spoke gently, as if genuinely inviting Sui to depart. However, those behind him had already placed their hands on their sword hilts, clearly indicating their stance. They merely sought to hold her accountable for enchanting His Highness, the third prince. And Sui could only retaliate, much of her rhetoric having been gleaned from its song. Tragically, she was but a pawn, utterly unaware of her role. And Sui had her eyes set on the dashing prince who remained steadfast to Enlon, while Song coveted the hereditary benefits of the household, which, despite Enche's disdain, were unattainable for Enching's family. Indulged by her parents, and Sui found that the officials sent by the court would not coddle her. Two of them stepped forward, firmly grasping her arms and setting her aside. By the decree of the emperor, it is proclaimed, the daughter of the Yin family from Taihu. Enlon possesses both virtue and talent, embodying loyalty and filial piety, with a heart as fragrant as orchids and a quality as pure as jade. I am exceedingly pleased with her, and hereby bestow upon her the title of Princess Pingyun, with the territory to be granted on an auspicious day. Furthermore, I grant her 100 taels of gold, along with 2 bolts each of shoe brocade, hang silk, and Su embroidery, as well as a variety of medicinal herbs including ginseng. The provisions for Princess Pingyun will be delivered to the residence this afternoon. Given your frail health, His Majesty has chosen not to host a banquet within the palace. The palace guards are meticulous in their duties, and when your health improves, His Majesty will undoubtedly hold a grand celebration in your honor. After midday, with approximately a tea's worth of time remaining until the hour of Wei, large chests and small bundles flowed into the inn residence like a stream. The couple, Enche and his wife, felt undeserving of such generosity, especially since it was their own daughter who had initiated the withdrawal from the engagement, resulting in the third prince's wrongful predicament and this lavish recompense. However, what the family of 3, including Li Lan, remained unaware of was that the emperor had initially intended to adopt her as a goddaughter. This plan was thwarted by the empress, who had learned the entire affair from the third prince, Li Mu. The emperor's treatment of his own family is well known, and both Li Mu and the empress feared that one day, should Li Lan leave the Dali, the emperor might harbor grievances for years to come. Moreover, Li Mu understood that this young lady, sharing the same name and surname as his ancestors, was destined to uphold righteousness. Should she acquire the status of a royal goddaughter, it would only serve to hinder her path, rendering the endeavor counterproductive. Chapter 50. A temporary respite from worry during the sweltering summer. When the heat is most conducive to healing, Li Lan set about to restore her health. Long afflicted by illness, it is not merely skill that can expedite her recovery. Moreover, in the realm of medicine and mysticism, Li Lan primarily learned not the art of healing from her master, but rather she is now relying on the guidance of the teachers at Xuan Yun Temple and her own explorations. Following their previous ordeal, Enche and his wife are hesitant to hastily take their daughter to Yun Temple seeking fate. They plan to wait until her health improves further. Logically, the use of the Dangue Siju decoction as a foundation for gradual recuperation should yield positive results. After several days of study, Li Lan selected a relatively common prescription. It stands to reason that her original self, Enlon, must have employed this formula, yet now, as Li Lan meditates and cultivates, she can enhance the efficacy of this prescription in nourishing her meridians. With a sigh, Li Lan refrained from recklessly venturing out to gather herbs. For Enlon lacked medical knowledge. From where could she conjure a remedy? Even if her parents were to allow her to start learning medicine now, Enche and his wife would undoubtedly harbor reservations. Lanner, what is happening in this room? Mrs. N rushed in anxiously, discovering smoke seeping from her daughter's bed curtains. Without regard for anything else, she hastily lifted the drapes. Lana, what is this? Seeing her daughter prone on the bed, laboriously managing a diminutive pile of moxa, Mrs. and frozen place. Do not worry, mother. Earlier, I encountered an immortal. This mugwort was requested by Li Lan from the teachers at Xuan Yun Temple, and I crafted it into moxa fluff myself. The immortal said that applying moxa during the summer can help dispel the cold from within the body. Seeing that there was no fire in her daughter's room, Mrs. N finally exhaled in relief. However, her concern shifted to the identity and capabilities of this unknown immortal. Wherever the celestial elder may be, Lanner, you may attempt these methods, and naturally, your mother will not oppose. I only fear that it might yield contrary results. Do not worry, mother. I find the moxibustion to be pleasantly warming. I have previously heard the saying, a household with 3 years of mugwort needs no physician to prescribe medicine, which I believe holds some truth. After all, being the daughter of a prominent family, and now married to Enche, Mrs. N's health has always been prioritized. The 3-verse moxibustion is known for its health benefits, and Mrs. N has consistently adhered to it even before desiring a daughter. It is well, yet you must undertake this yourself. The acupoints may not be correctly applied. In due time, I shall summon a physician for you. Mrs. Ying gazed at her daughter's slightly reddened back, nearly moved to tears. Even if it cannot cure ailments, it can certainly maintain one's health. But could you allow Mother to assist you in removing these? I see that some of these moxa sticks have already turned to ash. Lanner, please inform me of such matters in advance from now on. There is not a hint of reproach in Mrs. Ann's words. You did not share this with your mother, relying solely on your own simplicity? After all these years, has not your mother been here for you? It is my failure to care for you properly that has led to these issues. Do not perceive my love as a burden. Li Lan lay there, gently nodding. All right. Thank you, Mother. What need is there to thank your mother? Lanner, they say you have been fortunate to recover from calamity, but in my view, it seems the water has merely entered your mind. Madame Anne approached her daughter and playfully poked her forehead with her finger, teasingly remarking, I wonder whose influence you've been under to treat your mother with such formality. Are you planning to leap down on your own? Li Lan smiled gently, taking her mother's hand. With such wonderful parents, she pondered how she could avoid causing them sorrow. If she were to speak candidly, given Madame Anne's currently fragile state, she might very well faint on the spot. And if someone were to expose the truth, if it were not for the understanding that one should not defame the divine or resent fate, Li Lan could only exclaim to the heavens, I truly feel tied down. Chapter 51. A brief respite from worry in the sweltering heat of midsummer. Thoughts of concern resurfaced, accompanied by an ailment that lingered into autumn. Mother, let us prepare a meal together. The child has improved greatly and wishes to personally make some delightful dishes for you. Indeed, during the recent moxibustion treatments, one often experiences various reactions, leaving one appearing even more feeble, occasionally unearthing lingering ailments. Li Lan had been concealing these issues while seizing the opportunity to cook with her mother, preparing medicinal dishes to nourish Madame Anne's health. As autumn approached, taking advantage of the season's change, Li Lan decided to make a bowl of mutton porridge. With 2 pounds of mutton, an ounce of astragalus, an ounce of white poria, and 5 dry jujubes sent by the Queen of the Western Rhone, along with 3 parts of glutinous rice. The medicinal herbs previously gifted by the Emperor had indeed proven useful, especially the fine ginseng from the Chambai Mountains in the northeast, of which Li Lan took an ounce to cook with the mutton porridge. Where did you learn to make this porridge, dear? Madame Anne observed her daughter as she prepared the mutton porridge. Previously, at the palace banquet, this dish had been served, and it was an exquisite medicinal cuisine. The recipe had been provided by His Highness, the Third Prince, and her daughter diligently followed it. In truth, this recipe was learned by Li Lan from her master in the 21st century. Given her frail constitution, her master, aware of her aversion to traditional medicines, concocted these delightful medicinal dishes to bolster her health. However, since the Third Prince was cognizant of her identity and the palace employed this medicinal recipe, Li Lan casually attributed it to Enmu. Thus, the situation unfolded. Madame Anne refrained from further inquiries, silently taking over the ladle. Lier, you should rest a while. Look at how you are drenched in sweat. Allow your mother to handle this. Your health is already fragile, and the previous physicians have advised caution. Sweating profusely like this may leave you feeling depleted later on. This child truly causes one to worry, Madame Anne murmured, her hands never pausing in their stirring of the porridge. With such a substantial amount prepared, it would suffice for the next couple of days. The intention behind preparing more was to ensure that Madame Anne could nourish her body well before the oppressive heat set in, thus aiding her recovery in hopes of eventually welcoming another son or daughter into the family. Coughing, theoretically, is a positive sign, as it aids in expelling some of the coldness trapped within the body. Finding a moment to engage in acupuncture would further help eliminate the lingering toxins, leading to an improvement in health. As mealtime had yet to arrive, Li Lan settled on the couch to meditate. The meridians, having been nurtured, were indeed in a much better state than before. However, a sudden bout of intense coughing forced Li Lan to cease her breath work, leaning against the couch for support. Furrowing her brows, Li Lan felt that the body she inhabited was burdened not merely by the long-accumulated cold poison, but rather by some insidious malevolence. The path Li Lan practiced was inherently inclusive, as long as it was righteous. It mattered not from which celestial realm one's divine methods originated. Each could pursue their own path in harmony. However, she found no tolerance for those malevolent practices that masqueraded under the guise of the supernatural, as they were akin to those who, from a so-called moral high ground, perpetrated evils that were even more egregious. Lanner, dinner is ready. What occupies your thoughts, so lost in contemplation? Madame Anne paused in her serving of congee, momentarily taken aback. She filled a bowl with a spoon and handed it to her daughter. If you have made up your mind, I shall prepare everything for you in the coming days. Chapter 52. Seeking the cure amidst the mountains and waters, Madame Yin was swift in her preparations, not constraining her daughter. Initially, she had hired several attendants to accompany them. But ultimately, only one or two remained at Li Lan's behest. If you find yourself short of funds, do not hesitate to inform your mother and father. We shall send you what you need. Keep these banknotes safe. They can be redeemed at the banks in Jianan. With countless reminders, she felt it insufficient. Though the southern climate is warm, it is also quite humid. Your constitution cannot tolerate spicy food, so dress warmly. I have packed everything for you in the trunk. Do not skimp on expenses. Your father and I can afford to support you. And Che chimed in as well. The fief granted by the emperor has been officially conferred. It is a land of great abundance. The monthly tax revenue could even equate to half a year's salary for me. Thus, it would be unwise to speak solely of the couple. And Che and his wife, even our esteemed Princess Pingyan, relying on her own means, finds herself untroubled by financial woes. Very well, make your own decisions. And take care of your health. The last time she meditated, she inadvertently drew forth the ailments concealed beneath the chill of her affliction. In these recent days, Li Lan's complexion has not been favorable. She has taken to applying a touch of rouge to spare her parents unnecessary concern. At this moment, Li Lan, suppressing a cough, converses with Che and his wife, yet she cannot help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Retreating into the carriage to stifle her cough so that they may not hear. Very well, go on. But remember to write to your father and mother when you have the time. The clouds obscure the blazing sun, and the autumn heat rages in Jingzhou City, creating a stifling atmosphere that feels akin to a smoldering fire within the hearts of those separated. The wheels of the carriage stir up dust along the path, leaving no trace of their passage. Miss, why do you conceal matters from Lorden and his wife? Why cause them worry? Yet the young woman wishes to express, but even if you deliberately keep things from them, Lorden and his wife are surely perceptive enough to notice. Wouldn't that only heighten their concern? It matters not. I am merely seeking a remedy. Li Lan is unaware of these complexities. Her master possesses medical knowledge. There is no need for her to hide ailments. If there were issues, they would have already been addressed, leaving no room for subterfuge. Ultimately, the young woman remained silent. Content as long as the miss and the lord and lady were well, some matters are beyond her counsel. The verdant leaves remain untouched by the withering of autumn, while the gentle rain struggles against the oppressive heat, like a solitary carriage. Burdened with numerous belongings yet gradually drifting away, the tracks it leaves behind will soon be supplanted by new ones. Xuan Yun Continent Ying Li Hall, are you certain about this timing, Hall Master? Yin Shui expressed her confusion as to why the Hall Master had suddenly become anxious over the past few days, when not long ago. It was she who was urging him. Indeed, Yue Ying felt that if he lingered any longer, even if he were to awaken, he would surely lose his sanity. He found himself increasingly unable to discern whether this was a tangible reality or merely a figment of his unconscious mind. His atheistic beliefs insisted that he could not be traversing worlds, nor could such a place exist where one could command the elements at will. Yet, the sights, sounds, and sensations he had experienced in recent days were evidently not akin to the insensitivity of a dream. Let us proceed. Yue Ying pinned his hopes on the descent that Yin Shui had been urging. Perhaps, he mused, this was his subconscious offering him a pathway to awakening? Very well. Hall Master, we cannot enter Ying Li Hall with Yin Lei. We can only send those who are typically unnoticed by Elder Wei to accompany you to the lower realm. Yin Shui gave her final instructions, unaware that Yue Ying merely yearned to awaken in the hospital room where he believed he should find himself. Chapter 53. Seeking remedies amidst scenic landscapes after resting for a day at the inn, Li Lan proceeded to visit a nearby Taoist temple. With the experiences from Xuan Yun Temple and Yi Yun Temple as lessons, Li Lan was now adept at discerning the situation. Upon entering the temple, she immediately sought the statue of the deity. The Taoist priest of Xuan Yun Temple prepared a letter to clarify the relationship between Li Lan and the Taoist priest of Xuan Yun Temple. In such esteemed temples, it is customary to grant Li Lan certain conveniences, allowing him to reside within the temple, thus sparing him the fatigue of seeking accommodation. The priest's words were understood by Li Lan. Those temples that share a lineage with Yi Yun Temple are currently flourishing. Should they operate in a manner akin to Yi Yun Temple, it is likely that the countless suffering citizens of Dali would be immeasurable. The letter mentioned that the priest suffered from poison in his youth and sought treatment in the south. At this moment, the priest of Xuan Yun Temple had already concluded reading the letter written by the chief priest. Thank you, esteemed elder. The teachings are not to be imparted lightly. This temple's ability to act in such a manner fills Li Lan with profound gratitude. The priest merely smiled and replied, "It matters not. My path is in gradual decline. As long as you devote yourself to the Tao and do good for the world, what difference does it make in terms of sect?" Li Lan nodded, clasped his hands in reverence, and bowed once more. "I shall heed your guidance." Before the hall, there were incense and candles. "You may pay your respects to each deity, and then we shall retire together." After taking the incense and candles, Li Lan proceeded to pay homage to the various deities before seeking out the priest once again. Although there are numerous deities, their essence remains the same, to encourage benevolence. If indeed there are divine beings above, then one should exercise caution in solitude. Heavenly officials grant blessings, earthly officials absolve sins, and water officials resolve calamities. I, disciple Li Lan, humbly beseech the three officials to bless the parents of Lan of Taihu with a lifetime of peace. Should Lan's parents face tribulations, I, Li Lan, am willing to exchange all my merits for their health. This was Li Lan's vow to Lan, and indeed a fervent wish as he entered the temple. The three officials are deities revered by the common folk, and their efficacy is often remarkable due to the faith of the people. Unlike the four sovereigns of the 21st century, in the state of Li, there exists a supreme emperor of the profound Taiji, who presides over mortals, spirits, and phantoms, surpassing the four sovereigns. Although she had never worshipped before, Li Lan still followed the proper rites before proceeding to the rear halls. "Brother Dao, my humble master possesses some knowledge of medicine. If you are willing, I can examine you," she offered. After paying her respects to the deities in each hall, Li Lan intended to seek out the Taoist priest she had encountered earlier, only to find him standing just a few steps away. "Naturally, I would be grateful, esteemed immortal," she replied. Observing the aged yet youthful priest furrowing his brows, Li Lan could only smile wryly in response. "It seems your body has been subjected to improper medications over an extended period, otherwise it would not be in such a state." The priest sighed, continuing, "If I am not mistaken, there remains an unusual energy within your dantian. My capabilities are limited, and I fear I cannot heal you." Gazing at the young maiden before him, the priest's bright eyes reflected a hint of regret. "If you are willing, you may stay and practice the Taiji swordplay passed down in my Taoist temple. Though some techniques may have been lost, it would still benefit your health. With time, should fate permit, I believe you could still find healing." Li Lan nodded, rising from her seat and cupping her hands in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed immortal. No need. No need. And who knows what kind of person it is? You are still so young. It seems you are destined to ruin your entire life." Reflecting on the sparse incense offerings at the present Taoist temple, the priest felt increasingly disheartened. Chapter 54, Wandering Through Mountains and Rivers in Search of Remedies. This is a sword technique that has been passed down in our humble temple for over a century, known as the Ren water sword. There is also a Gui water sword, but the senior disciple of the Kuan Dao has ventured out on a pilgrimage. However, within the temple, there exists a manual left by our revered ancestor before his passing. If you are interested, I shall retrieve it for you shortly. After sharing this, the priest began to demonstrate to Li Lan. In Li Lan's perspective, it appeared to possess a depth surpassing that of the legacies left by the 21st century. As you practice this cloud sword, you should be able to sense the energy guiding the sword. That is the correct approach. When executing the collapsing sword technique, you should channel your strength and release the impure energy along with the sword's movement, sending it outward. While demonstrating, the priest occasionally paused to provide detailed explanations, from which Li Lan greatly benefited. In the serene mountain sanctuary, with sunlight illuminating the landscape and mist dissipating, Li Lan had worked up a sweat and decided to descend the mountain to explore, intending to purchase some daily necessities for the ascent. Do not spend your own money. Aside from the incense money for repairs, the temple has some funds from ordinary families seeking feng shui. The priests, aware of Li Lan's plan to descend, certainly would not allow him to spend his own money on items for the temple. In the temple, the silver coins were merely. After a moment's hesitation, Li Lan understood that the crowd would not alter their attitudes simply because of the so-called identity of a princess, and thus she spoke candidly. "Moreover, my presence here is justified as I am utilizing the hospitality of the temple. Miss, may I inquire as to the whereabouts of the Yiqing temple?" Li Lan was momentarily taken aback, realizing the inquiry pertained to the lineage of the Yun temple. She glanced at the young woman beside the elder and paused before asking, "What purpose does the elder have in seeking the Yiqing temple?" "Ah, dear girl, You are unaware of my plight. My daughter has been unable to conceive for quite some time, and I have brought her and her husband to seek medical advice." The elder exclaimed with a sense of urgency. They both long for children, and yet they are unable to conceive. How could one not be anxious in such a situation? "We have already consulted physicians and consumed numerous herbal remedies. You know well the adage that medicine can be toxic. As a mother, my worry is profound." Upon hearing this, Li Lan grasped the situation. When seeking medical attention for her daughter, no physician would distinguish whether the issue lay with the daughter or the son-in-law. Furthermore, since she was there to care for her daughter, no one would readily perceive the son-in-law's potential issues. However, Li Lan was acutely aware of the unsavory reputation of the Yiyun Temple, yet she could not speak candidly about it. Instead, she decided to advise differently. "Elder, the Yiqing Temple is quite distant from here, but there is a Qingyun Temple nearby, where an esteemed elder possesses remarkable medical skills. I myself have sought treatment there. Would the elder be willing to trust my recommendation?" The Yiqing Temple, once renowned for its distant reputation, now stands in a state of desolation, evoking skepticism in those who behold it. "Should the healing prove ineffective, I shall bear the costs, so the matron may rest assured." Observing the young lady before me, clad in garments befitting a wealthy household, the matron hesitantly nodded. A failed treatment is unlikely to lead to harm. Thus, an attempt is surely warranted. Li Lan added, "The immortal's medical skills are commendable. Unless the matron's son-in-law is inherently flawed, a successful healing should not pose a challenge." Casting a glance at the matron's son-in-law, who sported a beard, it seemed improbable that he was fundamentally deficient. "Let us take him to the temple, where the immortal may examine him and offer prayers to the deities, even if it is fated for them to remain childless. That too shall likely no longer be a concern." "Very well, my dear, I place my trust in you. Let your son-in-law accompany us." Regardless of the outcome, Li Lan's actions would at least shield the young lady from the clutches of malevolent practitioners, thus achieving a commendable deed. Chapter 55. Disappointment in the land of Jiuzhou. Closing her eyes and reopening them, Mooning found herself still within this realm, uncertain of her next steps. "Palace Master?" A voice called to her, breaking her reverie. Unable to feign unconsciousness any longer, Mooning nodded in acknowledgement, listening as the individual beside her expounded upon the current state of the Jiuzhou continent. It bore a striking resemblance to historical accounts. Mooning mused, indeed. She must have been in a state of unconsciousness. Otherwise, where would one discover a place so akin to the history of the 21st century? "Palace Master, we are in the Kingdom of Li, part of the Jiuzhou continent, the homeland of many immortals from our Xinyan realm." As she continued to listen to the conversations around her, Yue Ying recalled the story that Yin Li had shared with her in the Ying Li Hall. It seemed that even individuals from foreign tribes could attain immortality, a reflection of the profound understanding she had developed regarding the concept of a shared human destiny. Her imagination, born from a state of unconsciousness, conjured visions of harmonious coexistence among the peoples of the world. After the two companions beside her concluded their discussion, Yue Ying nodded and said, "Very well, let us find a place to settle for now." In her usual routine, she often spoke with her roommates about traveling together during the holidays. Yet each time the break arrived, she found herself confined to the laboratory, never truly able to embark on an adventure. Now, she resolved to seize the opportunity to explore. The Lord of the Hall, as well as Lord Yin Shui, had expressed the desire for her to cultivate her skills on the Jiuzhou continent. In order to avoid falling victim to Elder Wei's schemes and finding herself powerless to resist, sighing, she acknowledged that she could not afford to remain idle. It was likely that without diligent practice, she would remain trapped in her current state. Yue Ying pondered, despite her atheistic views, that with science reaching certain heights, the notion of time travel seemed plausible. If she were indeed to traverse dimensions, she worried about the possibility of losing her life in the process. While protagonists in tales of time travel often emerged unscathed, she feared that her own journey could end in tragedy, a notion that would certainly be embarrassing to disclose. Not everyone involved in scientific research possessed a gloomy demeanor. At least Yue Ying did not, as she still carried a hint of whimsicality within her. "The Master of the Hall. The resting place has been prepared. After a brief respite, you may also take a stroll nearby. Lord Yinxue mentioned that you have yet to." Accustomed to the oversight of only Yinxue and Yan Lei, it took a moment for me to realize that the Master of the Hall is now the supreme leader. Fortunately, Yue Ying hoped they would refrain from inquiring about every trivial matter, for should she encounter Elder Wei from the Ying Li Hall, the consequences would be dire enough to leave one utterly devastated. "Very well, you may all take your leave to rest. I am of sufficient stature to manage my own affairs." Yue Ying expressed her desire for solitude. As for who this solitude is, Yue Ying herself could not say. For now, it was best if no one disturbed her, otherwise. Is the path clear? Having been stepped on, Yue Ying did not feel particularly vexed. It was merely regrettable that this fine fabric had been sullied by 2 large mud stains. Halt! With hands and feet, what gives you the right to steal from others? Observing a young woman pursuing someone from behind, drenched in perspiration yet relentless in her chase, Yue Ying was momentarily taken aback. It was only when the young woman passed by and cast a glance at Yue Ying that she felt unjustly accused, believing herself to be the target of a glare. Yue Ying felt wronged. She had merely been caught off guard and was unaware of the unfolding events. Had she known, she would have offered assistance. Why then should she be the subject of such a look? Shaking her head, unfamiliar with her surroundings, Yue Ying had no intention of seeking trouble and proceeded towards the inn. Just as she was about to enter, the young woman returned. Wait! A familiar voice echoed, yet Yue Ying wished to disregard it. However, the young lady seemed resolute. Calling out once more, wait a moment. Chapter 56. In the land of Jiuzhou, Yue Ying's disappointment, when Xuan Yun and Lu Lilan's yearning Part 2. The thief had snatched the old lady's wallet, and in passing, had soiled the young gentleman's attire. Lilan regarded Yue Ying and felt a sense of recognition. I possess some silver. She offered, though I cannot ascertain if it suffices, yet it is only right to compensate for the stain upon your clothing, which was caused by my clumsiness in pursuing someone. Yue Ying found Lilan's manner strangely familiar. Seizing the moment while Lilan rummaged through her belongings, she spoke, My lady. There is no need for compensation. Your intentions are commendable. However, have we perhaps crossed paths before? Do you also feel a sense of familiarity? Lilan blurted out instinctively, leaving Yue Ying momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Yue Ying nodded, her mind racing to discern who it could be that she had encountered before, who now, even in her state of unconsciousness, lingered in her thoughts, yet she could recall no prior impressions. My apologies, I have been forward, Lilan continued. Please accept this money, given your attire. I presume you are not troubled by such trifles. However, not wishing to dwell on their potential acquaintance, Lilan aimed to resolve the matter swiftly. Intent on escorting the old lady to Qingyun Temple, she dismissed any further contemplation of the situation, prioritizing the elderly woman's needs, and with a nod, she pressed the banknote into Yue Ying's hands before making her way toward the exit. If the young master feels that this sum of money is insufficient, he may seek my sister in the room at the southeast corner of the inn. She knows how to contact me. At this moment, Yue Ying was taken aback, while Lilan had already departed with the matron towards Qingyun Temple. My lord, is everything well? All is well, all is well. Observing the banknotes in her embrace, Yue Ying suddenly realized that she had indeed accepted the money earlier. With a sigh, she pondered how she could have been so muddled at this moment. Later, accompany me to the inn to find that girl's sister and return this money. Yes, after all, it was merely a small county town. Even the finest inn was still rather ordinary. The customary elm beams lacked any intricate carvings, and the designated room merely contained a simple bed. Even if one were to combine the entirety of the inn, it would still pale in comparison to a single chamber in Ying Li Hall. My lord, this is already the best inn in the county. It is of no consequence. Yue Ying paid no heed to such matters. Whether grand or modest accommodations was irrelevant. Not to mention that in the 21st century, her usual dormitory was merely a few dozen square meters and stacked. Even if one were to share a bed, how much space is truly needed? But that girl, do you know her? We have discovered that the girl is the princess of Ping'an from the Li Kingdom. However, I sense that her spirit seems to be different. I am at a loss as to how to explain this to your lordship, who possesses no trace of true energy. When the girl passed by, I felt a ghostly chill, as if she had already passed from this world once. Understood. It seems that no useful inquiries were made. Yue Ying suddenly felt the urge to search the internet. More than a month has passed, yet she still finds it hard to acclimate. Yue Ying furrowed her brows, uncertain of when she would awaken from this state. The lord of the palace mentioned that the tranquil princess seemed to have acquired some magical abilities after nearly drowning. Yue Ying understood that this was a prompt for her to commence her own cultivation. Previously, she was confident that it was merely a figment of her imagination or a dream during her unconsciousness. However, after encountering the tranquil princess and hearing such accounts, her beliefs began to waver. Chapter 57. In the land of the 9 provinces, Yue Ying's disappointment and Xuan Yun's longing. Part 3. Holding a brush, Yue Ying scribbled on paper, persistently reminding herself that there are no deities or spirits in this world, and that contemporary science cannot achieve time travel. She hoped this would prevent her from becoming ensnared in this illusion. Meanwhile, on a distant mountain, the son-in-law of the aunt appeared somewhat fatigued. Upon observing him, Li Lan discerned that he must be in a weakened state, which explained why the aunt's daughter was in good health, yet they had no children. Son-in-law, just hang in there. We are not far now. The son-in-law trudged along, feeling increasingly reluctant. But, mother, this is not the Qingguang we are meant to visit. Sighing, the aunt replied, I understand that you have followed my daughter for many years, and we cannot provide you with the best conditions. This time, however, is our last attempt. If it fails again, we shall cease our search. The son-in-law clearly yearned for a child, but even so, he could not withstand the weight of repeated disappointments. Do not worry, dear lady. Oftentimes, it is merely that fate has yet to unveil itself. When the time is ripe, all will naturally fall into place. Even though I have been practicing the Ren water sword and have also ventured into the realm of the Gui water sword through illustrated texts, my physical condition remains far from ideal. My dear lady, I place my trust in you. After all these years of disappointment, it would be an extraordinary stroke of fortune if it truly comes to fruition. Conversely, what harm is there in experiencing yet another disappointment? As we traveled another half-mile, the sun began its descent, and mist once again rose within the mountains, causing the three of them to feel a twinge of anxiety. Dear, dear, could there be wolves or leopards lurking within these mountains? Fear not. Even if snakes are present, I have brought along herbs to ward them off. So you need not be concerned. As the mist thickened around us, I remained unperturbed. Should malevolent spirits dare to approach, it would merely serve to accumulate more points. The lady, feeling frightened, instinctively sought to draw nearer to me, but was unexpectedly left behind as I continued forward. Dear girl mother? I was walking at a leisurely pace. Yet the family's palpable fear caused them to lag further behind, prompting me to halt and wait. My lady, are you familiar with the Qingyan temple? Are there any specters that might appear along this path? The encroaching mist, as darkness fell, certainly lent an air of foreboding. There is no need for alarm. Those distant lights are indeed the Qingyan temple. The elderly woman followed the direction pointed out by Li Lan, feeling a pang of regret for ascending the mountain at her behest. This. Li Lan quickly realized something was amiss and looked up, only to find flickering candlelight obscured by mist, rendering its source nearly untraceable, resembling the ghostly lights often spoken of by people. Moreover, during its heyday, the Qingyan temple boasted a lineage as complete as the present, suggesting that powerful practitioners had laid down formations in the vicinity, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Do not fear. My dear, it is merely candlelight, just 50 or 60 paces ahead. The immortals are all quite benevolent. Very well, my dear, I trust you. At this point, whether in belief or disbelief, the elderly woman felt compelled to press on despite her lingering fears. Thus, the four of them made their way to the Qingyan temple, and upon seeing the square-faced Taoist who opened the door, the elderly woman finally exhaled in relief. Thank you for your kindness, Taoist. However, when the Taoist exchanged a few words with the young woman who had accompanied them, the elderly woman's hair stood on end. You know each other so well. Chapter 58. Disappointment in the Land of the Nine Provinces and the Moonlight of Hero's Benefactor. The one with health issues may be your son-in-law. While the elderly woman remained in a daze, Li Lan had already conveyed the situation, and the Taoist reached a conclusion with her. What do you mean? The elderly woman, taken aback, was momentarily startled. Benefactor? What I mean is that since there seems to be no issue with your beloved's health, the problem may lie with your beloved husband. The Taoist priest, seemingly unfazed by the matron's response, patiently elucidated. I have just conducted a thorough examination of this young gentleman, and it appears that he is somewhat deficient in yang and overly abundant in yin. There may be additional concerns as well. Although I am not proficient in medicine, you might share this young man's birth date and time with me for further insight. As for treatment, I shall need to summon my esteemed master to attend to him. At that moment, the matron could scarcely comprehend the situation. She promptly nodded in gratitude and handed over the prepared birth details to the Taoist. Would you like to rest, esteemed brother? My master awaits your presence. Noticing that Li Lan was still by his side, the Taoist hastily advised, You have borne quite the burden carrying all these items. It truly troubles you. Your constitution is already frail. You ought to take some time to recuperate. Li Lan acquiesced, tidying up the belongings before seeking the Taoist master. Immortal, esteemed brother. They greeted each other with a respectful bow, and the Taoist gestured for Li Lan to take a seat. You previously inquired about how to dispel this malevolent energy. I must confess, as I mentioned, It is quite a formidable task, and I possess no solution. Do you still recall our conversation? Li Lan nodded, realizing that if the purpose were merely to reiterate this matter, the Taoist would not have summoned him. In the days following, the Taoist had sought out the texts housed within the temple's library. As he spoke, he retrieved a tattered book from the nearby shelf. The Taoists hold great reverence for reading sacred texts and utilize specialized bookmarks for this purpose. A book in such a condition either bears the marks of great antiquity or has endured prolonged storage, attracting the gnawing of insects, due to the discrepancies recorded within it that contradict numerous scriptures. This book has remained untouched for many years. The Taoist reverently presented the tome to Li Lan, remarking that by chance he had come across it today, discovering its passages concerning true and malevolent qi. Regardless of their authenticity, it seems likely that this knowledge could assist the Tao brother in some measure. The text reveals that for those cultivating on the 9 provinces continent, attaining enlightenment allows one to ascend to the Xuan Yun Continent, where the conflicting powers of fellow cultivators can be purged at the moment of ascension. Upon inspecting the cover of the book, Li Lan nodded, acknowledging its absence even in the 21st century. "Thank you, esteemed immortal," he said. "No need for such courtesy, Tao brother," came the response. Nestled in a secluded mountain, where human presence is scarce, each breath felt as though it cleansed the lungs entirely, leaving no trace of impurities. Xuan Yun Continent? True qi can be transformed into the power of the 5 elements, and this elemental force can, in turn, serve as a medium for the circulation of true qi. As Li Lan perused the writings, he encountered descriptions of the immortals residing in Xuan Yun Continent. In their presence, a hint of true qi accompanied their movements, and their garments appeared as if crafted by celestial hands. Even upon close inspection, one could hardly discern a single stitch. Moreover, with talismans affixed to their garments, these robes could function akin to magical artifacts, instantly rendered pure when propelled by the 5 elemental true qi. Reflecting on his encounter earlier that day, he noted that the individual's attire seemed beyond the capabilities of ordinary craftsmanship, and the 2 companions that followed him appeared to possess a similar aura of true qi. Despite the swirling dust around them, not a speck of filth clung to their forms. The mortals of the Xuan Yun Continent may have cultivated their powers from the 9 provinces, while others may have originated from there. Bound by the limitations imposed by the celestial deities, one cannot overlook the malevolent forces that threaten the world, encroaching upon the realms of Jiuzhou. As I turned and examined the surroundings, I found a significant hole, gnawed by insects, prompting a sigh of resignation from Li Lan. I must not overlook any trace. Tomorrow I shall descend the mountain once more to seek out the person I encountered yesterday. Such is the nature of fate, intertwining not only individual destinies but also the cyclical fortunes of these several continents. The intricate evolution and entanglements across these lands over countless generations, between righteousness and malevolence, render the 2 individuals merely a minuscule part of a grander narrative. Chapter 59. Inquiring of the malevolent residents, Li Lan engraves talismans. The kind-hearted Moon Ying tests her powers. Part 1. A persistent drizzle enveloped the mountains, transforming the nearby waterfall into a torrent reminiscent of the Qiantang River's tidal surges, leaving no refuge for the county town. For 3 consecutive days and nights, the rain fell relentlessly, compelling the family to remain in the temple rather than venture down the mountain. Outside, darkness reigned. The rain showed no signs of abating, and even the streams within the valley converged into an unceasing river. Given such weather conditions, it seems unlikely that a descent is possible in the near future. Faced with the obstruction of divine will, Li Lan chose not to force the issue, for pressing matters before their destined time often yields adverse results. This weather, however, was indeed suitable for accumulating points. While still at Xuan Yun Temple, several mentors had already bestowed talismans upon Li Lan, and now he was acknowledged as a practitioner by the deities of this realm. "Oh, Master," he pondered, "if the incense offerings to righteous deities do not flourish, could it be that the malevolent deities ascend above them?" Gazing out at the rain-soaked landscape, Li Lan could not help but reminisce about the days spent alongside his master and senior brother in the 21st century. Evil cannot prevail over righteousness. However, in this present age, the proliferation of nefarious practices raises the question, will such influences subtly alter the thoughts of the populace? My master once spoke with Li Lan, stating that regardless of the path, whether indigenous or foreign, whether embraced by our people or by those from afar, any doctrine that encourages benevolence is indeed the righteous way. The crux lies in the fact that true righteousness invariably guides individuals towards goodness. As the rain gently subsided, Li Lan took his sword outside to practice, his mind still entangled in these reflections. The pursuit of enlightenment transcends personal gain. It is not only for oneself and one's descendants, but also for the betterment of society and the welfare of the people. The rain on the mountain gradually diminished, with droplets clinging together, hesitantly poised to fall from the eaves. Li Lan surmised that the rain must have ceased in the valley below, prompting his decision to descend. "Are you also heading down the mountain?" A Taoist priest fortuitously spotted Li Lan at the entrance. "How fares your talisman? This rain has been rather unusual. I observed that some graves on the mountain have been washed away." "Graves?" Li Lan responded. "Yes, those belong to individuals who perished during a past epidemic." The priest sighed. "Aside from those who sought refuge in temples and were treated, the rest have all succumbed. Nowadays, many of the residents in this county are not natives." Li Lan was taken aback. The torrential rain had obliterated those graves. Would that not mean the resurgence of a long-vanquished plague? Yet, it was a tale from the past, and one need not fear the re-emergence of that affliction. Historical records indicate that all those afflicted were incinerated in due course. Listening to the words of the Taoist, Li Lan nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this was indeed a prudent method to sever ties. However, she feared that it might lead to the tragic fate of the innocent. For the malice and lingering death energy, after enduring a tempest that left no graves behind, could prove perilous. Observing Li Lan's furrowed brow, the Taoist sighed and remarked, "It appears that you share the same concerns as I." Before he could inquire further, he added, "If you have other matters to attend to upon descending the mountain, please do so." "There is no urgency," Li Lan replied. "After all, it is merely speculation and hardly of great significance. However, the malevolent energy may indeed stir up trouble. If you would be so kind as to wait a moment, I shall make some preparations. Of course, there is no rush, but the rain's return remains uncertain." The Taoist said, glancing at the darkening clouds. "Should the rain resume, it will be difficult to descend the mountain. I shall go ahead, and you may prepare before following. Once we reach the foot of the mountain, should any issues arise, you should be able to gather information." The Taoist continued, "Those who cultivate the way do not engage in unnecessary intricacies. I am descending to attend to matters. Your kind intention is appreciated, but time is of the essence. You may descend later, as it is not imperative for us to proceed together." "Very well, I shall not delay you further." After gathering her belongings and casting a glance at the encroaching clouds, Li Lan quickened her pace. If fate permits, she would undoubtedly encounter that person again. At present, the most pressing concern was the malevolent energy that had surged from the chaotic burial ground. Chapter 60. Inquiry into the haunted house. Li Lan draws talisman's good intentions. Yue Ying tests her powers. Part 2. The inn in the county town is haunted. The shopkeeper has gone mad and is now wreaking havoc in his establishment. Indeed, as the Taoist had foretold, upon descending the mountain, one can hear the whispers of rumors. This phenomenon, when compared to the rapid dissemination of information in the 21st century, is swift nonetheless, sighed Li Lan. She felt a sense of urgency. Not only were the other young women who had accompanied her waiting for her in the inn because of her, but the matter of the haunting, which had begun in the county town, would surely have far-reaching consequences. She implored the girls not to venture into the county town any further, as it was said that the hauntings had led to fatalities. Thankfully, there were still kind souls around. One grabbed Li Lan and urged her to flee into the mountains. It was too late to reach the I Ching temple, but there was said to be an ancient temple further up the mountain. Although the incense offerings were not as plentiful as they once were, at least the malevolent spirits dared not ascend. Sensing Li Lan's lingering intention to head toward the county town, the kind stranger sighed deeply, expressing his helplessness. "Miss, you must come with me at once. If we delay any longer, it will be too late." Suddenly, Li Lan recalled a saying from 21st century netizens: "Even the ghosts on this mountain must tell their companions, beware of the Taoist causing a ruckus," though she found the thought amusing. She refrained from laughing aloud. After parting ways with her benefactor, Li Lan ventured alone against the tide of people, making her way toward the county town. Ominous clouds once again blanketed the sky, obscuring the daylight, and no one noticed this solitary figure swimming against the current. With each step closer, her foreboding grew. If trouble had arisen in the inn, then the vengeful spirits would surely target the feeble first. Reality proved her intuition correct. Oh. The girl who arrived with Li Lan was wildly flailing her arms, her hair cascading down, resembling a madwoman at that moment. "Be cautious, my lady, do not linger here." Li Lan turned her head to behold the familiar young gentleman from that day. The two individuals accompanying Yue Ying stood protectively by her side. And although Li Lan could not discern their exact actions, it was evident that the surrounding spirits dared not approach them. The girl was a companion who had journeyed here with me. With someone by her side, Li Lan hesitated to reveal her capabilities. The two individuals shook their heads. Constrained by Li Lan's presence and influenced by Yue Ying's previous admonitions, they refrained from kneeling in supplication. Forgive us, esteemed master, for our ineptitude. We are unable to act in the mortal realm. Understanding dawned upon Li Lan. It was not their fault. For the first time, Yue Ying felt a twinge of regret, even if it were merely a dream while she was unconscious. She ought to have acquired some skills to safeguard herself and those around her. My lady, it may be inconvenient for you to act alone. Would you require my assistance alongside a few friends to subdue your companion? Li Lan had initially intended to wait until the three departed before taking action. However, given the current situation, that seemed implausible. Thus, she resorted to a secondary plan, retrieving the talisman she had prepared, awaiting an opportunity to awaken the accompanying girl by splashing the tea upon her. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, gentlemen. Casting a glance at the shopkeeper still wreaking havoc, Li Lan grew increasingly anxious. These three clearly had no intention of intervening, and she could not act recklessly in front of others. Yet, if she delayed too long, the shopkeeper's well-being would surely be compromised. Dear lady, may I inquire why this commotion has suddenly arisen? Li Lan, uncertain whether the gentleman before her was feigning ignorance or genuinely perplexed, could only sigh and respond, my friend bears no chronic ailments. Perhaps there has been some misfortune in her feasting and drinking. It was this very remark from Yue Ying that inspired Li Lan to contemplate summoning the spirit for further inquiry. The lingering resentment could not possibly manifest solely due to a disturbance at the grave. Chapter 61. Inquiring about the haunted residence. Li Lan inscribed talismans, believing in the good intentions of Yue Ying as she tested her abilities. 1, 2, 3. The group exerted their combined strength to bind the young woman to a nearby table. Nevertheless, she continued to writhe incessantly, likely due to the vengeful spirit's unwillingness to succumb, reminiscent of its former state. Awaken. Mixing the talisman into water, Li Lan feigned ignorance, pretending to splash the young woman with cool water to rouse her. Regrettably, the talisman had been hastily drawn, and whether the spirit's resentment had accumulated over a prolonged period or for other reasons, a cup of water yielded little effect. The rumors indeed held truth. Princess Ping and possessed magical capabilities. In that moment, an individual resembling a Taoist priest emerged from the shadows. Observing Li Lan with a smile that lacked sincerity, Li Lan furrowed her brow. You have mistaken the identity of the immortal. It is impossible to err. Princess Ping An's appearance is not that of an ordinary person. You have mistaken the identity of the immortal, she reiterated, within the vastness of Dali. Many bear resemblance to Princess Ping An. I, a mere girl, do not dare to compare myself to her. If the Taoist has no intention of assisting, why create chaos here? Yue Ying found herself at a loss for her own thoughts. Perhaps it was the familiarity she felt with Li Lan. Or perhaps it was simply her instinct that this so-called Taoist harbored ill intentions. Despite the undeniable truth that the individual before her was indeed the Princess of Ping An, she still found herself speaking up for Li Lan. The young lady's friend had yet to recover, and naturally, her heart was heavy with concern. She had little time to engage in trivial conversations with the Taoist priest, typically averse to classical Chinese literature. Yue Ying suddenly realized that the verses she had been compelled to memorize in high school had now become a lifeline. For otherwise, she would find herself at a loss for words. The young master, unaware of the true circumstances, proclaimed that the impoverished monk was merely striving to uphold righteousness. Just as those who practice heretical paths have long deceived even themselves, he spoke with unwavering conviction about lofty ideals. The Princess of Ping An was far from the simplistic persona she presented. The young master must not be so easily deceived. Do not be swayed by his words, my lord. His subordinate cautioned, for I can discern that he shares a similar aura with Elder Wei. Yue Ying smiled gently and reassured him. There is no need for the Taoist to fret. I have formed my own conclusions. Even if this young lady is indeed the Princess of Ping An, and even if she embodies the traits the Taoist describes, I accept it. How could someone willing to risk themselves for a friend be so feeble? Moreover, according to my so-called subordinates, this young lady cannot even be considered a friend of the princess. She is merely a hired worker. Yue Ying felt that it was the one who appeared out of nowhere who harbored the true sense of guilt within their heart. Ultimately, even if one were to believe in the notion of time travel, a phenomenon that transcends the dimensions achievable by 21st century science, Yue Ying remains resolutely an atheist. The so-called specters are merely manifestations of one's own guilt. After all, one heart, one ghost is an ancient phrase born from such thoughts. Very well, should any misfortune arise, do not hold me accountable for failing to warn you, young master. What is there to learn? You are to instruct me now. Lord, you have finally. As the incessant chatter was about to commence anew, Yue Ying swiftly raised her hand to halt it. There is no time for further discussions. This so-called Taoist seems ill-intentioned. Teach me what you must, lest I become a hindrance to you later. The artifact that the Lord holds can be used as a fan for protection. The talisman inscribed by Yin Shui was handed to Yue Ying, and the subordinate began to prepare as well. Oh, splendid. No need for anything elaborate. Wait. Yue Ying was left speechless. This so-called Taoist truly intended to silence her. In that fleeting moment, it felt akin to the explosion in the laboratory. Yue Ying was overwhelmed with fear, but fortunately, before she could fully react, the fan had already begun to take effect. Chapter 62. Danger of unmasking Li Lan's deception. Yue Ying, filled with uncertainty, pondered. Miss, is the earth shaking? No. Glancing around at the chaotic scene, Li Lan was at a loss for words. It was better not to explain. Any attempt at clarification would only invite trouble. Miss, what has happened in the county town? I only remember the rain pouring heavily, and then I lost track of everything. Miss, has the flood passed? The girl, ever so perceptive, surveyed her surroundings and noted the absence of watermarks. Merely a chaotic array of muddy footprints remained. Yet, this did not seem quite right, miss. I recall that the shopkeeper appeared to have gone mad, wielding a knife and slashing indiscriminately. Then, I ran and ran until I suddenly lost consciousness. I remember. I heard someone shouting, claiming there were ghosts. It is said that the graves on the mountain were washed away. Leading to the ensuing chaos, Li Lan chose to remain reticent regarding certain matters. The Taoist priest from the mountain had already descended to address the issues, and she had merely followed suit. You should rest for a moment. I still have some things to attend to. The girl nodded blankly. If there is anything you need to tidy up, I shall assist you. Let us depart swiftly from this place. Li Lan mused to herself. Those items are not something you could help me with. Setting aside other considerations, I am already grateful that I have not troubled you further. As for leaving quickly, that is altogether impossible. How could one stand idly by when misfortune has befallen this place and one possesses the means to assist? Naturally, Li Lan refrained from voicing such thoughts to the girl, instead suggesting that she focus on resting and not concern herself with other matters. Upon returning to the entrance, the inn's lobby was now a scene of utter disarray. The shopkeeper, having been disturbed for so long, now appeared somewhat dazed, and Li Lan found herself at a loss as to how to proceed. The Taoist priest from I Ching Temple, unable to contend, fled, leaving one to wonder what rumors he might spread next. Presently, she had little inclination to concern herself with such matters. However, this young lady who accompanied her, Li Lan sensed that she had begun to perceive the peculiarity of her circumstances. Indeed, Princess Pingyan possessed some knowledge. Yue Ying remained seated in the hall, observing Li Lan's mutterings. Yet, what was the princess's next course of action? What could be done? It was unacceptable to simply, almost slipped out a casual remark of just give up. Li Lan hastily ceased her words, but Yue Ying had caught a glimpse of it. Nearly springing to her feet, what did the princess just say? Nothing at all. Young master, do take a rest. Li Lan was aware that Yue Ying still believed her talisman had not been discovered. Nevertheless, it seemed that the girl was not feigning ignorance. She genuinely appeared to lack understanding. I shall tidy up here. What I meant was, could you kindly put up a sign stating that this establishment is temporarily closed? Yue Ying nodded. Understanding that Princess Pingyan surely intended to undertake matters she preferred to keep hidden from her gaze, and thus discreetly withdrew. Very well. I shall write it at once. The young master, being of a noble family, must surely have writing materials in his quarters. After walking 30 or 40 steps, Yue Ying suddenly realized, wait, this place employs traditional characters, which she could not write. Would she not be mistaken for a fraud and driven away? Shaking her head, she resolved to stiffen her resolve and seek out those two gossips. Let us step outside for a moment. Li Lan found a place to sit in the hall, formed a seal with her fingers, and began to chant. Speak slowly. I am listening. The apparition has become unrecognizable, yet it suddenly recoiled. What? Li Lan followed the direction of the ghost's gaze and saw the talisman left by the so-called Taoist. You fear that, yet are untroubled by what I wield? Upon examining the talisman, it was evident that it bore different taboo characters than those she had drawn herself, and it appeared anything but benign. The former merely indicated differing deities sought, but the latter, who? Step 4. Chapter 63. Perilous recognition. Li Lan concealed her actions. Yet still, doubts lingered in Yue Ying's heart. It turned out that the young woman had come to the lobby of the inn. It seemed all of Li Lan's earlier soliloquy had been overheard. Miss. The accompanying girl appeared somewhat fearful, her voice trembling as she spoke. Miss, were you just speaking to? To whom? Li Lan was at a loss for words, caught in the act, and thus refrained from further deceit. She could only imagine the distress her parents would feel upon learning of this. Miss, that was a ghost, wasn't he? Not a human. Did I faint because of the ghost? Having recognized the girl's intelligence during her stay at the inn family residence, it was unsurprising that she had now grasped the situation. Indeed, with Li Lan's acknowledgement, the entire lobby fell into silence. Can you communicate with it, miss? The girl sat down on an unturned stool nearby. Who is it, and why has it appeared here? Li Lan was astonished by the composure of the young woman, and thus ceased to conceal her intentions. She had resolved to investigate the activities of the Yun temple, aware that her actions would inevitably come to light sooner or later. I do not even know who he is, Li Lan mused as she bent down to pick up the talisman, placing it upon the table for a closer examination. Perhaps it was a manifestation of resentment, or perhaps it was a deliberate act by someone. Indeed, I truly saw my grandfather. It was not merely a dream. Do not worry, miss. I shall not divulge what you have shared, the young woman assured, glancing at the shopkeeper who appeared dazed. You saved my life, and I will remain silent about it. However, miss, you are no longer the same person you once were, are you? If you wish it, I shall. Li Lan nodded, recognizing the young woman's intelligence and sensitivity. Rather than continue to conceal the truth, it would be better to speak plainly. And Lan has not existed since that incident of drowning. I am not originally from here. As Li Lan burned the talisman, she addressed the young woman across from her. His Highness the Third Prince is also aware of this. It may discomfort Madam and Lorden. After assisting the shopkeeper to a nearby seat, the young woman indicated her intent through her actions and spoke again to Li Lan. I wish to accompany you, miss. After all, you saved me. And in doing so, you have also saved Miss and Lan. Henceforth, do not call me miss. Simply refer to me as Li Lan. The young woman readily adapted, smiling as she replied, very well, Lan. Sister Wang. It can be regarded as the resolution of a lingering concern. Those around her could perceive the matter at hand. And Li Lan felt that her parents, too, must have sensed it. However, neither party wishes to confront the reality, maintaining an unspoken understanding. Miss Lan. Is it possible for the innkeeper to recover? The young lady surnamed Wang gazed at the innkeeper, feeling a sense of regret. I can discern that the innkeeper has always sought to protect the guests within the inn. I comprehend now. In today's world, even with laws in place, virtuous individuals may still not receive their due rewards, while those who act immorally shamelessly reap the benefits. Miss Wang expressed her discomfort. Is Miss Lan a Taoist? Might I also pursue the Tao? Li Lan was taken aback, but listened as Miss Wang continued. Can we truly expect good people to be rewarded? Our scriptures urge us to perform good deeds. Our skills and martial prowess are meant to cultivate a healthy body, enabling us to advocate for others and for our nation. Understanding Li Lan's sentiment, Miss Wang silently nodded. Not everyone possesses the ability to assist others. It is easy to oppress the weak. Leveraging one's own abilities for personal gain is a straightforward endeavor. Yet, aiding the vulnerable is indeed a challenge. Just as Li Lan finds herself now, facing those of malevolent intent, placing herself in peril, only to potentially be misunderstood by others. To have a clear conscience and to honor one's own path is what truly matters. Li Lan could see the desolation in Miss Wang's eyes. Chapter 64. The peril of unmasking Li Lan's concealment. Lingering doubts in the heart of Yue Ying. Part 3. Palace Master? Yue Ying felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of asking those two loquacious individuals for assistance in writing. After all, as a distinguished student from a prestigious 985 university, admitting to one's inability to compose words was a considerable blow to one's pride, even if it existed solely in the realm of fantasy. Was the Lord listening to Princess Ping'an? No, it would be impolite to eavesdrop on others. At this moment, Yue Ying was quite tempted to inquire of the two chatterboxes before him. Are you truly human? Was the Lord truly concerned about the rumors of hauntings in the county? As expected, the incessant chatter resumed. Yet, the Lord need not worry. One was not adept in magical arts, and thus could offer no assistance. This Princess Ping'an appeared to possess considerable talents, and would undoubtedly not remain idle. To think that Yin Shui had claimed that the subordinates under Yin Lei were exceptionally capable. Throughout this journey, Their prowess had been questionable, while their propensity for idle gossip was glaringly apparent. Leaning against the wall, Yue Ying fell into deep contemplation, entirely oblivious to the passing of Li Lan and Miss Wang. Yue Ying considered himself neither a recluse nor a mere cog in the corporate machine. He was a diligent researcher. How could his mind conjure such absurd scenarios? Of course, the most ridiculous element was still those two gossips. Yue Ying mused. Typically, he was not one for idle chatter. How could he have imagined such characters? Was it the silence that stifled him? My lord, I perceive you possess the ability to protect yourself, yet the county is indeed tumultuous. Just then, Li Lan returned, suggesting that if the young master was unwilling to assist, it would be wiser to depart sooner rather than later. For tranquility would not grace the county in the near future. Immortal, kind brother, it is not so. Does the immortal recognize that person? As for the identity of that individual, Li Lan could only speculate. If the Taoist from Xuan Yun Temple were to discern the origins of that person, the matter would be easily resolved. However, the humble monk remains in the dark. The Taoist sighed, furrowing his brow as if recalling something. Yet, the aura he exuded during their confrontation bore a striking resemblance, 7 parts, to be precise, to the unusual energy within his fellow practitioner. When the humble monk clashed with him, the talismans inscribed on his sword were markedly different from those the humble monk had mastered. Though reluctant to harbor suspicion, a glance at the feng shui of these houses made the humble monk ponder. It seems that the disturbances in the county town may indeed be orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. At this moment, Yue Ying stood nearby, feeling awkward yet unable to avoid eavesdropping, so she busied herself with something to diminish her presence. However, in her attempts to remain inconspicuous, her fan inadvertently drew the Taoist's attention. Is this young gentleman also a practitioner of the Tao? The magical artifact she had only encountered in books was truly a rarity. Li Lan could discern that the Taoist's gaze mirrored the wonder she and her fellow disciples felt upon hearing about the Thunderstrike Wood. Initially, she merely suspected that this young man was no ordinary individual, perhaps linked to the so-called Xuan Yun Continent. Now, it seemed that her suspicions were confirmed without a doubt. Oh, is this item truly so formidable? It dawned on her that the fan had seemingly saved her life moments ago. Who would have thought it held such power? Lost in thought, the playful spirit hidden within Yue Ying was nearly unleashed. It appears that this young gentleman has encountered someone of great repute. What a stroke of fate. Immortal, I have a matter I wish to entrust to you. Li Lan had already sensed something amiss with Yue Ying. From the moment she had half-heartedly expressed her discontent, she was surprisingly questioned about it. Coupled with the familiar feelings from before, Li Lan began to doubt the true identity of Yue Ying. Furthermore, those two were exceptionally capable. Yet this individual before her displayed utmost respect. The reaction just now was evidently not feigned. It was likely that, like herself, this body was not the original. Brother Dao, please speak. If there is any assistance I can provide, I shall do so without hesitation. Chapter 65. Inquiring the origins of the disturbance in the clouds. As Miss Lan prepared to depart, I naturally followed suit. Miss Wang did not intend to inquire about Li Lan's destination. As previously mentioned, Li Lan had saved her life, and unless Li Lan chose to share, she would refrain from asking. After a brief pause, Miss Wang said, I shall tidy up at Xuan Yun Temple, and then we shall promptly set forth. Li Lan had discussed this matter with the Taoist priest yesterday. With the priest stationed at Xuan Yun Temple, even if someone attempted to create chaos through supernatural means, it would be unlikely to result in any issues. As for herself, she intended to visit Yiqing Temple to investigate, while also seeking to understand the true motives behind this lineage. Even if they worshipped what they deemed as deities and followed their own path, the sinister path could never equate to the righteous one. Would those petty gains truly be worth exchanging one's life for in the future? From her previous encounters with the fortune-tellers who had strayed onto the wrong path, Li Lan understood that the malevolent path could ultimately lead to ruin. Yet, these ordinary people, who had suffered unjustly, lacked the means to oppose such selfish individuals, thus requiring assistance. As Miss Wang inquired yesterday, Lan, what is the ultimate purpose of your cultivation? To refine oneself and to benefit others. Li Lan silently recited this in her heart once more, bidding farewell to the misty pines, the flowing streams, and the gentle breeze. She pondered the masters and seniors of the 21st century. How can one escape separation in this world? Ultimately, it is oneself who has not learned to view these matters with detachment. Fortunately, when one is preoccupied, many concerns can be cast aside, especially when faced with matters of greater significance. Take care on your journey, fellow cultivators. The immortals toil hard, Li Lan thought, feeling a deep sense of worry. The incense offerings at Yiqing Temple far surpass those at Qingyan Temple, leading one to fear that people might easily place their faith in the former and regard the latter with disdain, tarnishing the former's reputation. However, both Li Lan and the Taoists of Yiqing Temple tacitly refrained from discussing the perils of their journey. Problems persist, they must be resolved. Since the decision has been made to act, one must embrace both success and sacrifice. Miss Lan walks with such swiftness. Nowadays, Li Lan ascends and descends the mountain with great ease, yet as long as that lingering malevolent energy remains, she cannot claim to be wholly at peace. Here, take this elixir. It will be beneficial for your health. She produced a small porcelain vial and gently offered it to the young woman. I believe during that time each month, you must endure pain for a couple of days, correct? That is due to the blockage in your central channel, with excess heat above and coldness below, leading to a deficiency in qi and blood. Sometimes, in the midst of your busy work, you may also be subject to coldness. In the summer, tempted by the refreshing well water, you disregard everything else, scooping it up with a gourd ladle and directly pouring it into your mouth. Even the gourd is bitterly cold. Upon hearing this, Li Lan couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Every world has such young ladies. May Lady Wang's beloved be worthy of her affection. This pill is known as the Mu Gong Ai Gui Xiao Yao Dan, akin to the Xiao Yao San and Ai Fun Wan Gong Wan found in ordinary medical establishments. Both share a similar essence, utilizing angelica to invigorate the qi, huang qi to replenish energy, alongside by Xiao to nourish the blood, with the warmth provided by cinnamon and mugwort ash. It nurtures the liver, strengthens the spleen, and warms the womb, ultimately offering some relief to the lady's pain. Li Lan further remarked, in ordinary circumstances, I might not have the opportunity to concoct this elixir for you, but I have memorized the prescription for Xiao Yao San and shall procure it from the pharmacy for you. Lady Wang remained shy. Even in the open society of the Great Li, it is still rather embarrassing to broach such topics openly. Who would have thought that Li Lan would be so unabashed? For a moment, her words stumbled. Thank you, Lady Lan. Such matters are quite normal for us young ladies, should any young gentleman dare to speak of it. One might inquire whether he would exist in this world without his mother. It was evident that Lady Wang's shyness did not concern Li Lan. She understood that her own well-being was her own responsibility, unbothered by the opinions of others. Chapter 66. The origin of the matter in the cloudy realm and the tranquility of tea fragrance. A moment of peace is found. Li Lan had indeed spoken truthfully to the elderly lady. The distance between Qingguan and the county town was far from negligible, at least while the county was inundated. The tiles of Qingguan had yet to witness a single drop of rain. Be cautious, lady. This path is treacherously slippery, she advised. Miss Wang, filled with gratitude for Li Lan's life-saving grace, now prioritizes Li Lan in all matters. Understanding her sentiments, Li Lan does not obstruct her. To do so would only leave Miss Wang with an unshakable burden in her heart. The dampness by the lakeside is not due to cloud or rain, but rather a refreshing breeze that imparts a chill reminiscent of autumn to the banks on either side. Li Lan. Ahead lies an inn reputed to be the finest in this area. It is particularly noteworthy for its collection of exquisite teas from surrounding counties, earning it considerable fame. Li Lan initially wished to remain low-key. However, the allure of the tea is undeniable. While the majority of Jiangnan's teas are green, which are cooling in nature, they may not be suitable for those already afflicted with internal coldness. Yet, the cravings of a food lover are hard to resist. While others may feel unable to live without cola, Li Lan, though not entirely dependent on tea, has an undeniable fondness for it. On a misty, drizzling day, the aroma of tea wafts through the air, lending an ethereal quality to the experience. Moreover, to observe the lake while listening to the rain and savoring tea while playing the guqin is not merely a refined pursuit. It feels akin to reveling in the company of celestial beings far above the mundane world. In the 21st century, Li Lan merely follows her master and senior brother diligently in their cultivation, focusing on her studies at the university. This encounter marked her first experience in engaging in a magical duel. Had it not been for the formidable strike delivered by Yue Ying's magical artifact against the so-called Taoist of Yiqingguan, Li Lan would have found it nearly impossible to defeat her opponent, as innate talent pales in comparison to years of accumulated experience. Li Lan, may I accompany you? Is there any task in which I might be of assistance? Will I end up being a hindrance to Miss Lan? As Li Lan gazed out the window with a cup of tea in hand, she showed no inclination to engage in conversation, leaving Miss Wang feeling like a burden. This is not the case. Miss N has always treated us exceptionally well. Rather, it is her relatives who. Miss Wang expressed her indignation, suspecting they might be the ones responsible. Those actions by Miss Lan truly demand retribution. And Lan is indeed a wonderful girl, which leaves Li Lan even more perplexed. Could it be that the people from Yun Temple secretly conspired against her precisely because of Lan's goodness? A wild goose flew past the window, creating a picturesque scene with the willow trees along the riverbank, where tranquility and movement harmoniously intertwined. Suddenly, an unsettling thought crossed Li Lan's mind. What if the people from Yun Temple were already aware that one day she would transmigrate into Lan? This transmigration could very well be predestined. If deities are aware of such things, then why would someone as ordinary as herself be deliberately targeted? Li Lan, being someone who finds it difficult to comprehend such matters, decided not to waste any more time pondering. She took another sip of tea, which had been poorly brewed, the temperature too high, leaving the delicate leaves overcooked. Reflecting on the talisman she had seen yesterday, Li Lan found herself repeatedly contemplating how to gather information from each temple, with no intention of recreating the talisman for further investigation. Similarly, when considering the elemental forces of the universe, Li Lan realized she had uncovered a profoundly significant issue. In the 21st century, the 5 elements are intricately linked with the principles of Yin and Yang. Yet in this vastly realm, it seems only the 5 elements remain. Even the Ren water sword and Gui water sword of the Qingyan temple have merely retained their names. Conversely, within the profound title of the supreme Tai Chi Emperor in front of the 3 pure ones, the essence of Yin and Yang still resides. Much like the bustling activity outside, the existence of Yin and Yang manifests in the cyclical dance of the sun and moon, as well as in the stark contrast of black and white. If one were to incorporate Yin and Yang into talismans, could they still prove effective in Dali? Li Lan has never been a mere dreamer. Upon conceiving an idea, she promptly set about sketching the talismans, eagerly anticipating her visit to the Qing temple in the coming days to test their potency. Miss Lan, would you care to purchase some tea snacks? It is said that the delicacies of Jiangnan are exquisitely crafted, neither overly sweet nor greasy, fragrant, and delectable, quite a rarity. In these past few days, Li Lan has observed that this Miss Wang also possesses a fondness for fine food, thus establishing a mutual interest. Very well, then let us procure some. Given that there are still many days ahead in dealings with the Qing temple, to sip tea without indulging in the unique pastries would be to squander this delightful time. Chapter 67. Seeking the source of the matter amidst the clouds. Miss Lan, the shopkeeper mentions this is called ding shin cake, filled with sweet bean paste. This is peach blossom crisp. The yellow dots on top are made with salted duck egg, and it too contains sweet bean paste. Miss Wang presented a platter and introduced each delicacy to Li Lan. The shopkeeper claims it is a delightful balance of salty and sweet. Upon hearing Miss Wang's words, Li Lan felt a twinge of embarrassment and directly offered a piece to Miss Wang, saying, "There is no need to rely solely on the shopkeeper's words. You shall know for yourself." The young lady was chewing something in her mouth, and as she spoke, her words became somewhat indistinct, a mere rambling. In the 21st century, such pastries still exist. Li Lan naturally recognized it as lotus seed pastry. Yet, the way the young lady before her spoke was truly amusing. After finally swallowing her morsel, the young lady pouted and said, "You are laughing at me, Miss Lan. The autumn breeze, light tea, new friends, and familiar flavors. This tranquility was a rare gift since Li Lan arrived in this realm. Suhu County, a certain town, Your Highness. It is said that the peaceful princess has gone to Yiqing Temple to investigate this matter." The subordinate remarked, "In my opinion, the peaceful princess truly underestimates her own capabilities. Those 2 gossips are indeed incessant." That day, it was evident that the person in question was no ordinary individual. Furthermore, deities rely on offerings. And now that heretical paths are flourishing, it is hardly surprising. Please wait a moment. To speak candidly, Yue Ying mused, if those 2 were her foolish roommates, she would have long told them to shut up. Does the Lord have something to discuss? The Lord, having noticed Yue Ying's discontent, finally silenced the gossips, allowing Yue Ying to ponder her own thoughts. In truth, the earlier words of the gossip had served as a reminder for Yue Ying, underestimating one's own abilities. Suddenly, she recalled who that familiar person was. On that occasion, I ventured out with my roommate for a dinner gathering, and by chance, we stumbled upon a brawl erupting within the restaurant. A few patrons immediately called the police, as I found myself devoid of the ability to even protect myself, resorting instead to retreating to a corner to capture the incident on video. However, A courageous young woman boldly rushed in to pull the victimized girl aside. In the chaos of the fight, who could discern whether one was an instigator or a peacemaker? The assailants swiftly redirected their aggression towards the girl who had intervened. Unable to stand idly by, Yue Ying and her roommate decided to step in. To their astonishment, that girl, with a flurry of punches and kicks, managed to leave several of her attackers grimacing in pain. I had hoped to seize the opportunity to get acquainted with her. But who would have imagined that her prowess suggested she was part of an athletic club? Achoo! The frequently mentioned Li Lan sneezed. Was the girl catching a chill? No worries, Miss Wang, you need not concern yourself with me, she replied, shaking her head, perplexed as to who would mention her at that moment. Li Lan was indeed the very girl Yue Ying had observed. In truth, relying solely on brute force would not suffice for Li Lan to emerge victorious. Instead, she had to strike precisely at the pressure points and discreetly employ her skills to ensure their misfortune. Living in the 21st century, Li Lan understood that she must act within the bounds of the law. After all, she had merely intervened to separate the girls, as it was those individuals who initiated the conflict, leaving her with no choice but to defend herself. This tea is quite delightful. In truth, what Li Lan genuinely relishes is neither Longjing nor Dahongpo, but rather the golden osmanthus oolong of autumn, the Kimon black tea of winter, the chrysanthemum buds of spring, and the biluacon, alongside the jasmine tea of summer. Tea does not need to be expensive to be delightful, nor does its cost determine its benefits to the body. It is the flavors that align with the seasons that are truly fitting. The same can be said for individuals and the way of life. A virtuous person, adhering to the eternal principles, has never sought soul supremacy or the creation of worlds. Would Miss Wang care to play the role of my sister? Li Lan suddenly uttered this seemingly nonsensical statement. If Miss Lan requires it, there is certainly nothing amiss. Tomorrow, sister shall accompany me in search of a physician. For I have heard that the Taoist healing arts of I Ching Temple are exceptionally profound, hence my journey of 1,000 miles. Communication in the Great Li region is rather inconvenient. The Taoist priest who recognized me that day likely did so not by appearance, but through a trace of unwholesome energy within me. Now presents a splendid opportunity to discern the true capabilities of the Yun sect. Chapter 68. Seeking the Roots in Bagua Village, Dispelling Superstitions and Upholding the Tao, Part 1. Departing from the leisurely days of recent times, Li Lan set forth with Miss Wang to I Ching Temple. The quaint village nestled beneath the temple is called Bagua Village, a settlement with a history spanning over a millennium. Thanks to the temple, the village has flourished in recent years. The thriving incense offerings at I Ching Temple have led to the acquisition of many houses in the village, transformed into inns for weary pilgrims from afar to rest. With powdery walls and dark tiles, the gentle rain drapes like a veil. The occasional chirping of birds and insects is hardly startling. In this serene and tranquil landscape, it becomes challenging to discern between good and evil. Miss Lan. This quaint village appears to be a haven of peace and prosperity. Miss Wang, with her vivacious spirit, can indeed be considered somewhat naive about the ways of the world. Engrossed in the mundane details of daily life, how could one truly encounter the darker, more sordid aspects of existence? Miss Lan, our village is not without its share of commotion. It truly embodies a sense of harmony. Should the opportunity arise, I would be inclined to bring my parents here to reside, envisioning a future where our children grow up, and our parents can enjoy their twilight years in this tranquil setting. As Miss Wang pondered over Miss Lan's previous remarks at the inn, she resolved to place her trust in Miss Lan's words. Did Miss Lan imply that this Bagua village is anything but normal? It is not merely abnormal, Miss Lan mused. The very construction of Bagua village seems to defy conventional design, suggesting that the original builders had no intention of accommodating ordinary inhabitants. Moreover, the village's unsettling stillness is noteworthy. Aside from the rarity of foot traffic, it feels devoid of vitality. One cannot help but wonder if the I Ching Temple has engaged in some dubious practices. Devoid of human presence, Miss Lan relied on her intuition to sense something amiss. It was only upon noticing a sprightly septuagenarian approaching in the distance that she fully grasped the peculiarities of the situation. The old man, shrouded in an aura of lifelessness, moved with surprising agility. Strikingly, while the sun blazed brightly just a mile away, the atmosphere in Bagua village felt entirely transformed. "Aunt, is that you?" Miss Wang, still reeling from her recent encounter with the ghost, felt an overwhelming chill as she beheld the elderly figure, her hair standing on end from a surge of dread. Li Lan grasped Miss Wang's hand, bringing a sense of warmth and reassurance to her. "Are you two young ladies planning to stay at an inn?" The elderly man, clearly devoid of any malicious intent, greeted the two young women with courtesy. With Li Lan by her side, Miss Wang felt emboldened, recalling Li Lan's previous arrangements, and nodded in affirmation. Yes, indeed. Having engaged in prior conversation, she felt more at ease. The old man posed no threat, and with Li Lan beside her, her earlier trepidation dissipated. Yes, my sister is unwell, and we have come seeking medical help. You have indeed come to the right place, the old man replied. Leading the way, he appeared no different from any ordinary villager, reminiscent even of the innkeeper they had encountered in the county town. At that moment, the village was still quiet, but as night fell, merchants and visitors would soon fill the streets. The old man enthusiastically shared information. And were it not for the chill in the air and the peculiar atmosphere enveloping the village, Miss Wang might have believed him to be as benevolent as he seemed. Young lady, this Qing Guan is indeed mystical. Its only flaw is that it adheres to many rules. Yes, I have heard of it, Miss Wang replied, displaying her quick wit. No longer fearful, she felt liberated to showcase her own capabilities. If anyone can heal my sister, it would be most welcome. The bond between the two young women was indeed close. The old man and Li Lan continued their journey, moving deeper into the village. Throughout the journey, the elderly man remained engaged, akin to the hospitable elders in ordinary villages, expressing concern for his guests and introducing them to his hometown. Upon reaching the entrance of a courtyard, he paused, grasped the door knocker, and rapped gently, calling out, "New guests have arrived. Is the house prepared?" A rustling sound of cloth shoes scraping against the floor echoed from within, and the latch was unfastened from inside. "Come in. Everything is ready." An unexpected response came from the elderly woman who opened the door. To Li Lan's astonishment, despite the aura of death that seemed to linger around her from years spent with the old man, the woman was, in fact, very much alive. How could the vitality of a living being coexist with the lingering pallor of death for such an extended period? Li Lan found herself momentarily perplexed. "Do come in." Young ladies, the elderly woman greeted Li Lan and Miss Wang as they entered. The interior was rather unremarkable, however, as the young ladies had come to Bagua village. They were likely anticipating a visit to Yiqing Temple, so a brief respite here would suffice. The dilapidated beams and a corner occupied by a table missing a leg confirmed its ordinary state. How could this possibly compare to the inn by the lakeside? "Sister, do you think this place is suitable for us to stay?" Li Lan inquired. "Do not worry, Sister Wang," came the reply. To an outsider, this might simply seem like an elder's concern for her younger sibling's well-being, and the younger one appearing unusually understanding. However, the essence of their conversation revolved around the suitability of the dwelling itself. Having paid the required sum, the two young ladies resided in the same chamber. "Sister Lan, this lodging is undeniably exorbitant. It would be strange if it were otherwise. It is remarkably 3 times more expensive than the previous abode by the lakeside." Reflecting on the coins she had expended today, Li Lan couldn't help but feel a pang of regret, pondering how much precious wood could be acquired with such currency in this era. Nevertheless, in pursuit of unraveling the underlying motives behind the Yiyun Guan sect, Li Lan deemed the expenditure worthwhile. "Indeed, it is not merely expensive," Miss Wang stammered once more. Not solely due to the potential presence of spirits, but also out of fear of being overheard. Li Lan remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement of the two concerns occupying Miss Wang's mind. For Li Lan, the notion of hauntings was of little consequence. Whether it involved spirits seeking a substitute or vengeful entities harboring antisocial tendencies, she believed it would serve them well to understand the meaning of being haunted by a Taoist. Currently, Li Lan's genuine concern lay with the peculiarities of Bagua village. Setting aside other matters, the pairing of the elderly man and woman seemed amiss. Yin energy can neutralize Yang energy, while Yang energy can simultaneously suppress Yin energy. This implies that, under normal circumstances, the presence of one Yin and one Yang should result in either the elderly man's spirit refraining from approaching or the elderly woman succumbing to illness due to the Yin energy. Yet here they stood, both spirited and lively. Were it not for the absence of recorded transmissions regarding the conversion of Yin and Yang in the current era of the 9 provinces, one might suspect the existence of some extraordinary technique within this realm. Have the young ladies taken their rest? As Li Lan found herself momentarily lost in thought. The afternoon slipped away, and by the time she regained her senses, it was already the hour of the pig. The elderly woman rapped gently on the door, calling out to those within. There was no pressing matter. She merely wished to inform them of the bustling night market in the streets, which was quite lively. Would the young ladies not care to take a stroll? Very well, then, the two young ladies may accompany me. Should anything pique their interest along the way, I would be pleased to share my insights with them. Moreover, the night market operates under certain rules. If young ladies wander without an escort and transgress these customs, it could lead to complications. Li Lan cast a reassuring glance at Miss Wang. Such matters abound in both novels and reality. These so-called rules merely serve to conceal the underlying tricks. Very well, I appreciate your guidance, good lady. The nearby lights were dim, with lanterns positioned low, casting a pallid glow on the elderly woman's face, rendering her visage ghostly, reminiscent of a paper figure used in rituals, somewhat unsettling. Had she not already encountered spirits, Miss Wang might have been inclined to leap up and exclaim, "A ghost!" Chapter 70, Seeking Origins in the Bagua Village, Debunking Superstitions and Upholding the Right Path, Part 3. The night market unfolded without any disturbances, resembling a typical day at the marketplace. However, Li Lan discerned that many of the performers were, in fact, departed souls. Are the young ladies not ascending the mountain today? She inquired. Ascending the mountain? Miss Wang was taken aback. What purpose would that serve? The elderly woman nodded and replied, Indeed, I am heading to the mountain today. Will you not join me? To ascend the mountain to the Qingguang Temple. As the old woman explained, she stood by, awaiting Miss Wang's reaction. Perhaps we should postpone our visit. Taking advantage of the old woman's brief departure, Li Lan intended to scrutinize the elderly gentleman more closely. Sister Wang, have you ever heard of disguise? After pondering all night, coupled with the old woman's penetrating gaze upon her, Li Lan posed the question. Yes, I have heard. Miss Wang is quite astute. She replied, momentarily taken aback and somewhat astonished. Are you suggesting that the old woman is not an ordinary person? Indeed. But what might her intentions be? In truth, Miss Wang wished to inquire whether the old woman was targeting Li Lan, yet she ultimately rephrased her query before voicing it. There is no rush. After all, I find myself in a den of wolves. I contemplate that the greater the debt, the less one fears, and when faced with a formidable enemy, evasion is futile. Nevertheless, if that is the case, it seems everything falls into place. Rising from her position, Li Lan resolved to seek rebirth amidst her predicament, now that she had garnered attention. And the old woman had already ascended the mountain to deliver news. It would be prudent to seize this opportunity for thorough preparation. Last night at the night market, Miss Wang had been perpetually anxious, even though she had diligently practiced the hand gestures Li Lan had taught her, resulting in nearly breaking a finger while still feeling a sense of unease. Li Lan, however, was different. She glanced around curiously, feigning interest while covertly observing how many individuals had come specifically to the I Ching Guanyin. Miss Lan, even if these individuals cannot emerge in broad daylight, what of those who come to pay their respects? Li Lan was well aware of the situation at hand. It was a familiar ruse, akin to the tricks employed by Yun Temple, where intoxicating incense clouded the senses, luring individuals into consuming elixirs and imbibing talismans. Given the unwavering trust people placed in such practices, they were oblivious to the nuances of truth and deception, making it all too easy to manipulate them. The incense and tea were merely instruments in this elaborate charade. Thus, it was no wonder that the young lady had chosen to use her own tea set yesterday. Miss Wang had found it curious, for at the lakeside inn, Li Lan had not exhibited such meticulousness. Yet, in this less-than-ideal setting, she had become rather particular. The talismans, whether imbued with the essence of water or fire, could easily be concealed within garments, but placing them within teacups offered the most expedient method. I observed that at least half the townsfolk had come to the Qing Temple to pay their respects. Li Lan did not conceal her intentions from Miss Wang, revealing, At present, my capabilities are limited. I can only proceed with caution. Direct confrontation would likely hinder both you and Miss Wang's escape. Although Li Lan spoke with candor, she felt a measure of confidence in rescuing the deceived devotees. Grasping a stack of pre-written talismans, Li Lan prepared to step outside with Miss Wang. Where are the two young ladies headed? Just as she opened the door, an elderly figure appeared before them, almost spectral in nature. Despite being a spirit, the old man seemed entirely unaware of his own demise. Good sir, we wish to explore the village and see Bagua village, Miss Wang began. But her words were abruptly cut off by the old man. When Miss Wang finally regained her composure and intended to inquire further, the elderly man shifted his expression once more, regarding the two with an air of indifference, declaring, You cannot go anywhere. Chapter 71. The debate of good and evil. Li Lan was filled with trepidation as fate conspired to bring Yue Ying to her at this critical moment. It was evident that Yi Qingguan had no intention of providing Li Lan any opportunity. Upon ascending the mountain, the old woman revealed her true form. She cast aside her disguise, which unveiled a man in his 30s, none other than the Princess of Ping'an. It is indeed peculiar how the Princess of Ping'an acquired such abilities overnight. The individual within Yi Qingguan was the very person who had previously clashed with Li Lan, who had remarked that they were not of the righteous path. This was akin to the conduct of those at Qing Yunguan, who claimed that wealth was inconsequential, yet would scrutinize the deeds of those who sought their assistance. As he arranged the offerings on the incense table, he counted the banknotes with a chuckle, pondering how few individuals still ventured to their temple to burn incense. The old woman, having ascended the mountain, paid no heed to the previous man's ramblings. You witnessed the immortal's manifestation back in the day. Handing over a stack of banknotes for the lodging at the foot of the mountain, the now unmasked elderly woman reclined in a nearby chair. Without your prompting. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of those three individuals by her side, I would not have reached this point. Originally, having not confronted Li Lan that day, and having forfeited the souls that should have been rightfully claimed, the individual was already in a state of considerable discontent. Now, subjected to further ridicule, it was only natural that he felt quite disgruntled. The fan in his hand appeared to be of finer quality than that once wielded by the immortal. Had that person not possessed the true essence of the immortal, that fan could have easily leveled the entire county. Although she is the esteemed Princess Ping'an of the Great Li, her frail constitution, combined with her venture into these deep, secluded mountains, could very well lead to a severe illness. Surviving would indeed be a miracle. The Yiqing Temple harbors such intentions and has already ensnared the devotees of Bagua village with its intoxicating fragrances. The fate of Princess Ping'an hinges upon their whims. The mists enveloping Bagua village grow increasingly dense, distinctly different from the ethereal charm of the lakeside willows or the tranquil passage of time across the mountains. It resembles the ominous atmosphere that precedes a horror film, just as Li Lan had sensed earlier. It seems that Bagua village has been artificially constructed with some sort of formation. As the fog thickens, the elderly man in the inn begins to exhibit abnormal behavior. Let go. Consider it. The elder appears to be stimulated by some force, his thoughts oscillating between good and evil. To Miss Wang, it seems as if the elder is in a state of hysteria. Sister Wang, keep your distance from that old man. He is likely a victim of Yi Qing Temple's malevolence, though the specifics of their sorcery remain unknown, having ensnared his spirit within this village to serve their purposes. Now, with the disguised old woman ascending the mountain to relay information, Yi Qing Temple would certainly seize this opportunity to eliminate Li Lan, activating the formation to control the spirits of Bagua village through malevolent intent for their own gain. Moreover, the targets of Yi Qing Temple's machinations are none other than themselves in their own path. To prevent Miss Wang from divulging any information, it is certain that she would resort to murder to silence her. Miss Lan is not solely acting for her own benefit. Miss Wang is quite insightful, otherwise she would not have decided to embark on this perilous journey alongside Li Lan. If she were only concerned for herself, she would focus on restoring her health, without engaging in disputes with them. If individuals like her do not step forward, we, the ordinary folk, would remain oblivious. Those young women's lives are utterly ruined at the hands of such people. Suddenly, a loud knocking echoed from outside. The old man opened the door and instantly became frantic, desperately attempting to shut it, determined not to let anyone inside. Why are you doing this? Just kill me. The old woman, accompanied by 3 or 4 individuals, appeared at the threshold. Li Lan furrowed her brow, contemplating a horrifying possibility. It was not a case of disguise. Logically, the old man should be aligned with the individuals outside. Although Miss Wang felt relieved that they had been thwarted, the old man's madness remained a mystery. What did Miss Lan say? At that moment, Li Lan abruptly interjected with a disjointed remark, leaving Miss Wang perplexed. The old woman was not disguised. Chapter 72, The Battle Between Good and Evil, Li Lan's concern in a critical moment. The arrival of Yue Ying was timely. To flay and strip the bones, does it truly befit the nature of humanity? If these individuals were knowingly committing evil acts, it would not be so terrifying. What genuinely sends a chill down Li Lan's spine is the realization that these people believe their actions to be righteous. Miss Wang, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless, standing by in a daze, her gaze fixed on Li Lan, filled with disbelief. She pondered, how could they possibly cultivate their skills? If they committed such heinous acts, would their consciences not be burdened with guilt? Both the righteous and the wicked paths are paths nonetheless. They steadfastly tread their own. which is, in essence, a form of cultivation. Not all forms of cultivation are undertaken for oneself or others. Much like the religions in the 21st century that Li Lan belonged to. Whether domestic or foreign, those who advocate for goodness are seen as walking the righteous path. Yet, to use so-called cultivation to manipulate others and provide a shield for malevolence is undoubtedly the wicked path. They have entered. The elder, ultimately unable to resist, was forcefully kicked outside, and those waiting outside rushed in. It was Princess Ping'an, the very person who had fled in disgrace that day. Had she come here to meddle in matters that did not concern her? With so many people arriving, Li Lan contemplated that engaging in a battle of wits was likely futile. It would be more prudent to dismantle their misguided beliefs. Should we not intervene against the harm caused by vengeful spirits? Princess Ping'an truly was self-righteous. Those forlorn souls left behind ought to be utilized by practitioners like us. The man chuckled, completely dismissing Li Lan, regarding the common folk in the county as inconsequential. Indeed, as Li Lan had surmised, in the hearts of these individuals, their cultivation was deemed the righteous path, even if it appeared atrocious in the eyes of others. To refrain from harming others was their definition of righteousness. You, who have caused the disintegration of families and deceived others. Li Lan had grown weary of engaging with them, while Miss Wang, increasingly agitated, exclaimed, "Do you realize the extent to which you have destroyed so many young women? If it is discovered that a child is not biologically theirs, how many families will be shattered? How many lives will be irrevocably altered due to such deceit? Extinguishing future generations? What is not destined to be, if forcibly pursued, brings no benefit to our cultivation. By what right do we intervene? Yet, is the allure of wealth not sufficient?" Later, as Miss Wang recounted the tales of her relatives, she became increasingly animated, leaving Li Lan momentarily stunned. What use is there for wealth? The celestial beings have declared that only through the harmony of Yin and Yang can one. Yin and Yang? Oh. Has Princess Ping'an chosen this moment to speak? Li Lan remarked, standing firm. The age-old principle that righteousness shall prevail over malevolence resonated deeply. These individuals were inherently suppressed, regardless of their self-proclaimed adherence to the righteous path. Indeed, it was merely the trivialities between men and women. No more of that. It was the voice of one who had long since shed the skin of a crone. Since Princess Ping'an is so obstinate, let her remain here today. Although the speaker's words were interrupted, Li Lan had begun to grasp the situation. Their understanding of Yin and Yang had not ascended to a proper level. Drawing her sword from its sheath, the individual chanted incantations, producing pre-prepared talismans and casting them into the air. Naturally, Li Lan could not remain passive. She pulled the irate Miss Wang behind her and formed a hand seal, with the middle finger of his left hand raised. The thumb and index finger pinching at the position of the middle finger's earthly branch, the right hand formed a sword, directed towards the two individuals entering the courtyard. A true deity descends upon the world, and martial prowess opens the heavens. The emperor bestows righteousness, and the gentleman acts with virtue. The three mountains align, and the 5 peaks establish order. The righteous path is illuminated, while the wicked find no refuge. Li Lan's concern was not merely the difficulty of facing 4 opponents with a single fist. Rather, the gravest issue lay in the fact that the Bagua village had been deliberately ensnared in a formation, if controlled by an evil god. The question remained whether the power of the righteous could reach it. Li Lan himself harbored no certainty. Thus, from the very beginning, he chanted directly, employing the talismans and hand seals of the war god within the Tao. If even the true martial emperor could not intervene, Li Lan felt he was truly in peril today. Fortunately, at the moment he cast the talisman, he sensed its efficacy, as even the surrounding mist receded somewhat. Yet, before he could relax, the mist surged back like a vortex, enveloping the courtyard in a gray haze. Although it could not penetrate the courtyard, this light could not escape either. Chapter 73. The Battle of Good and Evil in Li Lan's Heart. A critical moment coincides with the arrival of Yue Ying Princess Ping'an. How many people are willing to believe in your deity now? What of your war god? Do not cling to false hopes. These individuals appeared to be aware of the true martial emperor, leaving Li Lan momentarily stunned. He then heard one of them say, "Do you truly believe that the war god of the mortal realm, upon death, can ascend to become a deity or an immortal?" During the transitions of dynasties, which commanders were regarded as deities by the common folk? Ultimately, it is the victors who pen the annals of history. Li Lan smiled gently. For those who eliminate harm for the people are surely aligned with the public's heart. Deities are not but manifestations of heaven and earth, gathered through belief. They ought to symbolize goodness and beauty, guiding humanity towards virtue. When did it become merely a matter of victory and defeat? Since Princess Ping'an has nothing to say, she might as well resign herself to being my defeated opponent. On that fateful day, when she fell to Li Lan, the so-called Taoist harbored a grudge within. Now, seizing this opportunity, he could hardly spare Li Lan his words. Seeing Li Lan remain silent, he deliberately crafted protective talismans for Miss Wang behind him, igniting thoughts among those present. 1,000 mountains and myriad spirits at my command. East flows, west returns, the Yin and Yang intertwine. Descend upon you, and the soul shall sink. As the incantation left his lips, a talisman shot forth towards Miss Wang. Engaging in spell battles and banishing evil spirits was commonplace. However, the spell he uttered sought to allow a ghost to possess her. Miss Wang had previously been afflicted by a vengeful spirit in the inn. In the current atmosphere, heavy with Yin energy, made her particularly susceptible to such entities. With the opposing talisman aimed directly at her, the situation was dire indeed. Realizing this, Li Lan instinctively shouted, "Be careful." Furrowing her brow, she recalled that aside from the talisman she had provided, Miss Wang had no other means of protection. Casting forth a talisman, Li Lan formed the thunderous seals, invoking the Thunder Master, "O Venerable One, may Yin and Yang converge. By the 7-star decree, let the 5 thunders intertwine. I beseech the celestial decree, let the dragon soar through the 9 heavens." The Princess of Peace truly is a fascinating character, genuinely believing she can summon lightning. Ha ha ha. If it weren't for the presence of Miss Wang behind her, Li Lan would surely have taken the opportunity to mock. The novels are utterly absurd, as it is evident that the villain's laughter does not resemble a cackling sound. However, given that Miss Wang is now embroiled in this situation and Li Lan remains uncertain about her ability to cast many of her spells, her confidence is waning. The talisman for dispelling evil with 5 thunders is a method from the 21st century, perhaps due to the lack of the yin-yang teachings in this realm. Records on thunder magic are exceedingly scarce, despite its efficacy among various forms of magic. A chilling wind rises, indicating that the malevolent spirits dispatched by the Taoist from the I Ching temple have indeed arrived, while Li Lan's talisman has proven entirely ineffective. Ha ha ha, I mean, where have you ever heard of a talisman that can summon lightning? It's simply ludicrous. Princess of Peace, from where did you procure this counterfeit talisman? Could it be that those people from the Qingyan temple taught you this? The group exchanged banter, and Li Lan had no choice but to throw a peachwood talisman she carried to Miss Wang, hoping it might prove somewhat useful. Open the door. Open the door. Is this how you welcome your guests? The person outside was Yue Ying, having encountered the Taoist from the Qingyan temple in the county town yesterday. She learned of Li Lan's arrival in Bagua village, setting aside the sense of familiarity given the commotion caused by the I Ching temple. Yue Ying could not possibly remain indifferent. In the words of Yue Ying, it is nothing more than, in the realm of reality, lacking capability is one matter. But now that I have finally gained some ability, to refrain from action would reflect a personal attitude issue. The 2 chatterboxes actually aim to intercept along the way. After all, no matter how advanced that law fan may be, we cannot deny that its wielder is inept. Yue Ying pays no heed to such matters. As long as her life is not in jeopardy, why not lend a hand if she can? The greatest flaw of the youth of the 21st century is their penchant for meddling in affairs that do not concern them. Had those 2 chatterboxes not been restricted by their own cultivation on this Jiuzhou continent, they would have surely intervened to protect their master. If they could safeguard Yue Ying, what would hold them back? Now, seeing their master so resolute, it also aligns with the aspirations of the 2 subordinates. For this cultivation is meant to possess the capability to protect those one wishes to defend. Otherwise, how could one be deemed an enlightened individual? You, all of you. Others may be unaware, but the one who was beaten and fled in disarray, upon seeing Yue Ying and her 2 companions, was consumed by a fervent desire to escape. Where's the escape now, having bullied 2 young maidens? Crack! A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens, and the surrounding mist and malevolent winds retreated 100 paces away. Chapter 74. Seizing the opportunity to unravel the enigma of the incense user, entrapped in crisis, surrounded by pursuers, Part 1. The sound of that fateful explosion in the laboratory seemed to resound once more in her ears. Just as Yue Ying was about to speak again, she was startled by the thunder she had inadvertently summoned. Crack! If it happened once, it could still be deemed a coincidence. Twice. It merely serves to illustrate that Li Lan's talisman is not only effective, but also impervious to the formation established by I Ching Guan in Bagua village. Look at whose family. Crack. Observing the startled Miss Wang, Li Lan could not help but find it amusing. Alas, this thunder seems to disapprove of anyone boasting. However, Li Lan soon found little time for laughter as several individuals began their so-called invocation of deities. They bit their fingers, inscribing something upon the ground, followed by a series of murmured incantations. With blood still on their hands, they performed a few hand gestures, and their aura visibly intensified. Miss Lan, perhaps we should also. Miss Wang, perplexed by the unfolding events, casually suggested to Li Lan. Your Ping'an County is adept at this. It is akin to their practice. One of the chatterboxes beside Yue Ying, unable to contain himself, interjected, is there really any distinction between summoning a possessed deity and those spirits? Noticing the inquisitive gaze from Miss Wang, Li Lan smiled and nodded, assuring her there was no need for concern. They could observe what deity they intended to invoke. You dare not kneel before a true deity. How utterly disrespectful. As expected, once the so-called deity possessed them, the individuals transformed, their speech becoming entirely different. Li Lan ceased her mirth. While levity may be permitted in jest, serious matters must never be treated lightly. If you demand our reverence, pray tell, what manner of deity are you, and which populace do you protect? If you do not seek our worship, then why the excessive words? The so-called divine wisdom may possess intelligence, yet it lacks the self-discipline befitting a celestial being. It demands from others what it fails to uphold itself. As a faithful servant of this deity, I seek its assistance, and if you remain unrepentant, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The thunder may indeed have eyes. For with such a malevolent entity present, the subsequent bolt struck the very priest who summoned it. Although the possession of this so-called priest temporarily curtailed the malevolent deity's powers, it soon gave rise to mocking laughter. You truly underestimate the divine if mere earthly thunder can affect us. If earthly lightning could challenge us true deities, then why do you not ascend to divinity? The Princess of Peace can command lightning. Those two incessant chatterboxes whispered to Yue Ying, having completely forgotten that whether a righteous or malevolent deity stood before them, it was still a god, and their words should not go unheard. What difficulty lies in commanding lightning? At this juncture, the incessant gossiper had yet to realize the need for silence, what we in the Xuan Yun Continent cannot achieve. Those who cultivate on earth can. What is so difficult about that? To seek my words, you remain rather youthful, as the silence enveloped them. Had it not been for Yue Ying's intervention, the chatterbox would have continued. The 4 sovereigns and the 10 directions have all arrived here. Spirits and gods alike come to aid. Previously, Li Lan had cast a peachwood talisman to Miss Wang, and now she produced a thumb-sized thunderstrike jujube wood. The paths of spirits and mortals diverge, each on their own journey. The 5 mountains unite to tremble, and the malevolent deity shall be vanquished. Do not concern yourself with me, Lan. Simply confront it as you must. Miss Wang discerned that Li Lan was still apprehensive, likely due to her presence, and remarked that the divine spirits exhibited no virtue when dealing with an ordinary person. From the incantation Li Lan recited, Miss Wang could surmise it was an endeavor to safeguard herself. Li Lan sensed the absence of others outside, paused for a moment, and then comprehended Yue Ying's implication. While casting talismans outward, she gradually edged towards the door. So now thoughts of escape arise. Having summoned this true deity, do you believe there remains a path to survival? Li Lan felt an urge to declare that she had divined the situation the previous night, and indeed, a way out existed. Yet, confronting a mere possessing spirit, she felt powerless. However, this was clearly not the moment for frivolity. Under the pretext of distraction provided by the 2 gossips, Li Lan successfully reached the doorway. Bang! Chapter 75, seizing the opportunity to unravel the guest's drugged state. Entrapped in a crisis by surrounding foes, Part 2, the possessing malevolent deity struck the wooden door before Li Lan with a force that shattered it. Taking advantage of this diversion, one of the gossips produced a paper effigy resembling Li Lan and positioned it at the entrance. In truth, none present harbored certainty. Even within the confines of the 9 provinces, where this malevolent deity should have been restrained, and being a possessing spirit, its power ought to be severely diminished. Yet, the divine derives strength from the faith of its followers, a force beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. Moreover, the presence of the Qingguan is evidently a significant source of this divine faith, akin to engaging in battle on someone else's territory, with no one knowing the ultimate outcome. In other words, the involvement of the trio, Yue Ying and her companions, in matters beyond their concern, may very well jeopardize their own safety. You, who cannot even manage your own affairs, dare to meddle in worldly matters, a true farce. You rodents have always relished in the affairs of others. Just imagine. If it were not for your meddling, how could we have so easily transcended to divinity? Ha ha ha. It is you who have facilitated our ascension. Upon hearing this, Yue Ying found herself without the luxury of time to discern whether she was merely hallucinating this grand spectacle while unconscious or if she had truly traversed realms. She reflected that in films, the villains often reveal their motives only at the brink of death, yet this malevolent deity was intriguing, engaging in a battle of wits. As if here to preach. Fortunately, Lilan had already left the courtyard to seek the wells in the gossiping village, placing purifying talismans in them. She also visited the doorsteps of those still residing in the inn, using the talismans and well water to awaken those ensnared by enchantment. As the power of the dark deity swelled, the fog that Lilan had previously dispelled began to creep back in. Yue Ying and her two loquacious subordinates were compelled to remain vigilant. Should they fail to safeguard their lord, the Ying Li Hall would be entirely overrun by Elder Wei's faction, and their deity would be aligned with this malevolent force, leading to the suffering of countless souls. The blade could not penetrate, and various fire-related talismans scarcely ignited even a spark. Those possessed by the malevolent deity seemed as impervious as iron walls, capable of withstanding even magical implements. At that moment, the sinister god appeared to toy with the situation as if playing with children, effortlessly extinguishing several burning talismans with a mere wave of his hand, his gaze imbued with mockery. "You need not struggle," he proclaimed. "At this juncture, it would be wise to plead for mercy. This divine being may yet consider sparing your souls from annihilation. Otherwise, should I ignite the heavenly lanterns, the ordeal awaiting you would be far from bearable. In the presence of the divine, even immortals are of little consequence, and these two incessant talkers among the celestial beings are hardly notable. As for Yue Ying and Miss Wang, they possess no true abilities. The former relies on a premier magical artifact, while the latter is shielded by earthly talismans, rendering them utterly insignificant in the eyes of the malevolent deity. What if we were to perish? It would serve to reveal the true nature of your Qingguan, and the so-called gods among you as mere deceivers, making death worthwhile." Miss Wang, observing the indifferent countenance of the sinister god, felt a surge of indignation. Setting aside other considerations, a practitioner of the path should never regard the oppression of the weak as a law of nature. Beasts may see the strong preying upon the weak as commonplace, yet humans should not descend to such savagery. To embrace might over right is to share kinship with creatures devoid of wisdom and morality. To her astonishment, the malevolent deity merely chuckled, dismissing the four present as nothing more than a farce. "You are truly naive, believing this divine being is unaware of the little mouse you have unleashed." With a mere wave of his hand, the individual was incinerated entirely. The malevolent deity shook his head, embodying an expression of disdainful disbelief. "Do you truly believe that a true god can be deceived at your whim? Even if that diminutive creature were to escape, what would it matter? Has the Bagua village not encountered individuals of greater profundity than yourselves over the centuries? Cease your fanciful dreams. The hierarchy of the strong over the weak is a fundamental tenet of the celestial order, allowing no room for your reckless disregard." Chapter 76. Seizing the opportunity to decode the enchantment of the pilgrims, entrapped in peril as the masses close in. Part 3. Mother, when did we arrive here? We must proceed to I Ching Temple to pay our respects. Let us hasten. The talisman began to take effect, and Li Lan grew concerned for the others still in the courtyard. Without her, they would undoubtedly find it even more challenging to confront such a wicked deity. As Li Lan had suspected, a dense fog enveloped the entire village, far exceeding mere mountain mist and bordering on a tangible malevolence. The individuals from I Ching Temple had administered a hallucinogenic potion within the fog. As Li Lan dispelled the mist, those wandering within gradually regained their senses. "Father, are we?" "Not at the inn. Husband, madam," witnessing the chaos unfold. The spirits of the inn's patrons responsible for escorting the pilgrims to the mountain were at a loss for how to respond. "Wait, do not leave." Much like the elderly figure from the inn, these villager spirits, now caught in the dissipating fog, found themselves in a state of conflict, oscillating between good and evil, truth and falsehood, their actions and words swayed by this internal struggle. "Hurry, depart from here. Do not leave. This is troublesome." The pilgrims who had just regained their senses found themselves utterly bewildered, now even more terrified by the frenzied demeanor of the innkeepers. The I Ching Temple is indeed sinister. Upon entering this village, it seems as though all memories fade away. Truly eerie, and now the villagers have gone mad. While the celestial beings of I Ching Temple remain indifferent. "We must leave. This is truly malevolent." Many pilgrims departed one after another, murmuring about the malevolent nature of this Bagua formation. Li Lan concealed herself nearby, observing as the pilgrims gradually regained their awareness, joining forces to depart, which eased her mind considerably, prompting her to head towards the inn. The pilgrims could not discern that the villagers were apparitions. Yet those phantoms bore a mutual disdain for Li Lan, and now, perhaps under someone's command, they charged directly at her. Even if the spirits of these villagers were under the control of I Ching Temple's so-called priests, they posed little threat against Li Lan, who wielded the thunderstrike wood. With the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper and the 5 thunders suppressing the evil, she was ready to unleash her talisman. Having recited half of the incantation when she suddenly halted. These villager spirits were merely exploited by I Ching Temple and the malevolent deity. This should not be the case. After a moment's hesitation, Li Lan resolved to exorcise the spirits. Yet, she had only ever assisted her master, and despite being familiar with the procedures, managing alone was indeed overwhelming. As if realizing they could not contend with Li Lan, the individuals controlling the villager spirits shifted their focus away from her and directed their attention towards the arriving pilgrims. What is that? Moments ago, they were merely present. Now, could it be a specter? Witnessing the devotees fleeing in all directions, Li Lan furrowed her brow, clutching the thunderwood staff to her chest, and began to recite the incantation to summon souls. As the spell took effect, she drew the multitude of spirits away from the fleeing devotees while making her way towards the inn. Sensing Li Lan leading a throng of village spirits towards the inn, the malevolent deity let out a chilling laugh and remarked to the 4 who were barely holding their ground, "I never imagined this little mouse possessed any skill, managing to escape from the grasp of my faithful specters. Yet, it is nothing more than a fleeting amusement when I tire of this game. Your soul shall scatter to the winds." Enough of such grandiloquence. Li Lan burst into the courtyard, casting another exorcising talisman at the wicked deity. Along the way, she had come to a realization. If this malevolent god truly had the power to slay her and her companions, why had it not struck them down yet? The notion of being not yet bored seemed nothing short of a farce. It was evident that it was constrained by the confines of this realm, rendering it incapable of wielding significant power. How audacious of this little mouse to question the words of a true deity. Such arrogance is indeed laughable. The heavenly thunder, perhaps becoming accustomed to its path, descended swiftly this time, only to be devoured by the malevolent god, who chuckled, "I have already stated. How can earthly thunder contend with the celestial god?" The members of the Moonshade group, witnessing Li Lan's silence, though they had only known her for a few days and were not yet intimately acquainted, sensed a profound understanding among them. Without the need for an explanation from Li Lan, they knew she had undoubtedly perceived some flaw in the malevolent deity. Moreover, since Li Lan was capable of unraveling the enchantments cast upon the devotees by that malevolent deity and the followers of I Ching Temple, it indicated that he and his companions possessed formidable combat prowess. Master of the Hall, even if this malevolent god can endure the thunder of the mortal realm, the body of the I Ching Temple adherent cannot withstand it. At this moment, the chatterbox's confidence surged, and he began to prattle on. Not to mention there are several willing to allow him to possess them. If they merely endure, it is likely that the malevolent god won't last much longer. Li Lan thought to himself, truly perplexed by these 2 old fellows, as they spoke incessantly instead of contemplating how to confront the malevolent deity. Chapter 77. The Divine Technique of the Wonderful Law, Engaging in Battle with Death. Skillfully summoning the celestial thunder symbol to the heart and soul. Part 1. The malevolent god was unperturbed by the thunder. Yet the souls of the villagers whom Li Lan had brought along were utterly terrified. Time and again, a group of spirits steadfastly refused to heed the summons. After all, death was inevitable. They ought to choose the path of least resistance, should they not? Fiery spirit flames, arrayed before the defense. The 3 flavors of the 3 truths, all arrayed before us. The divine being of 1,000 autumns, may it grace our doorstep. Upon hearing Li Lan's words, the 2 chatterboxes ceased their idle chatter and began to chant incantations. This spell was specifically designed by the Ying Li Hall to empower the magical artifacts and treasured blades. Now, as the barrier between the 9 provinces continent and the Xuan Yun Continent weakened, their invocation would not be constrained. A strike with the blade unleashed a surge of power, inflicting a wound upon the I Ching Temple adherent possessed by the malevolent god. After a flurry of slashes, the surrounding souls of the villagers pursuing Li Lan were forcefully pushed back several paces. In the Temple of I Ching, all the Taoists gathered were drawn towards a certain small courtyard. The few individuals who had previously summoned the deity had sacrificed decades of their lifespan. And coupled with the drain caused by the malevolent god, they They now appeared as mere shadows of their former selves. The newly arrived onlookers, witnessing such a dire scene, naturally felt a wave of trepidation. After all, none had previously encountered the dire consequences of summoning the deity. Although the gathered Taoists of I Ching were already frightened into retreat, the malevolent god, nourished by their malevolence, could not swallow this bitter pill. Observing that those who had previously called upon it were now utterly depleted, the malevolent god, far from being defeated, appeared to revel in a newfound vigor, compelling the newcomers to partake in the summoning ritual without delay. Having never witnessed such an imposing spectacle, retreat was no longer an option. At this juncture, the malevolent god cared little for the volunteers. They were to offer their strength in service to the true deity. With no choice in the matter, the malevolent god swiftly exchanged its vessel, now fortified by the lives and powers of over 20 individuals, its strength magnified beyond measure. Sensing this newfound potency, the malevolent god erupted in maniacal laughter. I am the true deity, empowered by the faith of my followers. Your continued obstinacy is but a futile struggle against the inevitable. After your demise today, your souls and essence shall serve me, further enhancing my power. Indeed, I must express my gratitude for your misguided audacity. The malevolent god was not merely indulging in idle chatter. With the lifespans and cultivation of these 20 or so individuals as offerings, its strength had surged to more than thrice its former might. Now, even the enchanted blade fortified by the talismans of the Ying Li Hall could scarcely harm the malevolent god in the slightest. As if lifting a chick, the malevolent deity grasped Miss Wang by the neck, suspending her in midair. Perhaps reveling in the torment, the fiend chose not to simply crush her life, but instead swung her about, relishing the sight of her flushed face, gasping for breath, before callously tossing her to the ground, dismissing her with a disdainful, boring, coughing violently. Miss Wang lay on the ground, her complexion tinged with a hint of blue, struggling for air as if attempting to expel her very lungs or devour the heavens themselves. The suddenness of her abduction left the onlookers stunned, unable to react in time. It was only when Miss Li procured a talisman meant for healing those on the brink of death that Miss Wang felt a slight reprieve. Do not concern yourself with me. Yes, cough, just deal with it, she urged. You are indeed united, yet if it were not for this feeble form, I would truly listen to what you all wish to convey. The malevolent deity's words were plentiful, exuding arrogance, showing no regard for ordinary mortals. Without celestial thunder, you dare to subdue me? What a ludicrous jest. Perhaps in his hubris, the fiend's careless words provided Miss Li with an opportunity. If earthly thunder held no significance, then why not attempt celestial thunder? After all, two unwitting souls stood nearby, ready for unreciprocated service. Sensing Miss Li's intent, the two blabbermouths shook their heads. In their realm of Xuan Yun, the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, held no semblance of thunder spirits. Though it is widely acknowledged that the thunder method wields the greatest power among all techniques, one must ponder why, if they possess such abilities, they have yet to take action until now. The little mouse should not be so naive as to believe that merely inscribing some talismans in water and employing incantations to unravel the unique secret arts of I Ching Temple could bring it to par with the divine. The malevolent deity, now inhabiting the body of an ordinary human, finds its divine powers constrained, and thus remains oblivious to what Li Lan contemplates, still lost in the illusion of its invincibility. It is true that the little mouse can summon lightning. I concede that you possess some talent, yet it is hardly remarkable. Were you a genuine immortal from the Xuan Yun Continent, I might indeed hold you in higher regard, but your current prowess fails to capture my interest. Striking a blow against cotton is the most exasperating endeavor. No matter how the wicked deity provokes, Li Lan remains unresponsive, nearly inciting the deity's ire to a perilous extent. With such innate talent, had you pursued the path of cultivation alongside me, you would have long since attained immortality. Alas, your present state is truly lamentable. Li Lan chuckled, embodying an indifference that neither yields nor succumbs. To cultivate alongside you would indeed be the tragedy. With that, I have nothing further to discuss with you. No sooner had the words left his lips than the malevolent deity, transforming its hand into a claw, lunged directly at Li Lan's throat. Chapter 78. The Divine Art of Life and Death in Battle. Skillfully summoning the celestial thunder talisman to the soul. Part 2. Engaging in hand gestures with such fervor is a first for Li Lan. The hand seals and talismans, all aimed at confronting this malevolent deity, have not ceased. Although Li Lan has devised a plan, the two rather dim-witted subordinates beside the young master do not appear particularly clever. The young gentleman, evidently oblivious to the reasons behind his lack of prowess, struggled not only against the malevolent deity, but also to formulate a plan. Li Lan found herself rather fatigued. Princess Ping'an, what purpose does this serve? She was astonished to discover that these two gossips possessed a degree of foolishness, their minds unable to fathom the situation at hand. In all her years, this genuine deity had never before witnessed a conspiracy unfold in plain view of others. At this moment, it was not only the evil god who found amusement in the folly of the crowd. Even Li Lan perceived them as not merely a collection of the feeble and the ailing, but as a group sorely lacking in cohesion. The mysteries of heaven and earth give rise to the three pure ones. As the dawn's light gently illuminated the scene, golden rays danced about. The three talents and stars shimmered under the moonlight, while the 5 emperors and 5 mountains invoked a myriad of thunder. Observing that the two individuals remained utterly unresponsive, and that the malevolent deity was intent on targeting Miss Wang first, Li Lan could not afford to divert her attention elsewhere. She was already occupied with the incantation and hand gestures meant to exorcise evil and offer protection. As the incantation of the golden light to dispel malevolence took effect, the evil god's attempts to dominate Miss Wang proved far more challenging than before, allowing Li Lan to finally breathe a sigh of relief. What sort of skill was it to bully 2 young maidens? After all, the magical fan in her possession held great power. The malevolent deity's ruckus had yet to lay a finger on her. With confidence restored, Yue Ying began to draw the fire away. If one could not even overcome an ordinary fan, what claim did they have to divine authority? Such disdain for this, and that was misplaced. Where were the gods and spirits? It was all merely the folly of humankind. Did they truly believe anyone feared them? Indeed, Yue Ying herself could not clearly articulate whether she remained skeptical of the authenticity of this world or if she wielded the fan with reckless confidence. Casting disdainful glances at the malevolent deity, Li Lan, who stood nearby, absorbed every word of Yue Ying's discourse, increasingly doubting her true identity. It seemed that he, too, might be a traveler from another realm, while he had merely believed himself to be ensnared in a dream. You, in your ignorance and fearlessness, truly display an utter audacity. You must contemplate carefully. Should you perish this time, it would be death indeed. Perhaps sensing that Yue Ying and Li Lan were destined to meet their end at his hands, the malevolent deity uttered a series of nonsensical remarks. To those who listened, it was merely the ramblings of a solitary speaker. How tedious it is. Upon reflection, it has been several centuries. One wonders if the gods transformed from heaven and earth are truly so impotent. Perhaps the malevolent deity had merely been toying with them earlier. Now, however, he grew serious. Effortlessly shattering the talisman Li Lan had summoned to protect himself and Miss Wang. Had Li Lan not swiftly drawn the talisman, placing it before Miss Wang while deftly executing the necessary hand seals, it is likely that she, lacking any cultivation, would have met her demise on the spot. The true deity has grown weary of this charade. You may rest now. With a visage marked by fatigue, he regarded the assembly before him. His left thumb, index, and middle fingers clasped the right thumb, while the ring and little fingers of both hands intertwined. The remaining right index and ring fingers stood erect towards the heavens. In an instant, the wind surged and the clouds swirled, as the previously receding mist once more engulfed the 8 trigrams village. The dim vortex enveloped the entire courtyard of the inn, countless spirits wailing within. Chapter 79. The devotees disperse to dispel folly. Mortals and immortals unite to repel the malevolent deity. A thunderous roar echoed through Bagua village. Just before the sound of thunder resonated, the malevolent deity believed it was effortless to crush the few individuals before him. How could you possibly summon this celestial thunder? The possessed individual appeared devoid of any vitality, collapsing straight down, and before the deity could finish speaking, a second bolt of lightning expelled him from that mortal shell. You have managed to draw celestial lightning to the mortal realm. I have underestimated you. The deity's voice, filled with rage, reverberated through the air. Even as Li Lan summoned the lightning to descend upon Bagua village, the malevolent deity had never anticipated that mere mortals could possess the power to challenge the divine. The actions of Li Lan and the others had caused the deity to lose the incense offerings from Yiqing Temple, significantly diminishing his power. Enraged, he declared, I shall not let this matter rest easily. Await your reckoning. As if feeling a piercing gaze, Li Lan heard the deity utter, Indeed, you too. After a brief pause, it seemed the deity had more to say, yet he vanished without a trace. Master, why does Princess Ping'an believe we do not comprehend her intentions? The 2 chatterboxes began to boast to Master Yue Ying, reveling in their quick-witted responses. Li Lan was still contemplating the unfinished words of the malevolent deity before his disappearance when the incessant prattle of the two once again stirred a sense of helplessness within him. The thunder has indeed taken effect. Yue Ying, feeling quite helpless, was deeply concerned, not only for Li Lan but also for herself, as she observed the reactions of the two chatterboxes. Moreover, Li Lan was merely attempting a desperate remedy. These two individuals behind Yue Ying had only displayed their mastery of the five elements fire, whereas thunder belonged to the yang would nourish his fire. Yet their connection to thunder seemed tenuous at best. Earlier, Yin Ling and Yin Hua had summoned the celestial thunder of Xuan Yun Lu through their genuine energy, successfully expelling the evil deity from the shell of the person at Yiqing Guan, thus alleviating the peril faced by all. Li Lan shook her head, pondering that if one were to rely on the changes of Yin and Yang in the 21st century, it might elucidate the situation. However, it remained a mystery how Xuan Yun Lu, having cultivated only one of the five elements, managed to inadvertently summon the thunder. Master, this is not good. No, Master. Yin Hua sighed. Our use of sorcery would undoubtedly attract the attention of Elder Wei, who harbors ill intentions, and he will certainly send someone to pursue you. What do you suggest we do? At this moment, Yue Ying shared a sentiment similar to Li Lan's. While their intentions were good, their frantic actions would not resolve the matter. Over time, it would be best if they did not create further chaos. Reflecting on her own situation, which indeed stemmed from her involvement, Yue Ying spoke. Your kind intentions have inadvertently implicated me. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to call upon me. My decision to come to this Bagua village was my own, and it is not a matter of the county lord's doing, so how could it be considered an implication? Furthermore, were it not for my own perceived lack of capability, encountering such acts of oppression would render it impossible for me to remain a mere bystander. Now, with this opportunity at hand, I find myself fulfilling the dream of a chivalrous figure I harbored during my youth, one who champions the weak against the strong. Should any matters arise, I shall address them myself. The princess need not be concerned. Fate often does not arrive on a whim, and once it does, it is not easily dismissed. At this moment, Yue Ying speaks with unwavering conviction, yet she is unaware that within a few days, Elder Wei shall come knocking at our door. Li Lan and Miss Wang, being privy to the circumstances within Ying Li Hall, recognize that the old sect Master S faction will remain indifferent. However, the hidden secrets within Elder Wei's heart are not meant to see the light of day. If one conducts oneself with integrity, whether to clarify or to ignore, one would never resort to silencing rumors through murder. Yet, the act of silencing through death is a method most commonly employed by those who are truly guilty at heart. Chapter 80. The Calm After the Storm. Yue Ying's practice and the consequences for Li Lan, a Taoist priest, was specifically sent to enlighten the villagers. As for the unresolved formation of the 8 trigrams village, that will be addressed later. For now, it is not of immediate concern. At the very least, those pilgrims in 8 trigrams village who have yet to suffer harm have come to recognize the sinister nature of the Yiqing Temple. The incense of Yiqing Temple has flourished, spreading from 1 to 10, and 10 to 100, and naturally, it can also reveal its true nature through such rumors. The opinions of the masses can be formidable. A proper guiding of public sentiment is beneficial for society as a whole. This is precisely why the greatly places such importance on moral education among the populace. Master, you have finally decided to. I have heard that Yue Ying is willing to begin learning some magical arts, Yin Hua exclaimed loudly. Had it not been for Yin Ling's timely intervention, pulling him back, the attention of passers-by would surely have been drawn to the trio. Unexpectedly, Yin Hua was rather gossipy, Yue Ying thought, shaking her head. The truth, however, was not merely that. While handling the affairs of Gossip Village alongside Li Lan, Yue Ying realized that whether her journey was a bizarre reality or a dream while in a coma, the so-called magical arts were akin to the academic qualifications of real life. In any case, possessing some skills was essential. How could one converse so casually with the master? As Yue Ying pondered this matter that had conflicted her for quite some time, Yin Ling was quietly admonishing Yin Hua. Although the master was indifferent, it was still important to distinguish one's status within the Ying Li Hall. Oh, Yin Hua pouted, feeling oppressed by the relentless suppression from Elder Wei towards the old Master S faction in the Ying Li Hall. Life had become quite stifling. Now that the master was unconcerned, Yin Ling continued to scold him, while Yue Ying was immersed in her own thoughts. She could not help but overhear their exchange and remarked, "There is no need to be so formal. We are all ordinary people. Why should we be constrained by so-called status?" Living in the 21st century, Yue Ying could comprehend the hierarchical relationships, Yet she found the excessive formality exhibited by Ying Shui and her subordinates within the Ying Li Hall to be utterly unbearable. The distant mountains were a tapestry of azure and violet, shrouded in mist, as the nascent autumn sun cast a golden veil over the peaks. However, in tranquil times, there are always those who cannot abide the leisurely lives of others. As Yin Ling was about to speak, it seemed he had discovered something and chose to refrain from mentioning the previous matter. He quietly reminded Yue Ying, "Your Highness, let us not dwell on that. Instead, let us first seek a tavern to rest." Observing this, Yue Ying naturally understood Yin Ling's intention, while Yin Hua, unusually, refrained from voicing any thoughts of his own. It appeared he too had sensed something amiss and recognized when silence was prudent. The weather was clear, with the mist of distant mountains dispersed, leaving only a trace of humidity lingering halfway up the hills, drawing the vibrant clouds of the horizon close to the silvery cascade, inviting travelers and wanderers to pause for a brief respite. As for Yin Ling and Yin Hua, ever since Yin Ling had adopted a more cautious demeanor, Yue Ying felt an ominous atmosphere enveloping them. Presently, as they sought someone who was nowhere to be found, recalling her recent experiences in Bagua village, Yue Ying contemplated whether the magical fan in her possession might prove useful in piercing through this veil of uncertainty. Having watched numerous films as university students, she knew that encountering familiar faces in unusual circumstances often hinted at even more extraordinary occurrences. Hence, she remained alert and inquired, "Is Princess Ping An also present?" "Indeed. It has been several days since I last saw her. With two of your Highness's subordinates absent, encountering someone affiliated with Elder Wei could pose a risk." Yue Ying smiled, pondering the motives of those involved, knowing escape was not feasible and deciding it prudent to test the waters before formulating a plan. Since they had come across Princess Ping, the situation seemed less perilous. "How could I possibly possess such abilities?" came the response from a figure resembling Li Lan, who noted that it was indeed the magical fan in the hands of the prince that held genuine power. Even if Yin Shui intends to conceal from Elder Wei that the current hall master, Yue Ying, has returned to her normal state, no longer the foolish hall master that Elder Wei could easily manipulate. The hall master of Ying Li Hall presents herself as exceptionally gifted in the eyes of the people of Xuan Yun Continent. Elder Wei, in order to maintain this image, is ultimately hesitant to act rashly. Moreover, regardless of the identity of the person before him, it is likely that they are already aware of Yue Ying's true condition. Therefore, whether this entity harbors malicious intent or not, there is no need for Yue Ying to feign anything. Oh, could it be that Princess Ping has taken a liking to this magical fan? Chapter 81. The Wave of Peace and the Practice of Yue Ying. I would never entertain such notions. This magical fan is the hall master's treasure. The hall master and I are mere acquaintances, and how could I dare to make her part with it? Yue Ying is not foolish at this moment. She clearly understands that this entity before her is merely disguised as Li Lan, coveting her magical fan. If Princess Ping desires it, what harm is there? Yue Ying chuckled, considering that this fan must have a significant influence on the entity before her, which is why it is so determined to obtain it. After all, it is merely a magical fan. How could it possibly compare to the friendship between the two of us? Having encountered this entity over the past few days, Yue Ying has already discerned Li Lan's nature, one who is never willing to owe others. Thus, she further affirms that this entity cannot possibly be Li Lan. The hall master is quite forthright. It is merely rumored that the magical fan before us is a relic left behind by the former master of the hall. However, as mere acquaintances, I find myself feeling rather hesitant, despite my intrigue. What is there to feel hesitant about, since this object before me fears its own magical fan? I have nothing to fear. Yue Ying grasped the fan in her hand, poised to offer it to the other party. On the opposite side, Li Lan's eyes sparkled with excitement, her hand twitching with eagerness to reach out. With a sudden flourish, Yue Ying snapped open the folding fan. Previously, she had found the sound of practicing with the fan somewhat bothersome. However, now that she held it, she felt an unexpected sense of elegance. Has the young master encountered something? Another Li Lan emerged from the mist, her tone strikingly authentic. I had previously informed the young master that should he require assistance, he need only call upon me. Observing this newly appeared figure, Yue Ying found herself somewhat bewildered. Why are there two of you? If the earlier Li Lan could easily be identified as a counterfeit, this newcomer bore a striking resemblance in both appearance and speech. The young master might have encountered a ghost. The surrounding fog bore a resemblance to that of the 8 trigrams village. Listening to Li Lan's words, Yue Ying nodded vigorously. This fog was not only reminiscent of the 8 trigrams village, but also akin to the ghostly walls depicted in films. Yet, this was a trivial matter, incomparable to that day in the 8 trigrams village. With this, Yue Ying's trust in the newcomer grew, and although she retained a measure of caution, she could not help but feel somewhat more at ease. As time passed, the entity that had assumed the guise of Li Lan transformed its appearance and lunged towards Yue Ying. The subsequent Li Lan interposed herself before Yue Ying, casting a talisman and intoning an incantation. The talisman ignited spontaneously in midair, propelling a fiery orb towards the assailant targeting Yue Ying, shattering it into fragments. The Princess Ping exhibited remarkable prowess. The later Li Lan shook her head, noting that the previous apparition was merely a phantom, destined to return shortly. Before she could finish her thought, the entity did indeed re-emerge, employing a feint to launch an attack from behind Yue Ying. Suddenly, a flash of white light erupted, and both Li Lans dissipated, the surrounding mist following suit. It turned out that both Li Lans were mere illusions conjured by the mist, crafted to bewilder Yue Ying. As the fog dissipated, 2 figures of Yue Ying appeared beside Yin Ling. The earlier Yue Ying was, in fact, Yin Hua, who had assumed Yue Ying's form to amuse the little demon. It remained uncertain whether Miss Lan would be affected by our actions. However, Yin Hua dismissed such concerns, believing that their assistance was minor and would not lead to significant consequences. Unfortunately, Yue Ying's suspicions were correct. Miss Lan was also encountering difficulties. Chapter 82. This wave of peaceful Moon Ying's magical practice. Another surge of Li Lan's entanglement. Part 3. Miss Lan, are you there? In truth, Li Lan was merely a few steps away from Miss Wang, having clearly heard her call. At this moment, is there still time to concern oneself with others? Should I say that Princess Ping possesses great compassion? Or is it merely a case of overestimating her capabilities? The demon, appearing in human form, is indeed a rare beauty. Even if Li Lan were to fully regain her strength, it seems she would still have to contend with her. Why must she obstruct the path? Having had prior experiences in Bagua village, Li Lan instantly sensed that this demon could not have originated from the state of Li, and likely shares its origins with that young master from the Xuan Yun Continent. Thus, Li Lan's inquiry was merely a pretense of ignorance. After all, she had not provoked anyone. It was evident that this demon was either an enemy of that young master or a minion of the malevolent deity. At this point, Princess Ping still had the leisure to discuss such matters with me. The beautiful woman showed no intention of concealing her true nature, and was too disinterested to engage in trivial conversation with Li Lan. She transformed into her original fierce form and lunged directly at Li Lan. With a swift flick of her sleeve, she hurled talismans to counter the fireballs hurled by the great red bird. Li Lan deftly sidestepped to the side of the enormous bird, sighing, "To achieve the status of a demon immortal is no easy feat. Why then must one be subject to the whims of others?" Upon hearing Li Lan's words, the great bird's movements noticeably slowed for a moment, yet in an instant, it returned to its previous state. You are aware that it is difficult for us to attain immortality, yet how many individuals, under the pretense of subduing demons and vanquishing evil, leave us no room to exist? Now, to come and speak to me of servitude is truly laughable. Listening to the bird's lament, Li Lan could not help but furrow her brow. For birds and beasts, the path to enlightenment, seeking to awaken intelligence and absorb the essence of heaven and earth to cultivate into immortality, is infinitely more arduous than it is for humans. It is precisely for this reason that the number of demon immortals is exceedingly rare. Even when a demon ascends to immortality, they are often subjected to ostracism. Moreover, when it comes to birds and beasts pursuing immortality, they frequently lack guidance, leading countless souls astray into nefarious paths. There is nothing more to say. Since there is nothing left to articulate, one might as well resign themselves to their fate. The great bird, increasingly infuriated, reflected on the daily oppression faced by demon immortals. All while being forced to endure the so-called righteous words of certain immortals, it was utterly revolting. However, Li Lan was about to argue that even so, one should not descend into wickedness and consort with malevolent beings. At that moment, the great bird unleashed a burst of fire, leaving Li Lan no opportunity to defend herself. The anguished scream of Miss Wang echoed from a distance, yet Li Lan found herself ensnared, unable to provide assistance in time. In that brief moment of distraction, Li Lan too suffered a wound from the great bird. Seizing the opportunity while the creature reveled in its perceived victory, Li Lan retrieved her peachwood sword from her bosom, inscribed a symbol in the air, and sent it toward Miss Wang, thereby dispersing the fog that shrouded their connection. It is often said that we demons harbor various ulterior motives and conspire in the shadows. Yet, Now it is clear that you humans are no different. At this juncture, Li Lan had no intention of offering explanations. The great bird's reasoning had strayed into delusion, likely the result of being brainwashed by those with ulterior motives. Even if she were to elucidate her point, it would fall on deaf ears. Miss Lan. The moment Miss Wang noticed Li Lan, she swiftly shielded her behind her. The great bird, observing Li Lan's stance, merely chuckled, reverting to its true form and charging once more toward her. The sound of a dagger slicing through flesh echoed ominously. Had Li Lan not been prepared, that dagger would have surely pierced her heart. How could you possibly know that I am not hers? With the talisman affixed, she witnessed the thunder crashing down from the heavens, causing even the great bird to stutter in its speech. Clearly, you have masqueraded convincingly enough. Clearly, you have employed our customary titles. The unfinished words of the great bird were completed by Li Lan. You harbor intentions to kill me. How could you ever wish for me and Miss Wang to unite so effortlessly? Without Miss Wang to threaten me, I remain undistracted, and with your limitations. We are evenly matched. A cold snort escaped the great bird once more. It is merely the strong who prevail and the weak who falter. There is nothing more of significance to discuss. The magnificent bird vanished into the storm, and as the mist dispersed, Li Lan pulled the cowering Miss Wang from her corner, and they made their way into the nearby inn. Chapter 83, A Kind Gesture to Alleviate Illness. Disgusting Deception for Financial Gain, Part 1. Ever since the great bird departed, the past few days had been remarkably tranquil, at least for Li Lan. It marked a rare moment of stability. Miss Lan, do you intend to remain here in Jiangnan? Miss Wang was aware that Li Lan had ventured out in search of a physician, though it seemed that what Li Lan required was beyond the ordinary healer. While Miss Wang had resolved to accompany Li Lan wherever she might go, it was essential to know their destination. Li Lan nodded in agreement with Miss Wang's words. Yes. Since we have encountered the immortal from Xianyun Lu, I shall address these matters gradually. The sun shone brightly upon the rivers and mountains. The county town where the inn was located thrived even more than before. As Li Lan and Miss Wang conversed, they strolled from the inn onto the bustling street. I implore you, save my father. After taking but a few steps, one could hear the heart-wrenching cries of a young woman kneeling before a medical hall, pleading fervently. Through the gaps in the crowd, Li Lan caught sight of the girl, who was accompanied by an elderly man lying feebly beside her. Though not particularly old, he was undoubtedly a relative, likely her father. Please, young lady, I implore you, help us, she cried, her voice filled with desperation. Despite the layers of onlookers, the girl seemed to catch a glimpse of Li Lan's presence, and instinctively, Li Lan sensed something amiss. Before she could fully react, the girl resumed her lamentations. We truly have no money left. The elders in our village, who possess some medical knowledge, have declared my father beyond saving. We journeyed from our village to the county, seeking a healer who could save his life. It was remarkable that the girl could maintain her composure amid such despair. Yet, the lack of funds rendered them unable to afford treatment or medicine. Li Lan cast a cursory glance at the man lying beside the girl. He was not yet of an age to have reached the fate of manhood, and he was indeed afflicted with illness, compounded by a sinister energy clinging to him. A brief assessment suggested that his ailment was quite treatable, yet the villagers had failed to act, and now his vital essence was being drained by this malevolence. Please, young lady, lend us some money. Once my father recovers, I shall serve you like a loyal beast of burden. Did she truly wish to save her father? Li Lan sensed that the girl's intentions might not be entirely pure. Nevertheless, the thought of standing idly by while someone in need suffered was something Li Lan could not fathom. Would you truly be willing to lend us some silver? Within those modest eyes resided a profound yearning for wealth, so palpable that most individuals, upon merely casting a glance, could effortlessly discern that the young woman sought not only to remedy ailments but also to acquire a few pieces of silver. I shall not borrow money from you, however. I can attend to your father's affliction, said Li Lan. As for what the young woman held in her heart, whether her intentions were noble or otherwise, it was beyond Li Lan's purview to determine. Was the young lady a healer? She could hardly be deemed as such. Her evident hesitation was perplexing, leaving one to ponder the reasons behind it. Should she be willing to place her trust, Li Lan was prepared to make an attempt, and as for monetary matters, she could indeed provide for the young woman. Money was not a concern for Li Lan. Yet, it was clear that the young woman harbored greedy inclinations. The desire to save lives stemmed from Li Lan's compassionate nature as a practitioner, but she was not to be taken advantage of, especially when the intentions were so transparent. Li Lan resolved that if the young woman was willing to try, she would not dwell on any ulterior motives, focusing solely on the act of healing. As for the rest, the likelihood of complications arising was minimal. The young woman, with her gaze lowered in contemplation, paused for a moment before raising her eyes to Li Lan and nodding earnestly. Then I shall trouble you to give it a try. Chapter 84. A Good Intention to Alleviate Suffering. Deceit in the Pursuit of Wealth. Part 2. Li Lan escorted the young woman to the inn and entered her room to retrieve the talismans. Did these talismans truly possess efficacy? In her usual encounters, skepticism abounded, had it not been for the noble aim of saving a life. Li Lan would have dismissed such individuals entirely. If it proves ineffective, why would I have summoned you to this inn? Li Lan ignited the talisman, then poured half a cup of warm water, dissolving the ash into it, and handed it to the young lady, requesting her to deliver it to her father. Noticing her hesitation, Li Lan sighed, "My dear, your father's ailment is not the root cause. I seek no monetary gain from you in treating your father as conditioned, so why do you harbor doubts about my intentions?" The talisman showed results swiftly. Yet Li Lan was disinclined to engage further with the young lady, and thus settled down to enjoy a light snack. In the 21st century, many delicacies have spread across the entire continent, no longer exclusive to the realm where Li Lan resided. With the blending of cultures, while they remain delightful, they have inevitably lost their authentic taste. However, on this vast continent, Li Lan truly savored the unique offerings of Jiangnan's tea snacks. The flaky tea pastry, rich in oil, paired with the sweetness of mung beans, adorned with a sprinkle of sesame, added a layer of depth, melting in the mouth without a hint of artificial flavor lingering on the palate. "Dear lady, shall I simply have him drink this talisman-infused water?" A glance revealed that the man's complexion was slowly improving, the previous pallor giving way to a gentle flush of pale red. With a couple of acupuncture sessions and a few more prescriptions, he would soon be on the mend, able to move about freely within 3 to 5 days, unencumbered by any restrictions. "My dear, if in the future..." Li Lan need not even glance up. He had witnessed such individuals in the 21st century, those who dangled their parents' lives as a means to cling to their elders' pensions. The man was still relatively young, once restored to health. He should be capable of supporting a family. Only Li Lan was perplexed. This young lady appeared not to be a malevolent person, yet she seemed devoid of any benevolent intentions. She could indeed be healed, if she were to be nurtured properly. Her health would not be inferior to that of an ordinary person, should this young lady earnestly devote herself to caring for her father from this day forth. It would be nothing unreasonable to provide her with some financial support, enabling her to take her father to a clinic for diligent care. It was likely that within half a year, he could be restored to health, indistinguishable from any other person. Could the young lady guarantee this? Perhaps. Sensing Li Lan's dissatisfaction with her attitude, the young lady began to explain. "Please do not think I harbor ulterior motives. I still have an elderly mother at home. If my father were to pass away, there would be no one to look after her. Nowadays, a young lady can forge her own path in the grand world, and I should not solely rely on my father for sustenance." Reluctantly setting down her teacup, Li Lan reflected that this young lady truly knew how to find excuses. Her lack of independence seemed to burden others with her responsibilities. The young lady's father could not accompany her and her mother for eternity. She bore no ill will towards the young lady's family, but the unpredictability of life meant that ultimately, she must rely on herself. In the 21st century, the independence of women is championed. During the month and more that Li Lan had spent in the grand world, she had assumed that all young ladies were self-sufficient. And it was her first encounter with one holding such a mindset. As the last sip of tea was consumed, the young lady departed with her father. Li Lan reclined against the wrought tin chair, gazing at the sky outside the inn, gradually tinged with hues of orange and red, feeling quite content. Miss Wang hesitated several times, pacing back and forth for a considerable while, akin to a horse drinking at a stream, consuming cup after cup of tea before finally speaking. "Just moments ago, I had exchanged glances with Miss Lan, yet she chose to disregard my silent cue. While Miss Lan possesses a kind heart, it is evident that this individual harbors ulterior motives. Who knows what sort of person her father is? Is Miss Lan not afraid of being bitten back? If she wishes to assist, providing some silver to send them away would suffice. After all, inviting trouble upon oneself is ultimately unwise." Reflecting upon Miss Wang's frowning expression from earlier, Miss Lan understood yet found it somewhat amusing. As for Miss Wang's concerns, Miss Lan merely shook her head, urging her to sit down. "Sister Wang, do not overthink it. Even if they deceive us out of silver, if they seek assistance from a common physician, the well-meaning healer would also be taken advantage of. As for me, my reputation encompasses both good and ill. Moreover, what impact could others' words have on someone like me?" A practitioner of the Tao? Seeing Miss Lan's carefree demeanor, Miss Wang found it difficult to offer further counsel. Chapter 85. The Unrighteous Stir Up Trouble Again. A Fateful Encounter in the Mountains, Part 1. As Miss Lan was escorted to the county office by the constables, she leisurely held a celadone teacup, indulging in pastries. At that moment, Miss Wang clutched the sandalwood fan that Miss Lan had selected for her just the day before in the county town, delicately inhaling its refined fragrance. In a daze, she watched as Miss Lan was led away by the constables, disregarding the fan's considerable worth as she set it down to pursue her friend. In the hall, the presiding official, upon seeing the young lady clad in white mourning attire, felt a surge of compassion. Once again, Li Lan appeared resplendent, exuding an air of affluence, and as she spoke, her voice was tinged with emotion. Incompetent physicians lead to the downfall of lives. How audacious you are! Observing that this official was genuinely concerned for the welfare of the people, Li Lan sensed that the matter at hand could be clarified, and her mind wandered elsewhere. She contemplated, whether or not lives were lost remains uncertain to me, yet I can indeed acknowledge the boldness of my actions. How could one remain distracted in the grand hall when lives are at stake? Noticing Li Lan's nonchalant demeanor, the official in charge of the county office felt a growing disdain for those who, clutching their wealth, disregard the plight of others, and his words became increasingly sharp. He slammed his hand on the table and rose, exclaiming, "Are you still unrepentant?" Casting a glance at the young woman, he perceived her evasive gaze, which only solidified Li Lan's conviction that her medical treatment was sound. "I have already saved this individual and even procured medicine for them from the clinic. As for why this young woman's father ultimately succumbed, it would be better for you to inquire directly with her. Even the most patient of souls cannot endure being unjustly accused after rendering aid," and though Li Lan was initially reluctant to provide explanations, she resolved to offer this young woman a chance. "I did not accept any payment from her. Everyone on the street witnessed how she solicited alms from passers-by. Furthermore, I assured her that once her father recovered, I would assist her with some funds for his recuperation. Surely, there are those in the inn who have heard of this." Upon hearing Li Lan's reasoning, the official found some merit in her words and insisted that the young woman provide evidence. "Those in the inn who know you will naturally testify on your behalf." The young woman, however, failed to seize the opportunity presented by Li Lan, continuing down a path of no return. The presiding official was not here to listen to their back-and-forth disputes and raised a hand to signal the young woman to cease her discourse. How could she substantiate that her father's demise was connected to this young lady? "I am acquainted with a celestial being from the mountain viewing pavilion, who, during my father's last moments, assessed his condition. It was then I realized that some individuals possess a human visage yet a beastly heart. Is your father's remains still present?" "They are no longer here. He has been laid to rest. Although the customs of this county dictate a 7-day mourning period, I hail from a small place where the tradition favors an earlier burial. Without a body, one cannot summon an examiner to conduct an autopsy." Though the young woman cited local customs, the presiding official, seasoned in cases of this nature, instinctively sensed that there were deeper complexities at play. "Is it possible for you to summon that celestial being as a witness?" "The celestial being witnessed my father's final moments before embarking on a journey across the seas." There is a tinge of regret in the young woman's calm tone. "I too am unaware of their current whereabouts." This had indeed become a case without a head. Although Li Lan acted without official sanction to save a life, it could not definitively prove that she was the cause of the other's demise. Solely based on hearsay, this case was unlikely to reach a swift conclusion. "Your Excellency, there are pressing matters at hand in the hall that require your attention. I kindly request a moment of your time." Chapter 86. The Useless Official's Disturbance Resurfaces. A Fateful Encounter on the Mountain Ridges, Part 2. An underling leaned closer to the chief official, whispering a few words in his ear. The chief official furrowed his brow and gazed over at Li Lan. The subordinate nodded slightly and said, "Indeed. I have heard that this county princess has summoned those deceitful money grubbers to various local magistracies. She truly deserves commendation for benefiting the populace." Observing her demeanor now, it is apparent that she must indeed be the esteemed Princess Ping'an. The official continued, "I, too, have acted in accordance with the law, and I sincerely hope that Princess Ping'an does not take offense at my previous actions." Li Lan nodded and smiled, replying, "That is only natural. Your Excellency's impartial enforcement of the law is a blessing to the common folk. As the case remains unresolved, I require the cooperation of the princess." Upon confirming Li Lan's identity, the chief official began to comprehend that a misunderstanding was at play. Setting aside what Princess Ping'an had done, It was inconceivable that a dignified princess would engage in any malevolent deeds, as it would only tarnish her reputation without any gain. Observing the amiable exchange between Li Lan and the chief official, a guilty party interjected with feigned bravado, "How can you be acquainted? This certainly compromises our chance for justice. My father has died in vain." The young woman boldly accused Li Lan of having ulterior motives. Li Lan was truly perplexed. The young woman seemed to care little for her father's life, fixated instead on monetary gain. "You have caused my father's demise, leaving my mother and me as destitute orphans without support. You are only after wealth, am I not correct? The ascetic places great importance on filial piety. Otherwise, the reverence for the black fish's devotion would not lead one to regard it as a sentient being, unworthy of being consumed lightly. Li Lan has never been one to exhibit foolish devotion. She has never viewed children as mere extensions of their parents, nor has she ever indulged in the notion of raising them as such. Nevertheless, even if an adversary has not committed heinous acts such as murdering one's spouse, parent, or child, it is still unjustifiable to take a life, let alone that of a parent or child. What if it is for the sake of wealth? The young lady, in her current state, is evidently deluded. She has laid bare her distorted values without the need for Li Lan to intervene. "You have caused the death of my father. Retribution for murder is a given. I may spare you, but debts must be repaid. You cannot expect us to survive." The officials present could discern that the young lady's intentions were merely to deceive for monetary gain, rather than seeking justice for her father. "Are you aware that false accusations without evidence constitute a crime in themselves?" Such intimidation evidently caused her to retreat. Her arrogance diminished significantly in due course. "Even if you possess wealth, it will be of no use. And what of it? It is uncertain where this counterfeit talisman originated, as she is but a quack causing harm." The young lady, however, seems to have drawn upon an inexplicable strength. The immortal from Yinshan Temple is renowned far and wide, and it is said that her talisman, of dubious origin, is lethal when employed. Upon hearing this name, Li Lan felt a pang of apprehension. Regardless of this young lady's true nature, it is clear that she is aligned with the Yun Temple and is approaching her. Setting aside her own safety, Li Lan could not help but ponder the extensive influence of the Yun lineage on the common folk of Dali. A subtle yet profound impact that left her apprehensive about the circumstances that might unfold. Chapter 87. The Disorder at the Useless Official's Office. A Fateful Meeting in the Mountains, Part 3. How could one expect efficiency from the bureaucracy, especially when the case at hand was intertwined with the interests of the princess? Although there was no intention of favoritism or corruption, the prolonged deliberation of a case involving individuals of notable status was likely to breed complications. The witness, a villager from the same locality as the girl whose father had passed away, now observed her with an emotion that left those present bewildered. If it could be deemed condemnation, it bore an undercurrent of sympathy, yet disappointment lingered. How had she come to such a state? Upon seeing the villager witness, the girl could not suppress her trepidation, avoiding the gaze of the elderly woman from her village. What a state she was in, a consequence of their actions. Alas, why must it be so? In this moment, thoughts of her mother seemed distant. The official in charge, however, was not inclined to allow the elderly woman to reminisce with the girl. He gestured for her to promptly share what she knew and had witnessed in the court. Despite her reluctance to expose the truth, the elderly woman felt a moral obligation to speak up, for the innocent, kind-hearted individuals had already suffered enough. To conceal the truth would only harden hearts and weigh heavily on her conscience. The girl, in her youth, had endured a difficult childhood. Her father unkind to both her and her mother, relying on the charity of others for sustenance. After recounting the facts, the elderly woman resolved to seek mercy for the girl she had known for over 20 years. The elderly woman's words were tinged with sorrow as she implored, "This young lady has an aged mother. I beseech you, kind sir, to show leniency." The official responded, "Rest assured, I shall take your words into consideration." The convolutions of this matter rivaled the most sensational tales in the marketplace or the most captivating scripts in the theater. The officials in charge had much to ponder. "First, let us escort the elder to a place of rest. If needed, I shall summon her to the front hall." Having issued instructions to his subordinates, the official glanced between the young woman and Princess Ping'an. If there was any fault on Li Lan's part, it was merely that she had engaged in medical practices without an official permit. What further can you say? The sage of Yinshan had declared that Princess Ping'an was no ordinary individual. The mention of her mother by the village elder had thrown the girl into disarray. Her frantic cries nearly threatened to lift the roof off. "It is her. She is the cause of it all." Indeed, Princess Ping'an was not an ordinary person, and it had become clear that, as the official observed the young woman teetering on the brink of madness, he found no alternative but to conclude the case for the moment and deliberate further later. No, it was not me, the sage clearly stated. She insisted. He assured me he would not die. Money is merely for sustenance. Perhaps the girl never truly contemplated the death of her father. Despite her father's neglect of his wife and daughters, blood ties run deep, and the notion of fratricide is repugnant. Take her away. The individual has lost their sanity. There is little to be gleaned from them here. However, that so-called immortal at the Yishan temple might present an opportunity for breakthrough. The official in charge is a responsible leader, yet he fails to realize that today's events are far from concluded. The Yishan temple is not to be trifled with. Proper protocols must be observed. The young lady shall be temporarily detained, allowing Lilan to depart, lest the princess be further alarmed. Upon exiting the magistrate's office, Lilan, unwilling to linger any longer, promptly took the young lady Wang with her, intending to visit the Yishan temple to ascertain the truth. Chapter 88. The unjust cause disturbs the magistrate's office again. A fateful reunion in the mountains, Part 4. If the magistrate can discern the critical matters at hand, Lilan certainly cannot overlook them. A visit to the Yishan temple is unavoidable. Miss Lilan, I understand your reluctance to allow these malevolent individuals to influence the innocent. Yet the intricate web of power here is not something you can easily contend with. Miss Wang appeared to be in a state of great agitation. On ordinary days, even when it came to the delicacies Lilan longed to purchase, she could heed the advice of others. Yet when it pertains to matters of life and identity, she becomes impervious to reason. Sister Wang, there is no need for you to urge me. I fully comprehend your good intentions, and I cannot act impulsively on a whim. To vanquish evil and uphold righteousness, one must possess the requisite abilities. My master from the 21st century taught me that whether in cultivation or action, one must not act recklessly out of a lack of competence. Not only is it unbeneficial to oneself, but it also burdens others. So why then does Miss Lilan persist in her quest? Lilan yearned to deflect the conversation with excuses such as, I am merely a victim, not seeking the past. And if I ruin someone else's affairs, they certainly won't let me off easily. However, Miss Wang is astute. Such phrases are clearly insufficient as legitimate justifications. The underlying reason is rather straightforward, much like the ancestors who, detached from worldly affairs, devoted themselves to their spiritual pursuits. Descending from their lofty abodes during tumultuous times to engage in acts of goodwill seems to be an instinctive compulsion. I shall refrain from further persuasion, yet, dear Miss Lilan, do exercise caution. Previously, you mentioned the importance of caring for Miss and's elderly parents, and it would be prudent to keep your word. During these days spent in Lilan's company, Miss Wang has begun to discern certain truths. On the surface, Lilan appears amicable, reluctant to owe anything to others. Yet, deep down, she possesses a resolute spirit. When confronted with matters of principle, she would never concede an inch. Naturally, Lilan comprehends Miss Wang's benevolent intentions. Her words have never been a form of moral coercion, but rather a concern for the potential repercussions on her own well-being. In the county town, fine goods are scarce. Yet, Lilan fortuitously discovered a nearly lost artifact from the 21st century, a hang luo. Regrettably, as autumn's chill descends, wearing such a delicate fabric would be futile. Furthermore, as they journey towards the mountains to observe, one cannot predict what events may unfold. Thus, Lilan purchased a piece for Miss Wang with her own funds, expressing gratitude for her companionship these past days. As they walked, Miss Wang felt no discomfort from the warmth. Clad in a pink-green robe paired with stone-blue trousers, the exquisite drape of the fabric is indeed a rarity from the 21st century. As Miss Wang gently waved her sandalwood fan, one could hardly describe the elegance of the scene. It was as if the lotus flowers by the lakeside had been transformed into ethereal beings by some celestial spirit. The fragrance wafted with the breeze, and the leaves danced with the rippling waters, a truly rare spectacle. The only dissonance lay in the fact that Lilan was currently urging Miss Wang to traverse mountains and valleys with great haste, as if something were pursuing them from behind. The Princess Ping'an? What an astonishing coincidence. The bond between the palace master and Princess Ping'an must be quite profound. Listening to Yen Hua, one could only marvel at his audacity. Yen Hua, indeed, was quite the talkative one. Could it be that Yin Shui had named him with such intentions in mind? Noticing that Lilan had no intention of engaging in the conversation, Yin Hui's tongue continued to wag. Could it be that Princess Ping'an is concerned for our palace master's safety and has come searching for him? Ah, indeed. Li Lan resolved to adopt an attitude of indifference, thinking to herself, "Not to mention the immense abilities of your palace master. He does not require my protection. Even if you were merely a living person, I am already overwhelmed with my own responsibilities, leaving me no leisure to chase after you." That said, although our palace master has only just begun his cultivation, his innate talent is exceptional enough of this. Let us proceed onward. At this point, even Li Lan, not to mention Yue Ying, found the chatter tiresome. Yes, palace master. Good habits remain unlearned, while bad ones proliferate. Just as Yin Hua finally fell silent, Yin Ling began to prattle on. Yue Ying truly could not fathom the workings of her own mind, even in a state of unconsciousness. She found herself beset by these two incessant chatterboxes. Perhaps this was merely the consequence of her past life's transgressions, beginning with that explosion in the laboratory. What past life? Where is there a past life? Chapter 89, The Initial View of the Tides at Qianyang River. Gossip resounds again in Jingzhou City, Part 1. If one were to identify the most significant distinction between the Grand Li dynasty and the 21st century, it might very well be the resplendent yet serene river scenery illuminated by the moonlight, or so Li Lan believes. However, not everyone along this journey is inclined to indulge in the pleasures of nature or ponder the mysteries of the universe. Apart from the two incessantly chattering individuals, there is also Yue Ying, who has succumbed to her own melancholic musings. It must be said that Yue Ying's essence embodies a whimsical nature. Lost in her thoughts, she spirals into confusion, managing to plunge herself into a state of melancholy, which is quite the talent in itself. The vicinity is indeed bustling with people. The tides of Qianyang have long been a source of fascination for scholars and connoisseurs alike. By the time the group of 5 reached the banks of the Qianyang River, it was already past noon, and the grand tide was approaching, naturally attracting a multitude of spectators. The white waves resounded, echoing the sentiments of the river. The crowd, donned in blue attire, surged with anticipation. The magnificent and powerful tides of the Qianyang River cascaded over the garments of onlookers. As clouds rolled and waves shimmered, the splendid sails adorned the scene, contrasting the gentle silks of Jiangnan with the tumultuous waters of the Qianyang, adding an air of mystery amidst the misty rain. Is the noble princess once again heading to the mountains for a better view? Yue Ying has merely scratched the surface of the beauty of these tides. Who knows if a sudden wave might sweep her away? Yue Ying values her life. While she may not fear risks for the sake of research or others, it is prudent to avoid dangers that can be circumvented. As the ancients wisely stated, a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall, and therein lies the truth. Indeed, my endeavor is to seek out, and now confronted with injustice, it is unconscionable to remain idle. The princess, accompanied by a certain young lady, may not be entirely secure. Following the previous encounter at Yiqing Temple, Yue Ying has developed a deeper admiration for this elusive girl, for just like Li Lan, she possesses the ability to aid others with her own talents. The autumn breeze carries the slightly briny scent of the Qianyang River, filling the air, while the cool, damp atmosphere refreshes the lungs, bringing a sense of tranquility that clears the mind. In a world rife with peril, if one were to shun action solely due to danger, where then could one find solace? If fate decrees, even within the safety of one's home, the walls may still crumble. Conversely, if one's destiny is not yet fulfilled, even amidst the vast ocean, one could still find a way to return home. Though Yue Ying does not subscribe to the notion of fate, she nods in agreement. As the saying goes in the 21st century, respect the destinies of others. It is prudent not to interfere excessively in the choices of others. Moreover, should Yue Ying possess such abilities herself, it is likely she would also strive to make her mark. As the old adage states, without the means, one merely risks oneself in the endeavor. As twilight descends, gazing at the tides evokes a sense of desolation and solitude. The great river flows eastward, its ebb and flow guided by the stars, ultimately beyond human control. Throughout the centuries, poetry and prose have reflected the transient nature of life, whether through the lens of changing emotions or the expression of feelings inspired by scenery. They invariably lament the brevity of existence. The setting sun drapes the Qianyang River in hues of resplendent red and purple, the shimmering fragments of gold rendering the waters akin to the renowned brocade of Jiangnan, exuding an air of grandeur. The distant mountains stand desolate, while the river flows tumultuously, and as the crowd disperses, the curling smoke from hearths indeed lacks a touch of vitality. On the return to the inn, Miss Wang, having overheard something, is once again flushed with indignation. Even when Miss Yue Ying and Li Lan inquire, she offers not a single response. Miss Lan, Miss Wang begins to speak. Yet when it is Li Lan's turn to inquire, she remains reticent. Never mind, it's nothing. As they near the inn, Miss Wang's lips move several times, still caught in the hesitation of words unspoken. Miss Lan, earlier. Just as she is about to divulge her thoughts, someone in the distance calls out Princess Ping'an, the reason for which remains unclear. Chapter 90. The first glimpse of the tides at Qiantang. Whispers in Jingzhou City. Part 2. Indeed. The royal family's actions lead to others' demise without recompense, instead casting individuals into the depths of the prison. It is widely believed by Li Lan. Yet one wonders who possesses the audacity to speak such words in her presence. Were it not for the immortal beings residing in the mountains, would anyone even be aware of the matters concealed beneath the surface? Miss Wang, having grasped only the essence of the situation, is already incensed, while Li Lan, having comprehended the entirety, displays no signs of anger. Miss Lan, their slander goes unchallenged by the authorities. You must not attribute this solely to the royal family. Rather, it is this Princess Ping'an who may truly wield some sorceress powers. Nonetheless, Li Lan remained unperturbed by the murmurs surrounding her, in the midst of a bustling crowd. It was inconceivable for anyone to act against them. The whispers only grew bolder. Public opinion, while often negative, has historically served as a tool to advise emperors through the tales whispered in marketplaces. However, perspectives on matters can be inherently limited. The less one engages, the more one tends to follow the prevailing winds, forsaking personal convictions. As for Njia, this prodigy, had he not fallen ill in such a manner back then, would he still have had the third prince trailing behind him? Now, having called off the engagement, he seems to have effortlessly acquired the status of a princess. One cannot help but wonder what sort of transformation has occurred. Associating with the once fallen palaces, he might even pose a threat to others. In the 21st century, with the rapid advancement of the internet, Li Lan was acutely aware of the dangers of public discourse. Frequently, before the truth emerges, lives can be irrevocably impacted. Thus, Li Lan refrained from making judgments based on a singular viewpoint. No freedom should supersede the rights of others. Let us proceed, she declared, understanding the futility of debate. She grasped Miss Wang's hand and headed toward the inn. Just as they entered, a parcel came hurtling towards them. Li Lan swiftly pulled Miss Wang aside. Before the cloth bundle could strike Yue Ying's face, Li Lan caught it in her arms. What does this mean? The package was unmistakably Li Lan's belongings, which she had left at the inn prior to witnessing the Qiantang tide. Upon recognizing this, Miss Wang felt a surge of discontent. The innkeeper paid no heed to her. Instead, he coldly remarked to Li Lan, "What I mean is clear to the princess herself. Sister Wang, you should step outside the inn for the moment." To prevent Miss Wang from being further affected, Li Lan first escorted her away, entrusting her to the care of Yue Ying and the others. Turning to the innkeeper, she remarked that while the innkeeper was a person of integrity, she could hardly bear the weight of baseless slander. The county office is chosen by the people and is not under the absolute control of the court. Yet, in such times, none would believe in my innocence, and rumors spread like wildfire. With a clear conscience, I am disinclined to offer further explanations, for there will come a day when right and wrong will be distinguished. At this moment, Li Lan had no desire to waste time with those who believe in such rumors, as the rapid spread of these tales undoubtedly connected to the influence of a Yun temple. Even in the capital city of Jingzhou, it seems such rumors persist. Being away from home already causes worry for my parents. The propagation of these tales only adds to their distress. Have you heard? The Princess Ping'an. At the entrance of the family estate, many have thrown rotten vegetable leaves, and I've heard that some even sought out black dog's blood in the countryside, until this malevolent force is vanquished. Chapter 91. Departing from Jiangnan, the full moon illuminates the mountains, returning to Jingzhou. Autumn winds chill the air as Li Lan and Miss Wang drew ever closer to Jingzhou. The emerald hues of Jiangnan's hills and mist faded, carried away by the strains of a musical piece resonating across the landscape. With each sound of hoofs, the Grand Vermilion Gate came into view, bathed in the morning light, revealing a peculiar blend of purple-brown and greenish hues. Not far ahead lies the inn residence. Upon returning to Jingzhou, Miss Wang resumed her previous titles. After all, in the presence of her original parents, Li Lan was bound to keep certain secrets. Like a turtle retracting into its shell, why do you not summon your peace-loving princess? Early in the morning, there were already disturbances at the gates of the Yin family estate. The carriage halted 20 or 30 paces away, and those within it felt a pang of anxiety. Indeed, your daughter is a nefarious being. Now, even her parents have abandoned her. This is the consequence of your actions. It is said that the princess caused the death of an individual, yet not only does she bear no responsibility, but the victim is also imprisoned. As the saying goes, when the lips are gone, the teeth grow cold. When the rabbit dies, the hound is cooked. How can ordinary citizens tolerate such injustices? Even those foreign merchants who dwell in Jingzhou City, having resided in the Grand Li for an extended period, understand this principle. Should such corrupt practices flourish in the Grand Li and spread to their own nations, their rulers would undoubtedly follow suit. At that point, it would no longer be a mere jest at the expense of the Grand Li's populace. Come forth, do you dare to act without accountability? Whether it be the law's leniency towards the masses or the courage bestowed upon a group, from these voices, Miss Wang gleaned the recent circumstances of the Yin family. Casting a glance at Li Lan, she instructed the younger girl not to provoke any further conflict, fearing it might lead to misfortune. Miss, should we not take refuge for a while? No, she replied resolutely. The original family's parents had suffered due to her plight. How could she, on her own, seek to evade responsibility? Not to mention that her parents had shown her kindness, Li Lan could not stand idly by while others were wronged. Though there is an old adage stating, each family should sweep the snow in front of their own door and not concern themselves with the frost on others' roofs. This wisdom, passed down through generations, is not intended to encourage indifference, but rather to remind one to first attend to their own affairs. It is evident that Miss Wang, in her moment of concern, is tinged with a degree of anxiety, likely worrying about the couple. The ass, Li Lan, observing her distress, gently reassured her to wait a moment. Li Lan felt the need to discern the intentions of the group before her. She did not believe for a moment that none among them sought to exploit the situation, whether in the 21st century or any other time and place. There are always those who, under the guise of upholding justice, engage in unscrupulous acts for their own gain. Earlier, when the sun shone, the dawn's beauty was captivating. Yet the autumn chill, compounded by the rain that fell last night in Jingzhou City, had left a palpable coldness that penetrated to the bone. Having bid farewell to the leisurely charm of Jiangnan, Li Lan had scarcely found a moment's respite, and now the matter concerning the Yin family proved to be increasingly arduous. My dear uncle, please open the door. I have long told you that the enchantress is not your daughter, yet you refuse to heed my words. After ensuring Miss Wang's carriage fare was settled, she directed her to a nearby inn for a brief respite. Just as Li Lan intended to proceed to the inn residence, she heard in Sui's voice. How could she still be so deluded after causing such turmoil? At that moment, and Sui seemed oblivious to whether this conviction stemmed from her own constructs or if someone had truly brainwashed her, believing herself to be the savior of the Yin couple. Standing at the forefront of the crowd, she had long shed the disarray of being cast out from the palace. Brother Mu is about to issue an order for her arrest. What necessity remains for you to offer her shelter? Although the law of the Great Li permits mutual concealment, harboring her now may also lead to culpability. Chapter 92. Plotting together. An unfortunate turn of events. Princess Ping'an, please accompany us. Before Li Lan could reach the entrance of the inn residence, a group clad in armor and wielding long swords emerged, appearing to be officials. Who are you? In the distance, Miss Wang was already preparing to rush over, yet Li Lan maintained her usual composure. We are here to escort the princess. The speaker stood at the forefront, his sword sheath more exquisite than those of the others. Has the princess not realized the gravity of her actions? The person opposite spoke with righteous fervor, clearly deceived, believing himself to be a champion of justice. Li Lan furrowed her brow, had she not known the full context. One might truly think she was guilty of wrongdoing. What, does the princess refuse to acknowledge it? Perhaps her youth and fervent disdain for evil have rendered her susceptible to manipulation, at least until the truth is unveiled. This speaker will continue to believe he is safeguarding the populace. We are merely acting upon the orders of our superior, come to invite the princess. The right hand, still resting on the sword, gently lifted the hilt. A dazzling silver light reflecting from the blade shattered the silence that had settled with their arrival. Should the princess obstinately refuse, she must not blame us for our lack of respect. By whose authority do you act? And what evidence do you possess to warrant my capture? Li Lan smiled, noting that even in the 21st century, where surveillance is omnipresent, apprehension must still adhere to the tenets of evidence. In this moment, with accusations flying yet devoid of proof, is it not folly to claim that words alone hold weight? At this juncture, the crowd that had gathered early in the day could no longer contain their impatience. They began to hurl yesterday's spoiled vegetables and rancid rice at Li Lan, though there were those among them who despised bullying. The very individual who had spoken out against the chaos could no longer tolerate the wanton insults directed at another. as he engaged with Li Lan. He also called for the dispersal of the crowd, urging, "Let us part ways. The noble lord has remarked that the Princess of Peace possesses exceptional abilities. Should we attempt to seize her, it is likely that we would not prevail against her formidable prowess." While the speaker may have held this belief with conviction, Li Lan found it rather far-fetched. No matter her capabilities, it was implausible for her to contend with a dozen well-trained soldiers. And even the arts of magic ought not to be wielded against innocent bystanders. However, Li Lan sensed that the latter part of the man's statement was perhaps the crux of the matter, and thus she continued to listen. "Therefore, the noble lord has permitted us, when the need arises, to undertake extraordinary measures. The princess is an astute individual. I trust she requires no further elucidation from us." Indeed, it is true that Li Lan is as astute as they conjectured, understanding that they are leveraging the Yin family as a means of coercion. She thus stated, "If I accompany you, you must ensure the safety of the Yin couple, should anything happen to my parents." Upon hearing Li Lan's words, the individual who initially spoke fell silent, seemingly lost in thought. However, someone from the group interjected, "Your Highness, this is perhaps beyond what you can demand from us. Moreover, given the current ambiguity surrounding your status, our respect for you is already a rare courtesy. We kindly urge you not to overstep." On the journey back, Li Lan had anticipated this turn of events. Otherwise, she would not have hastily sent Miss Wang away. "Very well, I shall go, but should I prove to be innocent, you must not hold me accountable for any misfortunes that befall my parents or the Yin family. If magic is wielded for vengeance, it would be no different from the practices of the Yun sect. What Li Lan intends to employ is the great Li Law as her weapon. It is best to wait until the princess can clear her name. At present, everything she asserts seems merely a jest to us. For the sake of the Yin family, it is also necessary to investigate the truth." Consequently, Li Lan was bound and tossed into the carriage. Ultimately, the group did not dare to treat her as a criminal, dragging her behind the carriage. Amidst the looming clouds, passers-by were startled to recall that the entrance to the Yin family abode was merely of ordinary wood. Devoid of any crimson lacquer, it was as if blood had been carelessly splattered upon it. Chapter 93. The Conspiracy to Support and Sway's Ambition. The Fortunate Fate of Li Lan in Prison, Part 2. Li Lan discerned that the Yun Temple faction could act so brazenly, if one were to claim that there were no connections within the court. Such a declaration would undoubtedly be met with skepticism. Indeed, after capturing her, the guards promptly transported Li Lan to the dungeons of the Ministry of Justice, where arrangements had been made for her transfer elsewhere. Even the guard who initially spoke was momentarily taken aback, clearly indicating that the ministry had not yet been entirely infiltrated. Once again, she was blindfolded and thrown into a carriage. When she finally beheld the light of day once more, Li Lan could not help but furrow her brow and squint for a considerable time. "The Princess Ping'an? I am aware that the Princess Ping'an would categorically refuse to cooperate, which is why I summoned her in such a manner." The figure before her, veiled in sheer fabric and adorned with a copper mask, left Li Lan with no choice but to stand aside and listen attentively to the individual's ramblings, seeking to confirm her suspicions. The person droned on for an interminable period, failing to mention a single salient point, causing Li Lan's thoughts to wander. Others who traverse realms typically concern themselves with domestic affairs or the pursuit of cultivation. Why does it seem that my own journey is fraught with insurmountable challenges? True, my aspirations have always been aligned with the world at large, yet now, with my meager abilities, I find myself embroiled in celestial conflicts. Were it not for the constraints of this realm, would I not be inviting my own demise? It appears that my warnings have gone entirely unheeded by the Princess Ping'an. The individual halted, noticing that Li Lan was lost in thought, and naturally felt displeased. Given this circumstance, one could hardly blame me for being ungracious. At this moment, Li Lan was certainly not foolish enough to be unaware of the identity of the person before her. Their self-proclaimed status was clearly not that of the Grandly. What could ungraciousness achieve, after all? You wouldn't dare to kill me here, would you? Not to mention anything else. Had it not been for her prior calculations regarding her own life, Li Lan might have genuinely suspected that the person opposite would directly utter, "Well, why not?" The matter of having one's identity discerned was usually an unspoken understanding between both parties. To expend one's vital energy and divine power to descend to the mortal realm only to be outright exposed would provoke anyone into uttering some harsh words. Li Lan glanced around, as though surveying a dilapidated temple. If the other party were indeed a righteous deity, then there would be no need for her to worry about the spells they employed. What truly concerned Li Lan was the possibility of this entity possessing a body and engaging in malevolent deeds, a situation that would leave her utterly helpless. This place had long fallen into disrepair. Were it not for someone familiar with the area, even I would struggle to find it. Light had not penetrated through the windows for quite some time, aside from the accumulated dust. It was also related to the rain that had recently begun to pour down with a sudden intensity. Temples, much like Taoist monasteries, were typically constructed on mountains. Observing the rain seeping through the leaking roof, Li Lan initially felt no concern until the water began to rise, covering her feet. At which point she sensed something was amiss. Do not think to employ your talismans. What can mere mortal spells accomplish? The princess suffers. Yet what use is it to overthink? That voice no longer emanated from the corporeal form, but rather resonated from all directions. Li Lan, a practitioner of the Tao, felt an involuntary chill as the rainwater that had originally pooled at his feet now surged up to his calves, leaving him shivering. Enjoy your respite, princess. Come tomorrow. This ease shall be no more. Whether it was the work of a malevolent deity or a creature of darkness, it seemed to draw strength from the suffering of others. And the voice now resonated with a clarity greater than before. Chapter 94. The Turmoil of the Relatives' Residence. Conversations of Old Friends in a Private Prison, Part 1. Now that Lan has been taken away, do you still intend to resist so stubbornly? The crowd that had gathered soon dispersed, yet Sui remained steadfast at the gates of the inn residence, unwilling to leave, eagerly awaiting the unfolding of the inn family's misfortunes. Have you ever considered that you and your parents are also part of the inn family? The inn family flourishes. And Sui naturally bears his mother's surname. And Che felt that if his father were still alive, he would undoubtedly regret having indulged in Jie as he did with his elder brother. Moreover, even if they were not of the same bloodline, there should be a sense of propriety. What propriety is there to speak of? It is Lan's abnormality that is at the heart of the matter. The education he received throughout his upbringing had instilled in Sui a mindset that seldom entertained thoughts of family. His only concern was himself. My mother always said, if one does not act for oneself, one shall be met with dire consequences from heaven and earth. The script of the great Li has been passed down through the ages in Huaxia. For even the slightest deviation can lead to a vast divergence. And Sui's words, which were intended to advocate for righteous conduct in social dealings, were ironically interpreted as a selfish excuse. Pray tell, what protection does the title of Princess Ping'an truly afford her? I had previously asserted that she possessed supernatural abilities. Yet none of you believed me. She even deceived Brother Mu into casting me out of the palace. Now that the celestial elder from Mount Guan has brought the truth to light, I am curious to see what else she can conceal, while other matters may be trivial. When it concerns the safety of my daughter, I, as her father, can no longer tolerate such transgressions now that she has survived this calamity. Where have your people taken Lana? Even now, do you dare not acknowledge it, uncle? It seems that Lana may not even be your daughter. In the face of the inquiries from the inn family, Sui Man remained indifferent, shrugging his shoulders and standing firm. He pointedly remarked, are you pretending to be blind? Unable to see who took Lan away? A flicker of sorrow crossed Mother's eyes as she turned to Sui Man, saying, as her mother, I know well what kind of girl Lana is. Regardless of whether she is my daughter, there is no way she could commit such heinous acts. It is widely said that women are inherently weak, yet become formidable as mothers, a saying that reflects the love parents have for their children. And Lady Yin is no exception. If you truly have come to provoke discord, it would be better for you to depart from the inn family at once. And do not speak of it being for the welfare of my husband and me. If you wish to leave, then go. You will surely seek my favor again one day. And Sui Man indeed flung his sleeves and departed, now emboldened by the counsel of others, no longer constrained by song. And his self-assurance grew. As they watched Sui Man leave, and Che and his wife pondered the previous speaker's words, a fleeting thought crossed their minds. Yet they were unable to grasp even a fragment of it. The crimson walls and golden tiles have cast a hint of desolation upon this dreary weather. The queen has just intercepted her son's path, inquiring where he is in such a hurried rush. Mother, are you not aware of Miss Lan's situation? Li Mu is indeed pressed for time. Although the current Miss Lan is no longer the beloved in Lan, she remains a cherished confidant. And he cannot simply turn a blind eye. The source of news to the retired emperor far exceeds that of his own son. And it is peculiar that the son learned of this before the queen. The queen is aware that the source of this information must be questionable. Child, it was but a dream. This revelation is bound to strike the queen as rather odd. Her son has always been meticulous and would never act upon a mere ephemeral dream. Mother, Even matters of time travel have surfaced in the present day. I have already lost in Lan and do not wish to lose Miss Lan, my dear friend, as well. Yes, mother, rest assured. The queen holds trust in her son. After nurturing him for so many years, it is inconceivable that he would lack such careful consideration. Chapter 95. The turmoil at the relative's residence and old friends in the private dungeon. Part 2. If faced with ordinary individuals, Li Mu would encounter no issues. However, the counterpart is certainly not from the esteemed Li family, and as an ordinary person, Li Mu cannot be compared. Following the path from his dream, he indeed discovered the dilapidated temple within the valley. From the outside, it is already a scene of crumbling walls and remnants, with spider webs adorning the corners. And even the flying eaves have shattered and peeled away. Come in, we have awaited you for a long time. The ethereal voice, tinged with an unsettling eeriness. Startled Li Mu, despite his heart being free of any specters. Who are you? Is Miss Lan in your custody? He hesitated to enter the temple alone, even though numerous guards accompanied him at the foot of the mountain. In truth, as he traversed the path, Li Mu had already formed a rough conjecture. The sources of potential retribution against Li Lan could only stem from two origins. The two troublemakers from the Yin family were undeniably inept, even if they had indeed acted. It would merely be a matter of them being manipulated by others. Ultimately, they would inevitably suffer the consequences of their own folly and learn their lesson. The other possibility, however, was what truly instilled an unshakable fear within Li Mu, one that he could not control. What do you desire? If I grant your wish, will you release Miss Lan? Huh? Do you truly believe that you can fulfill my desires? Capturing Li Lan was merely a ruse. The true objective lay with those surrounding her. While Li Lan might pose some impact on them, she could never undermine the foundation they had painstakingly built over the years. Conversely, the individuals in her vicinity were genuinely coveted by them. For the safety of his friend, Li Mu harbored no fear, yet. Considering the inextricable ties to his parents and the larger Li family, he recognized that this person's intentions were far from simple, and he dared not acquiesce entirely. If he were to respond as indiscriminately as the characters in a story, wouldn't he be directly granting that person what they sought? Speak of your desires. Whatever is within my power, I shall strive to provide. Having failed to deceive Li Mu, the self-righteous entity was evidently infuriated. Threatening your life, would you dare to comply? When gentleness proved futile, force became the only recourse. With the conversation reaching an impasse, Li Mu decisively kicked open the temple door. Inside, there was no trace of a speaker, only the dejected Li Lan hung there, her head bowed. As Li Mu approached, he noticed that the temple door had closed on its own. If one feared death, why venture in? A mocking voice echoed, flitting from one side to the other. Had Li Mu not steeled himself, he would have succumbed to disorientation. After all, he bore the essence of the Z-Way, even if that old wretch was diminished now. The voice abruptly paused before continuing. Since you refuse to relinquish your life to me, why not surrender this Z-Way essence instead? Although the current Li family lacks a national master, the intent was unmistakable. Even Li Mu, no fool, understood that in this being's eyes, the Z-Way essence was tantamount to life itself. To part with it easily would be to betray oneself. In such a case, not only would he fail to save his friend, but he would also allow this entity to gain unwarranted advantage. How could one negotiate with a presence that dared not reveal its face? As the future heir apparent, Li Mu's demeanor was distinctly formidable, far removed from the ordinary. Concealment and subterfuge were the tactics of rodents, devoid of sincerity. This being could not fault him for whisking away Miss Lan. The laughter echoed with a wild abandon, akin to that of one mocking a fool, laced with sarcasm. You are likely unaware, but this before you is hardly the Lady Lan you speak of. Where have you taken her? This is nothing more than a forlorn spirit, a wretched ghost, not the Lady Lan you claim. This entity is probably oblivious to the fact that Li Mu has long been aware of the change within Lan, and yet it remains self-satisfied. One might say you owe me gratitude. Had I not captured this fiend, you would likely remain in ignorance for all your days. Is this statement indeed true? Since the creature before me is uninformed, Li Mu shall feign ignorance as well. If that is the case, then I have indeed been sorely deceived. How unfortunate that she spurns my affections, while I sought for her the title of princess. Who cannot feign misery? When employed judiciously, it is hardly a fault. What is a-dog liquor? As anticipated, Li Mu's maneuvering bore fruit. He had long orchestrated events at the mountain's base, biding his time until the moment was ripe for action. Chapter 96. Chaos in the relative's mansion and reminiscing with an old friend in the private prison. Part 3. My lord, you must not. The two gossips, rarely serious, found gravity in matters that directly pertain to their lord's safety. My lord, if we proceed, we will be unable to contend even with Princess Ping'an, and we shall become the cannon fodder you spoke of earlier. Indeed, these two chatterboxes do not lack the intention to assist. Rather, their master has only recently acquired a rudimentary understanding of martial arts. It is a blessing that they do not inadvertently complicate matters for the esteemed Princess Ping'an. Furthermore, should they rashly attempt to contact Yin Xue, it would likely lead to further entanglements. These two, devoid of any grand altruism, must first ensure the safety of those they are duty-bound to protect. If you choose not to accompany us, then you need not follow me any longer. Unbeknownst to Yue Ying, he had gradually come to regard this place as a genuine reality. Do not address me as master, since I have declined your request. What purpose does it serve to call me master? Yue Ying understood the sentiments of these two chatterboxes, yet he felt a profound connection to the affairs concerning Princess Ping'an. Moreover, considering that they had become friends, if any ordinary person were to encounter misfortune, Yue Ying was certainly not the type to remain indifferent. Master, we shall follow you. The two responded in unison. Expecting to hear their incessant chatter along the journey, Yue Ying was surprised to find them uncharacteristically silent. Their expressions suddenly illuminated with fervor as they fixated on the distant, ethereal temple. They promptly retrieved their belongings and stepped before Yue Ying. Master, quickly take out the magical fan. Without needing to inquire further, Yue Ying felt an inexplicable sixth sense guiding him. Before his rational mind could intervene, he instinctively grasped the fan in his hand. In moments of existential peril, the instinctual thought that arises, regardless of theistic or atheistic beliefs, is the paramount importance of life itself. When one feels the protective presence of others, the sensations within the temple evoke a haunting familiarity, reminiscent of a deity that had once been driven away. Thus, Yue Ying cannot be deemed overly cowardly. She finds herself contemplating various matters. She reflects upon the valiant sacrifices of the martyrs who fought for their homeland in the 21st century. Their greatness epitomized by their ability to conquer the innate fear of death, thereby forging a new world through their selflessness. Perhaps she ponders whether, should she acquire great abilities, she could remain true to her original aspirations and pursue the dreams of a chivalrous hero from her youth. The disdain for our divine imperfections has, indeed, remained unchanged throughout the years. Yue Ying hears the entity mumble a remark. You perceive us as malevolent deities, often claiming that evil cannot triumph over righteousness. Yet, in these past years, who has faced defeat upon defeat, perhaps confident in its belief that it can render Yue Ying to a fate without burial? The entity cares little for uttering words that the current Yue Ying cannot comprehend. However, if she were aware that within the temple, the great Duke Li Mu was still confined, she might truly exclaim, the gourd boy saves grandpa, one rescue leads to another. With all present, why not enter? Suddenly, the once-locked doors of the temple swing open, revealing inside the pallid figure of Li Lan, whose head is bowed, devoid of color. In the matter of Bagua village, you must surely harbor a grudge against me from Ying Li Hall. Why then, do you involve the innocent? Innocent? She has indeed destroyed my offerings. Hardly anyone can be deemed innocent in this affair. Upon hearing this, Li Mu had a vague understanding of the identity of the entity before him. With a tone of astonishment, he inquired, are you not one of those? However, recalling his own schemes, he chose to remain silent and said solemnly, you seek the essence of ZY from this royal prince, do you not? If I were to grant you such a boon, would you truly release Miss Lan? It was evident to him that these individuals possessed greater abilities than he did, willing to risk their lives for the sake of Miss Lan, prompting Li Mu to devise a plan to take advantage of the entity's momentary lapse, enabling these three to escort Lan away. Chapter 97. The young Taoist stumbles upon the door of life. Kindred spirits unite to break the deadlock. Part 1. Miss Lan, Miss Lan? He softly called her name several times, yet there was no response from her. Li Mu felt a surge of anxiety from the depths of his heart. Boldly, in front of the malevolent deity, he began to gently shake Lan's sleeve. Do you truly believe that I am inconsequential? Furthermore, I have already informed you that this is not your Lan. She is merely a wandering spirit. Why do you persist in your delusions? Regardless of whether she is in Lan or not, as long as she resides within the realm of Dali, she is a subject of Dali. As a member of the royal family, I cannot allow you to wreak havoc here. Li Mu perceived that the malevolent deity would never be swayed by his feigned ignorance, allowing him to infiltrate its ranks and take advantage of the opportunity to rescue Lan. Even if you manage to carry her away, it matters little, for she will not awaken in her current state. What was once impossible has now taken this form. Do you truly believe you can contend against me? In other words, it is likely that the malevolent deity seeks more than just Lan herself. At least in her present condition, she does not inspire fear in this malevolent being. To incessantly utter such brazen words, even if you were to achieve your ambitions at the cost of your very existence. What merit is there in discussing noble principles and virtues? It is nothing short of a farce. Having listened for so long, Yue Ying has discerned the intentions of that malevolent deity, which ultimately prioritize the self above all else. Everything can be a path. While the road of this wicked god may also be deemed a path and could lead to divinity, it is far from the righteous way. In a state of stalemate, that malevolent entity, having previously suffered a setback, can do little to Yue Ying now. Likely due to the lingering wounds from the previous dynasty that hinder its pursuit of the coveted Ziwei essence. Your demeanor resembles that of characters from those trivial tales, fixated solely on achieving supreme enlightenment, oblivious to the fact that the faults lie entirely with others. One wonders who truly becomes the object of ridicule. Yue Ying has perused those light-hearted novels, some of which possess commendable themes, yet many ultimately distort moral values. In such narratives, whenever the protagonist suffers even the slightest inconvenience, annihilating entire clans is deemed justifiable. With a mere flicker of personal whim, entire worlds are laid to waste. What can such beings, even if they ascend to divinity, truly offer to others? Whether mortal or divine, if one lacks societal value, how can one claim to possess any personal worth? A scientist, skeptical of the supernatural, yet open to philosophy, Yue Ying is not easily swayed by such reasoning. Value? To have the entirety of the universe heed my words is indeed value. It seems one remains preoccupied with devising schemes to extract the Ziwei essence from Li Mu, while simultaneously attempting to refine the art of incapacitating Li Lan, ensuring that even if the spirit is diminished, one would never be rendered impotent. The realms of the 10 directions are beyond my comprehension. Yet should you continue down this path, you are destined to bring ruin upon them. Li Mu has navigated the court for quite some time, and his words cut through the pretense, directly addressing the underlying issues. When the time comes, presiding over this empty expanse of the 10 directions may not satisfy your insatiable desire for dominion over others. The malevolent deity remained silent, evidently struck by the truth of the matter. I possess my own resolutions. It is not for a mere ordinary individual like you to interject. When Li Mu realized he could not utter a sound, he understood that the dark god must be seething with indignation. Had he been able to speak, he would have surely unleashed a torrent of words. Although he lacked the prowess to combat this entity, surely he could wield his tongue as a sword. The atmosphere grew tense, and Li Lan's expression darkened, leaving the assembly in a state of perplexity. Family, common folk, there were numerous considerations. Ultimately, no one could disregard the weightier matters that overshadowed Li Lan. Unlike the melodramatic tales of the 21st century, where characters pursued sweetness and sorrow heedlessly. What is this? I beg your pardon, but have I intruded upon something? At that moment, a golden-haired child unexpectedly burst in, and the surrounding ambience shifted dramatically in accordance with the dark god's turbulent emotions. Chapter 98. The young Taoist coincidentally enters the threshold of life. Kindred spirits unite to break the deadlock, Part 2. If Li Lan were to awaken from his stupor and behold the golden brown-haired young Taoist, he would undoubtedly recognize the identity of this newcomer. The young acolyte was indeed the solitary child whom Li Lan had taken to the Xuan Yun temple that day. Now, he was training alongside the Taoist priests, and although his life was modest, he had grown significantly stronger than before. Sister. Upon seeing Li Lan's pallid complexion, he softly called out, a tinge of fear creeping into his heart. The Xuan Yun temple, despite its dwindling incense offerings, still provided sustenance for these orphaned children and imparted essential survival skills. After gathering herbs, the young acolyte, captivated by the fresh wonders of the mountain, inadvertently found himself at the entrance of this dilapidated temple. Gazing at the few individuals nearby, he sensed no malice in them. Yet, he wondered why they did not assist his sister. Why are you here? The malevolent deity remained silent for a considerable time, seemingly engrossed in some task, as if he had not noticed the young acolyte's arrival. Miss Li Lan. The sudden sound startled even Li Lan, revealing that she had been captured by nefarious individuals. To prevent the wicked deity from overhearing, Lian Mu exchanged anxious glances with the young acolyte. Nearby, two gossipy figures beside Yue Ying were visibly exasperated, recalling the evident incident in Ba village, suggesting that the malevolent deity possessed the ability to read minds. Yet, what about his sister? Quickly, The wicked deity continued in silence, leaving Lian Mu at a loss for words, his brow furrowed in concern for the obstinate young acolyte. In his presence, the audacity displayed was truly a test of his resolve. The wicked deity was undoubtedly preoccupied with some matters, but he had momentarily diverted his attention to issue a warning to Lian Mu, after which silence enveloped the surroundings once more. What are you? The young Taoist boy gazed intently at a particular spot in midair, perplexed by the presence of such an unfamiliar spirit. You say I am a spirit? In a place unseen by Yue Ying and Limu, something was pursuing the young Taoist. With each step, he retreated, until he found himself at the threshold of the grand hall. You must come here. You were meant to. Alas, the young Taoist tumbled backward, along with the basket of herbs on his back, spilling its contents across the ground as he fell out of the hall. He had not managed to bring his sister, whom he had sought to rescue, with him. Staring at the closed door, the boy's eyes glistened with unshed tears, a poignant reminder of his helplessness. There was no time to gather the scattered herbs. He rushed to the temple entrance, pushing against the door with fervor. Sister, please open the door. Why must you treat her so? Those inside were likely oblivious to the boy's cries, and even if they had heard, the malevolent deity would show no mercy. Sister is so kind. Sitting on the stone steps at the entrance, the young Taoist's tears finally fell. When he was left in the care of the great Li, he had no memories. Later, when his adoptive father passed away, he did not comprehend the concept of life and death, believing only that his father had fallen asleep. But now, he understood that he could not bear to lose his sister, Li Lan, who provided him with a sense of solace and support. Sister, Wuwa, the young Taoist cried heartily, wiping his tears with his sleeve while he began to gather the scattered herbs with his small, muddy hands. Alas, what to do? What to do? After a long while, the herbs remain uncollected, and the little acolyte has plopped down on the ground, his small, muddy hands smearing his face without him even noticing. What to do? My sister is trapped inside. After finally managing to pick up a single herb, he clumsily knocks over the bamboo basket, a vivid illustration of losing sight of the larger picture in the pursuit of trifles. Sitting there in a daze, he gathers the fallen herbs to a satisfactory extent when suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignites in his eyes. With a hiccup of sobs, he rolls to his feet. Yes, the teachers. I can seek their assistance for my sister. The teachers will surely have a solution. Once again, the bamboo basket tumbles over due to the little acolyte's clumsiness. But he pays it no mind. With a surge of determination, he begins to sprint out of the valley. The teachers often speak fondly of his sister. They must be able to help. As if guided by divine intervention, the little acolyte does not lose his way in the depths of the mountains. Whenever he stumbles, he simply rises and continues his run. Thus, he stumbles and fumbles his way out of the mountains, heading straight for the Xuan Yun temple. Meanwhile, on the road, the little acolyte encounters the queen, who is disguised and searching for her son. Among those present, one could say that apart from the malevolent deity, none could be deemed as foolish. This malevolent being, overly confident in his nefarious methods, disregards everyone else, resulting in his repeated failures. Do not presume that your petty tricks will render me powerless. Even if one attempt falters, I possess ample time to engage you in this game of attrition. When the young monk was still present, the words of this malevolent deity had already revealed certain flaws, leading everyone to realize that this malevolent entity could likely do them no harm this time. It seemed that the monk's intrusion had disrupted the nefarious plans of the deity. On one hand, the group contemplated how they would certainly seek him out later to express their gratitude, while on the other, they remained concerned about Li Lan's condition. Yet, even with this disruption, their presence here was solely to rescue this wandering spirit. As long as her soul remained under my control, they should not expect to escape easily. At this juncture, it was evident that the malevolent deity was not merely seeking to gain something. Rather, it was a matter of preserving its own pride and reputation, leveraging Li Lan to threaten the others. Just then, a voice resonated from outside the hall, startling Li Mu, who realized that since entering, this was the first time he had heard sounds from beyond the hall. 5 elements, 5 mountains, 10 directions, 5 emperors, come forth to quell the chaos. As the voice outside fell silent, the doors of the temple burst open, accompanied by 2 burning talismans that crashed to the ground. A cloud of dust swirled up, and more than 10 individuals entered, with the young monk who had departed not long ago standing beside the leader, following the blinding light streaming in from outside. Li Mu beheld a figure clad in a neat, plain half-sleeve robe, yet still radiating brilliance amidst the crowd, his own mother. Noticing her son's furrowed brow, the queen playfully blinked, teasingly remarking that even as an adult, he still required his mother to come and rescue him, exclaiming with a TSK, 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 that he was as ineffectual as his father. The queen's eyes ought to remain silent. Yet she has lamented to her son countless times about the current emperor's lack of merit compared to her late mother. At times, Li Mu finds himself perplexed. If his mother harbors such disdain for the emperor, could it be that she married into the royal family out of admiration for his grandmother? Oh, though this is merely a formation laid upon the mortal realm, do you truly believe that a few talismans could harm me? Here, you cannot summon the celestial thunder. As long as I hold dominion over her soul, you shall not be able to affect me in the slightest. That young Taoist boy possesses an extraordinary ability, a natural gift to perceive what ordinary mortals cannot. At this moment, he points towards the location of the malevolent deity, urging the Taoist priests of Xuan Yun Temple to manifest their divine abilities like the 8 immortals crossing the sea. Were it not for this little one's fortuitous intrusion, you would not have been able to enter this temple at all. Li Lan has yet to regain consciousness, while the malevolent deity laughs with unrestrained arrogance. Taken aback that a solitary spirit, so foreign to this place, could inspire such a willingness among so many to risk their lives for salvation. Truly, this malevolent deity is not foolish. Whenever the conversation turns to pivotal matters, it falls silent, leaving everyone unaware of the peculiar entanglement between it and Li Lan. What can mere talismans do against me? Despite the diminished strength resulting from the loss of the Jiuzhou legacy, the priests of Xuan Yun Temple lack the powerful talismans wielded by Li Lan for exorcising with the 5 thunders. Thus, the malevolent deity remains unafraid. As for the 2 gossips behind Yue Ying, they were compelled to consider the safety of their master while also being deterred by the fact that Li Lan's soul was under the control of the malevolent deity, rendering them hesitant to act recklessly. Should you dare to act thoughtlessly, do not blame me for extinguishing her life right here. It seemed that the malevolent deity, sensing Yinling and Yinhua preparing to make a move, spoke without the slightest hesitation. I am merely subjected to some punishment, and it is not to the extent that my soul will be utterly annihilated. No one could discern whether the malevolent deity felt any trepidation while speaking, yet all present were there to rescue Li Lan. If this malevolent entity were to become desperate, it would surely complicate matters and endanger Li Lan's life. Are you truly this confident? At some point, unbeknownst to her, Li Lan had risen to her feet. Although her countenance remained haggard, she had freed herself from the iron shackles that had once bound her and leaned against Lianmu, drawing a Zhenwu talisman on the ground. She herself was unsure when she had regained consciousness in this malevolent deity's illusion. Li Lan had been in a stupor for quite some time until a flash of golden light brought her back to awareness. The talisman upon the ground was crafted from the vermilion that Lianmu carried, which had been promptly handed to her, allowing Li Lan to scatter it upon the earth. Sister, you are unharmed. The young novice, undaunted by the ferocity of the tiger, despite having faced numerous trials during his wanderings, rushed directly to Li Lan's side, oblivious to the malevolent deity's threat. Yes, I am well. The light streaming through the window illuminated the temple, brightening the main hall considerably, as the young novice declared. If you are well, sister, let us depart. That thing has already left. Chapter 100. Relentless pursuit and Sui once again made his appearance, leaving Li Lan in a state of disbelief. The matter remained unresolved. After all, Li Lan had been taken away by the officials in the presence of many witnesses. The necessary procedures must still be followed. Miss, and Sui is here again, someone announced. Li Lan, now devoid of any inclination to engage, reflected on the endless antics of the antagonistic relatives portrayed in novels. She had once questioned the existence of such foolish individuals, yet now, confronted by the reality of Sui, she felt utterly drained. Communicating with those who feigned ignorance was relatively simple, as they could still comprehend. However, attempting to converse with individuals truly devoid of understanding was akin to playing music to a cow. Li Lan discerned that, despite Sui's raucous behavior, he could not instigate any significant upheaval. Yet, she suspected that the elusive song was likely cut from the same cloth as his father and Cheng. While Li Lan remained untroubled, Miss Wang was genuinely distressed. Her health had not yet fully recovered, and now, Song had arrived, accompanied by several individuals resembling Taoist priests. How infuriating, Li Lan muttered under her breath. Bah, discussing life and death in such a manner. Dear Sister Wang, do not fret. It is merely the same old tactics. There is no cause for concern. The Ansha couple remained oblivious to the hypocritical nature of the Taoist priests from Yun Temple. As their daughter sought assistance, They felt compelled to hold their tongues upon seeing and Sui and in song following closely behind the priests. "Oh dear uncle, look! The priests from Yun Temple have come to assist you. They are even poised to take me as their disciple." And Che bowed to the esteemed immortals, while Sui, emboldened by the authority of his uncle, boasted with a certain arrogance, seemingly oblivious to the implications of his ostentatious demeanor. In such a splendidly adorned attire, it was evident that any ordinary Taoist, possessed of a natural appreciation for beauty, would not entertain the notion of taking on an apprentice under the tutelage of such a frivolous individual. Sensing the frosty gaze directed at him by Che, and Sui cast a sideways glance at his uncle and aunt, adopting a tone imbued with feigned grievance. "What? Do you look down upon me, uncle?" And Che chose to ignore Sui, mindful of the delicate balance required in dealing with the immortals of Ying Guan, and thus allowed Sui to continue his display of bravado. "Ah, no matter," he mused to himself. "When I ascend to the ranks of the immortals at Ying Guan, you shall all kneel before me in contrition." It must be acknowledged that Sui's temperament was indeed well suited to the path cultivated by Ying Guan, characterized by an utter disregard for others and a self-aggrandizing disposition, devoid of compassion. "And your daughter," and Sui sneered, casting a pitying glance at Che and his wife, "has long since departed. As for this one, who knows from whence she came, she too shall meet her reckoning." The mention of the daughter struck a nerve with Madame, compelling her to disregard all decorum as she fixed her gaze upon Sui, sparing him no semblance of respect, should that day ever come, even in death. "My husband and I would never bow to you." "Then let us wait and see." "Alas, alas, there is a malevolent presence within this abode," came the voice of the so-called Taoist from Ying Guan, echoing from a distance. "You would do well to refrain from uttering such reckless words, should anything befall Lan. My wife and I will not hesitate to confront you with all our might." Madame spoke with an unsettling calmness, devoid of the earlier fury, yet her words sent a chill through Sui's heart. "An Song?" Glancing around, there was no sign of Song. He had long since vanished into the inner courtyard with the group from Yun Temple, leaving Sui to be treated like a fool. Chapter 101. Relentless pursuit. Sui returned, undeterred, as none dared to believe Li Lan's astonishment. This is an otherworldly aberration, certainly not the biological daughter of the benefactor. Li Lan understood that the malevolent deity possessed such capabilities, and thus, when the people from Yun Temple confronted Sui and Song, she realized it was time to bring this matter to a close. The so-called Taoist's words from Yun Temple were met with immediate dissent from Che. "My spouse and I have always held great respect for the immortals. Yet how can such words be uttered?" He was deceived by the words of others. "We, the humble practitioners, comprehend the nature of the universe. How could we possibly echo such sentiments based on mere hearsay?" The speaker was none other than the self-proclaimed Taoist they had encountered at the temple gates. Surely, the two benefactors must have noticed the discrepancies between this aberration and your daughter. This demon had usurped the body of the benefactor's daughter, leaving her soul with nowhere to reside. There was indeed no difference. Madame was clearly fabricating her words. Upon hearing this, the group from Yun Temple was not only astonished, but even Li Lan found herself momentarily speechless. Why would her aunt not speak the truth? Uncertain of what provocations Song has instigated, Sui once again opened her mouth. "Even I, her niece, can perceive the nuances. Ever since that incident wherein Lan fell into the water, not only has she become astute in the ways of the world. Observe how her body has recovered and her complexion has become fair. Such transformations cannot possibly occur overnight for an ordinary individual. Though I, a humble Taoist, am unaware of the entanglements between you two and Sui, it is evident that her words bear truth. In Jingzhou City, the so-called Taoists of Yun Temple would never dare to act directly. Moreover, with Li Lan present, executing any plans would not be so simple. Without the usual influence of incense in the palace or the formations, one must rely solely on persuasion to convince the in-family parents and seek another opportunity to deal with Li Lan. On that day, when you brought this anomaly to Yun Temple, I sensed something amiss with this creature and declared that the fated time had yet to arrive. Little did I expect that this being intended to leverage. There is no need for further discourse, esteemed immortal. Mere conjectures, and these ethereal notions are not something either I or my lady would accept readily. A leopard cannot change its spots. As long as Sui and Song are present, Che would not dare to trust anyone easily. If you have no further matters, I kindly request that you take your leave from the in-residence. Madame promptly echoed the dismissal, asserting that neither Sui nor Song were the masters of this abode, and the several Taoist priests had come uninvited. And Che, choosing not to engage in further conversation, simply stepped aside and gestured towards the door. Please. You truly possess the remarkable ability to deceive everyone around you. And Sui gazed at Li Lan, his eyes seemingly intent on consuming her. One day, I shall unveil your true visage. The influence of parental education on an individual is profound. Yet, in this present age, despite the prevailing customs of the Granley family, there exist beguiling entities like the Yun Temple, which cannot be eradicated in a mere moment. Li Lan felt weary at heart, contemplating the need to seek out the couple later to elucidate the entirety of the matter, lest the night stretch into a tapestry of dreams. Rest for now, Lanner. From this point forth, we shall never invite Sui to cross our threshold again. The couple departed without uttering a word, but Miss Wang, having lingered in the household for quite some time, suddenly addressed Li Lan. Miss, I sense that Lord and Lady seem to already be aware. Sister Wang refers to the matter concerning Lan? Indeed, they must have realized that Miss Lan is not missing, replied Miss Wang. Yet they may be reluctant to expose the truth. Chapter 102. To have known yet remained uninformed. The moonlight was bright, and the autumn breeze was gentle as Li Lan approached the courtyard of the couple. She lightly tapped on the door, uncertain if it was still appropriate to address them as father and mother. Although she had felt the essence of parental affection from the couple throughout these days, she remained oblivious to their true sentiments. In the 21st century of China, the grace of rebirth is cherished, but the grace of nurturing is held in even greater esteem. Li Lan, raised by her master, harbored feelings for him akin to those she now held for the couple. Leonor stood idly at the entrance of the courtyard. What is she doing? Shouldn't she come in quickly? After a moment of footsteps, the courtyard door was swiftly opened, and the voice of Madame followed, the door ajar. You are inherently frail, yet you linger outside in the wind. Soon you will feel unwell. Mother. Madame. Li Lian was not devoid of emotional intelligence. She could discern the demeanor of the couple. Often, the more one cherishes, the more hesitant one becomes to speak freely. Madame, indeed, some of the matters spoken of by the people from Ying Temple today are true. Once spoken, Li Lian felt less constrained than before. She sighed with relief, realizing that articulating many thoughts is far preferable to harboring them in silence. Considering the inevitable sorrow of the couple, she understood that she could not conceal the truth indefinitely. Come inside first. We shall discuss everything within. Madame remained ever so gentle and patient, her hand wavering slightly. Uncertain whether to comfort her daughter as she had in the past, Li Lian acquiesced and sat with the couple on the lacquered round seat inlaid with mother of pearl, facing one another around the circular table. The moment you awoke, we sensed it, Madame began, while Che sat beside, continuously sipping tea, finishing one cup and refilling another. That evening, Leonor spoke to us in her dreams. This was something Li Lian was unaware of. At that time, she was solely preoccupied with not wanting to cause this kind-hearted family's parents undue sorrow. Little did she consider how she would handle matters once the truth was revealed. The Taoist priest is not a deity, omniscient and omnipresent. Many matters can only be resolved step by step. You are a good girl, Lady Yin remarked. Were it not for you, your father, given Che's disposition, he would have been continually oppressed by those relatives. Lady Yin was uncertain whether Li Lan would consider them as parental figures. Although Li Lan treated them exceptionally well, even preparing medicinal meals for her health. Lady Yin questioned whether it stemmed from genuine goodwill or mere kindness extended to all. Furthermore, Li Lan was grateful to Mr. and Mrs. and for allowing her to experience the essence of parenthood, while they, in turn, appreciated her presence. Without Li Lan, they might have found themselves at a loss on how to deal with their relentless relatives. It is likely that had it not been for Li Lan, they would have succumbed to the machinations of those increasingly oppressive kin. Even the fiercest of tigers refrains from harming its own offspring. However, excessive indulgence can corrupt one's character, leading to the misfortunes of a family over time. Surely, old Masterin, in his resting place, would be aware of this and might regret his past indulgence of Jie and Sheng while neglecting proper education. You are a good girl, far from the monstrous description they ascribed to you. Ultimately, Che set down his teacup. The third prince speaks truthfully. Your heart encompasses not only family and country, but also the concepts of good and evil. We may indeed become a burden on your journey. My dear girl, even in the absence of Lanner, we could live out our days with the wealth we possess now. Should you require anything, feel free to take it. Lanner's frail health may prove to be a hindrance to you. If she is willing, the young lady may consider Anjia as her home. If not, there is no obligation. And Shay, who typically spoke little, found himself uttering words in succession at this moment. I am willing. Chapter 103. Foreseeing the affections of parents yet still late to hear of Li Lan's concerns, Part 2. And Lan is a good girl. She hopes that you will bear another child. Listening to Li Lan's words, and Che and his wife were on the verge of tears. Yet they had come to regard Li Lan as their own child. They feared that if they were to cry, it might make Li Lan feel estranged. Father, mother, if you feel unwell, weep freely. There is no need for reservation. Both Che and his wife were genteel individuals, never having committed any indiscretion even in the presence of their family. Li Lan, well aware of this, had thoughtfully brought out a handkerchief to present to them. May we call you Lanner? Mrs. N, having wiped her tears, gazed at Li Lan with her tear-filled eyes, if you do not mind. With such loving parents, Li Lan was certainly willing. Father, mother, my soul now resides in Lan's body. This is indeed fate. Had you not discovered it, I would have preferred to keep it hidden. Very well, from this day forth, we shall remain a family. Mrs. N, overwhelmed with joy, wept, while the preoccupied Che continued to offer his wife the handkerchief to dry her tears. No need. Please take care of yourself. Having wept enough, the family of three soon felt hunger and called for the meal to be served. Miss Wang also joined them at the table to partake in the food. During the gathering, Che remarkably set aside the custom of silence at mealtime and spoke up. From now on, we need not concern ourselves with having children. With Lanner by your side, the Yin family shall not lack descendants. However, upon noticing Li Lan's furrowed brow and evident unease, Che and his wife were momentarily taken aback. Was it that Lanner was unwilling? If so, then it would be best to let it be. After all, the Yin family was currently in disarray, and if the line were to be severed, it would merely be fate's decree. Li Lan was not averse to the idea. Rather, as a disciple of the 21st century, she simply questioned whether she could truly remain here for a lifetime, an uncertainty far beyond the comprehension of the present Li Lan. Father, mother, it is not that I am unwilling, but I am not of this world, and I cannot foresee what the future holds. She hesitated to continue, for those words carried the weight of sorrow and separation, a burden shared by both her parents and herself. A profound silence enveloped the three of them, broken only by Miss Wang, who could no longer bear the tension. Lanner has a kind heart, and surely, she is blessed. Everything will surely proceed smoothly. Yet, the truth remained that Li Lan was caught in a conflict. Should she choose to remain in this realm forever, she would be forsaking her master and senior brothers in the 21st century. Conversely, if she were to leave, she would be loath to part from her beloved parents. In such a predicament, how could one speak of smooth sailing? Since time immemorial, the balance of loyalty and filial piety has proven difficult to achieve. Where in this world can one find a perfect resolution? Yes, Lanner is indeed fortunate, and she shall undoubtedly find her path. Li Lan was willing to regard the couple as her parents, which brought joy to Madame and S. Hart. Having lost one daughter, she was reluctant to lose this daughter sent from the heavens. Despite the inherent selfishness of parents, their deepest desire is always for the well-being of their children. Thus, Madame refrained from elaborating on what it means to live a prosperous life. She merely wished for Li Lan's safety. Furthermore, she expressed gratitude for Miss Wang's care of Lanner during these days, promising that when Miss Wang marries, the Yin family would bestow gifts of gold and silver. And Che, being well acquainted with the realm of politics, understood that such monetary gifts served not only as a token of appreciation but also as a subtle reminder to Miss Wang of the inherent obligation that comes with accepting favors. Henceforth, she should refrain from casually discussing Li Lan's affairs due to the trivial remarks of malicious relatives. The words of those close to her carry far more weight. Thank you, Lorden. The young lady possesses a kind heart and has expressed her intention to offer assistance to me, Miss Wang noted, acknowledging the bond between Lord Un and herself. Regardless of whether Miss Wang grasped the underlying implications of Che's words, it remained a fact that Li Lan had saved her life. Throughout their journey, they had faced numerous challenges together, even without Che's counsel. Miss Wang would never contemplate causing harm to Li Lan. Indeed, Lanner is the epitome of a devoted daughter. Though Lan is no longer present, he has been blessed with Li Lan, a girl whose temperament aligns perfectly with his own. Che felt a sense of joy in his heart, as the sorrow of their parting over the past few months had somewhat diminished. Let us not dawdle. The dishes on the table will grow cold. Che urged the guests to eat promptly. Later, when time permits, your mother will surely wish to hear about your experiences, Lanner. Li Lan, feeling a sense of relaxation, reflected on Enlan's unfortunate fate while simultaneously harboring a sense of joy. Glancing at the dishes of yellow flower vegetables on the table, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh at the thought of her father's earlier words. It is often said that the yellow flowers have withered, yet fortunately, whatever the circumstances may be this time, we have not reached such a regrettable state of affairs. This is still the medicinal dish that Lana prepared for her mother. Both you and your mother must be of a constitution prone to coldness, and thus, Lana, you ought to partake in it more frequently. In this atmosphere of warmth and camaraderie, one cannot help but reminisce about the delightful times when Lan dined with her master and senior brother after descending the mountain. Such a bond is indeed a stroke of fortune, a blessing across 3 lifetimes. Chapter 104, Contemplating Thoughts, Ensuring Peace, and Proving Innocence. Lan, however, is greatly troubled. The matters concerning Lan and Che have reached a resolution, yet the incident of her being taken away by the officials in front of everyone remains unresolved. With the so-called Taoist from Yue Ying Temple arriving at the inn residence, this affair has naturally re-entered the public eye of Jingzhou City. Whether the intent is to punish the wicked or merely to witness the spectacle, it has inevitably disrupted the tranquility of Jingzhou City once more. I have heard that shortly after Lan was taken away, the third prince emerged from the small gate of Tai Chi Palace not long thereafter. In my opinion, this third prince is rather foolish. I have long maintained that a prince of the realm should not lead a life of ignorance. Indeed, it seems that the third prince has fallen under the spell of this enchantress. Otherwise, how could he behave in such a manner? The audacity to conspire against a prince is truly remarkable. More than a century ago, a revolution was set in motion, and its effects have persisted to this day. The Great Li's restrictions on freedom of speech for the common folk are not as severe as they were in the past millennia. At the very least, one does not frequently encounter cases of literary inquisition or accusations arising from mere expressions of opinion. It must be said that this demon indeed possesses some remarkable abilities. It is widely believed that both the emperor and the prince are imbued with the essence of the celestial dragon. If such esteemed figures can be deceived by a mere demon, then what hope do ordinary individuals like us have? We would scarcely know how our demise came to pass. In the current atmosphere, the mere mention of demon sends a shiver down Anlin's spine, as if uttering the word could summon calamity upon her. Once, parents terrified their children with tales of officials, yet now it is the specter of demon that instills fear in the young ones. You must refrain from uttering the name of that demon, lest we invite unnecessary misfortune upon ourselves. Despite the agreement to avoid the topic, the curiosity of the crowd remains insatiable, with conversations inevitably gravitating back to Demon Anlin. Just as the gathering was enjoying their meal, a figure rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, "The Dali court is set to conduct a public trial for that demon." In an instant, it was as if cold water had been poured into a boiling pot of oil. Even those who had previously shown little interest in the discussion dropped their tasks. Some sprang from their seats, while others dashed out from the back rooms, eager to glean any news from the newcomer. It was rumored that witnesses from the southern regions had been summoned. The messenger, having heard the news, hurried to relay it, yet he was unaware of the particulars. All that was known was that there were reportedly more than a dozen individuals involved. In a moment of collective outrage, no one took the time to ponder the underlying circumstances of the situation. Their sole intention was to rush to the Dali Temple. It was believed that if they could assist the court in capturing that nefarious entity, it would surely warrant a unique entry in the family genealogy. However, a wave of dismay swept over them upon learning that the court had dispatched individuals to the Dali Temple under the pretext of the princess's formal visit, to escort that rogue in a palanquin. The fervent enthusiasm of the crowd was doused like cold water, leaving them feeling a tumult of emotions. How could the court act so foolishly? Should they not have directly apprehended that miscreant? Indeed, the renowned Yin Temple in the outskirts of the capital was home to many capable sages. Why did the court not seek their assistance? This case remained unresolved, and it seemed the court was merely considering the safety of the princess, granting her one final opportunity to display her might before a definitive judgment was reached. Individuals voiced their opinions, each from their own perspective, yet none paused to analyze the matter from the court's viewpoint. Consequently, their ire was directed not only at the so-called Rogan Lawn but also towards the court itself. "Let us depart, should the court allow that miscreant to escape. We shall still be here," echoed among them. "Indeed, if that rogue is to flee, let them first tread over my lifeless body. After all, if that fiend is permitted to live, few among us will survive." Many acted out of a misguided sense of righteousness, yet their ignorance of the truth rendered their actions no less reprehensible than those of the villain. "Forward, to the Dali Temple," To the Dali Temple, they chanted, surging from every street and alley towards their destination. Among them are not only wise individuals who engage in calm contemplation, but also those who revel in the commotion. Perhaps even when the truth is laid bare, some will remain ensconced in their own thoughts, relishing the sense of glory that their so-called justice bestows upon them. Chapter 105, Contemplation amidst the passage of time, seeking to clear one's name. Li Lan, despite her concerns, has already been brought to the Dali Temple, where she is treated with abundant delicacies. Li Mu remains in the carriage, offering words of comfort to Li Lan, urging her not to worry. Upon seeing Princess Ping'an, the presiding official nods in acknowledgement and subsequently instructs the attendants, bring the witnesses to the court. Due to the public nature of the trial, the crowd outside is overwhelmingly noisy, prompting the presiding official to frown in discontent. Observing the situation, the deputy officer discreetly scans the officials and then calls out loudly to the assembly, silence. The streets are already teeming with people, and the flow of carts and horses is severely impeded. Even after the call for silence, maintaining order proves to be a formidable challenge. Silence, he bellows again. But to no avail. It is not that the common folk are unafraid, nor is it that the court and the Dali Temple lack authority. Rather, the sheer density of the crowd leads to chaos, with hairpins dislodged and shoes trampled upon. The desire for quietude is rendered futile. The deputy officer, displaying keen insight, takes several attendants to restore order, urging the crowd to form an orderly line and clearing a passage for the vehicles to pass through. Only then can the trial proceed in earnest. Are the defendants present? At this, the crowd erupts once more into a frenzy. The criminal. Could it not be that wretched being? How could there be another culprit? Extracted from the depths of the prison, escorted under strict supervision. How could there be a mistake? Yet, it is imperative that the due process be followed, if only to quell this incident. After confirming her identity, the presiding official began the interrogations. Do you confess to falsely accusing Princess Ping'an? I. The young woman realized she could not escape the truth, especially since the court had promised that as long as she spoke honestly, her mother would be cared for in her twilight years. I confess, I submit, she stammered, coughing intermittently. In that moment, both the official in charge and the crowd of onlookers outside the Supreme Court were left in stunned silence. The official had never encountered such a situation. Even in cases of poisoning, one would not typically admit guilt before stating the facts. The official was perplexed, unable to comprehend the circumstances. Meanwhile, Li Lan furrowed her brow, sensing that the young woman had been a victim of some nefarious sorcery, and that the perpetrator could not be far from this location. As she surveyed the crowd, she noted the throng was too dense, and the wielder of dark magic would not behave like a character from a novel, revealing their identity in a moment of desperation. Li Lan pondered for a long while but found no trace of the individual. Someone checked for breath and took her pulse. It was evident she was utterly deceased. The presiding official could only feign composure, instructing the body of the criminal to be removed for examination by the coroner. This was clearly a case of suicide out of fear of punishment. Indeed, the court had become a farce. Perhaps she was compelled to utter words against her will, succumbing to her rage and despair. In the 21st century, the internet has flourished, and whether in the land of Huaxia where Li Lan resides or in any other realm, the terror of online harassment surpasses the fear of confronting these individuals in person. Though Li Lan is well-versed and not easily intimidated, she finds it lamentable that some individuals, driven by their ignorance and untested sense of righteousness, hastily voice their opinions without considering the plight of those targeted. The adage that words can be fearsome is not mere rhetoric. Silence. Silence. The tumultuous crowd, once a chaotic blend, has finally quieted down for certain remarks, if overheard by the authorities, would undoubtedly lead to immediate repercussions, instilling a sense of trepidation in them. Seated in the hall, Li Lan increasingly empathizes with the kind-hearted souls of the 21st century who have unjustly endured online harassment. Freedom of speech, throughout history, should never transcend the suffering of others. Chapter 106. Contemplating peace and seeking justice. Li Lan, however, is troubled. On that day, the villagers who had pointed fingers at the county office had indeed come. And with the addition of the criminal's elderly mother, even those filled with doubt could reach a decisive conclusion. Yet, the criminal perished before her eyes. Whether by suicide or through foul play, it became evident that the presiding magistrate of the Dali Temple feared for the safety of his own position. Does Princess Ping'an have anything to add? Nothing further. I have regained my innocence. If anyone encounters such a situation in the future, they shall possess the courage to intervene. Li Lan firmly believes that a significant portion of people still harbor their own thoughts and understanding. In this world, aside from a handful of malevolent individuals and those whose eyes have been clouded by the allure of wealth and power, or who have been misled by heretical beliefs, the majority possess the discernment to distinguish right from wrong. Just as in the 21st century, when a good person is unjustly accused while attempting to save another, the absence of vindication can extinguish the courage to offer assistance. The current situation echoes the sentiment. The adjudication by the Dali Temple has affirmed its integrity, thus providing a robust foundation for common folk to engage in benevolence. Yet, are there still those who cast doubt upon the verdict of this case? The remarks of the Dali Temple's junior official were directed at the onlookers. One wonders about the intentions of the individual who accompanied us to the Anfu Gate to pour dog blood. What motivations might they harbor? Perhaps it is the persistent mischief of a wicked relative, possibly even a hired instigator. Some are like reeds swaying with the wind, while others maintain a sense of skepticism. Yet, the prevailing sentiments of the populace shift accordingly, and even the rare dissonant voices are drowned in the torrent of discourse. At this juncture, some individuals have begun to think independently. After all, the prowess of Princess Ping'an has become legendary, able to traverse the heavens and the earth, compelling obedience from all. The death of that criminal is indeed a grave matter. The junior official of the Dali Temple, seeking to atone for past misdeeds, is particularly attuned to any whispers, even those that have been stifled. Should any substantial evidence come to light, it will be promptly addressed with fairness. If one recklessly slanders without evidence, it is nothing short of fabricating accusations. Do not expect this official to show any mercy. Some individuals dare to speak freely, simply because in this era, few suffer consequences for their words. However, upon being admonished by the Vice Minister of Justice, those who ought to remain silent will certainly know to close their mouths. This case can be considered resolved. Although it cannot entirely vindicate Li Lan, it is unlikely anyone will dare to cause a commotion in front of the in-residence again. The culprit, fearing punishment, has taken their own life, and the Princess Ping'an will not pursue charges of slander in the marketplace, thus concluding this matter. As the Vice Minister of Justice spoke, someone nearby meticulously recorded the proceedings on a specially prepared document. As for the officials who brazenly took the Princess Ping'an that day, they indeed belong to the Ministry of Justice. However, the identity of those who instructed them will surely be investigated under the direct oversight of the Emperor's appointed envoy, ensuring justice for the Princess Ping'an. Should any rumors arise regarding this matter, the authorities will send officers to apprehend and prosecute those responsible according to the law. Miss Lan. Li Lan felt herself jolted from her reverie by Miss Wang standing beside her, and with a hint of drowsiness, she replied, Miss Wang continued, Lord and Lady N are in the main hall. They said that Nsui has come to apologize with some gifts. After a considerable amount of wailing at the door, we had no choice but to let them in. Upon hearing Miss Wang's words, Li Lan frowned. While it is true that people can change for the better, otherwise, whether the court or those who cultivate themselves, attempting to educate ordinary folk would indeed be a futile endeavor. However, how many years has it been for Nsui? To claim that one can change overnight is undoubtedly implausible. Miss Lan, when I came over just now, I saw Nsui covered in mud, and it seemed she bore wounds on her body and face. Miss Lan, do you think this is retribution? Li Lan smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. Whether this is indeed Nsui's retribution, she could not ascertain, but one who commits wrongdoing, regardless of belief in deities, will inevitably find themselves facing misfortune, and their descendants may suffer the consequences of their actions. A simple example is the excessive water usage and environmental pollution by the people of the 21st century. As resources are depleted, future generations will find themselves bereft of them. As for Nsui, she is naturally reaping what she has sown. Should she truly change after this experience, it would indeed please Li Lan to witness. Chapter 107. Nsui's Sudden Kindness and Quest for Innocence. Li Lan's Worries, Part 4. It's all my fault. I have been blinded by foolishness. Upon hearing this, Li Lan found the words reminiscent of a self-reflective essay. She couldn't discern the sincerity behind them, yet the tone was undoubtedly pleasing. As Li Lan entered through the door, Nsui turned around, grasping the hem of Li Lan's skirt, her voice incessantly pleading, "It is my mistake for trusting them. I have wronged my uncle and aunt. I beg you, Your Highness, to spare me. From now on, I shall never compete with you for the affection of His Highness the Third Prince again." Was this yet another attempt to shift blame onto herself? Li Lan rolled her eyes inwardly, sidestepped, and took a seat next to the couple, and Che and his wife. When have I ever wronged you? Education is one thing. Li Lan is neither the protagonist who basks in the glow of their own superiority, nor is she akin to those internet saints who can transform a mobile phone into scripture. I do not initiate conflict unless provoked. If someone wrongs me, I may choose to overlook it, yet I shall not be foolish enough to allow myself to be deceived once more. Nor shall I naively rush towards further deception after having been tricked once. As for the latter half of Ensui's statement, Li Lan could hardly muster the energy to respond. The princess has indeed done nothing wrong. Ensui, sobbing, had completely lost her previous air of arrogance, confessing, "It is I who, in these past years, have only heeded my mother. This time, I was led astray by others, nearly causing injustice to the princess. It is my fault." It was the first time Li Lan had seen Ensui articulate her thoughts so coherently, leaving her somewhat bewildered. What could be the ulterior motive behind this revelation? One thing is certain, had it not been for an extraordinary opportunity, Ensui, who has only grown more audacious over the years, would never have undergone such a significant transformation. There must be other intentions lurking behind this visit. You need not apologize to me. Observing Ensui kneeling on the ground, Li Lan beckoned her to rise, saying, "If you truly believe you have erred, then amend your ways going forward. Acknowledging your mistakes to me will not erase the deeds of your past, whether it be Ensui's mother or Ensui herself. Over the years, they have caused considerable harm to Enlan and Enche. Li Lan holds no authority to forgive either of them on their behalf. Moreover, if a mere apology could erase all transgressions, absolving one of the burden of past actions, would it not be profoundly unjust to those who have consistently exercised caution in their words and kindness towards others? I implore the princess, I beseech you to save me." Upon encountering the steadfast Princess Pingyan, who remains unmoved by pleas, Ensui finds herself at a loss, having just been assisted to her feet by Miss Wang, only to collapse again in desperation, exclaiming, "Someone is plotting against me. Even malevolent spirits fear wicked individuals. How can someone like Ensui live in fear of being harmed by others?" While this assertion may seem unrealistic, Li Lan has already discerned the identity of the individual to whom Ensui refers. "I plead for the princess's mercy. Princess, we are indeed blood relatives. You cannot simply watch as your cousin walks towards her demise. It is unclear why Ensui harbors such thoughts. Perhaps it is a reflection of her selfishness. When she conspired against the Yin family, did she ever consider that Enche and Enlan were also her kin? At this moment, she seeks the aid of Li Lan, suddenly recalling their blood ties, which inevitably sounds quite absurd. Very well, if we are relatives, then tell me who is harming you. And how might I be able to assist you? Even if it is merely to accumulate some karmic merit for the late Enlan, Li Lan muses. If she could eliminate the potential threat that Ensui represents without expecting gratitude, merely to ensure a more tranquil existence for Enche and his wife, it would indeed be a commendable outcome. Cousin, those who have approached me, aware of the discord between us. Cousin, in my youthful ignorance, I ask that you extend your hand to assist me out of familial obligation. To me, if we speak of the surrounding matters. Even if Li Lan seeks tranquility or wishes to render assistance to those lost in the malevolent paths, she finds herself powerless against such dark forces, let alone provide aid to others. How could you believe that I am capable of assisting you? You are no longer the same as before. Furthermore, they express their fear of your potential growth. Li Lan furrowed her brow, remaining silent. From her robe, she produced several talismans and handed them to Ensui, saying, "Take these, they are all I can offer." Chapter 108. A heartfelt conversation among friends suddenly. There arose chaos among the dwellings due to the disturbances caused by spirits and demons. Ever since the day she sent Ensui away, Li Lan has enjoyed a rare few days of peace. She has done all that she could to assist. Had it not been for their blood relation, she would have never intervened based solely on Ensui's actions. Li Lan did not wish to squander time divining Ensui's fate. Yet she was acutely aware that Ensui would not endure much longer. Despite the talisman she provided, if Ensui failed to fulfill the demands placed upon her, she would inevitably face obliteration. In essence, to those wicked entities, Ensui was merely a means to reach her father and mother, and regardless of success or failure, her silence would be ensured. Do you not find her pitiable? Yue Ying was also invited by Li Mu to the Tai Chi Palace. When Li Lan broached the subject, Yue Ying could not help but be intrigued. I am not part of that web. Recalling their previous encounters, Li Lan suspected that Yue Ying might also be someone who traversed through worlds. Yet, at this moment, she remained uncertain and wished to keep her thoughts concealed. Li Lan's concealment did not matter, Rather, it rendered the prospect of Yue Ying extricating herself from the entanglement of reality and dreams utterly impossible. Having chosen to conspire with those of dubious character, she ought to be cognizant of the consequences. Her present plight is largely of her own making. We can scarcely pity the misfortunes of the virtuous, so why squander our compassion on those who have committed wrongdoing and ultimately brought misfortune upon themselves? Li Mu, who had been listening nearby, set down the teacup onto the table, astonished yet quick to accept the revelation. Miss Lan bore an uncanny resemblance to my esteemed ancestor. Were it not for the fact that she was not a native of Dali, I might have believed her to be the reincarnation of my forebear. In recent days, I have perused the annals of past emperors. My ancestor, upon designating his brother as heir, led a life remarkably carefree, akin to that of Miss Lan. However, it seems he ultimately retreated into seclusion with the state's Grand Master, after which his whereabouts became a mystery. From that time forth, Dali has been without a Grand Master, and the Ying Hall within the Taiji Palace has remained largely neglected. As Li Mu spoke, a thought struck him, prompting him to inquire of the present Li Lan about the rumors surrounding his ancestor's ascendance to immortality alongside the Grand Master. Miss Lan, is there any truth to such tales? Indeed, it appears to be true. Li Mu's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he glanced at Li Lan, only to be met with a sigh. If one truly becomes an immortal, might they possess knowledge of another's past lives? Upon hearing this, Li Lan discerned Li Mu's thoughts. Li Mu did not seek any unrealistic love in this life or the next. Rather, he simply wished to know wherein Lan's soul would be reincarnated and how her life would unfold. Even if her 3 souls remained intact, her 7 spirits would belong to another being. Thus, why should His Highness remain so fixated? I failed to protect the Lan, lacking the ability to safeguard her. I brazenly displayed my affection for her. Speaking to my mother may only cause her distress, leaving me with no choice but to converse with Li Lan. My intentions were not to benefit her, but to bring her harm. If His Highness reflects, at the very least, while she was alive, she was surrounded by the love of her father and mother. Along with your unwavering support, she was content. Li Lan was not one to offer solace. Yet if Li Mu continued down this path, it would serve no one well. As the favored heir of the emperor, if he could not move past this, the suffering would fall upon the common people. I understand that His Highness's thoughts are naturally first and foremost with the realm. If fate allows, they shall meet again. Knowing the heart of one's beloved, Li Lan is certain that Lan would not easily depart. On the day Li Mu ascends to the throne, he may very well encounter old friends by the bridge of helplessness. Chapter 109. Farewell at Qingning Taiji Palace. A Call to the Hall of the Dark Cloud. Part 1. Your Highness, the Emperor summons you to join Miss Lan. Having conversed pleasantly, the two were called forth by the Emperor. If it were an ordinary matter. Chapter 110. Farewell at the Taiji Palace of Qingning. Contesting the wicked at the Xuan Yun Temple. Part 2. Li Lan has come to realize that her life has always been akin to that of the traveling horse in her birth chart, destined for toil and never finding a moment's respite. Chapter 111. Farewell at the Taiji Palace of Qingning. Contesting the wicked at the Xuan Yun Temple. Part 3. How has the master fared these days? When the Taoist priest from the Xuan Yun Temple accompanied the young acolyte to that dilapidated temple to rescue Li Lan, he engaged in a battle of wits against the malevolent deity, demonstrating remarkable skill. Chapter 112. Uneven Paths and the Farcical Flames of Yanhua. Practicing esoteric techniques with Taoist companion Yue Ying. Oh dear, what is this? Yanhua was following closely behind Yue Ying as they ascended the mountain. It wasn't long before they ventured beyond the foot of the mountain, remaining ever vigilant. Chapter 113. Yin Ling's words few and unrestrained. Yue Ying's thoughts abound with righteousness and truth. You all could teach me. This marked the first instance of Yue Ying taking the initiative to speak, though she turned her head with a hint of uncertainty, adding, Chapter 114. Releasing Grievances, Ghosts Return to the Underworld. Malice Breeds Chaos in the World. Part 1. Having arrived at this juncture, the group could not possibly retreat. Without the need for words, they silently agreed to continue onward, had it not been for the official road passing through. Chapter 115. Releasing Grievances, Ghosts Return to the Underworld. Malice Breeds Chaos in the World. Part 2. Miss. This is the place. However, this house has seen little occupancy of late, so I hope you do not find it lacking. As the conversation unfolded, the elder had already. Chapter 116. Resolving Grievances. The many ghosts returned to the underworld. The corpses of these villagers must have been subjected to some malevolent sorcery, inciting them to harbor resentment, thus blurring the lines of right and wrong, leading them to attack indiscriminately. If. Chapter 117. Dispelling Evil, Restoring Purity to Spirits. Walking the Right Path for the Peace of Heaven and Earth Part 1. It is akin to how, many years ago, the master of the Taoist priest from Xuan Yun Temple, fully aware of the perilous nature of the malevolent spells and the potential harm to himself, still charged forth recklessly. The People of Lilan. Chapter 118. Dispelling Evil, Restoring Purity to Spirits, Walking the Right Path for the Peace of Heaven and Earth Part 2. Ultimately, the resentment surrounding the marriage of the daughter dissipated before it could reach those within the house. When it finally arrived before everyone, only a sense of bittersweet gratitude remained. Chapter 119. Yan Hua's Misunderstanding. Qing Feng, Truly a Man of Virtue, Part 1. Upon entering the city, the main avenue directly opposite the south side of the Taiji Palace, the Vermilion Bird Gate, was filled with uproar. A young man, approximately in his 30s, clad in armor, stood with a poised demeanor. Upon witnessing the unmistakable vigor in General Qing Shu's brows and eyes, Li Lan intuitively recognized that this general bore a striking resemblance to the individual she encountered on the street. Chapter 121. The spectators of Yun reawaken malicious thoughts. The descendants of the Qing clan uphold righteousness. Part 1. Chapter 122. The spectators of Yun reawaken malicious thoughts. The descendants of the Qing clan uphold righteousness. Part 2. I fear my presence may startle the princess. Despite Li Lan having shifted her chair to sit down, Qing Feng continued to bow his head. If the princess so desired, she could. Chapter 123. The affluent observe wealth with great interest. The impoverished seek peace with modest means. Part 1. Upon exiting the National Guardian General's residence, Li Lan surmised that General Qing Shu would likely abstain from attending the morning court for the next few days. The emperor had concealed matters from his own brother. Chapter 124. The affluent observe wealth with great interest. The impoverished seek peace with modest means. Part 2. Chapter 125. The affluent observe wealth with great interest. The impoverished seek peace with modest means. Part 3. Who dares to loiter before my humble abode and disrupt the auspiciousness? Just a moment prior, he had been quietly conversing with Li Lan, but now he found himself confronted by a ragged beggar. Chapter 126. Misfortune is the result of human error. Regret comes too late for a flourishing household. Part 1. Since that is the case, esteemed immortal, please accompany me for a moment. My husband has toiled throughout the day and now deserves a moment of respite. The beautiful woman was evidently a person of intelligence, and should. Chapter 127. Feng Shui is not to blame for human errors. Regrets come too late in a splendid household. Before dawn cast shadows beneath the eaves, the autumn breeze had already filled the streets with a chilling aura. Li Lan had risen early from the inn residence, gathering all the items she would require. Chapter 128. The official finally receives due reward. The elderly woman fortuitously gains support. Part 1. Wang Darren. It turns out he was the official renowned for being as respectful as Bai Rua, the lady of the Bai family. The young lady, who had been waiting for quite some time, suddenly overheard the discussions of the crowd, only to. Chapter 129. The official finally receives due reward. The elderly woman fortuitously gains support. Part 2. In this instance, Li Lan had truly done little. She merely requested Bai Rua to utilize the so-called abilities of a celestial being to expose Wang Darren's unjust actions to the world, preventing further innocent individuals from. Chapter 130. The official finally receives due reward. The elderly woman fortuitously gains support. Part 3. Ultimately, Li Lan was unable to assist the elderly woman significantly. A wandering Taoist priest happened to pass by the elderly woman's stall, which she had set up early in the morning to make a living, and. Chapter 131. Wielding a wooden sword to vanquish evil. A misguided thought turns mountain spirits into malicious beasts. Part 1. Lady Yin had specially prepared warm meals for Li Lan. Regarding her. Chapter 132. Wielding a wooden sword to vanquish evil. A misguided thought turns mountain spirits into malicious beasts. Part 2. What happened? Were it not for the horse sent from the National Protectors General's residence, this cart would likely have rolled down the adjacent slope into the river by now. Chapter 133. With a wooden sword, I vanquish all evils, mistaking a mountain spirit for a malevolent creature. Part 3. Caution. As a half-human, half-fox creature dashed forth. Li Lan swiftly pulled Bai Rua behind her. Her eyes glowed with a crimson light, hair bristling. Chapter 134. Selecting an auspicious day for Miss Wang's wedding. The Joy of Lady Yin in Chongqing. Part 1. Lana, do you have no pressing matters today? Remember, tomorrow marks the day of Miss Wang's wedding. And you promised to assist her with the preparations, did you not? Chapter 135, Selecting an Auspicious Day for Miss Wang's Wedding. The Joy of Lady Yin and Chongqing, Part 2. Have you yet to find someone suitable to play the role of parents for me? My lord, truly. We lack the cultivation that you possess. If. Chapter 136, Selecting an Auspicious Day for Miss Wang's Wedding. The Joy of Lady Yin and Chongqing, Part 3, however. You must understand that there is seldom a favorable outcome between humans and demons. This is not a matter of discrimination against those who have transformed from beasts, birds, or fish. Chapter 137. Following the clue to unravel the enchantment. A dream encounter with the enchanting demoness. Part 1. In the winter. The morning sun over Jingzhou City was slow to make its appearance, yet the streets were already bustling with throngs of people. Contrary to the usual small gatherings, approximately 100 individuals congregated. Chapter 138. Following the clue to unravel the enchantment. A dream encounter with the enchanting demoness, Part 2, adorned in red. With jeweled curtains and veiled walls, the candlelight flickered softly, casting a hazy glow. Alon? Is it you, Alon? In the corridor, Chapter 139, Fortune and Misfortune Intertwined. Li Mu receives assistance, ultimately faces retribution, and sways madness. Upon discerning the intentions of the fox spirit, before the emperor summoned Li Lan to the palace. Li Mu had already dispatched someone early that morning to call Li Lan to the Taiji Palace. Although yesterday, the family. Chapter 140. Joy and happiness not for wealth and honor. Is madness truly worthy of pity? I will grant you this, provided you refrain from causing any harm. I can now recommend you to the emperor as a minister. The fox spirit was indeed quite boisterous, Li. Chapter 141. Time passes. Li Lan travels the 9 provinces. As the disturbances caused by Ensui unsettled the capital, naturally, someone reported it to the authorities, and the officials took action. Has the Princess of Ping'an been harmed? Was it that occasion? Chapter 142. Time passes. Li Lan travels the 9 provinces. Your Highness. Elder Wei from the Ying Li Palace has already noticed your absence and intends to seize this opportunity to orchestrate a switch, substituting the Crown Prince. The current state of Yanhua is indeed. Chapter 143. In the wilderness, where to seek for human habitations. The desolate mountains are rife with rumors. Part 1. Chapter 144. In the wilderness, where to seek for human habitations. The desolate mountains are rife with rumors. Part 2. This great demon, though wicked, is not a fool. In this exchange, it has naturally sensed the extent of Li Lan's abilities and understands that the Peachwood sword is of even greater significance to her. Chapter 145. The renowned Taoist Li, the common people speak. Miss Wang remains unforgiving towards the Demon King. Part 1. Sister Wang, shall we allow him to follow us so? As their acquaintance deepened, Li Lan and Miss Wang have also changed how they address each other. After all, she has aided me. Chapter 146. The renowned Taoist Li, the common people speak. Miss Wang remains unforgiving towards the Demon King. Part 2. Chapter 147. The convergence of true qi and the 5 elements on the jade platform. 3,000 lanterns ascend together to the fireworks. Part 1. The master of Ying Li Hall invites. Yue Ying is currently in a state of complete bewilderment. Wasn't it agreed that the hall master would merely deliver a speech? It was agreed that. Chapter 148. The convergence of true qi and the 5 elements on the jade platform. 3,000 lanterns ascend together to the fireworks. Part 2. Chapter 149. The Lantern Festival is a joyous festival as the dragon raises its head. Evil doers arise. Part 1. The beginning of spring has just passed, and the rivers and mountains remain frozen. Although we have surpassed the 7th 9 of the common people's songs, the river ice has only just begun to melt, and those mischievous children. Chapter 150. The Lantern Festival is a joyous festival. As the dragon raises its head, evil doers arise. Part 2. My child. Oh, my unfortunate child. Chapter 151. When the wicked ones conspire, the quest for peace and virtue is met with deceit. Part 1. It is indeed peculiar. On that day, you cornered me to the point of no retreat. Yet how is it that someone could so effortlessly disrupt your scheme to suppress the river's malevolent spirits? Chapter 152. When the wicked ones conspire, the quest for peace and virtue is met with deceit. Part 2. Could it be that she was the one behind it that day? Choosing to act today, fully aware it would provoke Li Lan. These nefarious individuals must have long since prepared their machinations among the crowd. Chapter 153. A premeditated plan by Li Mu to restore order, returning to the residence. Chaos ensues. Part 1. His Highness, the Third Prince. It is indeed His Highness, the Third Prince. Being early designated as the heir apparent, Li Mu's abilities are certainly not to be underestimated against a cunning little fox. Chapter 154. A premeditated plan by Li Mu to restore order. Returning to the residence, chaos ensues, Part 2. Just as the little fox regained her composure, she beheld a figure dashing into the inn residence, moving with such swiftness that she could scarcely grasp the hem of his garment, causing her lips to twitch involuntarily. Chapter 155. Despicable individuals seek vengeance, entangling family. Sincere protection extends to kin and friends, Part 1. Upon hearing Li Lan's words, the little fox fell silent. At the outset, the little fox was somewhat overconfident. Had it not been for the opponent's ignorance of the little fox's remarkable abilities. Chapter 156. The malicious revenge of the despicable man affected his loved ones. Sincerely protecting relatives and friends, Part 2. Chapter 157. Li Lan recovers in bed, and Yue Ying observes the battle with a sense of realization, Part 1. During Li Lan's recuperation, which lasted nearly half a month, she hardly stepped outside the courtyard. In the meantime, Miss Wang and the little fox demon siblings lent considerable assistance. Chapter 158. Li Lan recovers in bed, and Yue Ying observes the battle with a sense of realization, Part 2. Thank you, Lord of the Golden Valley. But at this moment, I cannot discern much. It would be better for you to discuss this with Elder Wei. As Yue Ying approached the hall of Ying Li, this young master of the hall. Chapter 159. The Ministry of Justice investigates the Yun case. Foreigners seek enlightenment at the Xuan Yun Temple, Part 1. Jiuzhou Continent. Li Kingdom. I recall the immortal saying that the Xuan Yun Temple is home to genuine cultivators. After so many days, Li Lan was finally allowed to step out. Chapter 160. The Ministry of Justice investigates the Yun case. Foreigners seek enlightenment at the Xuan Yun Temple, Part 2. Is the immortal referring to the Princess of Pingyang? Upon seeing Li Lan for the first time, Bai Ruo immediately smiled and revealed her identity. The princess's attire suggested she wished to avoid. Chapter 161. With a heart toward the right path. One may return from the dark roads of the past, Part 1. Regarding the matter of money, the immortal need not worry any further. Since it concerns the disciples of my son, I shall consider these orphans as my own children and take care of them myself. Chapter 162. With a heart toward the right path, one naturally arrives. There is no time to turn back from the past wicked road. Part 2. There is still hope. Li Lan disregarded the attending servant and knelt to take the old man's pulse. Only after that did she rise to gaze at the young lady, but there was. Chapter 163. With a heart toward the right path, one naturally arrives. There is no time to turn back from the past's wicked road. Part 3. Li Lao furrowed his brows slightly, taking the medicinal herbs into his hands and bringing them close to his nose to sniff. Where did the princess acquire these herbs? Li Lao. Chapter 164. Careful planning requires a decisive conclusion. Simple meals and cold dishes illuminate the candle. Part 1. Who is this young lady? Upon encountering the outsider in the sedan chair, Li Mu was momentarily taken aback. Is Madame Bai Ruo unable to attend? A nearby little fox demon cast a glance. Chapter 165. Careful planning requires a decisive conclusion. Simple meals and cold dishes illuminate the candle. Part 2. Chapter 166. New grievances and old hatreds seek avenge. Old tricks yield unpleasant retribution. Part 1. Does the young lady not know the rules of Yun Temple? Upon seeing that Miss Mu was accompanied by a hired attendant, the two directly took a seat in the carriage halfway up the mountain. Chapter 167. New grievances and old hatreds seek avenge. Old tricks yield unpleasant retribution. Part 2. Benefactor, I find you quite familiar. It seems we are bound by a connection from a past life. However, you perhaps arrived in a sedan chair? Chapter 168. Old grudges and new vengeance unveiled. Might I accompany the young lady into this realm? Li Lan extended her hand, waving it before the eyes of Wang Xianchong, whose gaze was clouded with confusion, lost in a daze. Chapter 169. A fortuitous encounter reveals hidden matters in the tranquil confines of Yun Temple. Such disturbances ought not to occur. Surely, the general would not conjure tales from thin air. Yet, amidst the serenity of Yun Temple, a voice rang out. Chapter 170. A fortuitous encounter reveals hidden matters. Part 2. Lord Fong. May I inquire when this young lady was afflicted by the potion? The guards have hastened to seek the magistrate's assistance. Qing Feng turned to begin his inquiries. Chapter 171. Exposing the conspirators and imprisoning the culprits. Do not be alarmed. Lord Fong, should any issues arise, it is best to address them at the magistracy in due course. Soothing the emotions of Lord Fong, Qingfeng beckoned to the guards beside him. Chapter 172. Disgraceful matters entrusted to the authorities when the man surnamed Wang was apprehended by the guards in the yamen. He had already fainted, yet his lips continued to utter indecent phrases such as "Miss, do not leave," drawing the attention of onlookers. Chapter 173. Parental guidance in the pursuit of demons and vengeance. As the myriad families lit their lanterns and the cold food festival ignited the stoves, the Yin family was enveloped in an extraordinary atmosphere of joy and harmony. Miss Wang and the Demon King joined the festivities, creating a lively gathering. Chapter 174. Parental guidance in the pursuit of demons and vengeance. Should an immortal tell you that we indiscriminately accept you for contributions, one might wonder why such merit is not claimed by them directly. Chapter 175. Parental guidance in the pursuit of demons and vengeance. Fear has gripped you, for my lord possesses exceptional abilities. Observing the little demon dancing with pride while extolling the virtues of his lord, Li Lan truly wished. Chapter 176. A foot of magic brings heartache, a yard of Tao feels helpless. You. How did you evade my sword? One strike failed, leaving the ghostly general utterly astonished. By the time he gathered his wits, the sword in his hand had. Chapter 177. A sudden change. The little demon conceals mysteries. The deity emerges to restore order. Although the ghostly general's decision spared Li Lan from inner turmoil, he was, after all, a remnant of a heroic soul, which inevitably stirred a tinge of sorrow within the latter. The chaos of war brings suffering to all. Chapter 178. The mysterious divine being descends to earth. The true martial emperor hesitates to speak. To give up, even with their presence, what could they do to me? The great demon certainly did not intend to boast. No matter how capable Li Lan was, he was merely in his 20s. Chapter 179. Foreseen departure. The mountains stand empty. Time is peaceful, yet a crisis brews. Upon leaving the valley, Li Lan realized he was temporarily powerless to contend with Iluo Guan. So he sought a guest house to rest for a few days, planning to return later. However, it was unfortunate. Chapter 180. Indeed, spring arrives, and the smoke of war rises, coming hastily. How could there be farewells? Part 1. Chapter 181. Indeed, spring arrives, and the smoke of war rises, coming hastily. How could there be farewells? Part 2. With each step Li Lan took towards the kitchen of the tavern, the fishy odor wafting from it grew increasingly pungent, until he was but a short distance from the wooden door. Chapter 182. Indeed, spring arrives, and the smoke of war rises, coming hastily. How could there be farewells? Part 3. The name of Princess Ping'an proved to be quite effective. When the relatives of the cooks arrived, they wept and mourned, leaving the tavern owner at a loss for what to do. Upon encountering Li Lan, I received a promise. Chapter 183. The year of splendor. Step by step, the mountains and rivers fade. The moon lingers. The sword moves the universe. Part 1. The princess implored, there is no need for further farewells. Let us conclude here. The coachman followed Li Lan closely, observing that despite her pressing matters. Chapter 184. The year of splendor. Step by step, the mountains and rivers fade. The moon lingers. The sword moves the universe. Part 2. The twin swords danced gracefully, evading close combat, their silken garments billowing in the wind. Originally clad in resplendent white brocade, reminiscent of the moonlight gracing the world, her attire was now stained a vivid crimson against the already blood-orange twilight. Chapter 185. The agony of existence. Grieving the loss of a daughter, cast into despair, the soul departed, the continent of Jiuzhou. Jingzhou, the fish dared not make a sound in the water jar, and even the incense nearby only dared to reach upward towards the air. Chapter 186. To seek survival, learning anew, intrigues and perils surrounding me. Chapter 187. Exceptional talent, the cycle of the 5 elements, no return. The spirit annihilated, the continent of Xianyun, Yue Hall. Meanwhile, as Li Lan remained, the Jinwu Emperor had just vacated the Grand Hall, and the malevolent deities surged forth as if to seize a treasure. Chapter 188. The 9 Netherlands. Jinwu displays his might. The moon of Xianyun tests its blade. The 9 Netherlands, second hall. Is it not true that within the entirety of the 9 Nether, you alone maintain such a demeanor? The true martial emperor gazed at the king of Chujiang before him, and Chapter 189. The turbulence of Ying Li Palace temporarily calmed. The ministry of Jingzhao's awaited respite. Part 1. This has caused great concern among us regarding the lord of Yingyun Palace. After all, the incidents of the miscellaneous immortals possessing individuals have not ceased for decades. Upon witnessing Elder Wei at a loss for words, those who accompanied him Chapter 190. The turbulence of Ying Li Palace temporarily calmed. The ministry of Jing Zhao's awaited respite. Part 2. The commotion outside had long since reached the ears of those within the palace. Yue Ying, in truth, could hardly be deemed foolish. Rather, her somewhat absurd demeanor gave an impression of self-importance. Chapter 191. The unending benevolence amidst the harshness of mountains and rivers. The complete loss of memory and the sentience of the cosmos. Part 1. Until Yuanin was welcomed into the palace, Yue Ying still felt that the conclusion of this matter was not only somewhat hasty, but also rather surreal. Yet, at this moment, Yue Ying. Chapter 192. The unending benevolence amidst the harshness of mountains and rivers. The complete loss of memory and the sentience of the cosmos. Part 2. The continent of Jiuzhou. Jingzhou City, mother, what are you still doing? Now that you are feeling somewhat better, it would be wise to rest more within the house. Chapter 193. The unending benevolence amidst the harshness of mountains and rivers. The complete loss of memory and the sentience of the cosmos. Part 3. My silver. It was just here, awaiting my worship, and now it has vanished. Amidst the crowd, there stood a figure, anxiously gesticulating. Chapter 194. Li Lan departs. The mysterious returns to the right path. True martial blessings in the abyss of 9. A journey of wandering. The abyssal continent, second hall. Oh, knowing we were to arrive, you have been waiting here with such ease. Upon entering the ghostly gates of the 9 nether. Chapter 195. The heartfelt concerns of the original self stuck in the 9 nether, and the amnesiac Li Lan traverses through Xuan Yun Continent. Shueyu Palace. Li Lan jolted awake, suddenly springing up, utterly astonished by the scene before her, momentarily frozen in place. Chapter 196. The Lord's helplessness as his cultivation is lost. The foolish girl rises to success. Father, even if she is a simpleton, what of it? That resemblance to the esteemed figure enshrined in the palace is striking, having been raised by that woman who does menial tasks. Chapter 197. The hidden ability of Yin Ning to retrieve Li Lan. The unrequited feelings of Bei Tang, filled with resentment, as the small sword soared from the plate. A dark luminescence erupted forth, silencing the discussions below. All eyes were fixed on Li Lan, filled with malice, curiosity, and astonishment. Chapter 198. Meeting fellow disciples. Li Lan receives her Dharma name. Upon hearing news, Yue Ying begins to speculate, accompanied by the old woman from the woodshed. Li Qingning remained silent throughout the journey, while Li Lan quietly followed behind, advancing towards the dwelling nestled in the mountains. Chapter 199. Longing for an old friend, only to realize it is not so. Cultivation progresses slowly, heartfelt stealthy steps. Xuan Yun Continent. Ying Li Palace. Chapter 200. Those who lack insight stir up troubling matters. Often, they become cannon fodder for others. The sword flows like clouds. The figure like flowing light. Li Lan had laid the foundation for swordsmanship in the 21st century, and now, upon arriving at Shueyu Palace, wielding the sword comes naturally to her. Chapter 201. The unwise bring distress, often becoming the pawns of others. Part 2. It has become evident that Li Lan, in her attempt to wield power through others, attracts those who look down upon her, and inevitably, whenever Li Qingji is absent, they will come knocking at her door, clearly under the influence of Bei Tang. Chapter 202. Adhering to rules, no exceptions for personal transmission, reuniting with old friends for task assignment. Part 1. Brother, it won't be long before tasks are dispatched from the palace, and with your current level of cultivation, you might find yourself at a disadvantage. As soon as Li Qingji entered the courtyard, he noticed Li Lan gazing skyward. Chapter 203. Adhering to rules, no exceptions for personal transmission. Reuniting with old friends for task assignment. Part 2. If this performance were truly intended for an ordinary maiden, she would undoubtedly be deceived. Unfortunately for Beidang Lyle, she is confronted by Li Lan, who is well-versed in web literature, and thus, this pretense. A letter to my readers on the new year to all the readers who have continuously supported and encouraged me. 1,000 years in a single arrow has grown longer than anticipated. Initially projected to be around 200,000 words, but it now seems destined to reach 300,000 words. The 2 lengthy works I have recently attempted, Qing Luo Jing He and Chong Lan Fu Jianyu, appear promising thus far. Regrettably, I have been exceedingly busy lately, and my updates have fallen behind. It may take until June for both long pieces to stabilize with weekly updates. I sincerely apologize to the readers of Chong Lan Fu Jianyu and Qing Luo Jinghe. If you enjoy them, I kindly ask you to let them gather dust on your shelves until I can complete them. In terms of personal creative plans, following 1,000 years in a shuttle, there will be many novels centered around intangible cultural heritage, regardless of whether there are calls for submissions or awards. I will persist with this endeavor. The subsequent works will primarily focus on short stories. However, while writing long pieces, I often grow weary of my outlines, leading to a loss of interest. Writing, after all, is driven by passion, including the topics I choose, which are also dictated by my interests. As for the most profound impression left by request for updates, I cannot recall anything particularly striking. Rather, I remember an esteemed individual who established a writer's account and criticized the disparity between my writing speed and the frequency of my updates. For my readers, I offer some artistic sentiments, in line with my usual demeanor. Though not quite poetry, it is merely a small activity reunion across 1,000 miles in the winter's time. The time is winter, mountain mists obscure the farmer's gate. The gate is ajar. Spring breezes usher in the new year. The lantern festival reflects the moon, illuminating good fortune. Now, to express something genuine, crossing out to amend to something practical, I seek prosperity. For myself and for everyone. I wish for health. For all the people of the nation. Author, Xuan Yun on the 27th day of the 12th lunar month in the year of the tiger, in Gone, Chapter 204. Adhering to the rules. Transmission without exception meeting old friends again. Part 3, Chapter 205. Adhering to the rules. Transmission without exception meeting old friends again. Part 4. The relationship between the Water Moon Palace and the Ying Li Hall has never been one of mutual animosity. Since its establishment, it has maintained a posture of significant detachment. The secrets behind this. Chapter 206. Adhering to the rules. No exceptions for personal transmission. Reuniting with old friends on a mission. Part 5. Are these disciples of Shuewa Palace? What brings them to our Zhuke city to cause trouble? With this shout from Beitang Liue, the attention of the crowd was drawn. Chapter 207. Adhering to the rules. No exceptions for personal transmission. Reuniting with old friends on a mission. Part 6. Master, what shall we do? Having spoken, Yin Li suddenly realized that perhaps his master did not possess the capability to survey all the myriad beings in this mountainous region. Chapter 208. A first encounter, yet instantly familiar. A subsequent meeting feels like strangers. Part 1. The individuals from Muqing Pavilion are not as easy to converse with as Xingchen and his companions, although this mountain lies within the jurisdiction of Ying Li Hall. Over the years, that surname Wei has not. Chapter 209. A first encounter, yet instantly familiar. A subsequent meeting feels like strangers. Part 2. A group of people approached head-on, leaving Yin Li no time to ponder how his master concealed his cultivation. He merely turned around, contemplating today's events. Chapter 210. Why are these green mountains a burial ground? Neither a disgusting, self-satisfied return. Master, it's bad. We must leave quickly. It is not that Yin Li is heartless. Disregarding the two factions from Shuewa Palace and Muqing Pavilion on the mountain. The celestial beast indeed. Chapter 211. A reunion of hidden thoughts. As the journey back commenced, Encheng stirred new events. With all matters settled, Beitang Li finally appeared before everyone, exuding an aura of concern. Yet not a single strand of hair was out of place. A letter to readers for the new year, reflecting on the stories crafted in 2023. In the year 2023, I penned 8 chapters. I sincerely apologize for the delay. Once this busy period passes, I will certainly resume my writing. Memorable moments of interaction with readers, being urged for updates, receiving suggestions against splitting into parts, and nothing else, haha. The primary focus remains on an unsuccessful endeavor to maintain composure. Xilianxing, February 6, 2024, the 27th day of the 12th lunar month in the Ying year.